We back, boys. We are so back. We're so back, boys. It's gonna be a long ass stream again. Hope the boys get the hell yeah, boy. That I got everything I need. It's alright. I'm on fire. What is the schedule today? First game, last game again. Are you gonna stay for the whole stream again? Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah! No, you actually just woke up again though. Finally sleep at 4 AM again. I didn't like it. I genuinely did not like it. I genuinely did not like it. I don't got no choice. G-Sleep? Nope. Is there any hope? Bro, there's always hope. Okay? What's our winning survival week? You don't wanna know. But this time, today, the last day, we are gonna win. Our last day, the last day. We are gonna win. We are. No chance of winning, bro. I didn't even I think they're gone, bro. It's kinda last day. Unless they win 2 games. Cook? No. We're gonna find a way. We are. Okay? They have 2-3-0.
Will you live for
Guys?
real? Join the party.
Easy. It's gonna be easy.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls.
So y'all think it's impossible? That shit is possible as fuck, bro.
Realme 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
It's too easy, bro.
Ma una volta
It's
entrati,
too easy.
conta
Hey,
solo
okay.
una cosa.
I wanna buy hoodies, man. What the fuck is that again?
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore
Can we move on to next stage? Oh hell yeah, we gotta find the
conduce
way.
i valloranti alla vittoria.
We have to find the way. I don't know how though. I don't know how. We have to find the way. God damn, they got introduced already? Sheesh. $998 time? Bro. It's not that bad. It's not. What's the Phoenix stage? Bro, Kiki doesn't know you, bro. What the fuck? You think I can make it? Bro, we are gonna make it, bro. Bro, I saw something criminal. Them is in yo. Bro, Legend, you so buns, bro. You're getting shit talk already, bro.
Welcome back into the West League. It is
Nice, we got Phil, bro. Yo, Phil, bro.
Eat your favorite kind of tofu, kindofu, and
Yeah.
with today it is gonna be Phil. Mr. Yumas, how do you feel about the game?
Yeah.
I'm feeling great today. Wow, we have some interesting games today here, right? So Group S has been mainly solidified here in Survival Week, but Group A, you know, they are still up in the air, right? These games today are going to dictate who goes ahead and gets through, and there's 4 people fighting for 1 spot, so it's going to be a very, very exciting day.
Yes, and they're all looking for new beginnings here. So, of course, with that being said, a new version will arrive on the 24th of September, 2 days away. So get ready to unleash your spirit.
Absolutely, very excited for that. New heroes coming out as well too. Speaking of new, the Ultimate Awakening, super thrilling MOBA combat, September 27th. So I actually saw what this
These
was
kids
about.
out, they're
It's
not,
heroes
bro.
have the
They're not.
crazy abilities. I saw some clips of it. Like Dachi was shooting like 10 charms at once and stuff. It was insane. I cannot wait to actually play that.
Yes,
What
so
the fuck?
we're a couple of days away, right? Less than a week, so it's going to be really exciting. But what's exciting today as well is the series we have on hand. Yes, we have seen the comments as well. You guys are kind of wondering what's happening in the standings today. We'll run through a little bit of that later on. But for now, in Group S, like you mentioned, everything is kind of solidified. But Group A is where we are really interested at.
Absolutely, and here's what they're all playing for here, right? Champion gets 10,000 USD, second place 8,500.
Don't jinx them today.
500 and 6,000.
Got
So
you.
everyone's gonna be going home with a piece of the pie, but of course the champions here are gonna be going home for the biggest one, and this is why everyone's trying to stay alive and make it into the next week.
And it's not just about the money, it is also about the slot. So the winners will get to qualify into KIC, the championships. And with that being said, we'll take a look at how this history is going to be shaped here. OG stands atop of Group S, 3-0, no losses just yet in a series point, but they have lost one game against Twisted Minds yesterday.
Yeah, we thought OG was
Wait,
unbeatable. It
yo,
showed
we're
that, you know,
we're 0-4-2 and 12.
their first loss there, but other than that,
Yo,
they
Bor
bounced
is
back
9
in
and
back
4.
in convincing fashion. So in Group S, OG and
Wait, we have
MTG
to
are
beat
locked
Bor
in here,
and
Twisted
AYL.
Minds will be playing,
No, we're
the,
out.
victors of Group A here, which from my understanding are not quite locked up yet.
Wait,
as,
chat, we're out.
Boars Gaming, LM, and ALO can potentially looking at
Wait,
this
it's
here,
raining
ALO
today?
looks like they cannot make it anymore, but it's gonna be between Boars and LM.
Why is it
here,
raining
depending
today?
on how their series goes, and that's gonna be off stream. So
God
it's gonna
damn,
be
it's
the-
actually raining.
Yes.
Raining,
so
raining.
What is so important about this is Boars need to play against.
Well, we're
BTK.
actually out.
I like the fact that you mentioned this before, so we were talking about it off stream. And BTK today is in a unique position
Only top one,
where
yeah.
they are going to be the gatekeepers for Boars.
Absolutely here, BTK. Wow, unfortunately they cannot.
Don't
make
even
it
stream
to
it.
the
Bro,
top of
shut the
Group
hell
A.
up,
You know,
bro.
their
We
games are not done,
supporting,
right?
bruh.
They can go ahead and be the gatekeepers.
Okay.
And, you know, really test their mettle against Boars. ALO
Best thing I
Gaming
can
here
do, bruh.
and show
Are we going
that,
pro?
you know,
No win now.
whichever
We're
team makes
out.
it do, they need to go ahead and fight for it.
Exactly. And
We
this is
out,
one of the
bruh.
quotes that we came
It's
across the other
over.
day, which is actually defeat is not
See you
the
later,
opposite
alligator.
of success. Defeat is the recipe for success. And BTK, they have not gotten that series
We are
win
out.
just yet, but today might be that final breakthrough for them.
Absolutely, I really believe in them. They've been playing a lot so far, right? We're slowly seeing, you know, glimmers of progress here, right? They're started off kind of rough here, but they're getting some game wins here and there. And today is going to be their final day to go ahead and get a match win. And they have 2 shots here, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, 2 shots with 3 chances each time, right? We're looking for a perfect score if you're from the Boars Gaming side. And of course, you're also looking for a perfect score if you're from the BTK side. Both teams looking for wins with a different understanding here, but we will start off with BTK.
We're about to see Carlos again, bruh. Good morning, what a day. What a day already. Oh my god. Bro, Carlos, bro. Wrap it up, bro. Bro. Bro, I forgot the thingy chat. Man. I forgot the Instagram.
Here's a look at BT Clay here. The
God damn,
United
it's
States
actually
representatives.
raining.
We have Fried Chicken in the Clash lane, best player in the jungle, Moba Zane in the farm lane, Shark on the roam position, and then Hoon in the mid lane. So we were talking about it earlier. While they cannot go ahead and advance here, you know, they have 2 matches today. They need to go ahead and set their mark. Today is going to be their final day in the Kings Major West League, and you kind of want to go out with a bang, right? Try and go ahead and get that series win here, interrupt some of the flow of
Don't
things
we
here,
have,
and
like,
get that last
Phoenix
bit
Reborn?
of experience in that professional play
I
that
think
we could
so.
do in this LAN environment.
The interruption will be a perk, right? I think the biggest thing for BTK is to re-cement their improvement because they have been improving since day number 1. It's been 2 weeks and a couple of months since they have dropped by into HOK.
No, you
And
can vote them into-
I mean, it's
We
really
can,
good that
bruh.
they're improving,
That's
but
what we
against
do.
Boars, let's take a look at their competition.
Bro, I genuinely forgot. Bro, I need it.
coming from Kazakhstan. Here are the Royal Hunters. Boss Gaming represented by 3005 in the Clash lane, Wise in the jungle, Red Cutie in the mid, Mac in the farm, and of course Phasma in that
Bro,
roam.
just draft
These
at this
will be
point.
the ones to try and put a
Bro, I want
dent
some
in the
Essentials
history of
hoodie
BTK,
again, bro.
but also in the history of LM for KMW
forgot.
Fall 2025.
Absolutely. And I was
Didn't even
a little
know
bit
Kazakhstan
confused
was a
with
country-
standings here,
Damn!
considering as well too. Boars Gaming, they need to go ahead and 3-0 this, right?
Bro,
They cannot even drop
has
a
to be
game, from my
racist, bro.
understanding.
Yes, they cannot
Essentials
drop
so
a
expensive.
single
No, it's
game.
not.
And this is because of the point system, the win-loss ratio. In order to make it out of Group A as #1, they have
Bro,
to do it
no way.
twice. In fact,
Oh
the
my
first
God, we
one
losing
against
to
BTK,
fucking-
and they will have that decider.
Bro, we losing to
against
Kazaki?
LM. I mean, it's lucky for them that they get to decide their fate against LM directly, but that's
Kazaki?
upstream. So we'll take things one step at a time. We'll take a look at the mid lane matchup here. Red Cutie against Hoon.
Looking at the stats here, it's a little bit rougher on Hoon's side here, but their gold per minute is solid. Though.
Why are you
Both of them
eating the
averaging
floss?
same amount of gold.
I'm just
Red
biting
Cutie
it.
is
I
able
can't
to
even
do a little
fucking
bit
bite
more
it
damage,
anymore.
Have a bit more kills with that same gold though, but you have to keep in mind they are playing from ahead more of the time.
You're pissing me off, bro.
Less favorable games most of the
Cham,
time.
this is why we're
So
losing. You're a
these can still
dickhead.
go either way. It just shows that Hoon can go ahead and match here the mid laner for Boars Gaming when it comes to the economy.
For sure, I think we had this conversation before, right? So you can have a lot of damage, a lot of kills, but that does not translate into wins, right? It needs to be converted. And we'll start off with the first conversion here. We have BTK having the side selection, so they will go for blue, meaning they get prior pick.
What the fuck? I
Interesting.
forgot
We
the
didn't see them
app.
opt
No, the
to go for
Instagram, I mean.
blue too often
wanna
before.
look
I think
for
they like going second pick, right? Because draft wise,
pissing
they
me
like
off,
to
bro.
remove some of their heroes
Yo?
too often there. But I want to see the Hoon.
Shall we
mine,
having
right? We
a-
didn't get a chance to see the Hoon.
A
mine
very
yet, from
hard
my
rain
understanding,
right
at
now.
least not when
Heavy
I
rain.
cast.
They had yesterday, I think, a couple
Okay,
of fun
there you go.
moments from Hoon's Mine. In fact, I think Hoon's Mine now needs to be really respected. I'm very sure Boss should go ahead and ban that out.
I get a chance to really see it, so I want to go ahead and see it here today. We see BTK with the
They're gonna
ban
be
on it.
up.
Fairly standard so far. Boars Gaming has 2 bans
Up,
on their side,
up,
so
and
they're
away.
here. And there it is. There's the Mine. Okay, Hoon definitely doesn't work on it. Then they're going to go ahead and first ban it immediately.
No way I'm
Yes,
that
it was
behind,
impressive
bro.
growth, right?
I cannot be that behind.
The other thing is actually BTK.
Oh, we draft already?
Has been getting a little bit better on that early, and Boris Gaming, I'm wondering if they're
shit.
gonna allow that because based on the bans here, BTK want to go for that early first.
It is
pick.
too early though. No
Yeah,
cap.
so there's a lot of strong picks on the board still here. We have the Long, we have the Arlie. It's you prefer the Arlie more, but you're not too upset with getting the Long as well here.
Oh,
too,
we got
right? So
Arlie,
BTK goes in and
1-0.
opts to
Yo,
grab
board
the
just surrender,
Arlie,
bro.
And then Board's gonna go ahead and get Long.
Board just surrender, bro.
+1 here in their draft. They don't
Wasting
have to pick it
time
so
right now.
early. But there's still a lot of power.
Board,
See what
just
we have
surrender,
Pei
bro.
Still on the board here.
You all hear me?
That's one to think about here. Zhang Fei opting to get here early for the side of Boar's game here. There's the pay.
Okay, so Boris going a
The
slightly
bonus here is
different
here in
direction, right? They're gonna leave
Me
that
when I'm the
channel
Lulu.
possibility to maybe
But
the third
understandable.
pick. BTK, obviously, if the channel does not get picked as a third
It
pick,
is
they are
very
going to ban it out.
understandable. Bro, I need that.
Absolutely,
I
yeah,
did
check.
that.
Could be a solid pick to go ahead
it's not
and
heat check.
save that long pick going
not heat
forward. But I would assume that if BTK goes ahead and takes the Arlie now, they're gonna want the Long moving forward, so they're gonna prioritize that move going forward into the coming matches here. But we see Charlotte and Diadea being hovered. Very aggressive team so far beside BTK.
Okay,
A lot
oh, they
of
got
good
paid.
damage and
God damn.
mobility on their side. So it's gonna be a very tempo-heavy game. How they go ahead and maneuver these, because if they get ahead with the Diadea, the Charlotte, and the Arlie, they can basically run over the enemies and kind of dance around their opponents.
Yes, and it builds a lot of space, right? This is something that I think a lot of people have been mentioning. Fried Chicken has been one of the strongest members
for
on
what?
the side of BTK.
We don't need a poll 'cause
And
we're
Charlotte is
winning.
nothing to be trifled with. And Boris Gaming, they understand this composition itself. They're gonna go for the demons here. They want to get.
Did
this
they
stun.
get
But
fucking?
against an Arlie and Diadea combination, which
Bro,
has
ain't
been
no
a
way.
menace for a lot of teams. I wonder if Boris will survive.
It's not
this.
Kick City. It's not Jumping
Yeah,
Soul.
D-Range is always a safe pick, right? Not one that we were thinking about initially, but D-Range can never really go wrong. You can realistically slot it into any composition, and it'll kind of do its job. So what this tells me is that Boards Gaming, their focus is not really on the bottom lane here, whereas BTK, they have that early, they need to go ahead and funnel
This
the
shit
early
pissing
and
me
get her
off. I can't find
supercharged up. The marksman on the side of Boards Gaming is
the
kind of like, I
Instagram.
don't want to say a second thought, but their game plan is going to be playing around that pay, getting him ahead and mobile, and depending on the other picks going up here, getting dose fed as well.
Pissing me off, bro.
What I find really
I want
curious
some
is the
hoodie,
fact
bro.
that BTK is allowing the buy round potential
God
for the side of Boards
damn.
Gaming. But we'll see with this final ban if that is truly the case, because the buy round pay combination means Fried Chicken might not be safe. And there we go. BTK knows this, so they ban out the buy round.
Yeah, they ban out two of the strongest, like skirmish heavy Clash laners there in the Mayin and the Byron. They don't want to give them that insane 2v2 potential that pay plus a strong early skirmisher can go ahead and have there and just dominate the early game. They
Bro, is
remove
it
some
gone,
of those options
bro?
here. Now they're
Are we
stuck
dead
on
ass?
kind of maybe more scaling Clash pick, which can kind of help the polarization of their compositions here. We see the Monkey here, one of best players' favorite picks, as well as the Xiao Xiao here.
We got
coming
Xiao
in
Xiao
for
and
him
Monkey.
potentially.
I like it. It's a good burst potential, right? At the same time, there's a lot of mobility involved on the side of BTK, which makes the life of Red Cutie a little bit more difficult as the Yixing, right? There is a potential that even with the board, it might not hit all the members of BTK. So Boris, they go for that save condition in the form of
Bro.
Guan Yu, where he's
Okay,
going to
this
be the
shit pissing
fishing
me
man.
off to
If
find it.
anyone does not get caught
I need
out
it, bro.
by the board, he's going to try and push them inside.
Absolutely, and the Xiao Xiao pick, I like the Xiao
I
pick
feel
up
like
when you see
can't.
like tanky targets on the enemy team like the Zhang Fei. Xiao Xiao is one of those heroes that ultimate has so much reach, right? It can take out a lot of heroes. It's just a matter of how you position and if you can land all of it. Whereas some mid laners, they just don't have enough firepower to take out the tanks. Xiao Xiao definitely has the firepower there. You just have to make sure it all goes ahead and lands.
Okay,
It's a
that's
high
it.
rebound potential on two
But
very
BTK
important
doesn't go
members,
two
which
times
is,
fighters?
In fact, three. So
Zayn
the
plays
Pei Yixing
fighters?
as well as Direnjie, the three of them are very vulnerable to Hun's
So we got
shots
Horsey
here,
Dorsey? Oh, we
especially
got
if he
Charlotte.
lands his
Oh
shots.
my god.
And I think it's a little bit
We got Horsey
difficult
Dorsey,
because
bro.
Hun was practicing his Xiao Xiao yesterday.
Oh, okay. Well, the first time I saw Hoon bust out Xiao Xiao, it worked out pretty well. So I'm excited for this game and how they go ahead and do. Both sides are
This
drafted pretty
haircut?
well. I also
Bro.
gotta highlight best player, one of the best
Stop
monkeys
judging
on
my
the
hair.
server, right? He plays
didn't
that
even get a
hero
haircut,
a lot,
bro.
along with Ogren and such
I
here.
did not.
And he's just so comfortable on that hero. And I remember watching him go ahead and just super confidently walk up to these objectives and smite it away.
Bro said
One
soda.
of the best securing
What is
junglers
shit?
in the
How
league,
is this
I would say.
soda?
Yes, it's a tough challenge though because
It's an
he's going
energy
up
drink
against Wine,
to
also
support
one of the strong
BTK.
players
Charm,
from the
why you hating so much,
region as
bruh?
well. Boris Gaming, this early
This is why
game
you're not
tempo is
straight.
gonna be really important because
You're
they need
pissing
to
me
buy
off.
time for Mobile Zane, right? Arlie as well as Mac, the both of them, they need a lot of time to get the itemization up. So it really depends on that first few minutes of the game.
Absolutely, and it looks like
Excuse
they're
me?
going fairly traditional here, sending Arlie into the bottom lane instead of mid.
Energy is down.
Interesting.
I just
Okay.
tried it.
I mean, outrageous, right? That's definitely not a problem. But of course, with that being said, we do have
What the- oh,
best phone that's going to
no.
be representing us. It is going to be the Realme 15 Pro official gaming phone of the tournament. It is built for performance, made for gaming. Smooth, cool, and reliable. Just the way esports demands. If you're ready to level up, get yours and feel the difference.
Absolutely. If you look at all these players here, they all have a Realme 15 in their hand here, playing at the highest level of competition. A bit of a pause here. We're not sure for what, but the teams are going to get ready and load back into it. Again, these games, they really matter here. For BTK, they want to go ahead and go home with one match win under their belt, right?
Bro,
And for
pause
Boris
already,
Gaming,
bro.
you're mentioning, they need to win every single game. They cannot drop a single game. So the results are super
Bro, I'm trying
polarizing
to
on both
sleep.
sides.
It needs to be
By one,
extremely
okay?
flawless from both ends.
It's
right?
okay if you
BTK,
hear
of
me,
course,
bro.
look,
3
they have
series for
improved so
4
much,
hours,
and
okay?
Now they just need the result. to
3
really cement
series
that
for
the
4 hours or
improvement
I'm gonna
is
crash
worth
out.
it. And at this point, I think BTK
Y'all
has a
don't
strong
wanna know
chance with the fact of their composition
Y'all
is
don't wanna
actually
know that,
quite
bro.
robust. The challenge here is for truly Balls Gaming because they need it more than BTK. They
BTK
need
aura.
a flawless 3-0. BTK, if they win
God.
the series, they already cement the improvement. It doesn't matter the score.
Absolutely, they have a lot of pressure on the hands. We were talking last time, right? When
Dude,
you
this
know
shit
a
tastes
team is
like
on
ass.
match point against you,
I don't like it.
it's kind of hard to play.
Energy
in that
drink,
mental,
zero
right? To know
sugar,
that you
essential
are,
flavors.
potentially one mistake away from losing.
High
And
caffeine
even though
content.
we're going into 0-0, Boris Game cannot drop a game. One game loss is basically over right there. They are on
This shit's
match
so
point
buns, bro.
since game one.
Yes. So essentially, if Boris don't do well, they're sending a one-way ticket for the side of LM to the potential grand finals on this KMW league.
Yo, you need the phone?
And it
Right
would make
here.
sense for BTK to go ahead and, you know, gatekeeping them, them a little bit and
You
take
need
a,
it?
you know, not let them get that 3-0, right? Number one, they don't want to get 3-0. And number two, LM was the team that, you know, knocked them out qualifiers before. So it makes sense that they want that team to progress. Because, you know, they were kind of rivals, right? You want to lose to a strong team that makes it through. You don't want to lose to a team that didn't make it through.
Yeah, I like that concept. Yes, truly it is. And we'll see if that's going to be the case. Because honestly, I think...
Bro, you all got so much problems on haircuts, bruh.
Between BTK and
Shit happens.
The other one actually is between Hoon and Red Cutie because the both of them have performed pretty well in the mid lane.
Absolutely. Whereas Hoon is playing a little bit
What
more
if I
of
would just go
a
ball?
carry style mage. I'm interested to see if he can go ahead and get those plays off in the mid to late game and pump out that damage. Whereas Red Cutie's mainly here for the utility to trap the team in a box and set his team
Yeah,
up.
well,
So it's
how
gonna
do
be
you
a little
just
bit of
let
a
them cut
dynamic
it
shift
without...
between
Bro,
a
you
carry
can't.
style damage focused mid laner
You
and a more
can't,
utility
bro.
style crowd control mid laner.
There's nothing you can
Yes,
do about
and
it,
I
bro.
mean, nonetheless, both mid laners will offer, you know, the anti-heal as well later
You
on.
can't
with
do
the
nothing
stuff and
about
whatnot.
it. They're
I think the
holding
real
your
challenge here
head.
is Moba Zayn.
this.
How fast can he farm
this.
against Mac?
Oh, you wanna
Because that
complain?
is a very important win condition. You don't want to drag this too long.
Yeah, you bald now, boy.
Absolutely, and I don't know about the start here from side BTK because usually we always see Arlies go ahead and start middle and then kind of have
they can do about
you
it,
know
bro.
a path around the map to gather as much farm as possible.
If they fuck you
Zayn
up,
is starting fairly traditionally, maybe because Hoon needs
Let's wait
those
for another
resources
month
as well. We were mentioning, right?
to grow
He needs
it.
to get his level 4 up.
Oh, they got
and
a
get
new
that ultimate
rotation,
online
bro.
so he can start pressuring the map and outputting that damage. And
Bald.
Zayn, while he knows he
I'm
needs to
growing
get
my
ahead, he
hair
doesn't
again,
want to, you know,
so.
take away from that and slow Hoon down.
I mean, you don't want to take too
I
much
fuck
risk,
with it.
right? And
I'm
it
wearing
is a
my
winning lane for them on the side of BTK at the bottom side because there is heals coming out from Shark. And I mean, shields are great and all, but you know, in the battle of attrition, Boris will not do as well.
Absolutely. We always mention these melee tank style roamers. They don't really come online to level 4, right? Like the Liang Pose, the Zhang phase. Once they get level 4,
Stella,
that's
aren't
really
you
when
Asian
they can
too?
go toe to toe with the enemy
That's where you
team. But in the
glazing
early
Asian?
game, they're definitely gonna get poked out. They're gonna get out sustained by these more traditional enchanter style roamers here, like the idea.
Yes, and right now, both mid laners are not rotating down just yet. This will be the first rotation down into the farm lane. This one, if actually they get to make the play, will be huge, but 2-on-1.
How would I know?
Fried Chicken
Chicken's trying to go ahead
make
and
his
get
play.
away.
I think this might be first blood. The dive does
No,
come
it's
through.
not,
Nice.
bruh.
But these one does not get it. And Fried Chicken will make it out. He did have to commit the flash though.
Beautiful place for Chicken there.
What the
barely
fuck? I'm
sidestepping
asking. I
those
can't
abilities and
ask.
Getting himself that
Bro, it has
heal
to be the
under
cell
tower.
shoes, bro.
He does
Has to
stay
be
here,
the
yeah.
cell shoes, bro.
Okay, it's not easy to
This shit's
survive
so
a pay
versatile.
gank, but he ends up surviving there. Wastes a
don't
lot
like
of wastes
it.
his time there, and now gives the intel over to his team that hey, Hayes up.
Are we
top here, go
invading?
ahead and invade their jungle, and that looks like that's what BTK is doing here now.
Yes, this is exactly
Oh,
what
shit.
they need to do. Best player one actually gets himself in the middle
Oh, we
of
got
3.
it.
Does he have to smite?
Oh, he
Will
jumped.
not be able to smite
Oh,
it
he
away,
jumped.
but Hunda secured for the team, and here
1
this
HP?
is a big fight for the side of BTK. They
God
will start to
damn.
run off.
Oh.
Everyone is pretty much low, and with the knock up, they save the day. BTK gets the steal and gets out.
You can tell there's a lot of pressure in this game, right? Both teams are playing like they're walking.
Yo,
on
Horsey
eggshells.
Dorsey.
They're playing super cautious, super safe. Wow, look at that. Zayn barely being
Chicken
able
about to get
avoid
flamed,
the
bro.
auto attack
Imagine.
from 3005
If
that
Zayn
surely
dies
would've
there,
taken him out
Chicken
there.
about to get
But
flamed.
somehow that invade, which turned
No
into a
cap.
full-on team fight, had no casualties on either side, you know? They're both playing on a razor's edge. They do not want to give their opponent that step up.
Guess
But
what
it's a
though?
BTK win overall, right? Because they get the smite. Number one, they get the
I
steal
just feel
on
his
the
feel his
Azure Golem. And
casting
secondarily,
right now.
there is an EXP gap starting for the side of 3005. So Fried Chicken doing well on the side of BTK.
Absolutely. It would have been a little bit
Yo,
different
we're
if-
winning
here we go.
objectives!
And wow, that tyrant gets immediately ripped down. I didn't even have time to mention it there. That's the power of the Xiao Xiao ultimate. They're dropping so
Oh, they're not
much,
winning this shit.
damage onto
Chicken
the enemy.
2v1?
Fried Chicken's trying to get away
Oh
here,
my
and he does.
God,
Both teams
some
just
pussy
playing a
shit,
lot of attention on Fried
boy.
Chicken, trying to get him behind. As we
Bro, it
mentioned,
has
it's
to
one
be
of the star
filled,
players
bruh.
inside BTK. On his Charlotte, he definitely provides a lot of impact, and Board's game does not want to see that, and they're trying to get him behind early now with all this pressure.
Yes, for sure.
Chicken
I don't
gonna
think
die
he
here,
will
no?
manage to save the T1. In fact, a little bit overextended. And this potential first blood coming in wide.
Bro,
One
that
more
flicker
hit
was so
will be
short.
needed, and Boris get the first blood. But they have lost so much in the start of this game.
Yeah, third time's the charm there for Pei. Ends up getting him here, but looks like a little bit of fight here from best player 1 and Pei. He ends up getting away. The mobility of Pei is just so powerful. He's being able to maneuver around the map, push these towers. It clears so quickly, and
no.
this is not good for the side of BTK as they're getting caught out in their own jungle.
Oh, we
Yeah,
good,
they
we
could've pushed
good,
it
we
away.
fine,
Very nice
we fine
right
with
of
it.
outburst, but the catch is coming in. Mobazane trying to back his jungler up at this point. BTK
Bro,
refuses to
that
give any
that
of the
dinosaur
resources for
fucking
free.
jumped so far, bro.
All things considered, this early game is relatively even, right? Board's game is up 1 kill, but they're only up a little bit of gold. BTK is doing a good job of pressuring that Azure golem.
Look, it should be
Let's see
dead.
who gone ahead and get it. Got that
Oh,
there. It looks
no.
like it went over the side of Pei.
Yeah,
Oh
the
my
pressure
god, they are
BTK was
stuck.
looking great for a moment. They do get the
Oh
kill, but
my
it's four
god.
people locked up in the board, and board obliged. They
Oh
push them
my
all
god,
under the
horsey
turret.
dorsey,
It is gonna be
dorsey,
the end of the
horsey.
line for Hoon, Mobazane, and Shark, and shortly it should be best
God
player 1
damn,
as well.
boys.
Ball to recover.
30-05, they're pivotal in that fight here. Fried Chicken was not in position.
People
there,
kill on
and
horsey
Guan Yu
dorsey?
being Guan Yu is able to maneuver around the map and help his team whenever they need. And wow, did he help!
Jeez
Triple kill
Louise,
coming
bro.
on for the side of Boars Gaming.
I mean, you can tell, right? The intensity from both teams on a different level today. Fried Chicken in the middle
What you
of
mean
3
this
will
house
be backed
need
up
to
by
be
Mobazane
bad?
for the moment because they need
What?
to protect this Crimson Golem. Will they be able to do it? Has been stolen away. Wise gets a freebie, gets out. Another T1 pressure in the mid as well. Boars Gaming looking so strong, but Hoon with the protection will be able to put them back for a little bit. Unable still to protect that T1 though.
Looks like they're still fighting. That's
Holy.
dropped to 1 HP, but he does Umbrella Outburst, get that huge shield and get away here. Now Shark is trapped up in this board
Bro,
here.
fucking
So
dumb thing, man.
that fight definitely, they were really even, I was mentioning before, but that fight definitely changed things here. Now Boars is squarely in the lead with a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, but the biggest difference here is that
God
BTK is
damn.
starting to
Oh!
fight for resources. Oh, Mobazane
Oh, he should be
goes
dead,
in,
horsey
get the kill
dorsey.
here. 2-on-1.
Oh, it's
One
the
more
tank.
hit, not gonna do the mark. The debuff does come through. 30-05 will be able to limp back home.
That was super close. If he had that, it would have been a nice shutdown because 35 just got a triple kill. He's worth a lot of money there. But we see now the side of Boars Game is going ahead and trying to collapse on BTK to punish that bit of an overextension there. As Fried Chicken's dropped super low, they do end up getting away potentially here. Zane
I
with
think
a
we're
nice
still
little
fine.
juke there, teleports back to the umbrella and gets away. But everyone inside BTK
Okay.
is in great condition to fight here. But Pei gets taken out there by Fried Chicken.
Holy
Yeah,
horsey
because of the
dorsey
push here
hiding.
by the side of Shark
Oh
here,
my
making sure that they
god.
had enough lifelines
Dorsey
on
horsey.
the side of BTK, but Boars Gaming, someone
Yo,
is
they
hiding
did
the
not
shadows,
see
and
horsey
that's
dorsey.
30-05 on the back lines, going in for the catch as well. In the middle, best player 1 has been caught out. Mobazane has to run away. He is being pressured by 30-05. The catch will not come through, and BTK survive.
There we go. They actually really caught up there. Now they're only down 1,000 gold. They don't have any towers yet, so once they go on ahead and, you know, get
When
a
any
push
plays
point,
it,
they
it's
take out some
horsey,
towers.
but
I'd
when
say it's relatively
teammates do
even
it, it's a
on both sides
donkey.
here. BTK has
Holy
been farming a little bit
fuck.
better, whereas Boars Gaming
You're
has
not
been
wrong.
getting more of these objectives here. I'm really surprised. They're keeping up on gold really well. They're not even down 1,000 gold, even though they're down 3 kills and 3 towers.
And this is against Boars, who are famously known as the 10-minute team, right? They normally have a huge advantage within the first 30 minutes. And so
Wait,
for
they're
BTK
strong?
to match this, that is pretty much a level up so far.
Wait, AYL is
Absolutely, and if
buns
they can
compared to
stall for a
this?
little bit longer, their composition should outscale the side of Boars Gaming here.
Dead
But
ass?
with that Pei and the Renji not being able to scale as well to Arlie, they just need to go ahead and hold on and not get run over before they hit their power spikes.
Yes, definitely. I think late game wise, Mobazane is truly going to be a problem for the side of Boars Gaming. So this is why they're trying to rush the game here on the side of Boars Gaming. T2.
Why is he
open for
allowed to
taking
ride the whole
will be
island?
secured. In the meantime, there is a defense by 30-05. Going to be backed up by Red Cutie as well in the top side to stop that aggression.
Another thing to note here, look at Guan Yu.
AYL got
3-0,
cooked.
and
We
we
got
mentioned
cooked by
he has
AYL,
so
bruh.
much pressure, right? Fried
Who said
Chicken's
Alonso,
right
my
there
love?
on gold, 1-1, and
Jesus
is
Louise.
matching 30-05 in gold. Even though he did not get a triple kill, he did not get half as many ganks as 30-05.
Holy!
Maybe a menace as well.
Oh no, the pushback. Everyone
What?
caught
Oh,
up on
huge
the
damage
push,
though.
and
We're team.
will take a fall along with the support Shark as well.
Wait, Horsey Dorsey is
Boars
dead.
Just being a little bit more clinical at this point as BTK. They need to find a recovery, and it needs to come right here, right now.
It was not the worst trade there, right? They lose 2 for 1, but it was a shutdown, as we mentioned on SAF 3005. But they are leaking the wave
Bro.
advantage here. As you see, all the waves are pushing.
How
over
can
inside
Horsey
BTK
Dorsey
here.
do it like
So
that, though?
once these enhanced objectives come up, they're not gonna have the position
Chicken is splitting.
to really play for them.
Okay.
Dreamroll manages to catch a couple, but now it is Boris that catch them.
What the hell, Leon?
Nova Zane as well as best player 1. They are taken down, and Boris Gaming, what a time to do this, because this is going to be the shadow variants of the neutral objectives. They do get a T1 on the top, but for now, Boris Gaming definitely in control.
We are so
Looks
cool.
like BTK didn't have quite as much vision there. They didn't know what they were jumping into. Best player trying to defend his red buff.
We are
Jumps
so
in,
cool.
lands a decent dream roam, but they're 2v4 at the end of the day, right? Doesn't matter how good you land your abilities if you're against 4 people, right? So they go ahead and get taken out, and now, as you mentioned, is perfect timing because Boris Gaming can go ahead and take this Tyrant, and there's no junglers in the contest.
That's true, but Boris is also known of having the Achilles heel after 10 minutes, right? So BTK definitely still
Chat, you know what I saw there?
especially in the later parts of the game.
That
We're
was-
talking about Mobile
that was
Zane.
the ego
He's gonna
nection,
be
bro.
responsible
The
for taking
ego
members out,
nection.
like Red QD, Mac, and even Wise if his positioning is clean.
That was the ego nection, my boys.
You know, one of the best
No cap.
punishing style heroes here. If you miss position, being able to land that knockup on a target can usually dispatch them. So I'd say BTK should just turtle up, try to wave clear, and try to capitalize on the enemy team's mistakes here, right? You're not
Bro.
really pushing at the enemy side anytime soon. You're really behind, but maybe trying to get that crucial catch when they overextend. And,
Yup, the ego
wanna end this
nection.
game early, as can-
But this Horsey Dorsey, look at this guy.
Well, Shock will be caught. Hoon is taken down first. So it's 3 members down for the side of BTK. Boris Gaming, they need to keep timing. And it's a double kill for Wise as Boris Gaming dominated Gorge.
Oh,
at
you're
this
so
point.
cooked, bro.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see here from side BTK, man. They're a little bit outside of their map here, and when you're this behind, especially versus a Guan Yu and a Pei, you really cannot step outside of your map. You really need to fully turtle up, because we just saw what happened, right? They're a little bit in front of their tier 1 tower, and
Bro, why is
immediately
D-Renji
get
range
taken
so
out, and
far,
this could
though?
potentially be
He's just
game 1
literally
here for
throwing
Side
cards.
Gaming.
Yes, this defense is so difficult at this point. They only have the 2 members. Right now, 5 members strong coming out from BTK. Can they mount the defense?
Yo!
Gonna land down. They take out Mobile Zane first, and there's more to come. Wise jumps in a double kill for them. The crystal is totally exposed, and best player 1.
God
The
damn!
crystal will drop as well, and Boris Gaming, they start
It's
off the
okay.
series with a 1 win.
First game,
Boris
boys,
Gaming taking
warm
a
up.
Commanding lead here in the series, but as we mentioned, every
Warm up.
game for them is match point. They cannot let off the gas here. They need to win all 3 games with no losses to go ahead and get to the top of the group. BTK now that Guan
Yo, what the fuck is that?
I
Oh.
feel like their odds are a lot better in these coming games here, because I've noticed in the games I watched so far, BTK really struggle against Clash laners like the Guan Yu, because Fried Chicken, he likes playing his lane 1v1, right? He doesn't like to follow around or roam as much there. That game, he had a really tough match there, too. You know, he had
That's
to
warm
play,
up, bro.
putting a lot of pressure on his map. But now, one of the few, you know, roam-style Clash laners gone, they should have a bit of a better time. And then Pei, he's Pei, right? Ken mentioned is one of the strongest 10-minute teams. You give a 10-minute team Pei, they're going to end the game in 10 minutes.
The biggest thing I think is the fact
Oh
that
my
they have
God.
really right? BTK, if you notice,
Okay,
the
6
patterns of
straight
the
wins
gameplay over
after
the
that.
past 2 weeks is the fact that they survived much better in the late game basis, which was one of the core strengths of
Bro,
this
I don't-
that BTK came up with. But unfortunately, against Boars, who, like you said, right, they love this first 10 minutes. It's a timer-based battle for them.
How many
I think a
warm
lot of
ups?
key pieces are off of the board for boards
think-
here now, right?
I think
The
this is
Pei,
like the last day
Guan Yu,
warm up,
the
by the
Zhang
way.
Fei, they invested pretty heavy into this game 1 here. They still have the potential of the Arlie and the Long for marksman, but those are Arlie's likely to get banned over, right? And if BTK can go ahead and draft around taking the Long as well too, that can solidify their bot lane here in these coming matches. But pretty solid game for BTK so far. It was going really well just up until that one Guan Yu roam, right, where he got the triple kill that truly flipped the game on its head. And that's
Hey,
kind of
guys,
why
like
BTK
ML at
struggles
all in
against those
micro
Clash
and
lanes, right? They're
macro.
not quite ready
No
for
shit,
someone else to
Sherlock.
join the battle there, right? And force
It's
that
like saying
unfair
Dora
fight
and
to
League is
happen,
the same
in the
shit.
blue side jungle.
I mean, that's the whole point of battle, right? You want to make it as unadvantageous as possible. And for now, you take a look at the goal graph. It actually is...
See, we had the lead.
held on quite a bit in the first part of the game. You were talking about this. They were just
See,
what,
the
having a
4
difference
minute
of
mark.
Probably about 1,000 max.
We had the lead.
towards the first few
How
minutes
much
of
was
the
that?
game, which is
500?
really impressive against Boars.
That has to be
once
like at
Boars
least
start their
500, bro.
engine, it's really hard to shut them down. And with the performance of Wise dealing the most amount of damage coming in from the side of Boris Gaming, aided by 3005. This MVP is a tussle between the Clash and the jungle. And of course, it is going to be 3005, 3, 1, and 7.
I would say it would be 3005, right? We mentioned he made the pivotal play in that match there, joining up in that fight in the blue side jungle, because they know
Bro,
that
they
when
just
pressure
literally
top,
got back
BTK
shotted,
doesn't wanna
bro.
react and go ahead
By
and
Guan
pressure
Yu.
that blue side,
Horsey
right? So
dorsey,
Pei and
man.
Guan Yu, these are heroes that are so mobile. They're able to
At
pressure the
least,
flash lane,
chat,
push
they
down that
don't
tower,
get
and
to play it
still
again.
rotate back in time
They
to
don't get to
defend
play
their
it
own move,
again.
which is what we saw that happen
Good
in this
trade.
game.
Good
Yes, and the
trade.
first blood did
Chat, sometimes you
take
gotta
quite
give
a
it
bit of
up,
time,
okay?
4.5
You have
minutes
to give
before
it
they
up some
actually got
here.
it.
Oh my
And this
god,
is
they
where
got
we're
stuck
talking about.
there.
Actually, the balls coming out from Red QD
Oh
has
my
been
god.
really phenomenal. And
Oh my
3005 really aided that
Bro, look at
advantage
the
for the side of Boris
motorcycle,
Gaming.
bro.
So it was a little bit difficult, regardless of how much of a level lead you have, how much of a goal lead you have. It's not gonna matter, especially when you're locked down essentially for hours at this point.
You like League or Dota?
Absolutely, 35 was the playmaker for his team. He was always head
Low-key,
first
I
here,
like
Lindsay,
watching
engaging these
TI
fights,
more than Worlds.
allowing his team to go ahead and follow up off him here while he takes the brunt of that focus here. He's playing full tank Guan Yu, and that was played to a
But I
beautiful
like-
degree.
Yeah, really.
No,
it's
that was
just
good in
the
League.
fishing net,
I was
right? You're supposed
challenging
to
in
pull
League.
them in a different direction.
That
And
was
of course,
never good
with
in
that, We'll
Dota.
let the players settle down.
But Dota is more
We will go
entertaining
break
for
this
me.
when we're back. Game number 2 between BTK and Boris Gaming.
Bro, that guy was literally hit and running us, bro. Can't believe this shit, man. At least they got good song though. They got good song. They got good song, bro. They got good song. I was right. I think, bro, it's the last day, bro. Show your support, fake ass people. I want to hear it. Not the music. That's what I'm saying, bro. At least they got good music here. They got good music. Good enough. They got good music. Bro said, wait the second day crying. You're crazy, bro. That's AI. Someone edited him.
Now I see that I got everything I need.
Were Dongwon and Liang banned? I don't know. I didn't check draft. I was looking for something.
Life 'cause now I fly so high.
Chat was more scary. Actually, no, we're not doing that. I'm gonna get cooked. I'm gonna get cooked, bro. 3-2 tonight, bro. We win in 3 straight games. It's gonna be 3-1 next year's gonna be 3-0.
Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars.
True hurts Jing? What you mean? But this shit is so ass. You're telling me this is four Canadian dollar? Absolute bunions, bro. You gotta be the most optimistic person
Welcome
ever,
back.
bro.
It is time for game number 2. BTK.
I mean, no
against
shit, bro. I'm
Boris.
6
Both
man.
teams have burned out quite a few important
It's
picks,
my
not
job,
zero
bro.
hero picks as well. What are we gonna expect in this game number 2?
I think game 2, BTK lost a lot of the. I mean, the Boars Gaming lost a lot of the things that BTA historically struggles against, right? They struggle against the pay.
Yes,
the
Phil,
Guan
keep
Yu,
blazing.
All those are gone ahead and been removed now. So I would say from now on, it's kind of clear skies by BDK.
Yeah.
Obviously, they still need to put it into execution and take some games potentially that match.
Keep
off the Board
glazing.
Gaming. But before, while we were on break, we were mentioning BTA. They kind of understand the yin and the yang of the game a little bit better. Starting from today, from the first game we saw, right? We noticed that they see that Boars Gaming is pressuring top. They know to go ahead and pressure bottom and invade that jungle. Execution is not quite there yet, but they understand that dynamic, that flow, and that's a huge improvement.
Yes, definitely. I think we can all agree there is huge improvement because in the global team's viewpoint, right, the concept of counter invading when you lose your buff, that was quite new. A lot of teams
Yes, so
didn't dare to
positive or
enter
cold
the opponent
in the
jungle
middle.
at times like this. So for them to learn this quickly within a couple of months,
In
that's
the middle?
really a big step ahead.
Bro, I need to
Right
find
now, I think
that
what they really lack
Instagram
is just that finishing move. They have the potential
account,
to reach
bro.
the end state,
It's pissing
but
me
they
off.
are
I wanna
unable
buy
to
some
finish the
hoodie,
game
bro.
just yet. So BTK,
Ain't no
they
fucking
start off
way.
on a strong foot. They're gonna ban out the RD. You don't want to give
I
Mac the
deleted
zero
it.
as well. Boars correspondingly
Bro, I
ban
never
out
messaged
DK.
them.
Yeah, both sides are going to be removing heroes
So?
that they've already played, right? They don't want to give the enemies the option.
Some
to go ahead and
hoodie,
play
sir?
them. Luna being banned away as well for side BDK. They found out that Luna is a little bit devastating to play against the other day, if I recall. So they're going to remove that. And then Boars Gaming, they really prioritize you. They either first pick it or they
God
ban it.
damn,
So
boys.
since they don't get a chance, they go ahead and ban it out. But wait, we were talking about Mai, kid. And here we go. Mai's coming up and ruined Mai.
Exactly.
Oh, we got
This
Mai
is
now?
something of a specialty on the side of Hun.
It's
Everyone
over.
asks, like, where is this Mai from the side of Hun? And finally, they get it today in game number 2. Now, is this a
My
mistake
bad,
from Boris,
boys.
though, to give Hun his Mai?
Well, it's expensive, right? He didn't get Mai for free. They're gonna give over the Long and the Dharma for it. But I do like that the Yuan was banned out from side Boars Gaming here, so that's like one of those
Oh.
good matchups against Mai that's removed now. So the Mai gets to play the game a little bit less hindered. But yeah, it is expensive though. Long
Oh,
and
yeah,
Dharma
yeah.
are both
Oh my
probably
God,
the
they got
next best
Dharma.
picks here up, and they lost it because of Mai.
Oh my god.
Okay, interesting. We
Bro, we
are
got
looking
Dharma,
at
bro.
a very special kind of pick coming in from the side of BTK here. The Agudo may be flexed into the farm lane, and we might see a Kaiser
Whoa.
jungle. So this is entirely new, and I like this concept, right? Going up against Boars, they need a lot of tank ability, but they also need an
Where's your
equal
PMO,
share of
bro?
damage and mobility as well. So Boars Gaming evenly matched for now, but it depends once again on the Clash laner's performance.
I would say it's a bit risky to pick that Kaiser without the Dolia there to immediately match it up. I think right now both sides really want Dolia actually, right? Boars Gaming wants the Dolia for the Long
Kaiser?
and the Dharma, and the side BTK wants it.
Wait,
for
why
the
we have
Kaiser.
Kaiser
But
and
we're definitely
Agudo?
looking here today. Agudo, Marksman, Kaiser, Jungle. Very melee heavy, bruiserish composition from the side BTK.
Or did they miss
That's
draft?
true. In fact, I think the other band you might want to consider is the Liam Poe, right?
Wait,
Check
what?
out the tanky jungles because if you're looking at either the
I don't know why
refreshes or the
people fear
heals, there's
Dharma.
plenty of
You wanna
options
get
to
punched in
explore.
the
There's
face?
Sophia, there's Cheyenne,
And there's nothing you can do
also
about it?
Dia for the
That's
side of
just how
Boars as
Dharma
well.
is.
These are all important picks that can really swing the fight in your favor, even if it's slightly.
That's how Dharma works.
Absolutely. Here, let's see these bands here. The Dolia does go ahead and get removed by board. They identified that, you know, they don't want to play against the Kaiser Dolia. That's one of the supports that really enable Kaiser to be a strong pick. So on the side of BTK, it's going to be a little bit tough. They're playing kind of Kaiser raw, which we've seen played a little bit in the past. But I feel like Kaiser nowadays is kind of like a lane in the sense that it's really rough when you pick them without the Dolia. They're almost always picked together, and to have it played alone is going to be a bit tricky.
Yes, I think that's definitely something that BTK need to solve. But they are making their lives a little easier, right? So they take out the Mayin, they take out the Fatih as well. It's something that you don't want to give 3005. Fatih on 3005 is also a very scary notion to kind of consider. So now we're going to be left with Boars on that first pick during the final phase. We'll see how they're going to decide.
Wait, why are they banning out Clash Laners? He already locked in Dharma, didn't he? On the
I think
side
they
of,
messed up.
Boars Gaming there. So the Mayin and the Fatih ban is a little bit confusing for me here.
No, they
maybe
messed
this is
up
gonna get
draft.
redrafted as we see. The
See,
draft get on the
redraft.
screen
I
there,
told you.
but,
I
could
told
Dharma
you.
be played in another lane I don't know about?
No, so I think, yes, maybe a API error, I'm not sure. But there is a potential for Fatih to go into the farm lane. It's a very risky play, But it has worked before, so we'll see if that's gonna be the case.
But it can't go into farm lane either. They have long.
Who knows? Maybe they're cooking something else.
Yeah, this is definitely a cook match here. Maybe it is a redraft. We're not too sure. Here's a look at all the players gearing
Bro,
up.
it's redraft.
For those tuning in here, this is a very interesting to watch series because even though it's not match point for Boars Gaming, it's gonna feel like
We
match
need
point.
Pika Dip to stand in for coach. What is Pika Dip gonna do, bro? They're gonna he's gonna eat their lunch. It's over.
The tournament here, and BTK, while they're already out,
It's
they
over.
wanna go ahead and get a match win.
We ain't got no food no more,
so
gang.
This is one of the 2 times they get to go ahead and do that here today.
Actually, it's also kind of like polishing your drafts, right? Yes, you may not be able to kind of enter the later parts of this tournament, but this is also a great time because Boris is also a team that is not bad, right? So get those knives sharpened, get those spears ready, and we'll
Bro, this
see,
is
right?
actually
Put your
pissing me
best
off.
out,
I
maybe
don't know
test, learn
the
from
fucking
mistakes, because
Instagram account,
you
bro.
need to understand what are the gaps in your composition, what are the gaps in the team, and you can only find it out in the heat of the battlefield.
Absolutely. Hey, you can do your scrims, you can play on peak tournament, right? You can play rank mode, but there's no better place to practice than in the LAN here against another professional team. Both sides are across from each other. You get that professional environment. It does not get more real and serious than this. So these are beautiful, like
Pika doing better than us on
golden
Pokemon right
nuggets
now.
of training moments
That
they can go
ass?
ahead and take here, and they need to make the best of it.
Okay, I hate that I have to
Shit.
use this reference, but it's
My
it's
fault.
similar to what Nongshim was on the other side,
My
right?
fault,
So
bro.
the east side, where, you know, in the start of this year, they lost at the grand finals,
Bro, I gotta-
and it was a very difficult position to lose because it was a best of 7. They lost through
Oh,
all
it's on the email.
games. It was a full best of 7. They lost at the ultimate battle, but then
I'm
when
gonna
they
find it,
arrived
though.
into the east,
Are we dead
leagues,
ass?
they became so much stronger. So I think this might be the case for BTK as well.
Yeah, you're only
Bro,
as
I
strong
genuinely
as
just
your
want a new
opponents, right?
hoodie.
So if they get if both
So?
sides get to play against stronger and stronger opponents, you're eventually gonna pick up on a few things here. We have already seen so far BDK. They started off this tournament here, right? Struggling a little bit here. They're still not doing the best. They're still struggling, but they're definitely. I'm seeing those little glimmers of hope there, right? We're noticing that they're able to play the dynamic of the map. They can feel kind of where to shift. You know, the enemy goes ahead and shifts up top here.
I wanna
We
see
need to
what's
make a
on
play down
MTS
here.
clipboard.
These now need to go ahead and sharpen that up, those spears as you were mentioning, and get that execution down. Because the idea is there. You know, they know how the game plays. They know how it flows.
Same.
They just now need to perfect the little things, right? The little bit of mechanics on these individual heroes. Get these individual heroes into
So,
their
some
players'
hoodie,
tool
so?
set, and then, you know, make sure to go ahead and execute on the game plan. Because
But
the
when
game
did
plan
I
of invading the
bought
Jerome
it?
is correct. It's just the execution there was not quite there, right? They didn't back up quick enough.
Ooh,
They didn't,
I found
go
it.
ahead and win that
I
fight
found
there
it,
when they were
boys.
A little bit of advantage of until it was a little bit too late. Once they
Grails
sharpen that
next
and polish it
door.
up, they're going to be a top tier team.
Yeah, it truly is the understanding of when you're supposed to take a fight, right? Not every fight.
I
has to be
found it,
taken,
boys!
and timing is very important.
That's
in
it.
this game.
About to look for
You
some
don't want
hoodie.
to fight at a time where, example,
Don't know, don't care.
4-minute timer is coming up. The tyrant's going to be open for contest, and then imagine being down like 4v5. Not an ideal situation. You might have to give away the tyrant, and if you commit even more, you might even lose your buffs. So
What
I think it
device
really
are they
comes down
using?
to the timing in terms
Realme.
of like, oh, should we really take a fight now? And if we do, we win the fight. What's the next options we can
Wait, you're
explore,
buying
right?
iPhone
Are there buffs to
17,
take?
Dana?
Are there turrets to take? Or can we
Holy
just have
fucking
a little
rich.
bit more wave management?
Yeah, and all of that stuff, you can watch videos, you know, you can go ahead and
White?
see streams and
Ew.
review, but sometimes to get the last 10-20%, you gotta
Ew,
play
bro.
it, right? You gotta be in the
Ew.
moment there
White,
when
bro?
it is actually tested.
In this
BTK
economy?
is now,
White?
And that's when you are gonna go ahead and learn. So speaking of learn, we were mentioning what BTK's strengths
Ew.
are. Their strengths are team fighting and such, right?
They're in
need to
different positions, they
improve
can't
on
hear
probably
each
their
other.
map
Wait, that
play
ass?
and their objective control a little bit. But
I thought
what
they're
some
looking at each
strategies they
other,
can do
like,
to go ahead
fun.
and force their strengths, because they do have their strengths. They're very apparent. We've seen them win team fights before against stuff like ALO Gaming. They had great gaming.
Okay, so we will probably have the draft remade.
Bro, everything
second
is so
pick
cheap now.
remade. I think there was an
You
error
telling
on
me-
the API itself. So not a very big problem, not to worry. We will go back into
This shit is-
the vamping phase right away
Ooh.
after this. But nonetheless, I think we take a look at
Ooh.
the Mai pick.
Oh, they don't
right?
have
there
my
needs
size
to be
no
a
more,
setup.
though.
Mai great on her own, but Mai is a very high risk, high reward hero as well. You need the gold advantage. You need the itemization advantage.
Absolutely. They've already used the idea, which I really like. with the Mai, because the early game you're able to just apply so much pressure on the enemy mid laner and kind of
Buy
give
me a
Mai a little
hoodie
bit of
too?
that breathing room so she can get her levels and be able to roam
You're
around
asking
the
me to
map.
buy you a
So we gotta
hoodie?
think what other roamers can go ahead and
kidding
set
me?
up Mai for success here, because we mentioned Arlie. When Arlie's in the game, it becomes an Arlie game.
Wait, are
But
they
when
playing
Mai's in
now?
the game, it becomes a Mai game too,
What
right? So we need
hoodie?
to go ahead and flesh out composition that can play
Essentials.
around that
I like
Mai, get her
essentials,
through
bro.
that very early stages of the game.
Oh,
and
they
give her
redraft.
windows to go ahead.
Wait, did they do
and
Time Machine?
invade the opponents here and fight, and it looks like the draft is back on. The Kaiser was potentially a,
You had to do Time
a
Machine, bro.
mispick here, so we are going to have to remade it here, and Gudo is likely to be jungle now, and we have
gonna be
Motsu
Mozi.
on the roam.
Oh, it's Mozu.
Okay, and you are asking for what is the required setup. It is really just control. So one of the things that you really want on the side of Mai is to be able to have control
I like
over
this
the
color.
positioning, because her range is long on the second skill, but her first skill, that knockup Ryu engine, does need a little bit of very precise spacing to be able to get the damage in as well. So Boris
What's it, give
gaming
me
the
your
response with the Lady
ML
Jun,
account.
slightly different forms of concept in terms of engagement.
Fuck
right?
no.
BTK for Boon, he's gonna be very useful in getting those pokes
Fuck
down, similar to Red Cutie.
no.
But Red Cutie, the function for this Lady Jun is really to stop those melee range engagements, to push them into a corner, and hopefully 3005 is going to capitalize off of that with the Truth Mantra.
Absolutely, yeah. Lady Jen loves playing against teams that group up like this, right? And then when you have a melee mid laner, your team's gonna group up a little bit more, right?
They try to get a
your
perm, I
mid
think
laner is
so.
kind of gonna play in the same line as your Clash laner, and a Gudo is kind of mid range with that Furball as well too. So Lady Jen has a lot of targets to potentially go ahead and AOE down here in that mid range. But let's go back to BTK's pick here with the Motsu. I really like the Motsu pickup here. Shark is such a good playmaking support. Every game we see him on a very proactive support like the Motsu or the Liangpo. He puts in a lot of work here, right? So I love that he's picked up the Motsu here. Last time I see him play the Motsu, he farmed so much damage. He was doing hitting so many cannon blaster, getting a lot of vision for his team. So I think that pick is going to be pivotal and something to definitely watch out for in this early
Bro,
game.
Coldy, you weird,
I
bro.
think Shark really has impressed me with his Mozart pick.
God damn,
his
imagine
Mozart
looking
has
at
been
someone
on
else's
point so
mouth,
far.
lips.
But, hey, this one's gonna be a challenge because Boris Gaming, they pick up the Liempo, and it's one of the
That
most
shit gotta be
disruptive
weird, bro.
heroes, especially in the support role as
Has
well.
to be.
Every movement that stuns or disrupts
God
your ultimate on
damn.
the side of Mozart, even if it's half a second, you instantly cancel the thing inside the box. So there is that counter condition coming out from Phasma on the Liempo as well.
Absolutely, he's gonna be the one trapped inside the box if they go ahead and do that.
Tries
It
pretty
looks like
dirty.
BTK is
That's
gonna
what
be
I'm
double
saying. The
up
guy
the
does not
transition with
miss.
the channel here
He
on
does not
Zayn.
miss,
Now, he
bro.
was
They
thinking
got
about what
Lady
pick to go
Jan
ahead and do here. Long
and
is
Dharma.
removed, Arlie's removed. Potentially thinking between his Marco Polo. We saw some of that yesterday as well too. But Channel is a decently safe pick here. When you go ahead and lock in the Channel, that tells me that they're almost never gonna let Arlie go through ever again, right?
My
'Cause,
pillows are so
with the
cold
Channel
and
removed,
soft.
They let Arlie through is gonna be really, really rough. But Channel is one of the picks that Zayn is very comfortable with too. Probably one of his
Charm.
most comfortable
What are we
picks.
gonna do with that
And it's gonna be
information,
slow,
bruh?
Right? Lung is a single target.
Good
target
for
hero,
you, gang.
Struggles to deal with the wolves. So this is going to be
Very
important
good
for the
for
side
you.
of Phasma to kind of balance that differentiation out. But nonetheless, it's
They're
still
so
the same
bad,
thing.
they ruined
How do
my
we get
tomorrow?
that early game on both sides?
What do
And
you
Boris,
mean, bruh?
They're looking at the front-facing shield that is Kaiser, trying to open up the doors for the Lady Jun as well as for the Lung to really push those damage in. More importantly, the true setup is for 3005, because once you push them back into the corner, 3005 will love that situation.
Absolutely. It's very interesting to see Boris go ahead and pick up the Kaiser here.
These
They
guys
have
are
the
cousins,
long,
yeah.
They were thinking about the Kaiser, you
fuck
know.
are you
Sure,
saying? Bro, we
Liang
get
Far is a
it, bro. You
great
look at
matchup against
people's
the Motsu.
lips.
But, Dolia would have been perfect for this composition, as we were mentioning, right? Usually you want to go
God
ahead and pair
damn.
Kaiser with that Dolia. Dolia is great with the long as well, too. So it is a little bit...
Chatty, we winning now. We got
Boris here. You
mine.
don't really see the Kaiser come out
We got
long
Mai.
like this now. We were mentioning that for BTK
Oh, we have
last
Bira
time,
now.
But actually, Boris
And
went ahead
Mosey.
and got the idea to pick up the Kaiser for himself this time around.
True. I mean, is it truly unconventional? I think it's
They
not
pick
really that
up the Kaiser,
unconventional.
hoping
It's
that
just
BTK will have it
rare.
before the break.
But at the same time,
No,
it's a
I
high
think
risk,
BTK
right? We've seen teams use the
misclick.
Kaiser just purely on its own,
That's
and
why they
it does
redraft.
struggle quite a bit. When the
Hey!
goal is not in their favor. So Boris Gaming, they're taking a risk against BTK. But then I really feel like this game is dependent on both Fried Chicken as well as 3005, because the two of them, with the stuns they can set up, it allows so much freedom for the rest of their members to really benefit from the team fight.
Absolutely. Maybe Boris is thinking to go ahead and counter out BTK's strengths. So we're mentioning BTK's strengths are team fighting, going late into the game. You know, let's say it gets a Tempest Dragon fight, right? With Boris's composition, they can really throw down there. If it does go that far into the game, maybe they're confident that they're not going to go ahead and lose that early game. They're going to get that scaling
Are you
here.
still drinking
And they
the
built out a
Celsius?
composition that is really hard to win
Bro.
against in a brute force team fight.
Charm.
I mean, both teams also have a
What do you
secondary
always? Why the fuck do you
winning
always see what I do,
factor,
bruh?
which is actually turret pushing. So this
I'm
is
so
offered by
done.
number one on the BTK side, best player one, right? He's able to just melt turrets down, even with backdoor protection. This is the same case for the side of Boris Gaming as well. Mac as the lone will be able to use the flaming palms to get
Bro
free
said
damage
if-
on those
only
turrets,
if Nicola
regardless
is in-
of the backdoor protection. So in this game, it
Next
really
level
depends
sense,
which team can buy more time to get those free hits in. And as well, really, first few minutes, how many camps can you steal? How many camps can you stop the opponents from stealing as well?
Absolutely, and we see early game here. Hoon with Shark here in the mid lane. That Motu is going to be shooting those clan blasts, applying a lot of pressure.
Hey!
Boards just gone ahead and want to remove.
What the fuck?
Remove all those.
He just
minions
look
and
at, oh
kinda
yo, Carlos
and
invading
yeah,
in this
go ahead
economy.
Go ahead and stop this invade here coming from best player, but too little, too late. He already got it and smited over that Zero.
Damn.
The information is given over, and it looks like Shark, you're trying to steal. Oh,
Okay.
Oh.
Well, not
But
bad.
nonetheless, good job. Yeah, Fried Chicken actually took that Spiketail Beast at the top as well. So this is not ideal for the side of Boris Gaming. And I like the fact that this is happening, right? Because you definitely want to contest for every single objective in the map. And right off the bat, BTK's initial rotations are just making a little bit more sense compared to Boris. They have already gotten the steal on the buff,
Oh.
right? The initial rotation,
Oh.
very greedy, but
Oh.
it worked out.
Oh,
It absolutely worked out.
Oh!
1v1 come out here.
Oh!
Yeah, Byron is definitely
Flicker?
going to fight early game on the Dharma as he goes ahead and retreats away.
noob.
But Fried Chicken taking massive lane priority here. But I want to go ahead and announce a PSA for all the roamer support players out there in the world. You got to protect your jungle's buffs, right? And that's what we saw BTK Shark did. He identified that his jungle went ahead and invaded the enemy red buff. The only logical path for the enemy jungler to get 2 buffs is from the invade your red buff. But there he was standing at the opening of the jungle there, getting great vision on Weiss and not allowing him to do so.
boom.
Oh, nice. They forced out the flash as well.
Wait, this shit's so
35
for
will
yo.
make
We
it
can
out
force
alive,
that,
but
no?
the Burn out and important resource here. That's not gonna
Or you
be
guys
nice
gonna get
on the side of
walled.
Boris Gaming, especially for 3005. And talking about
I mean,
that,
low-key, they
right
might get
now, this
walled.
jungle aggression. This is something that I really like from the side of BTK because it fixes, you know, that gap that they always struggle with, which is they don't really have the best early game, right? So now this jungle aggression allows them to pivot into the XX strength. They're looking for the knockup, comes up from Hoon as well. But the punish does come through. Smite down onto Hoon. They will not be able to catch him. Maybe more free.
Oh!
At the same time, that
Fight the Reno?
Chicken making the world's difference right now for the side of BTK. Stuns coming from
Oh, you
Shock,
got
continue
oh!
the fights. Have they stayed?
Oh!
Overstay their welcome. The flash comes in.
Yo,
Wide
is no one
open as
dying?
well. Everyone fighting,
Oh,
but
no,
there
I
is
jinxed
no
it.
reset. Oh, there is gonna be a reset on the Crimson Golem, and all of this is just buying time for the side of BTK.
Carlos Savage.
Still fighting. Wow, Weiss ends up going down here. Great catch by Shark, and it's still going. Everyone is getting really close to that ultimate. Phasma just take
What the fuck?
He uses that Trevor Sash here.
Goddamn horsey dorsey.
This is one of the longest
That's not
early
horsey
invade fights I've
dorsey.
ever
Oh
seen.
my god.
Yes, and they did overstay their welcome. Best player one did not manage to get that Crimson Golem, which is the ultimate goal. In the meantime, Moba Zane, though, he's doing well. In the midst of the entire chaos, he actually has a EXP lead against Max, so that's good news for BTK.
Absolutely, and we were mentioning there before the game, right? Like BTK, they got the idea down. That invade made sense, but the execution when we saw the 3v3, you know, abilities were kind of missing left and right on both sides here, right? The execution was not quite there. Once they go ahead and clean up that execution, that invade went a lot more favorably.
Oh, sure. And you were talking about this differential about the Dolia missing, right? And this is the risk that they take, right? When there's no double invincible warrior, Weiss is not as tanky, does not have the regeneration abilities that he would be really more comfortable with. But the benefit of that, Boris, they survive that secondary invasion. They protect the Crimson Golem. That's more important at this point.
So it looks like lanes kind of reset a good amount here. Mac trying to put the pressure on, but Zane is still ahead. It looks like Shark is getting potentially caught out here, though.
Bro, Shark
as
couldn't
Legion
move.
fires the ultimate over the wall, and he was not
I can't
expecting that as
fucking
he gets power
move.
control up by the Liang Po and goes down.
Yep, the rotations come in. Unfortunately,
Yo,
it's
low-key
not gonna
could
be
kill
very
that
comfortable
shit.
for the side of BTK.
Hood
They do
flicker?
get that Tyrant started. There is Smite available, and they might want to rush this because they have the numbers advantage, and they get everything for free. They get the Smite.
Wait,
down
bro
as well.
flickered?
Does not make the kill happen. Mobazane will be able to make it out without having to commit the flash. But Boris Gaming, this is not
We
a
good,
comfortable
we
position.
good.
And I think if they don't make any trades, BTK win that exchange flat out.
Absolutely.
We
they
still
go
have
ahead
the
and take
lead.
that Tyrant there, and they were confident in, the smite fight there, because we were mentioning best player, one of the best smiters in the league here, and there we go. He smites it away there in front of the enemies.
Oh,
Great
no.
job. Shark getting caught out here, does not see Dharma being in that bush. He gets dropped super low. Cannon Blast comes out, stuns him up, and pushes him with
God
the box.
damn.
Going aggressive there, actually. He opts to try and turn that fight there with the box
Fucking
slash
Lady
to go
Jen.
aggressive. Not the right play in that moment, though, it seems like, as he gone ahead and goes down for it.
Actually, I thought that was a good
Oh!
play, but the fact that there was no
Solo
backup for
Dolo?
the guys is struggling against Fried Chicken. Oh, this Dolia missing from the entire, composition is starting to look a little risky for the side of boss, but this
Who
is
the
risk
fuck?
that they
There's no
took,
Dolia in
and it
this
looks like
bitch.
they will
Where
want
the
to push
mermaid
this,
at?
Because they have managed to catch up against BTK. They're trading by about 400 gold. And you can see, with that initial invasion from the side of Fried Chicken, or not Fried Chicken, Best Player 1, Boris now keeping a very tight eye on that Crimson buff.
Yeah, last game, Fried Chicken didn't get the best, didn't get as much room to play.
Should
but
be
this game,
dead.
He's on the Byron, he's against the Dharma, he has jungle pressure, and he is
Holy
super
fuck.
ahead this game. This is
Bro,
gonna be
this
his
Lady
lead
Jen,
to,
bro.
to carry with here in the clash
We don't
lane.
have.
Yeah,
We don't
it's
have.
gonna be 2-on-1. Fried Chicken does have the passive. No,
Bro, Lady
he
Jen
will
is
not.
fucking
Does
criminal,
manage to
bro.
survive for the time being. Gets the flash out as well. Fried Chicken survives. But with this 1-for-1 trade, there's a lot of time bought. And
Oh, at least we got
BTK,
tower.
They have maintained this goalie. In fact, extended to 1,000. So Boris, they need to respond, and they need to respond quick.
Is looking super good for side BTK. These need to go ahead and, as you mentioned, hold this lead here. It is going to be a little bit rough.
Bro, we
get
have
into
the lead,
super
bro.
late game side of things, but if they can keep this up and take these towers and pushes, they should be able to end the game before then.
It's going to be a bit tough, right? Once again, I think Boris Gaming are very good at recovering during the first 10 minutes. They always have this 10-minute advantage on the strength. And for now, BTK, they're kind of matching it. It's one of the rare times that they're taking a lead, right? But this is a refreshing sight to see.
Absolutely, and we know the Motsu loves playing from ahead, and now that they're ahead here, he's able to get himself in, the more aggressive positions here, fire the Cannon Blast into the enemy jungle, getting the
Getting
vision
it.
for his team
Might
here.
be.
And here's another play coming out here. This, wow, 30-05 is not getting much work done here in the Clash lane as they apply
Damn, they're
so
targeting
much
XP
pressure on
now,
this game,
boys.
constantly ganking him out, as you see 4 in the Clash lane here for side BTK.
Bro,
Yeah,
everyone's
the
playing
coordination
around
is
chick.
a little bit better from the side of BTK. This allows them to take the T1, and I think this is great for them. Look, they have
Checking
the
at the
map
lead,
advantage. They've
boys.
taken 2 turrets, no response from Boris once again, and Y is getting pressured even at his board camp, and that's a bit of a concern for Boris.
Absolutely, BTK is doing a great job here. They're not quite like taking everything, but they're getting a little bit, right? Every time
Bro,
somebody comes
Shark
up,
does
they're
not
pressing the lead,
miss.
and they're getting 1 camp here and there, and it's gonna start to add up as they're closing on them being up 2,000 gold. They're applying a
He
lot
does
of
not
pressure onto the
miss.
Tower of Boris Gaming's tier 1. They're protecting it, but they're not really able to, counter engage or make something happen there, as they're just forced to clear out these minions. Another Crimson Golem comes up. It looks like BTK is opting to go ahead and play for the other side of the map here, though, and set up an ambush.
This is great. This is what we're talking about, right? Playing to your win conditions. So right now, they have the turret pushing pressure. With the Wild Growth, the first skill of Best Player 1, you have instant access into the towers without having to care about backdrop protection because your critters will tank for you. At the same time, Boris, right now it really does come down to the setup of Red Cutie or the side of Phasma.
I think the side BTK, once they go ahead and get a few thousand gold lead, they're gonna be able to start sieging down these lanes really easily. You mentioned they have the Gouda, they also have the channel.
Tyrant fight,
They have
boys.
the siege weaponry
Should be
available to
easy.
go ahead and summon all these critters to go ahead and
They messed up their
and
skills.
rip down these towers quick enough.
Oh my
But it
God,
looks like
Chicken
Boris Gaming
cannot
is forcing a
move.
fight here.
Nice
Oh
stun,
my
but it's gonna
lord.
be instantly countered by Phasma as well. Shock on the back lines, he's dealing 2-on-1. They're trying to get rid of 30-05 as well as Wise.
Wait, we lost it?
Getting caught out. The save that's coming from best player.
Wait, I don't even know what's
It's gonna be
happening.
one kill for the side of Boris Gaming because Fried Chicken has been taken down. And with that Boris, they secure the Tyrant. They have the fighting prowess. They want to put a little bit more pressure on the T1. Not going to be available at this point. Shock and the rest of the boys are ready to put the defense. So Boris get that Tyrant. And they even up the gold. It's a little bit of a gap left between BTK and Boris.
Absolutely. I may have jinxed it there, saying best player, one of the best smiters here, because they went toe to toe with Weiss there, and they actually.
Bro,
got
stop
their
jinxing
Tyrant
it, bro.
stolen there on their side. Weiss ended up getting the critical theft there, but it's tough, you know. In the 1v1, they both have smite, they both do a decent amount of damage. It can really.
Oh, we got
go either
red.
way.
Oh no, Mobazane. This one is a
Holy shit!
side of 30-05. That is what he has been waiting for this entire game.
God
I've seen this
damn.
before, kid. 30-05, when he gets a triple kill out of nowhere, it's a pivotal time in the game here, all right? And 35 gone ahead and done it.
Yeah, you're
again
bro,
here.
charm.
Easily, switching
I
up the
wanna hear
gold
it,
lead
bro.
here, but there's not done yet to go ahead and pressure BTK under their tier 1 tower. Kaiser diving in with the invincible warrior, just tanking absolutely everything. They're so tanky on top Boris Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of the competition, right? With the two big tanks here, you have the Kaiser as well as the Lianpo and the Phasma. This is meant to push them away, so you get the freedom for Mac, you get the freedom for Red QD as well to really just lay the damage down. And we talked about timing in the game, and this is exactly where the strength of Boris Gaming lie. Winning that team fight now, there is no positional advantage for the side of BTK, so Boris will get this Shadow Tyrant for free. Do they make a beeline though to stop that attempt on the Shadow Overlord?
Are we cooked?
They are gonna try, but doesn't.
Oh, this guy
look
should be
like the position
dead.
available. Weiss is going in, but he's going in alone.
What the hell is you doing,
Will
bruh?
be enough damage from the side of BTK for now. Wise will not make it.
Holy
but
fuck,
the
they're
backup
so
does
low,
come in.
though.
Phasma looking for an opening. Red QD looking for the setup as well. Their lives are really low on the side of BTK. But Boris,
Hey!
they actually don't really oblige them.
God damn this-
Yet
yo,
they get the kill.
Phasma!
They get the kill onto Shark. In the meantime, all the pressure in the world being built up by Mac. The flash comes in. They're chasing onto Hoon. One more will
Holy
do it with the
damage.
flaming palms as well. Uses the infinite vastness to get out bored. Just playing the map so much better.
Yeah, while they were all kind of
God
focused on
damn.
Overlord, which no one has taken yet, actually. Mac just pushed down the side lane tier 2 and waltzed throughout BTK's jungle there and got a catch on Hoon there as he was busy
Oh,
retreating.
what a dive! 30-05 gets a freebie here in the form of Mobazena as well. Boris Gaming, they see the advantage and they want to keep pushing in. Phasma as well pushes them back. They get the T2 at the bottom. So right now, only one T2 left on
My
the top
first-
side.
me!
Boris Gaming starting to turn his game over.
Me.
And yeah,
Joke
all
line,
of a
never
sudden,
said
they
that.
stalled them from taking that Overlord. They should have taken that
Never
Overlord during
said
that
that.
primal bond debuff.
Hmm.
But now it looks like Boris
Bro, why
Gaming
am I
is gonna go
sleepy?
ahead
I
and
just
release it
literally
and have
drank a
chance
fucking
at
energy
not
drink.
giving
That shit is
BTK
fake
any
news?
objectives.
Yeah, this is why you take the Tyrant, right? So you can start, disallowing the opponent team from going in.
That's
And
what
here
I'm
comes the flank
saying.
On the side of White, Invincible Warrior as well, in the face of two.
Bro,
Can
look
they
at
get
this
set
Liam
up?
Poe.
Phasma with the Radiance as well. They want to slow him down. Best player one. Caught
Oh.
in the back lines. Even with the Blood Rage, it's not enough godlike for the side of Red QD. As it's looking like Boris, they're so dominant. At the same time, Fried Chicken trying to get a safe place to TP
She
back.
over.
T3's under pressure
Calm
from the
down.
side of Boris.
Calmate.
BTK, nice knock up by Shark, but it's not going to be enough. Instantly cancelled by
Calmate.
They do get a return kill. 30-05 gives his life for the cause, but Boris Gaming, they have an option to explore, and that is
Easy,
the Shadow
boys.
Overlord.
Who said
The game was
massacre?
so tame for like the first 8 minutes, and
No,
then
it's
the
not.
last few minutes here have been so explosive here. Boris Game
Bro,
is walking
Lady
away with
Zen
a
is fucking
5,000 gold
6-0
lead
and
now,
7.
Even though they were behind most
the
of
helly?
game, it just comes down to those pivotal plays, right? 30-05 is able to find these clutch plays.
Oh, I was sleepy,
back
bro.
into the lead.
Yeah, the biggest difference maker is Wild and Phasma. The two of them are soaking all of the hits coming in from BTK, and that's what's making the fight so difficult because no
Why is
one
fucking
is
caffeine doesn't
unlow
work
enough to be
lately?
killed off on the side of Boris. Wise uses the invincible
Look
warrior
at
again. They
Kaiser,
knock
bro.
up two.
What
freeze
the
comes in as
fuck?
well. It's not
Oh.
looking good. Shark gets taken out. Fried Chicken as well. And
Oh, there's so much
on the
CC.
side of BTK, leaving best player one just alone. But one more hit will do it. Mac, does he have the flash? Does not have it, and will go in for the chase. The
Oh,
Radiance.
Carlito
It
got
sets him
slowed.
up. It's a team ace.
Is it
Killing
over?
spree for the side of Mac as well. The base is going to be wide open for the side of BTK. And and Boris, they see the ending. This is T3's under pressure. Crystal exposed 15 seconds too long, and BTK will not survive this. Boris, second win on the board.
Absolutely, Boris Gaming takes game
Bro,
two,
it cannot
and
be that
now
quick.
It's match point for both sides here. You know, we were mentioning they can't drop a game. Now they're 2-0. If they get this third win, they're on track to be at the top of the group here. So
Bro said, good
it's gonna be
job.
really tough here. They still need to go
Good
ahead
job,
and lock in
gangy.
and make sure they get that final win without dropping a match here. BTK, I say that game was a lot better, but still, once we go into enemy jungle and you know some plays are coming out there, it's a bit dangerous, right? They're waltzing in there, not quite with enough vision. They got caught out by the Dharma, and that was such a pivotal point. They were doing great up until then, but since 30:05 made that clutch play, that 3-man truth monitor on the wall, it was all downhill for them.
Exactly, and you know, BTK had a decent holding of the early parts of the game, actually maintaining a goal lead. But then you start to see why they are willing to take the risk with a so low Kaiser, right? Even without the Dolia refresh. It's the
Holy
fact that
Sir
with
Rose,
Fatma
bro.
as
3-2,
well
I
as
believe.
Wise,
Yeah, I believe.
With the frontliners,
That's
they
it,
were
chat. I'm
soaking
laying
in all
down.
of the options, resources given by the side of BTK. And once those resources were burnt, right? You are out of ultimates, you are out of your mana. Then they really open at the doors, and we talked about this composition. They're just trying to push you back against a wall, and that's where 30:05 is really thankful for the team, Mac as well, because they built so much space.
Bro, this 30-05 guy, bro.
Absolutely, and look at Red Cutie here, 8-0-9. The whole game, while we were mentioning about Kaiser,
Tilted
Dharma,
throat
Yan Po,
TMW is
Lady
crazy.
Jen was untouched the whole game. You really cannot get past that Kaiser in the
Bro,
end.
there is no way we're not winning one series, bro.
Of BTK is relatively low range. They have the Byron, they have the Mai. So
Bro,
Lady
this
Jen
shit
does not
is
need to put herself
happening
in
for 3
danger
weeks
to
and
go
we're not
and get
winning?
damage on the carries on the side of BTK, and that's exactly what she did. She played super safe all game, dropped the ultimates down there, and then got kills from over the walls in safety and never really risked going down and dealing 134,000 damage while they're doing it.
Yes, the strength of the Lady Jump pick coming out from Red Cutie is fighting in these tight corners. And if you notice, the way that Boss Gaming really took fights,
It's getting more draft
they
experience and more
either
hero
took
pool.
it in the jungle, or they took it where
But Chubin, our draft was
their
not
backs were
bad,
against the
bro.
wall on the side of BTK. So it benefited so many different members. Primarily Red
What
Cutie.
is it that BTK is doing wrong? I
30-05
don't
as
know.
well because of
See?
the knock
We have the lead.
slamming them against the
We
wall.
had
I
the
think it
lead.
was easier
There's probably
for the
9
side of Red
minute mark.
Cutie, and you can see the story of this. BTK actually had a decent
Is this
hold
because
over
they
the
got
first few minutes of
fucking-
the game. But the moment it hit 10 minutes, Boris has also improved. Right now, they are taking
God
the late game a little bit more seriously.
damn.
Absolutely. 30-05 just makes miracles happen. Both games we've seen now, right? He was the pivotal moment where the game turned. Stats-wise, he's probably like the MVP this game, you know, but we got to give him an honorable mention because he had that triple kill in the first game that completely switched up the tempo of the game. And this game here, he has that 3-man truth monitor in the wall, which all he does get it.
Yo, he's MVP again?
That play was so pivotal. He was able to get it there over Red Cutie's 8-0-9, 134,000 damage stat line.
Yeah, so he's gonna tell Red Cutie, hey, it's all for the team. It's all for the team here. 2, 2, and 5 here. You know, the damage doesn't
No
really
way.
because it was truly his setup that made
the fuck?
the fight so advantageous for the side of Boris here. So knocking 3 members, you know, in that particular moment, he didn't even get the kill. He only got a double kill off of there. I think it was Red Cutie who secured that 3rd kill. But a nice setup. And this is what is so painful for me because you know, Shark, he really has been landing all these moments. Like, his cannon blasts have been on point. He gets that thing inside the box as well. But like you said, this was the turnaround point. And it was not Red Cutie. It was actually, I think, Mac that secured that kill for the team here.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're seeing BTK once again, just like the first game. You know, they understand the idea of going into the jungle, going for those invades right, at a timely fashion, but they kind of overstay their welcome a little bit for some of those fights, right? And they end up getting caught out and giving that advantage back to their opponents. That's how we see that, you know, they're ahead all game, but they're not crazy ahead. They're up like about 1,000 gold, and they're not able to really break out of that because they will get ahead, go in the enemy jungle, get something, but then die back for it, right? So it kind of flatlines there. But that is going to be game 2 here. We're going back into game 3, which is match point for BTK here and for Boris Game, because again, neither of them can take a loss here. So let's go ahead and go in the break, and we'll see you guys when you guys come back.
Now it's 2 minutes? Oh my god. We need longer break, bro. Chat, what's our next game, by the way? Is this even good to watch? Oh, this shit gotta be quick. OG easy.
This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Raised up on my face, scars to on my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide.
This ain't the bro. This song's not that hard. It's pretty bunions, bro. I got a message from my mom, bro. I'm loud. I'm loud, bro.
It's prime time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies.
not hating,
Hit it with
bro.
the boom, then we get him with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve him with defeat.
How can we not win, bro?
Missing the night, I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around.
Take off the jersey or bad luck, bro.
Welcome back. It is time for
It's not the
potentially
jersey, bro.
last
I'm so
match
done
in
with
this
Charm, man.
series, best of 3
Charm, I'm
between
so done with you,
BTK
bro.
as well as Boars Gaming. So,
I'm done
Phil,
with
what do
you,
you
bro.
think is going to happen in this third game?
We are winning 3 straight games.
I can't say like the stats quote
Glaze
that I'm
us,
upset
Phil.
here, but Boar's Game definitely have a lot of momentum.
Glaze
you know?
us
But they
to
also
the
have a
point
lot riding on
they're
this
gonna
game
call
here,
you
right?
Delulu, bro.
We were mentioning they cannot lose a single game. So if they were to potentially lose this game here, you know, it could definitely shift the momentum to the side of BTK, and they can mount a reverse sweep because, you know, they're going to be demoralized and soul crushed, you know, knowing that they cannot take one loss here. But Side Board Gaming, this is the final win they need to go ahead and claim here to put them one step closer to being top of their group. So they're going to try their absolute hardest in this game. If BTK can, you know, use all the energy, mount a comeback, and win this one game, it might be enough to shift the tides of the match and get them their match win that they so desperately need.
I mean, we'll see if that's going to be happening, right? Because there's a couple of things that are going to change right here. Number one, BTK have opted for the red side, the counter pick side, meaning Boris will get that first pick. And this could open up some doors. Potentially, they could get the Arlie, or they could even get the Luna as well. And the scary thing is, Fate is
The
on the
third
table.
loss is coming.
And BTK say, you know what? We'll take the lesser of two
Yep, yeah,
evils. We
no,
take away the Arlie first.
We winning, bro.
Absolutely.
Actually, Coach Dib will put us in.
Luna, they've been banning that pretty similarly. I don't think they'll go ahead and let the Luna go now.
You criminal, you think I'm playing?
Arlie
Yeah,
Luna
yeah.
is going to get banned out. They know Boars Gaming has used a lot of their powerful picks already, so here they're likely to maybe pick the Yuan. You know, they value the Yuan a
Yep.
good amount. There it is. So they noticed that now that we're getting deeper into the matches, there's not as many strong picks. We're going to be able to pick some of these more reliable, solid
BTK is a
picks
very
now
learning,
here to round out our
fast
draft.
learning
I
curve,
think it's
though, if you
really
guys have more
about
tournament
taking less
experience.
risks, right? At this point, Boris Gaming, they want to make it as stock standard as
Bro
possible.
said, let's
as
go
proven-
Boar, you fake
As
ass.
proven as possible.
I wanna
because
hear,
you
bro.
don't want to mess up here.
That's
Even
it.
losing one game against BTK will cost you your potential tournament life here.
Wait, so they can lose
Yeah,
too?
Getting the Zhang Fei here, we saw it get picked up.
God
here in
damn.
no, it did not get picked up.
It
was
cannot be
picked up
that
in
bad.
game 1, actually. Yeah, it was picked up in game 1 by Boars Gaming, so now it is available for them here. They could opt to go ahead and pick it later, but they pick a tried and true bot lane here. You know, it looks like they're hiding some of their picks for potentially a counter pick opportunity later on, but they just lock in their bot lane of D Renji and Zhang Fei for now.
I'm
You
just
don't
curious
get-
whether
I don't
BTK
wanna get
will
it, bro.
Consider the
I
Fade
don't want to get it, bro.
jungle for, you know, best player 1. I think they have found some success
up,
in the
Kylie?
formula, right? Against LM. I think it was against LM or ALO yesterday, where I think it was not bad. The setup was there.
Wait, it's
And
ready
now that you're
morning?
playing against Boris
Wait, Dana's
Gaming,
ready
and
morning,
a
bro?
low pick. When she drops her ultimate down, actually she's at risk as well. So maybe consider that.
Absolutely. BTK does have the ability to go to Ogren here. You know, it's one of the best players' best picks. It's not going to be the best in this game against the Gudo, and it's a relatively good matchup. So it's up to them to think, do they want to pick one of their, you know, comfort picks here, or, you know, go ahead and pick something else and not be as comfortable with it here? It's up to them, but they do opt to lock into Ogren here, it looks like here. They're thinking about it. Because that is one of best players' favorite picks as well. Monkey and the Ogren is what he's known for. Look at him, he's smiling as he locks that in. He knows he got his pick there.
Yeah, this is a good boost.
Bro, why
of
you
confidence
smiling,
for
bro?
BTK. Now, I was kind of considering, hey, China will be good for the side of ball game because, you know, they have the turret push strategy as well with the Gudo. But China will be banned out, very smart ban from the side
Oh, we
of
got
BTK.
Ogren?
Boris Gaming as well. They
Best
want
Ogren
to
one?
reduce the amount of potential on the lockup, so they take away the Lady Jun here.
Yeah, Board's Gaming strategy is really sound and solid here, right? They're just going to remove these picks that they know are strong that they've used in the past. All of their bans so far is a pick they've gone ahead and used in the
7
past,
PM is ready
so
to
it will
10.
not hurt their draft.
This
in
shit is
any way
quick.
to remove them from the game here. They're thinking
What
about
the
their
fuck?
final ban here, like
It's
they're
not even
trying
an
to
hour
target
30,
him
bro.
and not give him as many options here. As he's already played through
Tell
some
her
of
a
his signatures
bedtime
here, right? Like the
story.
Mai, like the Xiao Xiao.
Shit,
And
BTK
now
winning
there's not too many
KMW, bro.
options left for Hoon here. We've seen him play the Shaw in the past. The Princess Frost could be a decent play as well too. But you know what I just noticed? Today, the Liang is leaking through a lot of games here. Both sides are not really respecting the Liang here. It's not getting banned. It's not getting
Why is
picked
no one playing
either.
Liang, bro?
Because there's a lot of
Mage?
disruption. There's a lot of
Ooh.
disruptions, and I like this. Flowball Mage is actually one of the strongest mages in the mid lane at the point, but this requires a lot of very precision-based positioning, and I think BTK, if they play their cards right, this could be their first win against Boris Gaming. But Boris Gaming, yes, it will be a mid Yuhuan because they have the Dolia as a support, and
Let's
they
go,
will
Bor!
counter pick with the Flowborn Marksman and a Fatih 3005. Goodness me.
Holy fat
Flowborn
D.
versus Flowborn violence here today, as we have Marksman versus Mage. All right, Ken, you gotta talk to me about
Bro, we gotta do
Flowborn
the-
Mage. Every time it's in my game, it kind of feeds. What is the strengths of that hero here?
Are you serious? Dude, every game I have a Flowborn Mage, that guy is on a tear. But because, okay, on the
I
first
need
skill,
some of
it
those
gives you...
Flowborns on my team.
What is it?
It
2
gives you extra
Flowborn?
charges, right? So you operate on a base of number of charges under your passive, or right under your life bar, right? Or your mana bar. And the more charges you have shortened cooldowns.
Oh shit, we got Horsey Dorsey.
And BTK, they pair this up with the Guan Yu. This is another hero we have not seen too much from Fried Chicken, but this works in great synergy. Essentially, you get to either use your second skill twice on the Flowborn Mage, or you get to use your
Yo,
ultimate
they sick?
twice as the Flowborn Mage when you have your
God
first skill
damn.
available. So this is a great setup because there is a potential for you to get a very long knockup or a extended ulti duration from the side of BTK. Similar strengths on the
Time
side of
machine?
the Flowborn Marksman as well.
Absolutely. I'm looking at this conversation outside BTK here, right? As great fans of BTK, I gotta notice here, these outside of the Ogren and the Zhangfei are not characters they seem relatively, you know, seasoned or comfortable with, right? We don't see Hoon on the Flowborn
How did
Mage that
Chicken
often. We
become a
definitely don't see
jungler?
Fried Chicken on the Guan
What the
Yu too
hell?
often, right? Or Zane on the D Renji. So it seems like they're a little bit off comfort, but maybe this switch up is gonna be what they need, right? Because they need to switch this up. If they keep doing what they've been doing, they're gonna lose 3-0 here. So they're switching it up here in this final game, trying to go ahead and disrupt the lineup of Boars Gaming.
The
But
biggest
they look so
difference here is
tired, bro.
just
Yo, wakey,
purely
wakey, bro.
hero
God
pool. Like,
damn.
they have expanded the hero pool. That's great. Now, the biggest challenge they have here is you have to deal with 3005 on that farm. And this guy, based off the performance in game number 2 of the Dharma, I think 3005 is really having a huge momentum. They need to be really careful because there's a lot of AoE setup, stun setups available from the Boars Gaming lineup.
I would say shut 3005 down. Do not let him make another miracle happen, right? Both of those last games, he didn't solo carry them, but they were kind of off the back of his plays, right? He opened up and gave his team the space to go ahead and win those games here, right? If we can go ahead and put up a lot of pressure on our team and force someone else on Boars Gaming's team to step up instead, that could be what BTK needs to disrupt the status quo.
It's going to be a tall mountain to climb here because, look, this is a competition that is very strong from the side of Boars Gaming, especially once it hits level 4. Red
Damn.
will be able to offer
Chat, I like
not just
massaging
damage,
my
but
face,
heals
bro.
as well.
She feels good.
And we'll see how this gameplay is going to go down.
So pretty standard lanes here. We see a 2v2 go out here. Dolly is gonna have a little bit of advantage early game there, having that range and sustain. Over
God
the
damn,
jump,
feels
right?
good,
Inside
bruh.
BTK here, but Zane, you know, is doing all right. 1v1. He
Ain't
found that
no way
pretty
he's
well.
gonna-
Now
Oh, we
they're
have red
fighting
tree.
for the fire beak. They have that smite on the side.
Massaging
of
face.
Shark here.
How?
So
What
they secure
the
that fire beak
fuck?
For sure. And we see another fight here now. This
Yeah,
time
you're
for the
pissing me
Zero.
off, bro. Yo, we just got
That is going to
invaded.
be smited away. So Wise gets that first steal of the game. This is going to put them in a little bit of an advantage in terms of the jungle
Hands
buffs
on your
here.
face.
But
Yeah,
Phasma
literally just
is gonna try
showered,
and
bro.
protect the corresponding jungle buff, which is going to be available for best player one because he does have the smite,
Easy.
does have
Look
the
at this
shield state
invade,
as well
boys.
if he needs it. And this could be the
Look-
turnaround
look at
they're
this
looking for.
invade.
But the level 2, level
Oh,
3
we got level
fight
4.
is not going to be in favor on the side of Boris Gaming. At
Oh,
the
we
same
win,
time,
we
best
win, we
player
win.
one in the middle
do we not
of
win?
Bordeaux. He's a little bit too far forward. The save comes in from Hoon, and they will make it out.
How come we
safely
not
on the side of
win?
BTK. All they need to
We got
do
level
now
4
is to lead, and
jungle.
They will be allowed to do so.
Beautiful take on that.
Bro, Kyle says GS showers. I'm so done,
and
man.
kind of churn that fight a bit, right? If he lost that, that would have been a
We can go
disaster
smell
side
for
of BTK
smell. You're not-
having the
you're not
ultimate on
beating
the
me,
Ogre.
bro.
He gets that ultimate off, makes Boris
not
Gaming
beating
go
me,
ahead and
bro.
back up, and we have a pretty decent lead being built up from inside BTK here now, right? They stole some objectives, they stole that Azure Golem, and now they have a wave pushing into the mid, which they're gonna go ahead and feed into the Ogren here. This is looks like their game plan in this game is to get this Ogren ahead and turn him into the beast that we know he could be in the mid to late game.
Yes, this is
Oh!
definitely necessary. And nice stun coming in from the side of Mobile Zane. Little bit overzealous here. They don't
Smell
want
like
to
Fulus
overdive
was
on the side
vanilla.
of BTK.
Smell like,
But let's give you a little bit of information on Mac as well. You know, following his performance
Cocoa.
last year, he wants to prove that EU is the strongest region in the global scene. Right, this is truly aligned with the current top teams, right, in KMW, because OG and Twist also come from the EU region, and he's looking as OG as the target because
Kaka no
he wants
Coco. Ah.
as his rival in the farmland.
He has his sights set on one of the best, then for sure, right? OG is at the
Bro, I'm
top
so done with
of
Kali,
the
bro.
circuit here, but we see
Just mute
once
at
again
this
that
point.
strategy, rinse and repeat here from Hoon and Ogren, right? They go ahead and soften up the way for Ogren to clear it up here, and now Ogren is pretty ahead on track to level 70. He should have the XP advantage over Weiss now.
So
on the
done,
Ogren.
man.
Yeah,
So
I
done.
believe so, right? Because they did trade in terms of camp steals between the Azure and the Crimson buffs as well. But right
What they
here,
saying,
the
bro?
big fight, because
Crackhead,
we
what?
have not had the first blood just yet. This will be a big swing. And you can see Boris Gaming, they're trying their best to freeze the waves
Bro, you're
against
pissing
the
me
likes
off,
of
bro.
BTK. But BTK are not allowing that to happen. Mobile Zane,
Yo!
hang on. Potential first blood, fried chicken. Needs to be really careful down here. Falling very and quite dangerously low, to be honest, at that first part of the map. But with the timers hitting 4 minutes soon, is this ideal for BTK?
Always.
Here we go. If they can go ahead and get Fried Chicken out of that lane and into the team fight where Guan Yu wants to be, right?
XP
they're
loss.
gonna have the advantage, but it looks like 3005 is doing a great job of keeping him there and getting him really low, right? And
XP
forcing this
loss.
1v1 here, which is really hard. Guan Yu does not want to 1v1 you. They want to push their lane and go roam around and help out in the map. But BTK has.
Wait, why are they
the-
taking
they
purple,
have
though?
the presence
Wait,
over
wait, are
the
they
top.
giving them chances?
And Boris Game
Why are they
is
taking
not gonna fight him for it.
purple?
They're just gonna give it over.
Beautiful, right? This
What?
is the correct response from the side of BTK.
Why is he
but
taking
of course, Boris
purple?
Gaming, they will not take it.
horsey, dorsey,
for
dorsey,
free here,
horsey.
And with that, they secure the overlord as well. Now BTK, they need to be very careful. Fried Chicken here will be at risk as Shark will provide that support at the top. But the T1 at the top should be taken for free. Boris Gaming get the first turret of the game.
And Fried Chicken's been struggling kind of in the clash lane there, right? The last few times we saw him, he was kind of like on 1 HP, either trading with 3005
my.
or getting ganked here. So he's not been giving much room here, and because of that, he's down in experience. But it's okay. Guan Yu is mainly there.
I'm
for
ready
those
warm
pushes,
up,
right? As
bro.
you mentioned, casting that net for his team there. So if he's able to just, you know, keep it even here, oh, it's gonna
What
be
the
tough.
hell,
Two
he?
levels of 3005, and you know, play for the team fights here and not play for the 1v1, which is what Fatih wants to do. He should be all right.
Yep, you can see the advantage that
Should believe I
3005 has
am.
built for himself, right? He has a one whole level of an advantage. The lane freezing has definitely worked out for him.
We
in
always
this
trade
match.
yellow
Fatih
for
is a very
Clash
strong
Tower.
solo laner in the Clash lane as well.
Man, I don't know
think
how
second
macro
only to
works here, bro.
Byron.
I don't know what's
at this
better
point,
objectives.
BTK, they're starting to lose a little bit of the grip over the goal lead unless they get a kill here.
Everyone is grouped up on Boars Gaming here to try and go ahead and get a siege off. Best player getting dropped really low. No blood rage available yet, so he has to recall.
Oh!
They're doing a great job.
They're all getting pinched.
Yep, and this is
Oh, oh, oh.
what they need. A stun comes in from this
Wait,
side of Shark
we're not-
as well. But
we're not
unfortunately for
committing?
them, positional disadvantage as here comes 30-05 looking for the
Wait, we
first
still
blood.
losing
One
this?
hit, they will get it. Rick Cutie actually secures it for the team. And
We
for
still
the
lose
team,
this?
as the secondary target.
We still lose that?
For the triple kill, and that's gonna be big wins on the side of Forest Gaming. They did have the trade out 30-05, and for now, is there a response from the side of BTK? They will not be allowed to do so. And with this, the T1 on that mid will be taken in quick succession as well. A triple kill for Rick Cutie. This one definitely hurts BTK.
That was
Did
such
you
a
see
good
Chicken?
engage from Sharks Zong Fade.
No, I
but
did not.
His team was not ready. We just saw prior
did
to that
not.
engage, right? Best player was recalling back. So a bit of a disconnect between the team there. That was not the best time to fight, even though that was a nice unbridled outburst on the side of Boars. They just didn't have the numbers to go ahead and follow up off it.
Yeah, and they were keeping so clean, right? Toe to toe, in fact, on the side of BTK. It was close. There was virtually no difference in goal. But right now, one big team fight, Boars Gaming stand ahead with 2,000. They secure the 2 different buffs as well.
What the
Watch
hell
this.
was
Feeling
happening?
so
Oh, this
full
guy should
for
be dead,
30-05. He
no?
might have given his life. No, it's a turnaround. A nice stun coming out from Shark as well.
Oh, he got
He does not
stunned.
have the unbridled outburst.
Oh, we got Horsey
30-05
Dorsey.
getting caught out. Here comes the response. The cavalry
Okay.
coming in. And here we
Oh, he
go.
got ult again.
BTK finally hitting their strides. They get their first kill on the 30-05 as well. But Wise on the backlines looking for more.
We're still gonna lose this,
Best
I
player
can see
one
it.
falling low. They do get the knockback and they get the kill. Mac responsible for the takedown
You
as
see?
well. There is no response so far. Mac, he is going to be safe at the time. Mobazane gets caught out. The support from Hoon is not going to be enough to get a return kill on the side of White. But at the same time, Boris, they run away with a sliver of health. So BTK is still put on the back foot here.
But it's good jobber, bro.
These are such bloody fights. Both teams juggling aggro here, being dropped really low, but Boars Gaming is still coming out ahead. BTK is able to get some kills every here and there, but they're
Bro, it's
dropping
good job,
everyone
Reno,
so
man.
low on side Boars Gaming. Fried Chicken opting to not go aggressive there. He could have, kind of went in there with enhanced skill 1 to try and take out another one of the side of Boars Gaming, but they're playing it safe right now. They're not too behind, but
Oh
definitely a
shit,
little
guys,
bit
this for the
behind
8
off of all those
months.
plays there.
Kylie has become a
You start
member.
to see the strength
What the
on
hell
the side
I?
of Boris drop, right? This healing composition is so hard to deal with, especially when you have double unending sorrows coming out from the side of Red Cutie, and this allows Boris Gaming to really stick together as a group, which is kind of funny because that's not what you want out of 30-05. You want him to be on the sidelines, you want him to flank and really just get those surprise kills on the MOBA Zane. For now, the turnaround condition comes from Fried Chicken and Hoon. Let's see if there's gonna be a possible shutdown.
Oh, it's good now.
That's what we're looking for.
Type
MOBA
J.
Zane making it work. They get the Tyrant as well. They have managed to catch
What
out
the fuck?
Wise in that middle. For now, 30-05 putting out the defense to
Holy
save his jungler,
horsey
but he has
dorsey,
to give
man.
his life. A flash comes
Okay,
through. Not gonna be
first
enough.
win.
Best player 1 gets the punish in, and for now they
Nice,
get a double kill. So 3
boys.
kills for the price of nothing. BTK, they swing back into action.
Absolutely.
Bro, why is Charm always judging, bro? Like, I don't get it.
Now we're seeing that mid-game.
Why is Charm always judging, bro?
He has that blood rage ready, and in a fight, he's just such a menace here. And this is one of best player one's most comfortable picks he's on as well.
Yeah, this is why we are talking about the jungle level advantage. Not against, not for the jungle against jungle. It's about jungle versus the rest of your team. And at level 12 for best player 1, he has a 1 level advantage against Red Cutie, Mac, as well as Phasma. So those are easy kills for him once they get the lockdown.
Absolutely. Here, Fried Chicken goes in and gets his Clash Lane tower here now too. Guan Yu, not the best when it comes to pushing towers, but he finally goes in and gets his too.
Okay, someone doesn't know anything.
This game here, 30
How?
did a great job playing against Guan Yu, right? We were looking at earlier when he played the Guan Yu, he was able to roam all
Judging
around
and
the
no
map
man. That's
and
what
stuff
I'm
like that.
saying,
But this
bruh.
game here on the Fati is forcing
I'm so done with
Fried
Charm,
Chicken
bro.
to kind of stay in lane and not
Fake
let him
ass.
go around there and make those
Charm,
flanks
wrap it
and
up,
pivotal
bruh.
plays that Guan Yu
It's
kind
over
of
for
needs
you.
to make.
Yes, and the later the game goes, I think the impact that Fried Chicken is going to have is going to be a lot more vicious because he's going to be the setup for Hoon, and you can see the Flowbot Mage with the knockup, the double ultis or the double second skill.
Oh my
that
god,
is
the
really
damage.
hurting a lot, and the flash
Oh!
was by Hoon. And right in the middle, Fried Chicken tries to set up for the team. He is
Holy
very low
fried.
though, gets taken down by Rick Cutie. Rick Cutie already expended the ultimates. The double heals have been used. This could be a big
Wait.
turnaround for the side of BTK.
Carlos
But
is
Board Gaming
cooking.
just allow it to push them back, and at this 10-minute ultimate mark. BTK unable to make that play for that Shadow variant of the Tyrant. Boris Gaming, they keep a clean position for now. But Wise is actually a little bit low as well. They have to be really careful.
Ulti?
Looking on the back lines, 30-05.
What the hell?
Low, but best player one, forced to
Wait,
use
Kalita
the
has no
They get
ult.
the reset as well. The
Oh my
knockup,
God.
it's gonna be a kill. Stock taken out. There is no safe condition for the side of BTK. They have the
Bro, we
backup,
are
and
literally
they will
getting
start
out
working on that
microed,
Shadow
bro.
Tyrant on the side of Boris.
God
Both sides are
damn.
just fighting. These fights are really close, but Boris is just etching ahead ever so slightly in all these fights. They're doing a good job of disengaging the fights where side BTK is just trying to force these engages. Fried Chicken going in here, Auguring going in here, but they're able to just back up slightly. They have the Yuan, the Dolia, and that sustain, allowing them to win that battle.
How good is
attrition
BTK? We
after
are
they
very
disengage
good,
the initial fight, and
as
makes
you
sure
can
they win
see.
the secondary fights, as we've seen there.
Yeah, the critical point here is the ultimate usage, right? So on the side of Shark, as a Zhang Fei, you need to get your passive up before you have access to the ultimate. For Phasma and Red Cutie, it really just is timing based. So every few seconds, or every 30, 40 seconds, you have a reset, you have a
We
double
don't got
ultimate
no
to sustain
horse,
this
bro. We got a
position.
donkey.
Yeah, Shark still does not have the ultimate here now.
We have a
Zhang
Don
Fei
Carino.
does not have that ultimate.
Oh, oh,
He's not
oh,
that
oh.
strong.
Oh,
And he knows that.
Horsey
They
Dorsey
are
behind
the
them.
They know to push their leads. Look at this. They're
Horsey
trying to
Dorsey.
take out Shark here.
Oh, the
No, he does
wraparound.
not have that ultimate.
Yep, the wraparound save from Fried Chicken. It might
Horsey
be at this
Dorsey.
point because everyone is falling low. 3 members down already for the side of BTK. They do get the pushback. Wise will be taken down. So it's a 3 for 4, still in favor of Boris Gaming. And the important members, Red Cutie as well as Phasma, the healing composition.
the
still
donkey was
alive.
fucking
and there is
late,
a little
though.
bit of damage because
I
Red
ain't even
Cutie
gonna
does
lie.
have both buffs.
Fried Chicken's the only one here left to hold. Is he going to be... He should be able to push
That
the
donkey
wave here.
a little late.
The members left for the side of Boris Gaming is not the best when it comes to securing towers here. But no, Fried Chicken's not able to kill the minions in time. Maybe? He barely ends up taking it out here. A lot of damage goes on to the high ground of BTK. This game is definitely a lot closer. Boris Gaming is only up 1,000 gold and it is 12 minutes in here. This game is the best one yet so far.
Yes.
Was there a
pretty
Horsey
close,
Dorsey
tight-knit,
a
and
donkey,
you can
bro?
see, even though
Bro,
they
if
have
it's
a double
3005?
on the side of Boris Gaming, I like the fact that BTK is still making
Holy
correct
fuck, he's
decisions
getting
in
fucking
terms of team
pentakill,
fighting
bro.
to be able to burn out resources. The biggest thing here, I think Shark needs to be really careful about the positioning of his ultimate. He needs to catch as many members on the side of Boris Gaming.
Absolutely, and he also has to know that when he does not have it, he's kind of a target, right? You're seeing Boris Gaming go ahead and pick on him when he doesn't have his ultimate because they know he cannot respond and do much about it. But this fight, in
Bro said
particular, Shark
3D.
does
What
have
the
his ultimate also.
fuck?
Everyone on the side of Boris Gaming is grouped up. Something big is about to happen anytime.
That sounds so bad.
No, this has to be a bait, right? I mean, the
Oh,
perk
oh, we gotta steal
is
this.
the Shadow Overlord
Fuck.
for now. They do get it, but the waves are actually crashing in on the bottom side of BTK's map. So the T2 now under a lot of pressure, and this pressure will continue to grow because they have the Shadow Overlord on the side.
Absolutely here, but the goal is still relatively even on both sides here, so they can win a fight for sure. Depending on how it goes ahead and starts here, but I'm noticing in these fights here, Shark is getting poked out a lot. You know, Red Cutie's definitely got
game's
some items
deja
on him
vu.
now too, as well as Mac and
We have
Phasma.
delete,
They're able
then
to
game's
apply
over.
So much poke and disengage here, but look at
Yo,
Shark's goal
Kalitas!
actually on top of the map.
Yep, he's falling a little low as well. T1 on the
Oh!
T3 on the top. Oh, nice catch. Hang on.
Donkey donk.
T1
What
is
the
a great
fuck?
Situation. Fried Chicken manages to get onto the back lines. They get rid of Wise as well. All they have to do is to back him up on the side of Fried Chicken. There is not going to be a response
Holy
that's
donkey
quick enough
donk.
on the side of BTK for now. But they do manage to survive. Pressure coming in though from the side of Boris. T3 on the bottom. There is a Shadow Vanguard. There is a Shadow Overlord. The flash comes in from Overzane as well. There's one resource down. They're trying to work onto this T3 on the mid. But they're just buying space because BTK, they have to deal with the Vanguard, they have to deal with the Overlord. For now, they survive.
fine.
Boris Gaming, they make it out just
It's fine.
at the cost of Wise's life.
Their marksman has
Even
no
though they take that
flicker.
1 for 0, as you said, again,
30,000
BTS
and
so many
5.
lanes they have to watch, right? The enhanced Shadow Vanguard going down the bot lane there, takes out a tower. All the
Has
high
no
ground on the side,
flicker.
BTK side is looking a little bit injured here now. Every one of them is a bit low, so next push
Tempest
they
game
should
has
be
to be
able to get
Tempest
brute
game.
force down. So they need to go ahead and take this Tyrant here, which they have, and ensure that none of these minions or Vanguards go to their tower again, because next time it goes up to there, they are going to be able to take them out.
Yes, it's a very straightforward concept, right? BTK just needs to keep the Vanguards and minions at bay. Just make sure they have the backdoor protection, at least buy a little bit more time, even though they
I'm
have
here for
Wise
what the
on the
fuck?
side of Boris. And Fried Chicken, I think he's been doing fantastic on the flanks. They need a little bit more response timing on the side of BTK.
Absolutely. Looking at score here, it's interesting. You know, it shows you how much farming matters. Fatih 3005 on Sideboards Gaming is 1-4, but he has 1,000 gold over Fried Chicken on the Guan Yu there, because Fried Chicken is focusing on these map plays, whereas 3005 is farming and split pushing the side lanes.
Exactly, and this is where the goal will start to matter, right? The difference in terms of the turret takes.
Oh!
With that, nice
Make him
match
more,
on the
make him
victory,
more.
If they get rid of him now, it's
Brother
gonna
man
be
got
a
no
huge
ult.
condition
He has
for
it
some
back
BTK.
now though, because of the
But
fucking
with the
merman.
cues coming out from Red Cutie, the freshness comes in. And now BTK, they will have to turn tails, they have to run, because the map will start being in advantage for Boris.
How good Star Wars pump? Bro, this shit is full of fucking sugar,
Absolutely.
bro.
Going ahead and wait. It looks like they're waiting for the next Overlord here, making sure all the ways push up. They know that
That shit
anytime
probably
they're
bonds.
able to mount another siege, these towers are
Support
at
your
the point
local
where they'll
coffee
get
shop.
paper and
Bro,
will
they're
go
not
down
letting you hit with
immediately.
the
Red Cutie trying
with
to
their
get some
own
cash.
coffee,
The
bro.
hope on the side of Boars Gaming is just so high.
Oh!
Yep, 30-05 now being pushed back into the
Okay,
heart of
nice.
BTK. They get the execution. Nice response from the side of
Chaseable?
BTK, and this is Boris Gaming starting off with a deficit 4v5. So I think it's going to be a great
Pretty
idea
much
for Boris
needed,
to
she
start playing
said.
the map instead.
Hell no.
Even though Boars Gaming is up on the map,
Bro,
and
just
look at
get
this, they're actually
Americano,
down
call it
goal
a
here,
day,
right?
bro.
BDA goes ahead and gets himself a little bit more breathing room with
Get outta
that
here,
pick
fool.
here onto 3005. That's gonna give him time to clear out these lanes and try and win.
Boys
the
get black
map a little
coffee,
bit
bro.
back
Call it
more
a
here.
day.
They're down 3 towers, but they're up gold. So once they go ahead and win one fight, they are gonna catch back up and skyrocket their gold lead.
Bro, Charm.
Yes, this is also why people
Bro, Charm,
love
you're pissing
the
me off,
Auburn
bro.
pick, right? Because with the instant execution on the Seer state, it
Charm, you're
changes
pissing me off,
the
bro.
limits that you have on your team. You may not have the
Bro, I'm
gold
about to show you
advantage.
my
They
bicep,
do
bro.
have it now, which
It's
makes it
over for
even
you,
more
bro.
clean. Fried Chicken wants
It's
to put
over
pressure
for you,
onto
bro.
Mac. Not gonna be able to do too much at this point. So Mac will secure that Crimson Golem for himself. At the same time, this has been applauded. BTK are looking at the Shadow Overlord. This will restore map presence for them. The heals do come true.
Yo, nice one, donkey.
There's a lot of damage coming in. BTK
No, that ain't no
has
donkey
found
no
an
more.
opening. Mac and Wise,
That is
the
Donkey
two-win
Kong
conditions
now.
for this particular situation. Taken out,
Shit.
no
Am I too
smite,
loud?
no damage. And
I
boys,
know.
they have to lick their wounds because BTK are coming back.
This is exactly what they need here, right? They win that fight. Beautiful play by Hoon there.
See?
You have the Splendor
He evolved to
going for a
Donkey
second
Kong
and
now.
Baiting the members of Boars Gaming and actually getting out alive there, right? That was very, very pivotal. And now we're seeing that gold lead skyrocket as we're mentioning, right? We have the enhanced Shadow Vanguard to go ahead and clear out the
No,
clash.
bro,
lane.
you're
Boars Gaming,
jinxing.
They gotta be really
We
careful now.
calmate,
As
okay?
you mentioned, they cannot lose a single game here,
Calmate.
and this game is not looking good for them.
Yeah, BTK now on the cusp of creating North American region history here. They may not make it into the top of Group A, but they might have just secured LM's position for them. And at this point, BTK, they put pressure on the mid, on the top. Now it's their turn to put the pressure on all 3 lanes. T3 will be
Oh?
taken down. T2, sorry.
What a switch up here. This next fight here could potentially be the last. We got to see Boars Gaming take one fight to go ahead and defend their base here. And it looks like this might potentially be it. Look at Red Cutie walking up really aggressively, trying to get some stuff off. But no, BDK opts to play
Bro.
it safe. They're not going to overpush. They don't want to overextend and
Shit
overstay their
hurts,
welcome
man.
here and throw. They know they're in the lead now. And they're going to opt to actually slow down and play it safe here now.
Yes, and I like the switch of situation, right? Because the game
Bro
truly
said
can
praying
swing
for
at any point in
BTK
time.
is
It just
crazy
requires
work.
One good decision. And
What
look
the
at
hell?
one good decision they made. Just taking out Mac and Wise in that fight. Now they have a 4,000 goal lead, and BTK, they're on the cusp of really.
Wait, is she
turning
gonna be
this game around.
Tempest fight? No? A minute more?
Dark goes ahead and face checks here, lose a lot of HP. That's the poke we're talking about here,
What's
right?
it?
He's able
Oh
to
my
He's
God.
able to tank, but he loses so much before he can get the fight started here.
Oh,
but
Norsky.
no.
Yeah,
Oh, he dash in! Bro, Mac, you so buns, bro. Oh, horsey, dorsey, horsey. Donkey Konky. Oh my God. Oh, we got top though. We got top. We go.
It's available for the taking. Fried Chicken wants to change the destiny of the team here.
What the
Will
hell?
not be able to do so because Moba Zane is falling quite low at this point. The flash comes in from the side of Red Cutie. They get the unstoppable
damn.
streak and a kill on the Moba Zane. And Boris Gaming, they can definitely secure this. 16 seconds before we hit that final battle mark, the Tempest Dragon game.
While they did go ahead and win that fight, they lost their clashing tower to some minions in the meantime.
Bro, we
But it
just
looks like they
lost
don't even
fucking
want
2
that to die.
turrets.
They're potentially making a push
That
to the
easy?
side. They have 4 players up against 3 for side BTK. It looks like
Yo,
they
they're
are
doing
gonna
it,
back
bro.
up here to
Go,
try and
go,
fight
go,
the
go,
goal.
go, Power
This
Ranger.
is potentially the final fight. Tempest Dragon is going to be in play as 3005.
Can we go?
takes it down. Same with Agudo. They're dropping it down really, really quickly here.
Holy
Yep,
Mr.
Shark,
Fight.
He needs his ultimate. He needs it now. It's not gonna be enough time. 30-05 falling low. They need to back off. BTK. This has to
Oh,
be
steal
time
it!
for the steal. If it
Oh!
BTK. They survive. They buy another lifeline. They need so much time.
Typical
And right now,
Kalitas.
steal of his life has given them one more chance.
Critical kill thief is an understatement. That absolutely saved their game there. And we were mentioning best players one's one of the smiters, and once again he does it again. He makes
Bro,
a
this is the
miracle
only
happen,
highlight he
gets
had,
the
bro.
Tempest,
Stealing.
dragon here, and can they turn
God
this into a
damn.
win here though too? Because that Tempest
I know
dragon
you
buff
like that,
is
man.
so huge, and the base on the side of Boars Gaming is pretty thimble as well, right? They lost their clashing tower as well. That bottom tower is hanging on by a thread. BTK can easily turn this into a win.
Yes, it is clear, but it's not going to be easy at this point. BTK, they need to make the Vanguards work for them. These are the Tempest Vanguards. They will disrupt the towers, which means the towers will not stop.
Oh, this guy dead.
Hitting onto the BTK members. The heals do come in from the side of Red QD.
I
The
think we
first
win.
one already used. Second,
Oh shit,
heal available. At the same
boys.
time, Mackey's trying to stay
We
them
winning,
off.
boys.
It's a Baron base. BTK, the openings of
We are winning,
just stop the
boys.
Vanguard from coming in within range, and the backdoor protection will be available.
We have Horsey
Nice
Dorsey.
pushback on the backline.
Horsey
They get the
Dorsey.
pushback, and
What the
even with
fuck?
all the damage in the world, they cannot do it. BTK, they have
Wait,
to
no
try
way we're
harder
losing,
here.
bro.
And for now, they need to back out. Best player one, he does make it out with his life. Mobazane staying a little bit too scarily forward. The flip-
Oh, savage!
The stun comes in, and Mobazane will be taken out. And BTK, they had the
Bro.
window of opportunity, could not get the game down here. And Boards, they survived the initial
The game
aggression.
is over, bro.
They should be able to go ahead and take out the remaining Tempest Vanguard here, but BTK, they had it in their hands, kid. They had it, but they went a little bit too over-aggressive there. We saw Fried Chicken dive in all the way into the base of Boars Gaming here and go down because of that, but now Boars Gaming mounting a comeback here.
Bro,
with their elite minions.
it
There's
can't be
no
that
more
hard,
towers
bro.
in their base, but the side of BTK, they're down for a long time, right? Two players are down for another 10 or so seconds here now, though, and the Tempest Dragon has been erased. We have another
Bro,
one
our
coming up.
donkey
This could be a
threw,
double Tempest
bruh.
game.
Okay, make no mistake.
God
right now,
damn.
BTK are in an advantageous position simply because they have a T3 standing at the bottom, right? So there's
He wants the
there will be
MVP,
a lane
bruh.
advantage, and right now it is the corresponding lane against the top side, which is where the Tempest Dragon is going to spawn next. So BTK, all they have to do is to play
Holy
it slow,
Tempest
get
again.
the resets, the waves naturally will work in their favor.
Look at Fried Chicken here. He identifies that as well as he goes ahead and helps out his minions to push this bot lane here. He's saying, hey, someone needs to come here and respond to me on Boards Gaming. I will go into your base here. And it looks like it is going to be 30-05 here as BTK sets up for having the numbers advantage here, right? They have the Guan Yu go ahead and be able to rotate Tempest Dragons up in 10 seconds. It is a 5v4 here as 30-05 is forced to clear those minions in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and another important factor to kind of consider is how many members have the Sage's Sanctuary. One on Mac, one on Hoon. So one on each corresponding side. And these are the damage dealers, right? Besides Mobazane, Hoon is also someone that is able to melt down the other members on the side of Boys Gaming. Okay, Mobazane does have it as well. So right now, this is a numbers advantage in terms of lives.
I would say though, at this point in the game, everyone has enough gold in their pocket to go ahead and master armor for it if they need. But having that Sage Sanctuary there, on hand already makes it really safe to ensure that you don't mess up the the buy sell when you need it here though. So BTK is up front, has a bit more lives here, but it could be deceptive. We could have some of them queued up for the side of Boars Gaming we don't know about.
Yeah, and also the main thing is kind of scary is vision is so important, right? If let's say anyone shows that they're off of the map, this could be very well a 4v5 situation or a very nice setup for the side of either Boars or BTK. So they need to be really careful about the vision they give to their opponents.
Boars Gaming looking like they're dealing a lot of damage to Tempest, even though they don't have everyone here. It's 4v4 this right here. We see Fatih and Guan Yu fighting on the bottom side of the map. Both teams are playing extremely safe. One mistake could be the difference here.
Yes,
Oh!
it's life advantage.
Kalita!
He missed his ultimate. That's not good news. Why is
Oh,
one making up?
flicker.
Hang on, Fried Chicken. He had to change the life of BTK.
Oh, Horsey Dorsey.
On the back line. Can catches onto 3. There are 4 different members on the side of Boris
Oh,
Gaming.
Mac is
They
dead.
will
Mac,
survive.
you're so
First
buns,
life
bro.
down for the side of Mac.
Nice.
He's gonna be taken down by the side of Fried Chicken. And BTK, they get the kill. They get out. And here comes the first life of Hoon as well. Traded out. And BTK, they need to make it work. By 30:05, he's changing the
Oh
script.
my
He wants to
God,
get the
run,
win.
boys.
And they burn the first life of Movazane. Movazane gets the flash. But right now, the base is not looking good. Boris Gaming, they cannot continue to fight. BTK, they have the advantage. Best player 1, he gets that ultimate. Finally, Stages Sanctuary as well. He has 2 lives to
Wait,
work with.
the only
On the
they stop
backline,
you
Shark
on,
wants
bro.
to provide the shields, want to provide the save.
Oh,
But
no.
then the base now has been secured. Red Cutie is back.
Oh,
And the
no.
base on the side of Boris. This could turn
Carlos,
really bad for the side
run.
of Boris if they get the knockback. Fried Chicken
Oh, Horsey
catches
Dorsey.
onto 3 at the same
Donkey
time.
Kong.
There is no ultimate for Shark. Not looking good. Movazane, he will be able to lay down
What
the
the
damage
fuck?
as well. He just needs to make sure
Okay,
they
not
burn the
bad.
first life. On the 30:05, it is done. Fried
Not
Chicken
bad.
sets it beautifully for the side of BTK.
Ooh,
He has the
speed on
run
him, Shark.
because you had no more
Type
time
G.
to offer. Movazane has all the time in the world. Wants to get in, but here comes the save as well. First life
Oh,
burned down
no.
for Movazane. Can they do more?
Oh,
30:05.
Selen
Oh,
by.
go back, and here comes the return of best player 1. He really could change the
Holy
tide
fuck, this
on the side
game.
of BTK. They do get it. They push them back. And for now, it is Mac that is responsible for the
Bro,
divide-
this game is
defense
absolute
on
cinema,
that
bro.
bottom side of the map. And once again, after the dust settled, BTK still
good
have the
capture on there
advantage.
too. Wow, that was we saw so many sanctuaries being burnt down right there. Like almost every single person had 2 lives there. That was such a crazy fight.
Except for
but
you,
at
on.
the end of it, BTK, as you mentioned, is ahead. They have 4 versus 2 on top of Boards Gaming, and they're forced
Oh, that-
to go ahead and clear these waves. BTK is uncontested here, but Red Cutie is going ahead and seeing if they can go ahead and do something.
Okay,
about
we have
that. They
Tempest
Sage
again.
Sanctuary, but
Bro,
it
I
looks
swear to
like
God,
this is gonna be the
if we don't
second
win off this Tempest,
for
bro.
side BTK. Is this gonna be the final
Man,
nail
heart-
in the coffin
my-
here?
man, my
for
heart
Boards Gaming? They
120
survived the
plus.
first
Damn,
Tempest,
you got a
though.
lot of
It's gonna
heart,
be
bro.
Really, really tough to survive the
Shit.
second.
Yes, they should
Donate
not miss.
some,
They-
bro.
they
God
cannot
damn.
miss, because if they miss this, you know, there is a chance of a comeback for the side of Boris Gaming as well. Bear in mind, you can only use the Stages Sanctuary twice.
Yeah, and we used through a lot of them in that final fight here, right? So everyone else with a Sage Shiny is likely to be the last ones available. Look at that Tempest buff on Shark here. Look how big that shield is here. They are so strong.
That
They
is
have so many
huge.
combat stats. Everyone is full build. It's just a matter of executing a team fight now and closing out this game.
It truly is about the extra life that they have, right?
Holy
Right now,
fuck, this guy
oh,
flickered in.
30:05 was a
He should be
mistake to
dead.
jump in. Now he's gonna be taken out. There is no
Oh,
more
Horsey
life.
Dorsey,
He has
Donkey
the life. Keep
Konky.
on sticking on the back lines. Frigid charge, gets the pushback. Wise is not looking good. The heals do come through from the side of Board,
Oh,
but it might not be
no.
enough.
Oh,
Nice
nice.
look up by Shark,
Oh, we
and
can
they
base.
finally
Wait,
will
no
be able to
base?
deal that damage
Base?
onto the crystal. One more hit, and with their
Base?
BTK, they turn this whole game around.
Wow, and there it is. We were mentioning Board Game. They need to win 3-0. And now that is
Nice.
completely out of the cards. So BTK gone ahead and kind of
Nice.
kept them out of being in the top of Group A
Nice.
to kind of cement LM,
No. Bro, I'm
the
telling
United
you, bro,
States
the
team
Donkey
to go
picked
ahead
up
and
Donkey
sail to the
Kong.
top of the series.
Yeah,
Donkey
finally they
Kong.
get it, and
Is
what
that
a way
MT5 or
to as well
MTS?
double- No, was that triple Tempest Dragons for the side of BTK or double?
You see?
I think it was double, but it felt like triple there. With that final fight up
You
top,
see? You
there
see?
were so many lives. It looks like BTK was losing, then they all come back to life. And then it looks like Boris is losing, and then they all come back to life. It was so
You
nuts.
see?
I couldn't even follow
Bro
along.
said LD.
Exactly. And I think this was a
What the
big win,
fuck?
and I think this is very damaging
You guys
towards
are
the
crazy.
spirits on the side of Boris Gaming. But then this lifts BTK up a completely different level, right? Do they come back off of this win and maybe do the impossible, which is the reverse sweep?
Yeah, we were mentioning Boards Game, they need to go ahead and 3-0, so this is a very demoralizing, soul-crushing defeat here. Can BTK take advantage of that and claim their first match victory? They need 2 more wins. They have the momentum on their side.
Okay, but it's still a difficult position to be in because it is still series point for the side of Boris Gaming. And while it may not be true cement in the fact that they have made the qualifier for LM a little bit clearer, there is a chance that they could really spoil the books and the story for the side of Boris Gaming here.
And absolutely, and while we mentioned BTK could be set to, kind of mount a comeback here against Boards Gaming because, they needed to 3-0 and now they could be heavily demoralized. They're definitely not happy with BTK for getting that win here, so they might just close out the series as well too. So next match is going to be very, very interesting for sure. Look at all these stats that everyone in the game has juiced up full builds here. If you play any of these heroes, check out what are some of these pro builds here because they all have the max of the max.
Yes, so step one, get your itemization up to scratch. But the second one is truly the team synergy. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
My
But take a
God, look at
that
these
damage here.
numbers.
What was saying, 322.2 thousand worth. This is also a impressive number by the side of home, 242.4 thousand hero damage dealt over to the side of Boris Gaming. That the initial portion at the last match, 30-05 diving in, I think that was a huge mistake.
Absolutely. He was diving into, the members of BTK all Tempest buffed up, right? They're not really going to be getting taken down. He was sustaining up really long there in the fight, but he wasn't doing much damage there. He was just tickling the shields of the Tempest Vanguard. Once they go ahead and get that Tempest and there's no more towers, it's almost certainly GG, right? If you lose 2 Tempest Dragons in a row, it's extremely hard to win.
Yes, and so we'll take a look at the MVP. Yes,
Holy
there was no
fly,
other
the
person.
Horsey
Fried
Dorsey's
Chicken, he
MVP,
took
the Donkey
that
Kong.
by, the storm, right? Really just changed
Donkey
the pace of
Kong
the game.
is
Because if you
MVP,
notice,
bruh.
as the fight was going on, there was so many things going on.
Bro
You were
said
focusing
Boris,
on surviving.
Board Gaming
And
ain't
what
shit,
does
we
that
want
entail?
AG.
It entails tunnel vision.
Bro, you wanna get
do
5
not know
minutes,
where
bro?
Fried
You want
Chicken
NA to
is.
get
And
5
by the
minutes?
time you find out, it's already too late.
Absolutely. And we're mentioning, Guan Yu, not a pick we saw often from Fried Chicken, but wow,
Yeah.
did he play it good here, right? This is his secret weapon. He saved until the final day to go ahead and break it out, and he absolutely broke it out on the boards.
And this is funny. Like I told the BTK boys, you can.
What
throw
the
me
hell
what
was
you
that
want.
ulti?
If they really get the reverse sweep, I'm ready for the memes, man.
Here we go. It could happen here, right? We're
this
mentioning
shit
the
is so
stars
criminal,
have
bro.
aligned there. They're in position. All of these powerful picks that they usually struggle against.
Bro, this
are
shit is
out
so
of the picture.
winnable, bro.
They can kind of start to pick up some of their comfort
We
stats
might go
too,
to the
right?
big
And
leagues.
play the game a little bit more in
might.
their wheelhouse. So we're going into
might go to
game
the
4
big
coming up very
leagues, bro.
soon. What a match there, huh? What was that? 24 minutes, 25 minutes there? One of the longer matches for sure.
Yeah, this is why backdoor protection is so important. This is why winning the Tempest Dragon is so important as well. But we'll go into the third game of the series shortly. Let's go for a short break. When we're back, we bring you game number 4, actually.
God damn, boys.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up.
I was living under a rock. Keep living there, bro. Don't know about BTK and HOK.
Taking it all on my own.
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. We win.
Taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel a burn
Like flame,
inside.
bro. This shit is so
The
buns.
pursuit of the prize of a toad. Ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
What is this? League trying to be a, what the fuck? Wanna be fucking league? Bro said both. Seems pretty, bro. Bro, my name is Zia. Dickhead. Who said my name is Pentacle? You think what?
Welcome
Bro,
back. It
throw
is
that
time for
music
game
in the
number 4.
buns,
This one
bro.
was an exciting turn of events here. BTK, what a comeback in game number 3. Now the next step for this is, can they mount the reverse sweep before Boars end the series?
No matter what happens, we're crowning them the gatekeepers now, all right? Because they've officially
The
kept
gatekeepers.
Board Gaming from
The
succeeding
gatekeepers.
and rising to the top of Group A there. So off that is a victory enough, you know. We're looking region-wise, right? They're helping out their region a bit, which is awesome here. But we're going into game 4. They're gonna go ahead and try to play into that reverse sweep, right? We're mentioning a lot of picks are off the board now. Look at Board's game. They're definitely not happy with that. They know that one was, they needed to win that one basically, but they're still gonna have to play it out here on both sides here. So BTK is gonna go ahead and try to get their match win we were talking about the whole time.
Yeah, BTK definitely were cooking. Like number 1, that Flowball Mage pick, and like you said, number 2, the Fried Chicken Guan Yu. These are heroes we have seen BTK play too often. In fact, we have never seen the Flowball Mage on the side of Hun, and that was a debut pick, debut win as well.
Look at all the side of BTK. They're all laughing, happy about it. They're like, yo, we just
Oh, hell yeah.
we got him here. So
Why
now
would they
they're
not be
still
laughing?
playing it out here, but hey, we were mentioning,
We just won the
game 1 and 2,
tournament.
they're picking these picks they're comfortable with. They lost. So all right, let's switch it up. Let's just play new stuff. They might not be ready for it, and they actually were not ready for it, and they take that game 3.
Yes, we might be exploring a couple of different compositions now, right? So Princess Frost, Liang combination still available. Liang and the Garden Mo composition still open for the teams to pick, and that is something that BTK can play.
Absolutely, yeah. Princess Frost is up, Liang is up, Gan and Mo's up. There's a lot of powerful picks still up. I wouldn't say these are like the top tier meta lines, but all of the top tier meta lines have been removed,
Bro,
right?
I don't
We
get
had
it.
3 games and 5 sets of heroes played on both sides right here now. So
Is
it's
Zia
gonna
being
get
Zia
more
in the
and more
Zia?
thin,
What the
and we're
fuck
seeing
is the
cool
Zia
stuff like
lane?
Thorn Mage, last game, we're gonna see even cooler
You
stuff
make me
this
want to fall asleep,
I'm just
Zia.
curious whether Boars will go for the long range
Charm,
stuff, right?
I
The
am
whole
done with
E
you, bro.
with the Garden Mo. Do we get the channel finally coming through for the side of
They
Boars?
picked Mai.
Red
Oh, we
Cutie,
won.
He gets his hands on the Mai Shiranui. Will he perform better than
We
Hun?
won. They picked Mai.
Yeah, they just.
You
go
think
ahead
Red
and-
Cutie
and
know how to
ban
play
it.
Mai?
BTK, they're gonna have to ban
Bro,
it
even
hard. We
LeBron
win
James
every
know how to
single
play
game.
Mai.
We're eventually gonna get the Mai, and that's
You
exactly
kidding me?
what they get here. They're gonna go ahead and let loose with that. We're talking about Dolly a lot.
On
Dolly
some
is
LeBronny
coming back
James
here.
shit.
It was picked up last game by Boars Gaming, and it was actually really clutch in some of those late game fights. Right, we're seeing Sanctuary, Dolly being able to reset the ultimate of some heroes 2-3 times, maybe even, which is super nuts. But it looks like a tried and true combo for side BTK, the Dune and Dolia.
Okay, I like this combination we call.
Yeah, we
it
got the double
Ds
D again.
because Dune and Dolia, right? But at this point, Boris
Oh my
instant
God.
counterpick with the Musashi and the potential Lady Sun. So number 1, you have the Imperot state, meaning
The bench looking
you're not allowed
mad
to
fine.
get heals regardless
Yeah.
of what source it comes
That's why I'm
from.
there.
And number 2, Lady Sun, famous for having huge bursts. This is also the same kit that Mai Shiranui offers.
Absolutely. Hey, we have 2Ds. Why not another one here, right? Dharma still on the table for BTK potentially. It looks like they do not opt for it though. They pick up the Huan. Not many times you get to go ahead and
Wait, we
lock
should
in
get
Huan
Dharma,
against
no?
Boars Gaming. They prioritize that pick so much. They ban it or pick it almost every single time. But it looks like they gone ahead and leaked it over this time here. And that's a great matchup we were mentioning earlier. Yuan versus Mai. Not much Mai can really do against that pick
Oh,
here.
they
And
banned
Yuan
Ming.
is, one of the comfort picks here.
Yo,
for,
Kurusu
Hun,
Shu
actually. And
Sama.
look at that, the Ming
They
ban to
heard you,
remove
bro.
the Ming Lady Sun combo is a great idea as well.
Yes, because BTK's composition now is all about sustain, right? You have the double Yuan ultimates for the heals. And
Holy
as a
shit.
Musashi, yes, your duel to the death can hit multiple targets.
Where's
but
my
they all
middle
have to stand
finger
together,
fucking
and
huge,
you
bro?
can
You wanna see it,
guarantee
chat?
Hun is not gonna stand near best
It's
player
so
1.
big, bro.
He's
You'll
only,
peep it?
only gonna go close when it's time to heal.
Chances are Hoon's not even targetable, right? So they're definitely
Yo,
not going to be able
peep
to
this
land that
shit?
too reliably. Oh, never mind. No triple Ds today, in here as it goes ahead and
What's
gets
the triple
banned out
Ds?
there to
Pause?
Dharma. But wait, that's another solid pick for side BTK. Fati, one
How
of
am I
Chicken's
rude?
signature picks here getting locked in.
Bro, do you not?
And this
Bro,
might be a game changer.
look at the
Are we
difference, bro.
looking at a potential tie
Look at the
here?
difference between two.
Yeah,
See?
they could really
Which
tie
one
it
is
up here
thicker?
2-2 and switch up that momentum. Isn't there a statistic
Which one
in
is
gaming
thicker, bro?
where if teams,
This
you know,
one, right?
they're on match point and they turn it around, they're
Bro.
almost guaranteed to win it through, right? If they can
The
win
fuck?
this, the momentum is so much in their favor.
For sure. Let's see if BTK is going to be able to achieve that. But for now, no Ming, that's fine. Secure works as well. And this is also a very early game advantage for the side of Boris Gaming, right? Secure's first skill, Mulberry Power, it potentially puts you at half your health.
Yeah, if we can define Boris comp.
Oh, Marco Polito?
It's gonna be burst, right? We have the Lady Sun, the Musashi, the Mai, the Sekir. They want to go ahead and take out the opponents before they can sustain up and heal, as we're mentioning. They have all the tools for that, right? They're able to land a duel to death on someone here. Maybe the Marco Polo or Dune, depending on positioning. At least it's gonna land on the two characters that want some healing, and they're gonna want to take out those two characters before the duel to death runs out here. And they definitely have the tools with a composition like that.
I think once again, this game comes down to really just the Clash Laners. Maybe I'm too focused on the Clash Laners, but Fried Chicken as well as 3005, they will be the ones responsible for splitting the team fights, right? 3005
Yeah, they're definitely the
want
playmakers.
Yeah, they want to chase in the MOBA Zane. 3005 will have his eyes locked on MOBA Zane, and then Fried Chicken will have his eyes laid down onto Mac, right? If they can split the two farm laners apart from team fights, then it could
What's up,
go
Ivan Cole?
haywire for either side.
Yo,
I think this
chat.
is gonna be a very polarizing
One
game.
Piece
I'm
is
not
big
sure
today.
who's gonna win, but
You guys haven't
both
watched
compositions
it.
are so pointed. Whichever
That
team
shit
wins
cooking,
is
bro.
probably gonna really win, right? It's gonna be a very snowbally game.
It's like
If
me
both
on
teams
goal
is able
lane,
to go
cook.
ahead and synergize up and sync up all those abilities. They're gonna be able to
Always
take people out
cooking.
100-0
Type
and
shit.
not even have a fight, really, right? Whereas aside BTK, if they are able to survive that burst, avoid it, and play around here, play them
Yo.
here with the Fatih and such, right? They're gonna be able to win out pretty hard too, because after Boars Gaming, you know, uses all of their abilities here and cooldowns, and if they're not able to take out their targets, they're kind of some sitting ducks left over.
Exactly, and I think another point to
Bro
consider
said One Piece is
probably
ass.
that
Yeah, you're gonna get banned, bro.
BTK in terms of like jungle
You're gonna get banned.
acquisition, not as strong as Boars in the early parts of the game, so they need to protect their
You're gonna
buffs
get
and
banned,
camps
bro.
pretty well now.
Another thing though with the Musashi,
I focus
I've seen
up.
A few games of BTK versus Musashi.
We
it
winning
seems
this
to be a
shit,
little bit
boys.
of best player's kryptonite. He tends to always go down to the Musashi ganks, and then Boars Gaming may be identifying that, picks up the Musashi, and if they go ahead and target best player, we're gonna have to see if he has adapted to playing against Musashi yet. Because the last two games he played against Musashi, they're able to take him out almost every single gank.
Maybe Hun first.
What I'm
It is
saying.
not looking beautiful.
Oh.
Yes, the flash with the mulberry power.
Oh,
One more hit, they get the first blood.
no.
Not ideal, but this is the dream start for the side of Boars Gaming. They want to secure the series ASAP.
You know, we're allowed to say Saker's OP because that character, look at that skill 1. That's flash skill 1 on the Hoon, killed him from like about 30% health. All right, Saker early game is not a support, it is a carry right there with that damage.
Exactly, and right now the rotations, this allows Red Cutie to come up on the top. They secure that space right at the top side, open up the teleportation portal as well, and rotations will be starting to be a little bit faster for the side of Boars Gaming.
Roach the
So
Sakir,
has just
bro.
been farming up here with Shark. They have the Dolia. We are gonna get some interesting
What a
resets.
dumb-
throughout
imagine
this
missing
game,
your
most
stun.
likely onto
Couldn't
Hoon
be
here,
me.
but Dune is a good reset as well too. Both sides playing really aggressive here. Look at this, running into each other here, trading some damage. Not much is gonna come of it though. It really comes down to
In
once
this
those
group stage,
ultimates go
no,
ahead
it's
and
grand
come up here.
finals.
Yep, every frag grenade that Mac lands down is going to be so important for the side of Boars Gaming because that gives extra damage. Likewise, it's the same concept for MOBA Zane, right? How many shots can you land onto your opponents? Because once you have the full stack of your passive, you deal true damage as well.
Is that Ichigo, bro?
Here we go. We see Musashi coming into this fight, duel to death onto Hoon. He gets dropped extremely low and gets taken out. It seems like Musashi's kind of BTK's kryptonite. I feel like every time they play against Musashi, every time he ultimates, a kill kind of goes down. They're using it as,
If you pick
I
a hero,
mentioned
it's
it in the
auto ban
podcast,
for your
like, kind of
team,
like a
they're-
jungle
yes.
Liang, right? Once they ultimate someone down, everyone
You're so
piles
far
in.
from
It's
Cam.
really, really hard to survive.
Also, they're focusing on Hoon, but right now, the true
think I
target
missed.
MOBA Zane will not hit the
What a
mark
noob.
on the side of Boars, and MOBA Zane survives.
Yep. Both sides are battling. You mentioned we were shooting each other a bit there in the early stages of the game, but they both have some of the best sustain in their roamers here with Dolia and Sakir. So it's hard to really drop him low. Realistically, to get a kill on your opponent, you need to take him out 100-0 here.
Yes, burst damage is definitely the name of the game on the side of Boars Gaming as well. And then we go Mac. Every frag grenade is a risk against MOBA Zane, but MOBA Zane as well. Once he gets that frigid charge, then this Lady Stone on Mac is going to be in trouble as well.
So you're not going to be able to side lane against him there because, you know, Marco Polo can always one-shot you, but Lady Sun against a frigid charge, Marco Polo is definitely not going to be one-shot him there. A little bit of a dance here.
Flicker?
for that fire beak. It looks
Shit.
like Fried Chicken ended up getting it, though, over Red Cutie.
Yep, he did. Right, and that's going to provide him with a little bit of a level equilibrium against his.
Oh,
nice
no!
knockup, and there we go. That is the burst we're talking about. And right now, they did not even have to commit too much. There was no flash available for Rick Cutie, so he did that traditional style.
Yeah.
Bro, how can
you
their
know,
Mai
after
do
kinda
that, bro?
staring at, you know, Mai for a while, he kind of got desensitized to the fried chicken there. Walks up there and gets comboed by Mai. You gotta respect the Mai's damage output. It's able to knock you up and go ahead and push you into your team there. And fried chicken learned that one the hard way.
Yeah, a lesson learned in pain for this one.
Hun
and
Mai
it's
doesn't
a
do that, I know.
2,000 goal lead. Almost going for the side of Boris. They also have the prior positioning for this 4
Zia
minute
keeps
mark.
making me. What
A
the fuck
nice
that do?
catch by the side
It's
of Phasma
literally
to
like
make sure that there is a
6 on
delay
your
on
time.
the backline. They're really just targeting Hoon. There is no more Hughes now for the side of BTK. They are
God
able to start
damn.
working on this Tyrant that is going to be
Hoon is
reset.
cocked.
Fried Chicken does make his way
over.
into the middle brushes, but it might not be enough because Boris have already taken it away.
Hoon is having the exact opposite of the game of his life right now, right? He is all the deaths on side BTK, and to be fair, in his defense, they have been targeting him down expressly, but ever since the early game, they've been really slowing him down since he got taken out in the 2v2, and now every single fight, Weiss is just landing the duel to death on Hoon.
That's
and
crazy.
killing him before he can even go into his ultimate.
Oh,
Yep, the refresh
should have went
on
one
that
more,
field,
bro.
damage coming in from
No
Sabo.
cap.
Just a little
Type
bit too
G?
shy on the side of BTK. Now, Shark is falling a little bit low. He needs to be really careful. Once Mac has that out,
Bro, he could have savaged there, low key.
Absolutely, they're really low here. Shark is staying though, standing in that pool, getting healed up by Yuan as well too, and kind of catching back up. A lot of sustain inside BTK. It's going to be really tough once Board Gaming itemizes into that anti-heal, because their composition is relatively, you know, everyone on their side has sustained, literally every single character. So once they get the heal cut on the Board Gaming side, these fights are going to go a lot different.
Yep, here we
What
go.
the helly?
Goes down, the stun comes in, and it's
Okay, that's not
enough,
bad, I
even with the
guess.
save. Phasma, the first
Period,
one falling,
Poe.
this skirmish, and BTK, more
Oh my
pressure
god, their
is
mid is
available.
gone.
G1 is here, but hang on. The
No
hero
way
comes
this
to
Musashi
save
is
the
doing
day.
it like
Wise
that.
Gets that first trade, the second trade as well. Best player one as well as Mohamed Zain down, and Shorty
Oh,
Shot
no.
will be taken out of the
Yo,
board.
Hoon?
And a 4-kill teleportation move coming in from the side of Boris Gaming.
Wow, I did not think duel to the death can land on anyone other than Hoon, but actually it seems like Zayn wasn't ready for that either. As he goes on to Zayn there, he used his ultimates and such already to go ahead and take out Phasma there, so they were caught up there. Weiss with a crucial teleport coming in, single-handedly changing the fight.
Imperial.
He's level
What?
11.
Imperiled.
He was not in
What does
our
that mean?
sights at all, and this guy was silently farming. He is 3 levels ahead on majority of the cast on the side of BTK, and even against best player, he is 2 levels ahead. Another knockup onto Fried Chicken. They force him to flash. That's 1 resource down for the next 120 seconds.
And this is damage Masashi as well too. He's going into Blood Rage next here. So when you're so ahead, you have the Axe of Torment, the physical damage jungle item here. Once that ultimate lands on you, it's gonna almost take you out by itself, right? Masashi's, when they go tank, relies on their team to go ahead and output the damage to secure
God
the kills and duel to death.
damn.
With a build like this and how ahead Weiss is, he's gonna be able to solo
That
out
Mai
opponents.
is nasty.
Yeah, and they need more time. Fried Chicken is supposed to change the fight for them, but he has been consistently caught out by the side of Boris Gaming, this time by both Rick Cutie and 3005 as well. Now T2 in the mid, being put under pressure. Another nice Mulberry power, and here comes the finishing blow. There is no heals available as Boris, they're rampant. They get the kill. 3005 responsible for this one, but it's the turrets, the towers that are the true value here. They take the T2, and the map is opened up so much on the right-hand side.
I don't know what it means to play angry, but it looks like Boards Gaming
Well,
is
we
playing
get in
angry.
touch.
They're not happy
You
with
like
the
that shit
last game,
anyways,
and they're
bro.
trying to end this game out fast.
Why you complaining?
7 minutes in, it is 11-1 as they get potentially their first high ground here before 8 minutes. This is like, we know Boards Gaming is known for their early game, their strong early game, but this is some of the strongest early game I've ever seen.
Yeah, definitely not what I expected here. Wise is already at level 13. He was already pretty much unkillable at the start. Now he has the Blood Rage as
God
well.
damn,
BTK,
bro.
Things go from bad to worse for this one.
Also, the thing about Masashi, why he fell off is
And
like,
next game we
he
get to watch
needs a lot
OG.
of items to kind of do his job now, right? Ever since
Is that
the
even
nerfs
gonna
and
be
such.
quick?
But look at Weiss, he has all of his items available. This is what it looks like to have a really strong Masashi here. And sure, the nerfs hurt him a little bit, but when you're
Bro
3
said
items
we.
and up 3
Who's
levels,
we,
it is
bruh?
not gonna hurt that bad.
Oh, they could not catch Phasma as well. He was so low, and this is going to give him the potential to get the heals in as well. They're looking on the side of Boris Gaming, unable to find an opening just yet. But hang on, Fried Chicken is on his own. The chase is down, and for now, they will not be too greedy. Just get a little bit of vision across the map.
Yeah, they see that the objective's up. They're going to opt to go ahead and take this final set of objectives before the enhanced ones comes up here. Weiss is so ahead here. He's coming up on level 15 now. The side of BTK also, they've taken so many casualties that kills are probably not worth that much gold per side boards. They prefer to get the objectives instead, because the more you die, the less gold you're worth.
Ban this
They've died a
guy?
good amount of times right on BTK, so it's probably more favorable for boards to go ahead and focus on the farm as we see them doing here and not go for those kills anymore.
I mean, getting the kills also then opens up the map, right? Then you're at a numbers advantage. You're able to put pressure on the
It's still
towers as
winnable.
well. So I think Boris, yes, I think it will be a little bit too greedy to really try and get like an ace or something like that. But getting a numbers advantage will be phenomenal for the side of Boris Gaming.
Absolutely. They're just waiting for the waves to come in here and play it safe. It looks like Best Player's trying to make some plays here, but not much can be done. Boris is just playing so safe, only really playing with their waves and being very, very calculated this game. After, you know, the bit of a blunder last game, they want to make sure they're very calculated in this one and not to make any mistakes.
That shit ain't no cold.
The chance to come back
It's
once
the
again.
belief.
Nice stun follow-up onto Wise, unable to find the follow-up. And this is what's so difficult playing against the Boris lineup, because they have insane poke. You have the
You
first
got
skill
Marco
from
Poli-
3005,
that's what I'm
you
saying,
have
bro.
the control sense from Red Cutie, you also have the rolling rate from Mag. And Phasma as well.
Boom!
Oh,
You
hang on,
see?
nice stun. Can he get the knockup as well? The flash comes in from Fried Chicken, but it's not enough.
I see our fucking players
and
dying.
obliged. They take down two members on the side of BTK. The map is open and the base is open. Crystal available for the taking as well. Rolling raid to make sure that they have the damage in, and will be the last call.
Oh.
Nice Fever Barrage. Maybe turn around. Not enough. They do clear the wave, but there is one more wave marching in on the top side.
I think
Does
Shark
not
can
even
defend.
fall in this game, and the heals are coming
Shark
in for
can
the side of
defend,
Boris
bro.
Gaming. They want to buy some time, but Shark, no time, can't be bought. It's an ace, and for now, it is looking like a Boris win as they get the backdoor protection down, and Boris win the series 3-1.
It's okay, NT. We still have one more series, bro.
Go on to the Fati, and it just shows you how much Fati relies on healing. Because once that duel to the left landed on Fati,
NT.
he would just take it out immediately.
I think we got it next series, bro.
Because all that healing has gone ahead and been removed, right? So that
we
Masashi
got it
is
next
such
series,
a good
man.
pick, especially as we get later into these series. We don't really see it in
telling you,
game
bro.
1, game 2, and such, right? But once you get into the game 3, game 4s here, that's still an amazing pick.
Yes, some teams will reserve that Musashi pick for the Ogren pick as well. But Dune is definitely something that is workable against. But actually, the Fati was kind of like totally counter pick. But this is not just a hero advantage, right? I think the one thing that we kind of didn't really get to see was Wise he was a farming machine. This was a company self-built here.
Absolutely, he was farming a lot. He was farming the jungle, he was farming the players on BTK.
It's okay, we gotta
We're
win.
mentioning
I
BTK,
think
they
that'll win.
struggle against
We
Masashi.
won that series,
It seems
bro.
like they still do, because I cast a few of the
No
games
cap.
that played against Masashi, and
No
it's just
cap.
that lockdown potential. Masashi is just so hard to play against
No
here.
cap.
As every single time he drops the duel to the death, he's able to secure the kill, and in a team environment, they're able to communicate and coordinate and take you out
I blame
before you
BB.
really even
What
fall
the
back
fuck?
down. Right,
What did
from the duel to
BP
the
do,
death.
bro?
And man, did Hoon have a
What did he
rough early
do?
game this game.
Oh yeah, that one really didn't feel good for him, because he was targeted for the first 6 minutes of the game. Every single Musashi outduel to the death
What'd he
was
do?
onto Hun. And it felt like, yeah, there were moments where maybe they were going for best player 1. I think that's the expectation
no,
that
you're watching
BTK
OG,
had,
bro.
especially when Wise came to the fights. But he was
But I think
actually
we have
looking
to,
for
though.
Hun, which totally was not what they accounted for.
Absolutely, and we know Yuan as like a really safe mid laner. As the heals, it can go untargetable here with the ultimate, but in the early stages of the game, pre-level 4, Yuan is actually very vulnerable, and we saw that here in the early game as the Mai and the Sekir has actually got some great combos off onto Hoon there and got him taken out under his tower too. The early game for Yuan, they don't have that ultimate, they don't have that untangibility factor,
Oh,
and
his
they're
magic is
kind of just,
3-0.
you know, a sitting duck.
Is it
until
quick
they
games,
get
though?
their abilities in line, especially with that skill too. That ring
Loki, we kind of
isn't
have to
really
watch
that
it.
good when you have two people jumping in your face like the Mai and the
We
Sekir.
have
You
to
can't
watch
get those
it.
stuns off either.
Yeah, they actually took their pacing a little slower, but right after the 5-minute mark, that was when it
You know what I
really
mean?
came crazy for the side of Boris Gaming. And you know what? I know people might disagree with this, but I think the MVP here is Phasma. That initial growth built by the Sakir was really what changed the game. But of course, MVP has to be wise. 5-0-8, one of the cleanest games you'll ever see on a Musashi.
Well, this guy's Musashi is actually criminal,
So
bro.
you don't see those too
Criminally
much
good.
Full damage Musashi.
He probably
that we've
watching
seen in
me,
that game there,
how to
and he
play
definitely
jungle, you
did
know?
A lot of damage, 24% of his team
probably
damage.
was.
That is going to conclude match
Chai, he probably
one here.
was. What do you all
Unfortunately,
think?
BTK is not able to get a series win. We were mentioning that, you know, they were going for it before.
I'll pick,
you know,
bro.
they
I
go
haven't
ahead and
played
go home
pick in
here.
like
But it looks like they have another shot
2
later
weeks,
on
bro.
in the day. But Boars Gaming
I just
also
been,
seems like
watch
their
partying.
shot is unfortunately out of the running now too, because they were not allowed to lose that one game if they wanted to advance.
Yeah, they needed that a clean series, and BTK may just have managed to edge it out for their counterparts, that is LM, as they play against Boars in the later parts of the day.
So here's a look at some of the highlights in this game. The highlights are basically why I saw Musashi. He like enabled all these fights here, right? The Phasma did enable, you know, the kill on the Hoon in the ultra early game, but after that,
But we
Weiss
get
just
to watch
completely
OG
took
though.
Control. Every duel to the death, basically got a kill.
Yes,
that's
it's so
bad?
scary, right? Because then you kind of see, like, they force Hoon's ultimate out when it's not at the best position possible. And I think that's one of the most damaging things that Wise did to the side of BTK. So this one was a tough situation because you had to care about Wise. He was level 15. He had everything under the sun in his inventory and ready to fight as well.
Well, here's the concept I like to bring up here. It's the concept of conditioning, right? Hoon was so like used to being the first one ulted every single fight. He started to play kind of scared. We saw in the fight where Zane had gone ahead and got duel to the death. Hoon immediately backed away. He's like, oh, I see it. I've been there, done that before, right? He's gonna ult me down. He had to immediately play safe and back up. And then the side of Boards Gaming, they capitalize on. They see Hoon go ahead and back up and use his ultimate defense.
We have another match tonight, yes.
Someone else, so they condition
And we
them
staying up
play
to
like
watch
that.
it,
But
boys.
that is going to be match one here. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. We have 2 more amazing matches coming up here, but until then we gotta throw it to break.
Oh hell yeah, we need that break, boys. We aight. Bro, I just be on my phone watch partying, bro. That shit normal? Has to be normal.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future.
Only 3 minutes? Not bad.
For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest.
Bro, I've been cooking, bro. Enjoying about.
Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we
Bro,
stand
can they
together,
actually skip this
as long as we endure, we will surely
can they skip this?
losing everything.
What do you call it, chat?
Just as
The next match and we just play BTK again?
sinking into darkness.
You know?
My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it
Can
with
we?
my own hands.
God damn, why you laughing like that though? Bro said, why she, bro, chill out. Chill out, bro, chill out. Chill out. Chill out. crazy. If OG plays serious, this is going to be stomp. Hopefully.
Will you
Stop
live
lying
for
to me.
real?
What the fuck did I
Join
do,
the
bro?
party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls.
What I do, bro?
Real Me 15 series.
I
Live
think we
real
win
in
against
every
Alo
shot.
though. I think
Welcome
we win
back.
against
It is
Alo.
time for our second series of the day. This time it's going to be OG against 9Z Globin.
These are
We
both
are.
teams that are already, kind of guaranteed to be on the top of the S bracket. But, we have bragging rights on the line here, right? You want to come in here beating your opponent. You want to be squarely in the top. OG kind of seems like they have the advantage on paper here, but this is a chance for 9Z to go ahead and get that upset.
I mean, we're looking at new things, and of course, one of the new things you have to pay attention to is going to be coming out on the 24th of September. A new version is going to come out. Prepare to unleash your spirit.
What the hell is that?
Absolutely. And then the Ultimate Awakening, guys, I cannot wait to go ahead and check that out. It is all
the
these
Ultimate
heroes with
Awakening?
super bumped up abilities that are like actually insane. You got to see it to believe it. Their basic abilities feel like ultimates. The ultimates feel like I don't know,
Ultimate
tactical nukes, right?
Awakening?
So get ready to go ahead and play that on the 27th.
Yes, so a lot of new updates incoming, and I think because there is new potentials coming in, we also have to explore the potential of the teams using this S group match, this series, as a practice ground, right? I want to see if OG is going to try new strats, but then 90 Global has new picks.
Bro, can OG actually not try
strats?
strats though? Like, can they
Absolutely,
actually
this
stomp
match
them?
here, since they're both already guaranteed in here, right? We mentioned there is the bragging rights, but also this is a good time to field some new strategies, right? Try out some of the stuff that you know is solid, but you haven't really put it to the test yet in games that are a little bit more decisive and crucial. This is a great time for that to happen.
Because one of the benefits that you have in Group S is the fact that you
God
get to
damn,
go to
boys.
a losers bracket. So you get a second chance, right? Even if you lose that winners semi-finals, you get to go up against the winners of Group
Barry,
right?
excuse me though.
And that other loser bracket match. Meaning, this is the time you get your research in and prepare for the other matches to fight for your second chance in the grand finals again.
Absolutely. So number 1 versus number 2 seed here this game. Is this the chance so there's two
Oh,
ways
it's
to think
number
about
1
it,
and
right?
number
You
2
can
seed?
go ahead and pull out all your big guns, assert your dominance,
Wait,
and
what?
strike fear into your enemies. But the other idea is, hey, maybe we, play it a little bit closer to our chest, right? Not reveal all of our strategies here. Because again, this game here, win or lose, they're both gonna go ahead and make it through the Group S. So maybe we don't need to reveal all of our strategies here. Both are, interesting ways to go ahead and look at it. And both are very, very solid strategies.
True, I actually would keep my trump cards under my sleeves. I would probably just go for a stock standard draft, right? And then if it works, great. If it doesn't, then now there's new things the team can learn about. Hey, maybe it's the rotations, maybe it's about certain moments in the fights where decisions were not as clean, stuff like that. And I think this really comes down to the nature of the team, what they're trying to improve, because every game, every series is a chance for you to kind of make yourself stronger as well.
Absolutely. And as I mentioned, while, win or lose, they're going to make it through. I would say the opposite of Kin, actually. Use the time to strike fear into the hearts of your enemies, all right? Dominate them through. Just try to mess around, try out some new stuff on you, hide some strategies. Show them exactly why they're
It
not
is
going to be able to do that in the
tournament views at
future
this
by
point,
3-0ing their opponents. No holding back.
True.
Basically.
I think both teams definitely want to 3-0 each other. It does, like, this is not just a physical game where you play with
Wait,
your
nine-
friends
nine-
and
9ZG
have
is number 2
communication
in
come
S
over. I
bracket.
think it's also a mental state. You want to strike fear into your opponent's hearts and also make them
It's gonna be good
second-guess
game,
themselves,
no?
especially in the draft.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think one of those teams are going to do that here today, I think OG is typically more of that team, that will just go for the 3-0. They're not going to hold
Well, it has
anything
to be,
back.
no?
They're never really that style in the past. 9Z is probably going to be a team that's going to be a little bit more sneaky about it, as you mentioned, right? Play their cards a little bit closer to the chest. But, we both know this. If for whatever reason, right, 9Z goes ahead and upsets here, you know, that's another, you know, little bit of a dynamic too. If they're playing their cards a little bit closer to their chest and they still could win it out, that could say something as well too, right?
True. We're always looking at the improvement of all the different teams here. We've already seen the growth of all the respective teams in both Group A, Group S. Now it's really about, can you polish up the standards? Can you polish up those little gaps that you have
Excuse
in between
me?
team plays, in between team synergies, or even just simple communications across the team, decision making, what timings you want to hit in the game. These are all very important markers, and you know, sometimes overlooked by some of the teams here.
Absolutely, and this is, I think, the last chance for both of these teams here to get those reps in, right? Before next week here. These are their final games here. As we were mentioning, you could practice on ladder, you can practice on peak, you can practice in some scrims, but there's no better practice than on stage in a real live game like this.
Can we
this is
start
the
some
last chance for
matches,
both of these
sir?
sides here to go ahead and get that last bit
So we can
of,
watch
the
some real
best
games,
practice
sir?
possible.
And bear in mind, this is also practice against, you know, our counterpart region, the east side, because the second place in the grand finals will go into the last call, where this time you're not just playing against the East League, you're also competing against the champions of WKS, the Wildcard Series. So they really need to get as many reps in, practice the drafts, increase the hero pool, and see what is available, because only one team makes it out of last call to go into KIC.
Absolutely here. So last time we saw Twisted Minds take the slot and then OG drop down and face against KM.
If they get qualified, they win,
and
then
take
it's
that slot
over.
here. I was joking with Ken a little bit earlier about it, right?
over.
We see OG
He's
go
gonna
ahead
show
and
our
be in the
support.
lead, but even if they drop down, they have experience, you know, taking the slot away from KME. They just got to fight
been over,
one more
actually.
team for it this time as well here too. So let's go
Already
ahead and
out,
have
yeah.
a look at the team in question, OG Esports.
Yep. It's over, bro.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise the bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah.
Let's go.
The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Force gaming, no? Because number one is LM.
Look at that, OG Esports here. If there was a team to hit him hard, hit him fast, it would be OG Esports. They had a relatively flawless run until the other day where they got one loss here. I think their run is still something ridiculous, like 22-1 or something. But they're gonna try and go ahead and extend that lead here today. We have Keke in the Clash lane, Dowd out in the jungle, On in the marksman role, Muchin on Roam, and then Wen in the mid lane.
True. You know what? Actually, I think OG fans might be very happy that they did take
Score
a
of
loss,
BTK?
right? Because the last time they went lossless,
we are cooked.
they
We
got
haven't
punished
won a
very
single
hard in the
series
grand
in our
finals,
life.
right? Because they were not allowed to know their gaps
We
in
did
the
not
game.
win a single series in this
Absolutely, they
tournament.
got their loss out of their way, right? Like
It's
if they
pretty
had
sad
to
out
lose
here.
once, it's good to lose there in that series.
But
versus
at the end of the
Twisted
day,
Minds, as opposed
we
to
showed
in the grand
support.
Finals. So this time, you know, they got their
And
loss
that's what
out of the way
matters.
early, so they don't have to go ahead and
You heard?
maybe lose later on. But let's go ahead and take a look at 9Z.
You heard?
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it.
What happened? Watch? Oh, we did already watch fucking this team. Aren't they good? But didn't they beat a Twisted Mind? But this game is not bad though. I don't think the series is bad. I don't think the series is bad. I don't think the series is bad. Why can't we win? Because we are buns.
La Violetta,
right now, bro.
also known
We
as
are pretty
90
buns.
Globet, represented by Win
We are
RJ
holy
in the Clash
buns.
lane, Sick in the jungle, Moon
KIC
in that mid
Reborn?
lane, Leffy in
What does
that farm,
KIC
and of course
mean?
Kaposeva
Kings
in that
International.
roam. Now this is a team that has a lot to prove, but they also must be careful about the
Oh,
information
Kings
that they dive out,
Invitational
because
type shit?
Now a lot of people are gonna be watching them.
Well, I
Not
don't know,
just
bro.
OG. The KME teams will be watching them, right? Twisted Minds will be watching them, and the rest of WKX will be watching them.
Absolutely. I would say, you know, coming into this, they're relatively underrated, right? We see a lot of teams talk. I mean, we see a lot of people talk about OG, about Twisted Minds. We had a few people talk about 9Z, right? But definitely a lot more here now that they've proved themselves. They took matches against Twisted Minds twice there. So them clearly showing that they are, you know, at least currently ahead of Twisted Minds here in the form of competition. Speaking of head, let's talk about a head-to-head here from Keke and
don't you
Win
wanna go to
RJ.
the
Both
HOK
very
tourneys?
strong clash in here.
Bro,
but
going
looks
in
like
Malaysia,
Keke being a little
I
bit
don't got no
ahead on
point.
everything, except for that
I have
team
no
fight
point
participation.
being
Maybe it
here.
shows how Keke likes
Especially
to
when
up
I'm a
and
sub.
play and farm up a
You know?
little bit more here, whereas
It's
Win
literally
RJ
just me
prefers to
being
help out
there,
his team and join
and I
those
got nothing to
skirmishes.
do.
I mean, Win RJ is
there's
someone
literally
that
no
I
point.
feel like has grown a lot in this competition.
Don't vote
over the
BTK
past
for
2 weeks, right?
bro.
We
Shut
have been
up, bro.
mentioning
Vote
his
for
name
us.
Quite a bit more,
fuck?
Especially in the games against Twisted Minds.
Vote for us.
And this is a huge
I want to
achievement
watch
as well.
party.
So they get the
Hello?
side selection, 9Z Global that is, and they have chosen the counter pick side.
Bro, I
Yeah,
want to
it's-
watch
it's actually
party,
interesting.
bro.
We see like the meta switch up like day to day. I don't want to even call it a meta now because some teams they prefer the first pick, some teams prefer the second pick, and it's not really clear which side is advantage here. Because even though they have the side selection, I was under the impression first pick was.
You see
advantage.
what's happening?
9Z,
So
they got a
what?
different story here, right? They opt to go ahead.
Bro,
and go for
so
that red
what,
side
bro?
instead.
You don't want me to watch party?
Depends, how you want to place it, because on the red side you also get prio.
You don't want me to watch party.
Jungle they have, maybe example the Kong Ming or the Luna. These are
Oh,
the
they
heroes that
draft
benefit
now.
off of being on the
Nice.
red side, because you
They will
have
just get
the
so
Azure buff
what?
as your
It's a
initial
learning
stun buff.
experience. Vote for
Absolutely,
us,
that's
bro.
something to think about for sure as well too. We see OG. We were talking
Vote
about
for us.
Liang gang ignored the whole day. OG does not ignore that Liang though. They go ahead and ban it out along with the Dharma. Anytime OG's in the game, they really respect that Liang because Muchin is so deadly on it. They know how much pressure that pick can go ahead and apply, and they go ahead and remove it now here. And it looks like they're angling towards kind of a more squishy assassin style jungler with that removal. Even though that was known for his assassins, we've been seeing him in a lot of tanks lately. Oh, not today.
Yeah,
though. We
Is he
see
trying to
Luna
say,
here
what do
on
you
it. Here we go.
mean?
It has to be. There's no way. OG, anytime you give them the Luna,
I want to see you
Down
play, then
immediately
support.
snaps that up. There's no way OG
Invite
does
them, bro.
not go for
Support,
the
bro.
Luna.
Vote them.
And then they angled it too.
Vote
They
them,
banned
I'll
out the
play.
Liang. It was pretty
Vote them, I'll
telegraphed.
play, bro.
But it looked like
Yeah,
9Z
me
had
when I
two
lie.
main picks they need to remove. Either they were going
Me
to
when
ban
I
the
lie,
Luna or the Pei, and either one of those loves Liang being banned.
So we need to look at the suppression or the stun. There needs to be a lot of CC or
When
there
in
needs
the
to be a
main
lot of burst.
roster?
These are the only two answers to the Luna
Because
pick.
I'm bonds, bro.
It looks like the side between
don't
the
get it, bro.
Dahlia or the Dolia, both are picks you really cannot go
Well, y'all
wrong
want
with
me to
here.
play.
First
Like, even
game
if I
here,
play,
you
there's
can
nothing
opt
to
go with
change,
the
bro.
idea to protect your later drafts a little bit more and
Like,
save
it's not
the
gonna
Dolia
change
for some of those
anything.
lower tier picks later on. But okay, it looks
Like,
like
I
they
don't
do
get
opt to
it,
go
bro.
ahead and do that. They have the idea the long, pretty straightforward by the book draft so far from side 9ZG.
So I'm just curious, what does OG want to pick against 90 Global, right? Do they go for the channel? For now, they want to secure the Mayin, another hero that
I heard
benefits
10
off of
seconds
AoE catch,
survival
right?
week for
So
BTK.
they have two AoE
Bro.
catches right now, one in the form of Luna, one in the form of Mayin.
They have a
So
plan,
OG set themselves up for
tournament's
a
never
pretty
gonna
good
end
start
until
in
we
terms of
win.
team fight. But 90 Global, I like the control and the burst damage potential.
It looks like there's a lot of options left for side of OG when it comes
Bro,
to Marksman, so they're
Luna,
gonna leave it
Mayin,
up until a
Zhang Fei.
later pick here. They know it's impossible for all their picks to get banned out. They can get the Ho Yi, they can get something like the D Renji here, right? They have a lot of options, the channel as well too. So they're always gonna have something. So they're gonna opt to use it as more of a counter pick, and then remove something like the Mayin first that could get picked away from the side 9ZG. Whereas they already have their marksman, so they don't gotta worry about locking that in right this moment.
And 90 Global, I think they're definitely going for the late game potential here, right? So Food's late game is pretty hard to handle. It's also a good answer for the Luna if they manage to get their hands on Dao Dao, which is going to be a bit of a challenge,
going
to be
on,
honest.
no, I
But
think
we'll
they're
see.
staying until the end of
90
the
Global,
month.
they start their first ban with the Yixing ban.
OG
That's
mine is
great.
crazy.
They don't want to be locked up
Duh,
because
it's
once they
OG.
hit by the board,
I
it
think
creates a
any
lot of
hero-
disarray. It
I think
forces the Lung ultimate early
Any
as well.
hero they play, it's scary,
Absolutely,
bro.
and all of the OG
Imagine they
bans
have
are going
Luna
into,
too.
like, these anti-assassin picks, right? Like the durable bruisers, like the Dune, the Liang being removed. They don't want them to have anyone that can.
But
face the brunt
9ZG
of
is like
Luna's
the number
damage here,
2
looks like, in
team,
their
so-
bans. We see 9Z with a Yuan and a Yijing ban targeting.
I think
Wen
this-
here. He still
I think
has
this
a
series is
good
gonna be
amount of
good.
options left. Because mid lane picks are relatively flexible, they remove the Lady Jen away too though, so they're trying to really heavily target Wen here in this draft.
Zia, you
Actually,
work?
what's-
This is my
What's
work right now.
scary available for the start of OG is the Shi pick. You can kind of force out the Fuzu to be in like a 4v1 situation with the catch of your second skill. And it also is a relatively short cooldown to force out the Lung's ultimate as well. So I think Shi is a great pick that OG can consider.
Absolutely, and it would do a great job of feeding that
So,
Luna, right,
bro,
and accelerating her
vote
early
for
game.
BTK.
It's not something we see when played
Hello?
too often, though. I would say, like I feel like right here, knowing when he
Vote
might pick
for
something up
BTK.
like a Milady or something crazy here. You know, when he gets banned out and,
yeah,
back against the wall. Yeah, but he picks the new up pretty solid.
If you all
Imagine
vote
I
for
called that
BTK, we
Milady
gotta
pick
start
there,
winning.
That would be insane. But okay, we did
No
it this
cap.
time. But next time here, the Hoi does get picked up. We were mentioning that An had a lot
No
of
cap.
options available here, and he
Okay.
decides. You can't go wrong with the Hoi. Against Long, it's great, right? You're able to stun him up and potentially take him out before he gets that ultimate off. Against Lady Jen, it's not too bad either. You can usually line up an arrow on her if she does stasis herself there with her ice there.
You are bench, you got
pretty
none
good
to say.
picks
That's
all
what
around,
I'm
and it
saying.
gets decent synergy with the Nua for these global stun annihilation combos.
I like the response from
Why you
Nice
being a
Global,
dickhead
though.
to
The
me?
full-on tank is definitely hard to play against. There is a
Why are you being a
potential that
dickhead
he's
to me?
able to tank
I don't
through
like
the
it.
early parts of the game against the Luna specifically,
don't like
which
it.
can provide a turnaround condition, right? But the scary thing is late game.
Yeah, low-key BTK
I
had-
really feel
what?
like as long as An doesn't die, he really takes the team fight to 9Z Global.
Absolutely, and look at the Nua pick here. Who is gonna contest the Nua pick? There's no one outside 9
What is you saying right now? You are pissing me off,
drop
bro.
combos, right? When you pick the
Matter of fact,
Flowborn
I need to
tank
take a
and
shit.
You don't have
Can they
someone
finish
like
this
the
quick?
Chow or the Sunbin or something to kind of speed it up. You're waiting for the enemies to play into you. It's a great pick against the Luna if the Luna has to go into you. But if the Luna never has to go in, what are you gonna do with Flowborn tank, right? You're
Bro,
not a
them
great
them
diver
chicken wings
necessarily.
is cooking
You
my
don't really
fucking
have those
stomach now, bro.
resources. Maybe if Futsu gets a good ultimate off, but how is Futsu gonna get a good ultimate off on Nua? That's really hard.
Wait, Hui?
Actually, you know what? This is a pattern that OG has shown us a couple of times in the past. So they actually use Wen as the bait. So like they get him to be caught, and then the team just takes vengeance for him. And I feel like this could be a day when that pattern shows up again.
I feel like this game in particular, when actually, like, if he
If
plays
they go
his
to
life,
KIC,
he's
it would be
not
worse
gonna
than
die. Look at this.
KMW.
There's no real
No,
natural
it's not.
barriers for Anua this game. No one
What's
really
up with
matches
these
the range of
haters,
Anua,
bro?
right? Later on into the game, they're able to sub these
No
boxes
trust?
that are going to be so frustrating for someone like Flowborn Tank to deal with here. Maybe having to use that ultimate to go ahead and jump through some of them. The Futsu as well, right? He designates a zone he wants to fight at. That's a zone that Nua
No
can
trust?
just throw a bunch of damage into here. But yeah, if OG's strategy revolves around kind of sacrificing when, you know, they might not have to worry about that on sub 9ZG.
Yeah,
No
I think
trust?
for 9Z Global, it's really about how fast can you get Leffy up to scratch, because late game he will lead Wen in one combination, no doubt. And that's going to be a
Absolutely,
very scary situation, right? I think for now, it's for 9Z Global there's two markers. Number one, how fast can we go Leffy? The second one is, can we get like an initial takedown on
What's up,
An?
corny?
For sure, here in the early game, we see Muchin. Muchin is actually playing for this. He does not have Smite though, so we see a lot of Zhongfei's play for that monster there, but they have Smite to go ahead and secure. That time, since he's opts to go to heal,
they
it
not-
actually
why
gets
they not
stolen
fighting
away
for the
by
birdie,
side of
though?
9ZG. Or not really stolen away, it was their monster, right? But it just did not get secured. OG did all that work for it to get taken away.
Yeah, a little bit disheartening, of course, at the start. But I think, you know what, with the heals
Okay,
coming up
they're
from
getting
Muchin,
birdie now.
this places the number one emphasis that, hey, An is the secondary win condition, right? Dao Dao is meant to be the menace, and hopefully that provides space
They
for
play
An to
already?
just get the
We
free
already
hits in.
lost the first
And
match.
usually
I mean,
I
first
say that
series.
Hoi is more
Oh, we still have one
utility-based,
more.
you know, supportive marksman, right? But when I see An play Hoi, he goes full damage, he goes crit, Shadow Ripper, Eternity Blade, everything else. Not like the other
It's
Hois we see. We
4:40
see Hois
AM?
go, you know, the
You have
cooldown
work?
routes with the Glacial and
No, you're not
just to
sleeping.
get as many arrows out. An is there to get as many arrows out with his auto attack, not his ultimate.
I mean, for a guy that has the sole pentakill
You
in
got
KMW
Flowbird
this
tank.
season, you understand why.
Absolutely. If anyone can go full damage on Hoi, it is going to be on here. We see Wen go ahead and come in with their emergence. But 9ZG sniffs that out, backs up
I'm
here. They
blazing
don't have
BTK.
level 4 in
Yeah,
either
keep
of their
blazing
players here,
us.
so they're playing super safe. But since An was able to get level 4 so early, it's like he got a free ultimate, right? He shot it so early, he's going to get it back by the time Long gets his ultimate, basically.
If I'm not wrong, it's about 40 seconds of cooldown, right? Initial first level of the Burning Sun Arrow. So they have a little bit of time to play with on the side of 90 Global. But here comes the backup Wen in a very interesting position. Actually, no, misses
OG.
all the skills. Not ideal for the side of OG.
But this Kiki guy is actually clean as fuck, bro.
Trying with the passive of the Ocean of
waking
Tears
up
as
for
well.
work.
And this is going to be a failed attempt. But
Coffee,
OG, they still have the gold advantage.
Absolutely. We were seeing Muchin actually trying to bait them in there, but they were wise to did not aggress on Muchin even though he was so low there. And that's what, you know, Wen was counting on too, right? They kind of dangled Muchin in front of them here, waiting for them to walk up and throw that combo. But they were privy to it, so they go ahead and stop that out.
Yo,
oh,
you
here's a
ulti
fight.
and stun.
Here we go. Unbrow Outburst lands onto Didea. Didea goes
That's
down.
crazy.
And you can start to see, right? This is the benefit.
And Mayan
of
hasn't
the
come back to his lane for like.
composition that OG have built for themselves. So there is a lot of control.
He's literally
Kirker
just
coming
camping bot.
in control. First stun landed
Bro.
by An with the Burning Sun Arrow. Second set up by Muchin's
Why is
ultimate
there
on Brian
Mayan?
Alves.
Like
and then
Kiki?
Kirker comes in with the whatevers and the get serious.
The way
and
Kiki
it's
plays
a
is just
video.
like opening the map for a goal.
Yeah, a lot of pick potential from side of OG. You know, everyone can kind of instantly react to crowd control, right? If On lands an arrow, Muchin
Look what
can
he's
go ahead and follow
doing.
that up, and Wen can follow that up with Annihilation as well too. So you gotta really watch your footing, because you could be full HP and get caught by one crowd control, and everyone just converts off it and takes you out.
Yeah, and this is the value of Sick as the Flowborn tank, right? He should be able to
Luna
tank
is
through all
literally
of that
farming
damage.
for
Now,
like
the only question
3
is,
waves
can
now.
the team follow up for him? And I think Leffy really needs to get the initial takedown onto An. If that's not the case, then 90 Global are essentially playing
Keno's
on a
clutch
time right
laning
here.
really good.
Absolutely, I think every fight is gonna rely on.
I mean,
how
every
that
XP
Butsu comes
role
in with their
in
flash,
any
right? Butsu without
games
flash, realistically,
is always
not
making-
gonna be able to
making
catch anyone
space for
outside
the-
OG,
for the
but
real
if
carry.
he does have it up and he's able to get a good flash ultimate on or on Wen,
And if you do
that
it
could
good
really,
as an
seal the
XP
deal.
laner,
In
then
fight,
you're
he
gonna
does
look
not
like
flash
you
right
are
now.
the
He's not
player.
able to join, as you can see here, as he's the sole member in the Clash lane, but he can, you know, opt to go for like a ultimate on Dow.
That is literally every
But the
X.
carry
Oh
you
my
mentioned,
god, he
there's
got
not many
solo
people
kill?
that-
How?
Oh my goodness. Another kill coming in for the side of OG as they take a little bit of hits at the bottom side. An actually,
Look
he's
at this
falling low, but
matchup.
he's pushing forward. That's crazy.
Lung,
The leaping
Didea
saber gonna provide them with the shields
against
as well. And for
Hui
now,
and,
because of
Zhang
the
Fei, and they're winning.
microaggressions across the map, OG now leading by 1,000.
They go ahead and go for this Crimson Golem here. Dow a little bit late, so Sick is able to smite away there. But yeah, An was pushing up there because he knows Muchin has that Enviro Outburst ready, right? He has the ultimate
Remember the
backup there in
21st night
Muchin
of
as he
September?
goes ahead and plays
No.
aggressive once again. The 2v2 on the side of 9ZG is definitely stronger than OG if they don't have Unbridled Outburst, but once you have Unbridled Outburst, it's really hard to go ahead and brute force through, which is all those stats. And here we see
positioning is
Unbridled Outburst come out
unparalleled.
on left, he push him into the wall there. He still has ultimate available, so he can play a little bit aggressive before he's forced to back up here.
But look
we
at-
have not
look
been
at fucking
seeing much
Kiki.
action
He
come out from
hasn't-
Sick this game, right? We see him playing the Flowborn tank.
He's now
just walking around
farming.
farming, but he's down a level to Dow.
But he's dying
Oh,
though.
nice. They actually get the return kill, the
Why am
punish
I
on the
glazing a
Kirker as
feeder?
well. And this is a nice response from the side of 90 Global. Yes, Sick needs the
OG is
help
almost
of his
at the
team,
level
right?
of a
He
KP
can't
ulti.
really initiate just on his own because that will put him in a very risky position. And for now, OG, they still maintain this goal lead close to 1,000. In fact, it is 1,000 at this point, but 90 Global, I like the response.
Yeah, I think most of that gold is probably going to be in Dow there, right? Because he's able to farm so efficiently. He's been
Is this
clearing out
Luna
his jungle,
hyper carry?
And then also
'Cause
eating
Luna
the
hasn't
flash
been
lane
ganking.
wave as well too, while Keke has been kind of rolling
Luna's
throughout the map,
literally just
playing
farming
more
top
as the
side.
jungler here, right? Getting those ganks in. He's
Mayan
right
is
there,
doing
set
the
up a
ganking.
flank onto the bot lane of 9ZG.
He
This
keeps
team kinda
giving
left
his
him
team
there,
space,
and he was
'cause that's
forced to
XP
fight a
laners
1v4,
work, bro.
But nonetheless, he's applying a lot of pressure throughout the map. You see him getting vision all around, and it looks like
That's
is the
literally
real
his
focus
job.
and carry of this game here. You know, Keke,
Like,
you know,
that
we
is
know him as the
literally
carry, but this
XP
team
job.
is playing, you know, more of the wingman here for Dow.
This is a very difficult position here, and the TP does come in.
There's no
Emergence,
dash.
the help
Oh, he
is going to come
does.
through, and Dado gets
No
out. There
way.
is no setup available on the side
Oh.
of 90 Global. The stun comes in, not enough damage on either side to finish the job. So OG and 90 Global, they will walk away for the moment. Leffy manages to find An. An has no flash. He has to run away. An is so low, but the save comes in, and Sick will be denied the chance. At the same time, Kirker, look at the rotation. They have spotted him
team
out.
isn't following.
Is he gonna just run to his death here? It's a 4-on-1
lit-
and Kirker.
Kink is literally a feeder.
Will be taken out for sure. This is a freebie for the side of 90 Global.
Yeah, Keke has been in no man's land right there a few times, right? He died.
I don't
in
know
the
what
same
his
exact
goal is. He
position last
bored?
time
Is
as
he
well,
not
dude. It
trying?
seems like he's going a little bit wide in these fights here, you know, trying to get the flank off. And when you do go so wide, if your team pushes up, you sure are able to go ahead and pincer your opponents when they're retreating. But if you do not have your team to help you out there, like
Is
we
this
said,
a
like we said
strat?
last time, he was caught on a 1v4. He got caught on 1v4 once again.
Oh, they have to do it quickly, and here we go. They catch Dada again, but he has a level advantage, and the team is here with him as well. Where's the
He
leaping
still got
savior?
out.
There is no leaping savior.
Dada
And
still got
Sick
out, by
is
the
caught
way.
on the backlines. On is free hitting for his life. Will give the life of the side of Muchin as well. There is no follow-up damage on the side of OG, and for now, 9G Global have flipped
No
the script.
way.
No, it is not going to be the case. And does finish the job. Takes the life of Moon as well. And 9G Global, all of that lead that OG have gotten for themselves are
But I don't
starting to
really
show
think
Dada
Kiki-
right again in
This
the
is like
jungle
how
of
Kiki
9G
plays,
Global.
bro.
Dao is level 13 here. OG
It's
has
either
been
they're
just
trying
quietly
something out.
funneling farm into Dao here, right? While Keke's roaming throughout the map, doing whatevers, you know. Dao has been farming up that clash lane, taking that clash tower, and he has this level advantage here. Now it's
Boom.
just a matter of time of
Never
when he goes
mind.
ahead and uses that into a fight.
He
Yo,
got
the
scared.
information that they buy on the side of OG is so spectacular. And right now, there has been no
They
punish. The
literally
key
just
one
got
in the
cooked.
mid. In fact, all the key ones on the side of 9G Global have been completely taken down.
OG
And this
number
opens up
one
the
even
door
they
for them
lost
to take
here?
the Tyrant because Vision
They
is
lost
up
one
for the side of
game,
9G Global.
but they haven't lost a series.
Absolutely, we see a Tyrant go down for side of OG, and then there's nothing 9Z can do about it. They're not in
OG
position.
got the fundamentals
and they just
solid.
got their tower taken out though, so they're playing pickup here on the side of the base, forced to clear some minion waves here. I would say though, the Futsu is really ahead
sure,
here now
they know,
because
like, the right
of all the
decision.
farm that, you know, Keke's
But, do you
funneling into
think
Dao here. The
Kiki
Futsu is
dying
up 1,000
twice
gold
for
or
no
so on
reason
him, and late game
is
we were mentioning that is
fundamentals, though?
one of the most difficult clash laners to deal with, in especially the 1v1. If he ever gets the ultimate off on you, it's really hard to take
Or
him
is
out.
that like a
Yes,
way
and all
to
of this
actually win
confidence
the
play
map?
from OG, where no Dada was willingly getting
You
caught
know?
by the stages smite on win RJ. That is not going to turn out well as we head to the later stages of the game. So 9G Global, they have a pretty good win condition, but they need more time.
Because 9Z
So we see
evolving.
Dao he is worried about Futsu for sure.
I
You
mean,
know, he's
that's
starting
what
to itemize
Kiki
into the
did too
Ominous
against
here, third or
Twist.
fourth item here, which is
Literally
a bit
just
early for Luna.
feeding.
Usually prefer to go a bit more damage, but he knows the pressure that Win RJ is going to be able to put him under if he locks him
But,
up.
like,
with
is
ultimate.
that
He's
how
gonna
they
optimize
do it?
defensively a little bit
I mean,
early
it's the
and play
number
it
one
safe
team.
there. And he's just so high level. Yeah,
In the
level
West.
14, 15 here on Dao.
Going for
coming up
0
very
10
soon here at
minutes.
10
I mean,
minute
he's
mark.
not trying to
The
be
damage
like
does come
actual
through. On is
feeder.
just laying down the pain. It's going to be claimed by Dada instead. But here comes the back of Win RJ, unable to find an
Now
opening.
Dada
T2
is
at the
super
bottom, gonna
fed.
clean up
He's
at
just
the
gonna
first of
1v9.
the 3 sets available on the side of 9G Global's map. And at the same time,
Is that
during
like,
that exchange, when actually got
think
his
about it,
combo
chat.
with
Is
the-
that
this
like
the most
the best
damaging
strat right
item
now?
in the Major's kit
your
as well.
XP is feeding, not feeding.
Absolutely, and on Nua as
He's
well
just
too, right? Being able
dying
to apply all that damage
to win
onto
the
those
map.
global ultimates to be able to react instantly to any play, even if you're not really there, is going to be crucial. This game, while it looks like 9ZG is
And
not
the fact
really
that
doing
Dao is
anything wrong,
literally
it feels
just
like OG has kind
took
of, you know, out-farmed them, right? They managed
XP
the map
wave
a little bit better, and because of that, they're
since
up in
the
gold.
3
Because these
minute.
fights are relatively even, but they're still up 3,000
It's
gold.
crazy.
Because
Now Luna
they're
is fed.
making
He's just
the
gonna
numbers
carry
advantage
this
happen
game.
for the side of 9G Global, which is
They
so
need to feed-
funny
need to
because
feed to
9G
win.
Global have the numbers
Not
advantage in
really.
terms of members, but because they have the numbers
I
advantage
don't know, bro.
in potential
It's
fights,
how
it means the map
OG
is open for
plays.
OG to go and farm.
Absolutely, OG
Look at
joining a
this
fight 2v3. You know, they have the Hoi ultimate, the Nua ultimate. It's kind of like a
They literally
4v3
use him
at
as a
that point,
bait.
right? We see Keke get a little bit caught again here.
Oh, we
This
got
time he
all
does
the
not
info,
go
now
down,
we're
but
gonna
he's
get
been scaling
sub
up,
in mid.
even though he had a little bit of a rough early game there, and he's playing more of a supportive role this game on the
It's
main
a
lane,
strat
which is
they
not something we see
perfected
very
it,
often.
yeah.
Look, oh my goodness, they get one more. Couple Saber is taken down, and it is all off of the catch by Kirker. When have to trade his life for that? And at this point,
Dao
Dao
probably
is in the
did,
middle
bro.
of
He'll do
two
that.
big damage dealers, but sick 1v1 against An. Who gets the kill?
He's
It
still
is going to
mid.
be An, and he does make it out. That surprise kill
Holy
knockup
fuck.
by the side, a double kill for Kirker. We talk about him being in such precarious positions, and he makes it all work for the side
And
of
he still
OG.
get kills even though going 0.
Dao does
Three.
get away there, not losing his shutdown. We saw Futsu desperately trying to catch Dao on the Luna there. And while it's a good matchup if he has his ultimate, if he does not have his ultimate, Dao can easily just slip away, as we've seen there, as he dashes over the wall, and Futsu's not able to follow him.
Dude, we talked about this yesterday, right? So good.
But can we-
teams like
can we
OG,
see gold?
They will give you the picks that you want.
Look at the
But
gold.
The picks don't
Luna.
matter because you're not allowed to do.
Oh
what
my
your
god,
strengths
11K?
are at, right?
What
They
time is
wanted
it?
a fight on the side of 90 Global. What is Kirker
Bro
doing?
was
Kirker
fucking
is
farming
putting himself in
900
the middle
gold
of
per
five
minute.
9G Global members. And what does that entail? Dowdo at the top lane farming.
Huh?
They take the T3 at the top.
I think
they
he's just
push down
showing
the
they
T2
already
in the mid. And look, there's no
classified
fight,
or
but Kirker
qualified?
even gets a double kill off of that.
I would say we were mentioning when was usually the sacrifice for the side of OG, but this game, it looks like it's a little bit more of that Kake, right? He's able to join these fights, blow a lot of the cooldowns on the enemy side, and still kind of come away with 1 or 2 kills here.
When he's
sure, they
dead,
take him out a good
there's
amount of
nothing
times,
you
but
can do
he's already
against
done his
that.
job, you know? He's given
What the fuck is
Delta
still
all
dead?
the space he needs.
What a beautiful usage of the Matrix as well. Yes, you get the
They keep
Sage's
trying
Mind,
to
but you cannot cross
get
the Matrix of the
Keke,
Noir.
bro.
And even with the ultimate, it did not work out. And OG just showing you the difference of mechanical skills. Lefty now
So
goes
he
into
keep
the heart
dying,
of
he's losing
OG.
the
Does he
gold?
have enough damage? He will take down Wen, but at the cost of his own life. And
Luna
Art
literally
will
just
survive
farms
as well. There
the
is a
whole
lot of turret
7
pressure
minute.
on the bottom side of the T3s. And the T3s
He wasn't even
will be under
ganking, he
pressure.
wasn't even
Once
doing
again, Dowdo,
anything.
might
He
give
was
his life for
literally
the
just
cause,
farming.
but it's a catch by Kirker instead, and all they can do is stand and watch because Art is tearing it up at the
Or maybe
bottom
this
side
strat
of the
works.
map. The save comes from
They're
Dowdo as
fucking
well.
memes.
Kill goes to the side of
Kiki
Muchin,
got double kill.
and game number 1 goes to OG.
Really great game from OG there, showing like how to play around farm and your carry, right? They had a very defined game plan that game. We're gonna play around Dowdow's Luna, right? We're gonna give all the resources over
This
to him
shit-
here,
this shit is
and
so
that's exactly what they
interesting,
did.
bro.
Keke
Of the ocean of tears
Pretty
as well,
insane.
and this is going to be
a
What
long
time
game.
did it start?
And go ahead and come in with their emergence, but 9Z are safe. But
After
since
the
I was able to get
2-minute
low
wave.
against his
level of Wen in a very interesting position.
Get the fuck out.
But seconds.
by
I
the
mean,
time
look at padding.
Initially.
Top red, this blue's gonna be up, this maybe this too, this, then he just clears it.
Show first level of the burning sun. Interesting position, but failed attempt. But
actually trying to bait,
He's got blue.
and they're waiting for them to white walk up and
Okay,
throw
he
that
got nothing to clear bot side, so he has no point of going here.
combo, but they were
But Kiki is
curly to
here.
it, so
Most of the time, Kiki is the one there. Luna is here, but Luna is doing this.
they go ahead and stop that out. Oh, here's a fight. Here we go. Unbrow Outburst lands
Is it a
on the
cold?
Daigia.
No, it's just
The
interesting.
idea goes down.
They're like the best team. They're like the best team, bro.
and you can start to see, right? This is the benefit of the composition that
When
OG
did
has
Luna
built for themselves.
went back,
So there is
though?
a lot of control. Kirker coming in control. First stun landed by Arn with the Burning Sun arrow. Second setup by Muchin's ultimate, Unbridled Outburst.
They don't
And
even-
Kirker
they can't
comes
even
in with the
kill him.
whatevers and the get serious, and it's a free kill.
Kiki is blocking this guy.
Yeah, a lot of pick potential from side of OG. You know, everyone can kind of instantly react to crowd control, right? If On lands an arrow, Muchin can go ahead and follow that up, and Wen can follow that up with Annihilation as well too. So you gotta really watch your footing, because you could be full.
This is the value of the only question.
Okay, he
As
went
the-
back.
Flowborn tank, right? He should be able to tank
For
through
this
all
way.
of that damage. Now the only question is, can the team follow up? For
So
him?
Kiki was
And
fucking
I think
roaming
Lefty
around for
really needs to get
almost
the
2
initial
minutes.
takedown onto Arn.
And Luna went back for the red.
If that's not the case, then 90 Globan are essentially playing on a
So how much wave is that, chat? 2 minutes? Is like 3? Is that 3 waves?
timer here.
Because I don't know the time wave in this game.
So I think every fight is gonna rely on how that Butsu comes in with their flash, right? Butsu without flash, realistically,
They don't really commit to team fight they can win. They for sure can win. Because it's this hero. Mayan can kill anyone early, I'm pretty sure.
he is not
And
gonna
most of the time it's 4v3 bot lane. This 3 only. And the other 2 top.
be able to catch anyone outside of OG. But if he does have it up and he's able to get a good flash ultimate
Kiki opened the map, then he doesn't even try to open the map. Is the thing. He was just rotating.
on Wen,
He was just like being an actual dickhead. He wasn't even trying to do anything. Like him, Chad. The thing about being XP, you being there is already a CC. If you know what I mean.
that could really, you know, seal the deal. in fights that he does not flash like right
You being there is a stun. You're a stun.
now. He's not able to join.
Like
us. You can see
even
here,
though
as he's
you
the
don't
sole
do
member
shit,
in the
you're a stun.
clash lane, but he can opt to go for like a ultimate on Dao potentially instead.
And they fucking killed that guy for
But the
what?
carry you
How?
mentioned, there's not many people that take him out.
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
Another
cleared
kill
blue.
coming in for the side of OG
Mine
as
cleared
they
top.
take a
Is he
little
gonna
bit
go
of hits
top
at
again?
the bottom side. Them with the OG now.
Solo near Dao Mooch and plays aggressive once again. Absolutely, and KK kind of putting himself behind.
They're still
giving away all
yapping
that
this?
farm Dao, and there's no one on the side.
A couple say but it's taken down.
See there,
Needed.
right? You see these other
The
What the fuck?
the
They're
join
not
as
even gonna
here
break it?
as he's the sole member onto the bot lane of 9ZG. This team kind of left him
He was keeping them from going to clash so Luna could keep farming? Well, like it was 2v1 top.
there, alright, and he was
Is that skill issue now? Grandpa and this hero cannot kill Luna?
forced to fight a 1v4, but nonetheless he's applying a lot of pressure throughout the map. You see him getting
Even though it's 4v3 bot. Loki, they should be killing Dao
vision
Dao.
all around, and it looks like Dao is the real focus and carry of this game here. Keke,
It's
we
experience.
know him as the carry, but this game he's playing, more of the wingman
Can be
here for Dao
experience,
Dao.
bro.
This is
Experience
a very
is what? Is you know what to do when some shit happens. Because you already experienced it. Not because you can
composition
kill
here,
anyone.
and the TP does come in. Emergence, the help is going to come through, and Dado gets out. There is no setup available on the side of 9Z Global. The stun comes
Unfortunate
in. Not
game
enough
for
damage on
9ZG,
either
I
side to
guess.
finish the
2v1
job. So
top can
OG
kill Luna.
and 9Z Global, they will walk away for the moment. Leffy manages to find An. An has no flash. He has to run away. An is so low, but the save comes in.
Mine
and
is
Sick
dead.
will be
Didn't
denied the
take it
chance at the
again.
same time. Kirker, look at the rotation. They have spotted him out.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Is he gonna just run
Luna
to his death
will
here?
stop.
It's a 4.
I don't know if this shit is planned, bro. I don't know.
1 and Kirker in no man's land will be taken out for sure. This
1, 2, 3, 4. He lured 4 people here.
is
Made
a
is for sure
freebie for
gone,
the side of
right?
90 Global.
I mean, slow.
Yeah, Keke has been in no man's land right there a few times, right? He died in the same
top is
exact
gone for
position
sure.
last time as
They
well,
don't got
dude.
trade.
It seems like
Kiki
he's
is the
going a
trade.
little bit wide. If your team pushes up, you sure are able to go ahead
can't even
and
get
pincer your
red.
opponent before he got
Oh, they took
1v4
red.
once again.
Oh,
not
they have
bad.
to do it quickly, and here we go.
They
They,
force a
catch
fight.
Dada again, but he has a level advantage, and the team is here with him as well. Where is the Leaping Savior? There is no Leaping Savior, and Sick is caught on the backlines. On is free hitting for his life. Will give the life
Matter of
off
fact,
the side of
they
Muchin
still
as well.
kill
There
someone,
is no
by the way.
follow-up damage on the side of OG, and for now,
killed
9G
the
Global
main.
have flipped the script. No, Global, all of their lead.
And just quietly funneling
I don't know.
farm
He's
in.
just the better team.
Welcome back. It is game number 2 between OG and 9D Global. Both teams playing a different style of HOK. OG showing us a little bit more of a different formula this time, Phil.
Yeah, I would say we were mentioning that, maybe save some strategies, but there's nothing we just saw in OG's game that they're not really known for, right? Dao Luna, An Hoi, they didn't really give anything up. They didn't give
AG
any
way too
secret
ahead.
sauce there for that win.
I mean,
but I
their
would
se-
say
their patch is
9ZG,
way
they
ahead
definitely learned something about that game. That the
in
Flowborn
global,
tank
so-
is not that reliable, but
Skill-wise, they're
does
always
not have
gonna
the
be ahead.
enablers it's used to there. They kind of just picked a Flowborn
just how
tank
it
raw
is.
that game and didn't really do much. It was really slow all throughout the game, and it was kind of used to counter out the Luna, but Luna out farms you so much, you don't even win a 1v1 against it.
Yeah, I think that's
That's
really
what I'm
one of the
saying.
things.
Is
Like,
that-
okay,
is
you
that
can
how
have
you
a great
play?
epic phase,
No.
right? Whether
I
that
don't know,
tank
bro.
matchup against Luna
It's
is
so
going to be
interesting,
of a
though.
significant difference, that's one thing. But the
You
way
know,
that OG
like,
played
watching
the map control
a good
was really
team
what made the
on
major
how they do
difference, right?
things,
Because if we're talking
like,
about
the strongest
equal
team.
farm, maybe Sig would have done a lot better
It's
against
like me learning
OG. In fact, he could
the
have
other
taken
game.
down An as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's what people get confused about sometimes. When it comes
You
to
gotta
these picks,
understand
right?
why
Like,
they do
if
it.
they both had 10,000 gold, Flowborn tank versus
what's
Luna,
their goal
I think Flowborn
whenever
tank
they
would have a
do
great
that
matchup.
shit?
But in reality, since you farm so much slower than Luna, it's not going to be 10,000 versus 10,000. It's going to be 10,000 versus 8,000. And can you win with that deficit that is kind of projected? It's going to be a lot tougher, as we've seen in that game. It was not easy to win that.
Yes, and to throw a wrench into that problem itself, even if you won, the fight would have been so dragged on. You might have lost a turret or a tower or a buff because you were so busy trying to win that 1v1, right? Or winning a team fight. And that's
Fundamentals
exactly
ahead,
what
of
OG
course,
showed
the
us.
team fights
So
and
9Z
system
Global,
and
they
shit.
say, you know what?
So
Let's
it's
go
basically
for
skill
the blue
cap.
side, the prio pick this time. Let's try a different style of game. They're gonna pick up with the E one first.
Yeah, that's definitely
Bro, I
a different
low-key wanna
style
watch
for sure
KPL
here.
now.
Pretty similar bans to last time. They don't want to deal with a pay.
But they have a
for
different
the
patch.
Yang. They
That's
don't
the
have to worry
thing.
about the Luna this time because OG has already played it and they ban it out themselves. And it looks like this game we're gonna focus a little bit more on the clash lane here, right? Last game, Keke was kind of like the sacrifice we were mentioning there in a lot of the fights. But this time on Guan Yu, he's probably gonna be the playmaker and initiator on the side of OG.
Isn't it the
Guan
same
Yu over
strategy
Dharma?
again from OG? This is a
Kiki?
tower pushing strategy again? No? Like Agudo? Just wall growth and then you guys smash the towers?
Absolutely, yeah. OG is just, as you mentioned, playing it by the book here. I don't think they need to bust out anything crazy, right? These are still best of 5s. We're not up to the best of 7s yet. If anything, it looks like 9Z is trying out some new stuff we were mentioning here. They're breaking out the Hano here, the Flowborn
I
tank.
can't really
Well, it's not
forget.
new.
That's what I'm saying, but they have a
Sick isn't
different
necessarily
games.
known
Maybe
for
in
his
HH
Flowborn
we have
tank
to say
gameplay,
no,
right?
it's not
She
gonna
goes ahead and
happen.
gives that a shot here. And look at this, we see the Hano come out this time for 9ZG. That's also not something very traditional.
Okay, so Hano obviously is a very good counter against Agudo. Not just in the 1v1 department when he's in melee form, but also with the fact that he can repair towers, right? If it's taken down, if he uses his ultimate within range in the span of 5 seconds of his takedown, he can restore or even repair the health of the tower. Now, with that being said, I don't think OG is going to allow it. I think they will do the same thing again in the second game.
Probably
Absolutely.
we
And
will
again, on
probably have
paper,
the same
right,
patch.
That makes sense.
No.
Hano's able to go ahead and
We will
reset
never have the
Agudo's
same
towers and
patches
such. But is he
then.
going to be able to do it from behind, right?
I
Because
just
Hano's
know it.
not really necessarily known for his laning phase in the mid lane here. He's gonna always be.
Don't
off
even
on
ask
the
why,
back
I just
foot
know
here.
it.
So
It's
when
never
you pick
gonna
these
happen,
picks like
chat.
that, like the Hano, like the Futu and the Flowborn tank, on paper they make sense, but are you ready
never
to
gonna
go
happen.
ahead and
Back
fight
it up.
through the the disadvantages?
They are
of that
always gonna
pick,
be
right?
ahead
Which is
of
with
us.
Something like Hano, your early game is not
It's never
necessarily
gonna
the
be
strongest.
match.
You don't come online as quick as some of the other mages that are like immediately useful. You need a few items before you can, become that strong
I
Hano
just
that's,
know.
able to throw
'Cause
those
I know.
spears constantly and not go down.
I think the biggest question is he even able to be there, right? Like, he can use the ultimate, but you see the way the OG played the map just now. 9Z Global committed 4 members to chase 1 Kirker. And yeah, if that situation happens again on the side of 9Z Global, then it doesn't matter whether you have the option to repair towers, because you need to be there to repair the towers.
Wait, do
It's
KPL
the
doesn't
time
have
for the
an
when the lady
English?
here. All right, we're gonna go tower
English
top.
channel?
We might as well go all the way, right? All right.
True,
Okay,
true,
Yijing,
true.
Fine. Okay, maybe later on when. Okay, Yijing for now. A bit more of a stock standard pick, but hey, maybe they revive the tower. We play Milady. We just kill it again. Like it's
Yeah,
even better for us.
exactly. That's so
Just get
scary,
it
right?
once again.
Yeah,
No,
plus
they don't
the
have
Long
it.
Pick. So Long is pretty good at taking towers as well. The Flaming Palms will be able to deal decent damage even with backdoor protection. So now I think the curiosity for us is more of 9G Global. How do you want to play this game? I like the jungle pick for
Is it
Six.
case of a
Musashi,
China
we've really seen the
tourney?
success of it
Yes.
in the previous series.
But it would
Can
be
they
so
do
good
it?
though
Who are you going to
if
use it
if
on?
they have like an English desk.
There's a lot of
But the thing is,
targets
they
on
probably
OG
don't know
here.
what's happening
I
there
don't
too.
think
Like, they don't know the
any of
heroes
them
and
enjoy
stuff.
getting duel to death, to be honest here, right? Probably don't use against Long unless you're guaranteed to go ahead and take it out there. But looking at some other picks here on the side of 9G, that Consort U pick is really good against Guan Yu, I've noticed. Guan Yu is not really able to go ahead and disrupt it as much. If you time that protective winds perfectly here, you can go ahead and dodge out a lot of the damage, as well as use that ultimate to quickly interrupt the Guan Yu and make it lose all of its energy mid-fight too. So that's a nice little counter pick in that angle there for sure.
It's also good against the
Translate
low,
HOK
right? Because
guys,
you get
HOK.
protecting wins, the Flaming Palms, physical immunity on console
Take
use.
the
second
matches
skill.
with sub.
If timed
Are you
correctly,
crazy? What is this?
it
You watching
definitely
anime
could
now?
Change the plane of the fight for 9Z Global against OG. But you know what? This is a game where, in this particular S group, it really is the question of how are you going to disallow your opponents from playing the game that they want? And let's see how both teams try to achieve that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Subturn.
Here's a look at all the heroes and
You're
their
watching
commentators here. We see
anime
Mumu,
now at this
actually
point.
opt to go to Purify. there is a little bit of crowd control on the side of OG, but I would say it's kind of difficult to purify some of the stuff. Like Keke's push on Guan Yu is not the easiest to purify away here. Speaking of Keke, as we see him start the game here, and go ahead and get a little bit
Keep
of vision
massive
here,
press
get
for
poked
now.
out by Moon potentially. But I'm very curious
Global
to see
will have
how
this-
this
probably
pick,
not.
this Hano pick does.
It's probably
in the
gonna be
late game.
stuck
Once his
to
item up,
1M.
I know it's
1M
a
to
menace.
3M.
Yeah,
Unless it's a
same.
World Cup.
Actually, his initial lane clearing, in
Yeah.
comparison to what Wen has on the Yixing, he's definitely going to be able to clear the lanes faster. And with the help of Kapu Saber, it's almost a guarantee they always get the initial clear, which means OG's rotation, especially for Wen, will be a lot slower.
For sure, yeah. Sometimes if your rotation is not that strong, like Hano is not known for his rotations, right? No, don't have the crowd control, doesn't really have as much damage there. If you can prevent your opponent from going ahead and rotating, that could be pretty good, right? He immediately shoved
Are you
that wave
Pinoy?
in,
Yes, I
slows
am.
down Wen's rotation there. But it looks like Wen opts to, kind of just cement himself into the mid lane here, help out the Agudo a bit, and just play this fairly traditionally.
Yeah, we see An is falling a little bit low though, Muchen as well. So the two of them really need some help, and here comes the cavalry. That's why they're putting themselves at such a risk here, and maybe looking for the first blood. Dao drops the Gorge mobilization, unable to find anything, and in fact it is 90 Globan that get the first blood on the top side. Mundo will be traded out for the life of Kirka in the top side. So OG and 90 Globan both getting what they want in the first 2 minutes of this game.
Absolutely, 90 opting to get WinRJ ahead. We were mentioning WinRJ, he's been making, very strong plays on side of 9ZG. A lot of their prior victories were off of his plays there, and this time they're getting him ahead against the Guan Yu. Dharma, not known for his early game, right? Having that help is super important, not letting Keke do what he wants there, and to get them getting a kill there. But also for side of 9ZG, on the same time, I don't think, they should have played maybe that aggressive on the bottom side of the map, right? If they knew that their jungle was going to be top side, they actually opt to try and make a play here, but they don't have the numbers this time. The jungle is on the bottom, so they do go down for that.
Oh, big mistake. Oh, but they still get the kill. An actually shuts the lefty down. There is a ball laid down on the side of Wen, unable to be supportive on the side of 90 Globan, which means they don't get the counter kill. OG outplaying 90 Globan once again in game number 2.
Absolutely. As a Concert U player, I gotta say, this situation is not favorable for Leffy here, right? On Concert U, you want to force the 2v2s, the 1v1s. You don't like these big team fights, because look at that. Wen can take you out. We have all these other heroes that can do damage to you, right? Here's a look at the replay of the first gank here. Keke trying to push that wave in on Guan Yu and get himself in a bit of trouble. But back to my point here, on Concert U, you don't want the team fight early. You want to force the 1v1s, because she can 1v1 most marksmen. But once Wen comes into play and Dao comes into play, and then Muchin's there too. Everyone else has that damage to punch through your protecting wind there, and then your edge in that 1v1 goes away.
Yeah, exactly. Because one is also magic damage, right? Like protecting winds only negates physical damage. So the moment Wen shows up, that's a lot of pain that you did not sign up for. But here we go. Imperil State, the duel to the death. Did work on the Kirka. They take his life. Dao now in danger in his own jungle. At the same time, Wen has been caught. Probably going to be shut down. No, the heals are just enough. Destined encounter changes the destiny of Wen.
Absolutely, and he keeps his passive on there too, which is super important because that thing has like 150-second cooldown. So keeping that little lifeline up is very, very important for Wen there. He does burn the flash, but he stays alive. It looks like the side of 9ZG Moon is getting ahead on that XP. He just finished up his first item here, is level 7 versus Wen's level 6. And this is the Hano mid to late game we're kind of talking about, right? His early game is not the strongest, but once he gets those items up, he's going to be increasingly useful.
Yes, every Scepter of Fate is an additional win chance, right, for the side of 90 Globan. They're going to start working on this Tyrant at the 4-minute mark. I don't think OG will be able to get the steal here, and it is going to be secured by the side of 90 Globan. Great start, but at the same time, right away, OG has a response, and that's going to come in the form of Kirka, pushing towards the top side of the map as the rotation is coming from WinRJ.
I gotta say, even though Keke has been put under so
Ha,
much pressure, he
ha,
got ganked
hello,
twice,
chat.
I think he got dueled to the death
Hello,
twice.
hello,
He's
hello,
still
hello, hello,
able
hello.
to push in that clash lane
Hello,
and move
hello,
throughout
hello,
the map,
hello.
you know? Even though
We
they
back?
applied more pressure on him, he's having more impact than WinRJ on the map so far.
Yep, nice board,
Ha.
and it's a killing spree this time. They get rid of Dao. Can they survive?
Oh, we're back now.
Here comes the push, but his
My
side
bad.
Kirka did not hit the mark, and 90 Globan, they have to punish him. Come on, one more hit.
He
He's gonna
almost
do
killed
it.
him too.
Will not be able to get the kill on the sick, and 90 Globan, they win big in this one.
Yeah, super close fight there. Keke
Okay, they're losing
barely missing the
macro.
enhanced
We
skill
lost
one,
top.
which was taking sick out, but he was just to the side of it there. So yeah, he was able to sustain up with extreme speeds and shield up. And you know, Guan Yu's one of those heroes. If it does not kill you in the initial burst, it runs out of steam, and he ran out of steam there in the enemy jungle.
Bot is gonna be
this is
gone.
like, the ideal situation for the 9Z Global fans.
Why are
right?
we
So we
sleeping?
need to see more of this kind of aggression coming from 9Z Global.
Yes, look,
But
it's
more
dying.
importantly, it's really just forcing out the resources from OG, I feel.
Maybe that's his playstyle now.
Yep, their junglers are taking completely different paths here. Dao Dao's just been farming, getting objectives. Sick has been spam ganking, it feels like, right? Every single time he has an ultimate,
He
goes
gets
into
feeds, but
the
he
lane
makes
and makes sure
plays.
to apply
He makes
pressure
the right
here.
plays
But look at this,
before he
Dao Dao,
dies.
you know, he's playing the map. He's playing those objectives, right? He's playing a Gudo to its strengths, pushes that tower down. Ops to, you know,
It's
just keep
0-3,
farming up,
bro.
and he's down a little bit of gold.
But look at the
for
goal
being, you know,
between
0
them
kills versus 3
with
kills, he's
Dharma.
not really that behind.
Only 400.
I like that particular stat itself. So we'll see, because right now, in terms of like kills,
But it feels like
and goal lead is, it is important. It's
he's doing
just
more
about
than
close
Dharma.
to what, 300 goals. So actually, nothing separates these two teams.
Kaka and
Absolutely.
Keke.
And you know what? Speaking of itemization as well too in gold, last time we saw Musashi, it went full damage, right? This time it's actually the opposite. Thick, you know, our residential assassin player is actually opting to play tank Musashi there. He has the Giant's Grip. He's building into, I think, the Dragon's Bane there as well too. So
I mean, he's
very
not. He
interesting,
has
you know,
Dragon.
adaptation there from the side of Sick. And it's interesting to see that he actually plays tank Musashi even though he's the assassin guy.
True. It's actually
Now
buy
the
time,
0-3
right? Because the
Guan
longer the
Yu
fight
is
goes,
back.
the better for the side of 90 Global. And unfortunately, that win condition was not fulfilled. They get the burst down onto Leffy and Capo Saber as well, which means this T1 at the bottom
The
should be
0-3
traded really
Guan
soon
Yu
for the
has
side
more
of OG.
impact
In the meantime, we'll see how does
against a
9G Global
0-0-2
recover from this, because once
Dharma.
again, the
Make
goal
it
is
make
neck and
sense,
neck.
bro.
There needs to be something that sets these two teams apart.
Keke gets 0.
Absolutely. And
gets
while the
to
goal
play
is neck
locks
and
in.
neck, looking at the concert you picked, you know, it does not
I feel like he
scale
just
that well
understands the
compared to
game
something like
way
the
better
long.
than
So the fact
anyone.
that they were not able to be decisively ahead in the early game or make plays is going to be
Kiki
really bad for side 9Z,
sounds
because once you get in the
Kiki.
late game,
Yeah,
we
that's how
know
I say
On
it,
is going to be a
Kiki.
menace on that long, whereas concert you is kind of, you know, going to be a secondary carry, mainly
literally
there
getting
just
targeted,
to
look at
immune
him.
some of the combos from Keke
at
there,
Kiki, bro.
but he's not going to be outputting as much damage as On for sure.
Okay, that's a little bit unfortunate. They did commit the duel to the death onto Kerker. Did not manage to get the kill. Kerker actually is a little, still considerably healthy.
if you're
And
playing
they
those
might have
and
caught
you're not
Leffy
running
as
around,
well.
then might as
All
well
they
not
need is
play.
a stun. Not going to be happening right now.
True.
They want to put pressure on.
I feel
towards
it's like
this Azure
basically
buff.
XP,
And
bro.
still, 9Z Global, they're just searching, but they can't
I
find
don't know, man. I don't know how far. I don't know how
Keke is
Clash
kind
Lane
of
works
tanky now.
actually
He's not
in
going
this
to be
game.
picked off as easily as he was in the early without any itemization here. Now he's building the full tank. He should be able to survive some of those.
Their
Doesn't
jungle is
rely on healing
camping.
too often as well too though, so he doesn't mind the actual grievous effects of the duel to death. But we see another fight come out here. Dao
saw
Dao is
it.
fighting in the enemy jungle once again, playing for. Oh, here we go. Duel to death on the 2. That was actually a beautiful duel to death. Knocks up both Muchin and Dao Dao. It looks like as they go ahead and get hunted down.
Yep, the finishing blow does happen for the side of 9Z Global. So they managed to get the double kill here. Dada and Muchen, very
TZ
big
and Cutie
markers on the
everywhere.
side of OG, taken out. At the same time, Kerker is another potential target. But if you take a look at the map,
True.
OG, they're putting pressure on the top side as well. So there is some lifeline available.
Absolutely, yeah. Even when OG loses, it feels like they don't lose everywhere, right? Look at this.
Capo
They're down a
Seba.
few kills, but they're actually.
Wait, it's a new
even
player,
though
no?
they're
Capo
up
Seba?
in gold here. The waves are kind of pushing in their favor, right? So they're not losing as badly as you'd see other teams kind of lose. They never really fully lose the map. They lose this side of it. They lose, you know, maybe a little bit in the mid. But they got to make sure they're winning somewhere, right? And in this game, it looks like the waves are kind of in their favor here, making it hard for 9ZG to go ahead and get those towers.
I think this is what's cool about watching the games in Group S, right? They're showing you that you can achieve multiple things at the same time. And while that's happening, OG places defense on the mid side of the map. And at the same time, Kerker split pushing
Kaka cutie.
to his
Dao Dao
happiness
cutie.
for now,
Wen
because
cutie.
there's three
Super
people
Wen.
approaching him. He
Super
has to stay
An.
Oh, here
silent.
we go.
And cutie.
Yeah, he's staying in that bush. I've seen this before, right? Keke in the middle of 3 people on the side of 9ZG's team. This time he does not opt to show himself. He probably just safely takes the recall home there while he's
No,
scared to death
TZ.
that enemies are going to go ahead and check that bush here. We've
Sick
seen 9ZG
teasy.
Push back out those lanes because they were going in the way of OG's favor. But
Bro.
we have a enhanced tyrant comes up, and this is gonna be a pivotal point.
One
here for
word
both teams to
name?
fight for, because this is gonna be the thing that sets them apart. As you were mentioning, right?
That's so much aura,
I
bro.
think he didn't TP. I think he's been sent there to wait. And oh no, they have found him. Kaga, he needs to run for his life. The backup comes from the side of Dowdow with the knockup as well. But the Scepter of Fate has
Holy
been laid down.
fucking
Where is
box.
the damage to get the heals? And it is a
Look
killing
at
spree.
Wen.
Unfortunately, Win RJ has been caught out.
Look at
and
this
all
guy.
of
He's
them
literally
freezing
yo, he
frigid
died
charge.
again, by the
He's
way.
gonna
The
be
guy is
working on the
0-4.
backlines on the side
He's
of
0-4.
90 and One catches
0-4 with
three
assists.
the taking liberties.
But look what he
So
did.
if he has the damage, hang on, the double kill, the turnaround coming in from the side of Leffy, and it's not
Look
looking
what he
good.
did.
They get the kill to Dowdow as well, and he gets the return, the revenge. But a 2v1, Moon and Capo Saber, they're very low. Does OG want to be greedy here? An says no. And for now, after all of that, it is dead
see?
even.
Super close fight there. Keke, he was kind of low, but he actually went in there in a 1v3, just buying time for his team, right? He's like, okay, this fight is gonna go the distance. I'm gonna just take this right now. I know I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna do a lot of damage to side 9ZG, as well as buy
He's
my team
1,
some
4, and
time
1.
to go ahead and take out the target.
Bro,
that they
most
are.
of XP though. Look
Okay.
at this shit.
Dead even.
Look at this shit.
Moon is on the glow, but that freezing frigid charge is gonna
Where's Orsi?
win RJ has been caught
one will
out
do
damage
this,
to get
bro.
the heals, and it is a killing spree.
Like this, any XP that you would know, no one's not gonna do this shit. No one.
RJ has
Bang.
been caught
This shit is suicide.
out, and all of that free.
But like he knows the team is gonna be there at some point, and they're gonna use skill on him.
And it goes
don't know.
1 for 1 on both sides.
Yep, they could not
I
get
think
that final
Kiki
hit
just knows the
onto
game
side of
more.
Dowdow. And here comes the punish from the side of OG. Do they have the ball? No, they do not. So they will be content with just pushing away the side
understands
of
the
90
game
Glow. But
more,
in the meantime,
how
there
it
is a bit of
works.
pressure coming in the mid. Nice work by Leffy to make
That's
sure they
why
have access
maybe that's
into
the
the
reason he's a
jungle
good
because of the pressure in the
experiment.
mid T1. And now they get a freebie in the form of the Azure buff. This one goes in the hand of Moon. So perfect start and recovery for the side of 90 Globin.
Look at this gold chart here. Odd is surprisingly up 1,000 gold here on Lefty here. But in that final fight, Lefty actually did a lot of work.
Kiki
Right?
has
Odd was
more
able to take him
gold
out at
than
the very,
Wingard,
very end,
yeah.
but that was not before he took out multiple
Make
members
it make
of the side
sense.
of OG here. So, you know, while Katsuyu does not scale as much as the long here, he's still able to, you know, put out that pressure and do that damage.
But the map control always seems to be in OG's favor. Somehow they're taking another T2, and now the board is laid down. Does not
Okay,
catch
auto push.
anyone.
Look at
And
Kiki
hang on,
again.
Hold on, the fishing net has been unleashed. They force out
Made
the
him
unending sorrow from inside the Capo Saber as well. But
This
Kirk,
guy's fucking
he is
annoying,
just
look
a
at him.
menace. He might give his life for this cause. He does not have the ultimate anymore, and he will be taken down.
Bro, he's trolling.
Keke would have probably escaped there if not every single person on 9ZG's team ulted him down there, right? He got dueled to the death. He got jumped on by Concert U as well. The
It's
whole
literally-
time
I
he's getting
think
slowed
he's
by
just
Loon as well.
trolling,
They
bro. I
literally
don't even
threw
know, man.
everything after him there, and they barely got him. But they
It's
did
probably
damage
just
us, so now
trolling
they
at
do
this
have a numbers
point.
advantage
It's not even
for this
trying.
enhanced Overlord fight. It is a 5v4, and I kind of want to see Win
Hmm.
RJ join and put some pressure in some of these fights, right? We've seen Keke do a lot of work recently,
And they're
but
still
Win RJ is
winning.
just
Look
kind
at
of been
this
farming,
fight.
you know,
They're still
waiting for his
winning.
time.
Yep, and they
Okay,
do get the
what the
catch on
fuck?
Dowdow. The blood rage though saves his
This
life.
is
and they
4v5
are able
by
to
the
get
way.
rid of Dowdow in the meantime. They get the back
they
line though.
lost.
Nice shutdown onto An. No
Never
more
mind.
damage for
They
the side
didn't
of
win. They
OG.
lost the
And
fight.
this is a big win for the side of 9Z Global.
Absolutely, these fights are really, really close. I was saying that the game of BTK and Boris earlier was the closest game. This is the new closest game here. Look at this. 14 minutes and the teams are neck and neck in gold and
How come
kills
Stella
and
doesn't know?
objectives. And these are two teams from Team S here, right? Like we don't usually see games like this come out from OG where they're being pushed this
How
much.
come you don't know?
Yep, this shows the potential of 90 Global, one of which everyone has been very open and clear. They have noticed this since day number one, even ranking week, and once again, Dowdow plays in a horrible position, a nice truth mantra, and they should be able to get the job done. Dowdow takes another 4 in the meantime. It is OG, they're trying to go for the split push at the bottom, will be instantly cancelled out by Leffy, which opens
still
up the
gonna
map.
win this, bro.
is sick, he does have the smite as
Win
well.
RJ
OG.
doesn't have a punch.
Can they really go for the steal here?
Moon is fucking low
They're getting
HP.
it really, really low.
They're
contesting
probably
it,
just
but
gonna
they
fight
do not
this.
have the smite available. It is just
No
gonna be
fight,
whiff
okay.
skills here, but no, Masashi goes
No
in
fight.
and smites it away. But I gotta say, we were mentioning that WinRJ was not doing much there in the early game, and he really wasn't. But now that we're into the late stages of the game, he's making plays. He's hitting truth mantras here and catching people out. Because Keke was definitely
So do we
pressuring the
win
side
the
of
late
9ZG
game?
in the early
Probably
game.
not,
Now,
bro.
he's starting to fall off kind of on that Guan Yu, right? He's giving away a lot of gold to the side of 9ZG now, and it is kind of their time to shine here on side WinRJ.
Yes, so I think if we take a look at the timers, right? Every 2 minutes, we just need to focus on WinRJ because his flash will be off of cooldown. There is a potential of the flash truth mantra as well. That's one big thing. But
how am I
the other
gonna
thing is
fight
we
this?
also have to
Kiki
pay
is
our eyes
late.
and attentions onto Kirker because he is one
9ZG
frigid charge
got
and
like,
a Razor Cavalry away
primal
from changing the entire team fight.
Yeah,
Moon
both
is
Clash
low
Slayers are going to be
HP,
very,
bro.
very
What the
pivotal here.
fuck?
I'm starting to notice, yeah, Clashing in professional play here can make so many plays. They are the
He
miracle
flickered?
makers, right? They can make or break the team, win or lose the fights. And it looks like, ooh, WinRJ, that might have been the lose the fight situation as he gets caught out.
Yep, they do get the push in. It's 2 lives for the price of none so far. It is a double imperiled state. They do get the kill. On to Sick as well. Everything was going well for the side of 9Z Globin. And all of a sudden, it is now them on the run. Moon, he has to run for his life. They do get the trade in the form of Muchen. But it's a triple kill for An as they start to work on the rest of the structures on the side of 9Z Globin. They will let that Shadow Overlord make its work on the top side for the side of 9Z Globin because they will make a trade immediately. A T2 open up when falling a bit low. I believe he is passive. I'm not sure why he would risk his life at this point. But for now, board is going to be set down. They want to push him away because if he steps a bit too close, he will
Top
get
is
taken
gone.
out. But here
Kiki
comes
didn't
that
defend.
recovery. T3 going to be recovered.
There we go. The Halo pick coming in clutch, right? Like, sometimes I think that tower recovery is a bit of a gimmick, but right there was a perfect example of the power of Halo. Being in a 1v3 situation, you know you cannot hold that tower, but guess what? Once it goes down, you can just bring it back to life, and that is a full health tier 3 coming back fresh.
Yeah, but is that really a good advantage? Because 9Z Global now, they have a tier 3 broken on the top side of OG's base. Isn't that disadvantageous for them?
I would say it's good for them, right? That OG lost their high ground here. If I recall correctly, even though you bring back the high ground, it still spawns elite minions for the rest of the game. If I'm correct, right, Ken?
Yes, yes.
So
Bing, go to
while they have
sleep,
that
bruh.
tower there, to, you know, hold off those minions there, the effect of the tower going down still takes place there. So OG definitely had that idea in mind when they were pushing towards the Hano. They know they're gonna go ahead and bring it back, but what they care about is those minions, right? And with those elite minions
I'm
spawning,
over.
they're
You're
always
right.
wow, look at that flaming palms on a tower.
You're not
Holy-
unemployed.
like a 60%.
Are we gonna have a
health damage
Tempest
flaming
fight?
bombs there are, like eviscerates
Bro, I
that
never
tower.
seen these
Again, they
people play
bring it back
Tempest,
to
by
life,
the way.
But now that lane is gonna
Not
be
jobless
permanently
like
spawning
you.
elite minions now.
You're right.
Yes, and they will force them back on the side of 90 Global. So OG, I mean, this really is a very OG-esque kind of game, right? It never looks like they're truly winning, but across the map, when you really break down the information, OG are in a dominant position here.
I don't know if I want to say that it never really looks like they're winning, because I've seen some games from them where they look like they're winning here. But yeah, this game is definitely a lot closer, right? 9ZG's giving them a real run for their money. They're actually up in kills. Now, that is definitely very impressive against OG being up in kills here. But I would say OG's playing more towards their composition. They have that Ogudo jungle, 0-4-12. Look at that stat line here from Dao Dao, right? Playing more supportive. He's there just to push these towers, and he's achieved his win condition, right? He has two lanes here spawning elite minions.
He's
Sure, they
not
still have
winning?
their towers,
I
but
still
it's
wanna
a little
watch
bit
it.
phony there, as the elite minions are going to be permanently pushing there to their side. If they're
This
able to
guy.
go ahead and take out the bottom one, even if they do recover it back, it's still
Bro,
gonna spawn
leave me
those
alone
extra waves of
with my
elite minions.
Yes,
cheerleading
and
era,
one of the
bro.
composition strengths on the side of OG is the fact that they are known tower takers. They will
guess they
melt
got their
turrets in
OG
an
wins
instant,
then.
right? So,
The
you
game's
know,
over
there
after
is a
this.
lot of structural
I
damage
think after
incoming
this
from the side of OG.
fight.
Yeah, I like the Hado pick to recover the towers, but these are kind of the worst towers to recover. Okay, you want to recover the tier 2 or the tier 1 towers because, you know, they're only towers. They don't have that extra, you know, elite minion effect. When you
They
bring
use
these
ult to
back,
push.
those elite minions, unfortunately, are still going to be going
But they
there.
still have
Yes, and you can see
firepower
like,
to do
how devastating
something.
this effect is. Look, in the span of 30 seconds, they have gotten the turrets, and holy,
what the
they will
fuck?
force out the ultimate, and the bursters come in. The rampage will on as they look to set their sights upon the
He's
crystal.
about to fucking kill
OG,
himself.
they have
Okay,
locked
let-
them up, like another nice catch by Kirker, and this is what they were waiting for. OG,
And he's
just
dead
needs to hit
again.
the crystal, but they're
He
falling
doesn't
a
even
little
give a
low.
shit.
Right
He's
now,
just gonna
Dada
die
can
for
change
it.
the entire team fight. All they have to do is to get the kills. The ball laid down. They have
Holy
got everyone,
fuck.
and 9Z Globin. That should be the end of the game. But Sick has other players who want to go for the 1v5.
Oh my
The
god.
Blades will not stand the test of time. And OG
Bro,
wins
that's a
game
one?
number 2.
1-6
9ZG actually won that final fight there, it looked like, right? They had a little bit more
1-6
time. But
XP
those
by the way.
Shadow Vanguards there, the enhanced Shadow Vanguard, they do so much damage to towers. And the side of 9ZG, all their towers are gone already. And that final push, they're spawning elite minions,
Go for it
they're
once-
spawning
exactly.
the Vanguards, and even though they won the fight, they're not
Feeding
able to do
strat.
everything at once, right? They gotta stop every member of OG on this side, they gotta stop a few dragons on this side, a few dragons on this side, and eventually they got overwhelmed.
Yes, I mean,
I don't
this
think
is so
that's-
hard to play, man. Like, there's so
I
many
don't know,
things
if you make
have
the
to
play-
consider.
the right
And
play, even if you
OG,
die-
I like the response by 9ZG, right? I
I think
it really
that's
speaks
not
volumes
feeding.
about
They don't care about
the
KDA. Basically,
mental recovery they have against OG.
he
because
doesn't
OG did
care.
beat them quite
But
badly
if
in
you're
game number
marksman,
one. But even
jungle,
with that,
or
they came into
mage,
game
you
number
gotta
two with
care.
A very strong mind. A little low right now. They were waiting for OG. Just needs to hit. Another
Oh,
look to
shit,
set their sights upon.
Oh,
Ultimately,
shit,
the
bruh.
bursters come in. The
You see a red
rampage will
horse
on
coming
as
in
they
this
look to
bitch?
set
Oh, what we gonna do?
their sights
What we gonna do?
the crystal.
Bang.
OG, they have locked them
Oh
up.
my
Like
God.
another nice catch by Kirker. And this is what they were waiting for.
That is
OG
feeding,
just
bro.
needs to hit the crystal. But they're falling a little low. Right now, Dada can change the entire team fight. All they have to do is to get the kills. The ball
don't
laid
know.
down. They have caught everyone. And 9Z Global.
If you buy
that should
time
be the end of the game. But Sick
and
has
actually
other
kill
players who
them
want to go for the
for that
1v5.
play,
But the
I don't think that's feeding.
will not stand the test of time. And
Okay, it
OG
doesn't matter if you
win
lose, so
game
they have
number
their
2.
prayer shit.
9
If you die and you give space for your fucking
Took
carry, I
quite a
don't
lot
think
of
it
good
matters,
fights actually.
bro.
Like OG were put onto the
That
ground.
guy's 1-6-10.
Yeah, can we also
The
look at
the guy's
gold from
KDA
Oz?
is
That's the
fucking
richest,
what?
marksman we've
2?
seen like in an under
Not even
20-minute
1.
game here. 18,000 gold under 20 minutes is he's almost averaging 1,000 gold a minute there on marksman, which is incredible.
Damage
Insane,
taken.
right? And I mean, look at the conversion
good
as
to
well.
tank more than
163,000
fucking
worth of
Kiki,
damage.
bro.
This is also in sync with Wen, who has had some very nice boards, some very nice taking liberties,
That's
and the Stones
crazy.
have been working it for the side of OG.
But I ain't scared of Kiki though,
164,000.
'cause
But
I'm not a
look at
player.
9Z Global Moon. He dealt
I'm not a player.
150, Leffy dealing 110. So this game was not as big of a gap as we expected all the way until the last portions of the game.
Yeah, look at that. It was super even, very up and down, but even still, it was like under 1,000 gold for each side, right? But then, right once you see that turning point right there, that was probably when Dowd cracked that high ground there, started getting some tower gold here, right? And then when you bring towers back and they take them out again, they get the same gold again,
Tama
for
din
sure, right?
pa,
So he
just
gets
not
another
focused.
cycle of that
No,
global
he
gold.
has no
And
impact.
ever since then, their lead was climbing here.
This guy
But
just
look at
playing
On here,
marksman.
flexing, and for good reason, because he's 11-1, 26% of the team's gold, 31% damage.
can we
He
go
had a lot of
3-0?
He showed you the
What
power
time is it?
of long late game.
True.
Their fucking
there's
game
a
is
lot
a
of value in
1.
the lone pick as well, which is kind of scary. And this is the trend that has been showing up in this particular season
Bro,
of game.
I'm
Not
so
a lot of
surprised
people
though.
have been banning Loon
He
out.
did this
so
shit.
there is a
Where's that
potential
fight?
of
Those extra.
This is like the turning point
Two teams from Team X. This
after this, I
ranking.
think.
to go for this.
was not doing.
What was that?
Flash will be off.
Was this here?
We also
It
had
was
to-
here.
Players who can make so many plays.
This one.
They are
This
very,
shit,
very
this shit
pivotal
is
here. I'm certain
so.
those, yeah, clashing
Look at
in
this shit, bro.
professional play here
Look at this
can
shit.
make so. Pivotal
Like
here.
it was so okay. They got info of the two. Who's this? Musashi.
Clashing
Musashi marksman.
in
So what's the call here? Whoever clears mid, just
Professional
dive
play
in
here.
type shit. Like I have fucking shit ton of damage. I can one shot anyone, just kill anyone, I guess. Cause this 2 is so far. This guy doesn't matter. Fuck that guy.
Can make so many
He got
plays.
stunned.
They
Boom.
are the
Boom.
miracle makers, right? They can make or break the team, win or lose the
Like I always dead ass. A marksman flickering on a fucking XP laner and he killed him. I mean, it makes sense because you're a marksman.
fight.
This is a turning
and
point,
it looks
bro.
like, ooh,
Like,
win
the
RJ.
game's
That might
over
have been the
after
lose the
this.
fight situation as he gets caught out.
The
Yep,
game is
they
over.
do get the
actually.
push
You know what I
in.
mean?
It's 2 lives for the price of none so far. It is a double imperiled state. They do get the kill. On to Sick as well. Everything was going well for the side of 90 Globen. And all of a sudden, it is now them on the run. Moon, he has to run for his life. They do get the trade in the form of Muchen. But it's a triple kill for An as they start to work on the rest of the structures on the side of 90 Globen.
Boom, 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 boom. Well, game's over, bro. Wrap it up. Game's over, bro. Wrap it up. It's over.
Welcome back. It is time for game number 3. Potential series point for the side of OG as they look to win against 90 Globen.
Absolutely, very, very excited for this match here. Can they go ahead and, switch up the momentum, right? We saw last series when it was 2-0 at match point, the losing team was able to go ahead and switch up that momentum here. So that's what
Malay
9ZG
people are
goes ahead and
nice.
needs. I would say that last game
Yeah,
was
they
a
are
lot
nice.
closer than game 1. So they are adapting
As
to
long
OG
as you
very, very
don't
quick.
be
Yes, so hopefully that will be enough
nice.
in game number 3 to get that
Yeah, that's
one
like
win, and
everyone
then
anyways.
at least even if they lose
If you're not a
the
dickhead,
fourth
then
game,
they'll be nice.
in this
If
best of
you're gonna be a
5
dickhead,
series,
then
they
they're not gonna
have
be nice.
something to work on.
Part of life.
And I would say,
Part of life.
I always say this here when 9ZG is down, almost down for the count here, right? Go back to your comforts, right? We see 9ZG's comforts, and I feel like they have not really been playing their comforts.
Yeah.
They're known for the fade, they're known for the jings, and maybe even the lambs potentially, right? I would like to see some of that being brought out here. And then win RJ, right? Last game we saw he didn't really have that much pressure throughout the map because he has a bit more of a scaling pick. Maybe, put him back on a pick where he can pressure out the map early game instead of, kind of letting Keke dictate the lane and the map.
That's true. I mean, he did not find too much value in the Dharma pick because there's very little options for him to kind of get his truth mantra as well, right? OG's positioning was really difficult in terms of like finding a gap.
Absolutely, yeah, and that just comes with playing the game, like it's an art to be able to everyone be together, but also not be together at the same time, right? Because everyone just stacks directly on top of each other. We saw what happened to BTK, right? They get 3-man truth monsters in a wall. You have to be within proximity where you can help out each other, but not close enough where you're gonna get hit by the same abilities, right? And then we see OG played that positioning perfectly. There was never really any multi-man truth monsters coming out from Win RJ last game.
And OG now, they're gonna make sure that the RD does not come up on the side of 90 Global, and we have the Yuan and Pei ban. Interesting.
Yeah, pretty standard bans from both sides here. They're potentially gonna have to go ahead and ban out the Luna, right? If they don't ban out the Luna here, there's a good chance Sick goes ahead and picks it up here. But then again, since Liang was not removed, even if they do Luna, oh, I forgot about Mai too. Mai's coming in here. Liang is
Malaysia
on the
won
table here. And I know
KIC.
Muchen
What's
loves
KIC?
himself some Liang.
Well, then OG just go tank, no? Like Mai's major weakness is tank compositions because she's known for burst. And if you're too tanky, there's no way.
Liang.
Oh no, OG
Bada
just
bing,
goes
bada boom, baby.
straight for the control suppression in the form of the Liang. And yes, tank is still available. Ogren. The more you take out a Agudo,
Ogren.
Dude.
Absolutely. The thing is, the second Liang is available and Muchin is on your team,
KIC
it is
server
gonna
for
be
both
hit.
teams.
It's just how
Oh,
it is, right? He put that
BTK is
pick
gonna
on
be
the
there
map
for
here,
sure
and
then.
he's about to keep it on the map here today here. While Mai is countered out by
Damn,
someone tanky that she
boys.
cannot cut through. Guess what? You also cannot cut through anyone if you're just getting suppressed
What the
by the
fuck?
ultimate of Liang, right? And we see he's so great at that. Mai having to put herself in danger here to go ahead and do that. But speaking of tank,
They wanna end
9ZG,
it fast?
another counter to Liang is if
Yes,
you can go
please.
ahead and, you know, survive his ultimate.
Guan
but
Yu,
you
Liang
can't do much
Po.
afterwards. And Liang Po
Yeah, but
and
we have
Guan Yu are some great options
Liang.
for that.
True. Guan Yu will definitely be able to catch you, especially if they
OG
really
got
try
Liang.
for that traditional
No, Ogren.
Princess Frost as Liang combination
what's
on
the-
the side of OG. They
How does
will have to be together, which
Ogren
means
damage
it's a
work?
guaranteed
Is it
two minute
HP
catch, right?
base
If you are playing on the side of Win RG
per
as the Guan Yu.
second?
But now let's explore the ban phase for the side of OG and
Or
90
what?
Open as well.
Absolutely. While they could get that 2-for-1, I would still say probably remove the Princess Frost, right? Let's not give them like their bread and butter combo that they're so comfortable with, right? That core of Ogren, Liang, Princess Frost is just so reliable, right? Princess Frost, Liang roam their map, and then they funnel all the gold into Ogren because neither Liang or Princess Frost really need it. There we go. 9ZG opts to remove it.
He got
anyway
mixed
here.
damage, low
OG,
HP, and
give them the
execute.
chance to do that, right? They opt to pick up the
No, what I
damage
mean is
early.
like
They wanna
his
ensure
damage
that
per
On
second
has a
is what
pick
I'm
that's
trying to say.
reliable here, and that's definitely a reliable pick with that ultimate being able
Is
to shred
it
down the defenses
per
of both
HP?
the Liang Po and the Guan Yu, or potentially, you know, stun up the Mai too.
That's true. Maybe you want to ban out the Shi if you're 9Z Global. I think Shi is also a great pick, right? You get a lot of control on the Guan Yu. You can kind of force out
Put
the
those guns
ultimates on
away,
the
bro. You are
movement skills.
behind as
No,
fuck.
they actually. Oh, okay. Wood did have a very impressive Kong Ming game.
Bro, they pick Angela.
I
Ain't no
would
way,
say
bro.
while this should make sense as a kind of like a pseudo replacement to Princess Frost, we don't really see Wen play the Shi too much. You know, I think when like he's you know backed into a corner. I was mentioning before, right? Like he has a lot of picks removed. He usually at that time goes for something, you know, crazy, right? Like the Milady or like maybe the Kong Ming potentially here. He rarely, you know, goes for these, you know, like pseudo picks where Shi can kind of do the same
It is
job
about for-
as the Princess Frost. At least I haven't seen him play the Shi too much.
Blondie. Fuck no,
When
bro.
they go OG,
Maybe if
go
I
for
go
the
bald.
Mulan. This is a Kirker
If I go
special.
bald, I color
But
my hair.
9G Global exploring
Yo!
the potential of a Nako
Nagolo
jungle.
and
I like
Marco
this one.
Polito.
Will be able to melt through the defenses
They pick
of
Mulan,
the
though.
Ogren. But the
OG is
concern
gonna
here
win this
is,
easy
okay,
game.
Leffy does lock in the Marco Polo. Is there enough room that's going to be bought by 9G Global to deal with OG?
They pick Angela.
All right, I'm
Holy
looking at
shit.
9Z's team. Two words.
Whoever
this
gets
time, right?
ulted by
It's gonna be
Liang, he just
go in.
ults.
They all just want to go ahead and go in and
Boy will look
dive
good on you.
the side of
Hoping you're gonna be
OG.
the first
Realistically,
one to
if every single
fucking
person
put
on
on
your
my
team
forehead. I don't
wants
wanna
to get
hear it,
grabbed
bro.
by Liang, he can't grab them all,
Dickhead.
right? Every single person there is a good grab for Liang.
Actual
and they all
dickhead.
benefit from someone else getting grabbed, right? All right. So interesting competition here. Again, very polarizing competition. Either it's gonna go really well where they all jump in here and just wipe OG, or they're just gonna fall flat on their face. Nobody. These dive competitions, we've seen them in the past. They are relatively hard to execute because you just got one shot. You pull the trigger, either it works and then you wipe them, or it doesn't. But historically, we've seen it not work that many times. So I'm excited to see 9ZG go ahead and take a crack at it as, you know, a Group S representative and show us how these all-in dive compositions are gonna work.
I hope it works because actually 9Z Global, they also have a very strong pick-off composition, right? The Nako Ruru went ahead. It's almost a guaranteed kill on the Liang, on the Direnjie, and the Angela. And even Mulan, maybe, depending on the itemization by OG. But that's minimally 3 members on the side that are at risk of huge burst potential. One by Sick, the other by Moon.
Absolutely, yeah. I would say also their roaming potential is really high too. The Guan Yu and the Nakaruru have really quick
Nako,
abilities to
lo
just
nga
traverse the map, right?
ni.
The passive from Guan Yu
Nako
and
is
then the
good
ultimate
for
from Nakaru
posing.
being able
I
to
don't
move
know,
around the
bro.
map super quickly. So maybe depending on how they play out, they can bait a fight in a certain lane here and then just out-rotate the enemies too, right? Sounds a bit gimmicky though, but it is something that they could potentially pull off here.
I
with
think
a composition
9Z
like
won
that.
this rap. Doubt
I
it.
mean, then it really is about, hey, can we burn out the first
OG
and second
got their
skill of
plan.
Liang or even just the ultimate of Liang, right? So Muchen,
Kiki just gonna
I
kill
think it pays to be
Naku and
stingy as a Liang
Marco
for this game for
Pulito.
OG.
Game's over.
Yeah, it
Whoever get
definitely pays to be
ulted by
stingy on the
Liang
Yang
is
and be
dead.
really, careful of your targets. But as you mentioned earlier, they have so much damage from Nakaru, the Guan Yu, the Mai. If you save it for a little bit, 1 second, half a second too long, you might just go down without even getting your ultimate off in a fight.
Yeah, that's kind of true. So let's see.
Of course, I don't think Worlds
here. And of course,
like
with
their
the power
M
of work,
series,
they will be
HOK M
able to
series.
get
I
those
don't think there's a
markers
Chinese
down,
team
and
there.
a fast clear coming in from the side of OG.
I doubt
Dao
it.
also manages to get that steal onto the board camp.
Only in a
He
World
just
Cup.
kind of sneaks around there,
think.
walks through the lane. Nothing to see here as he goes in,
Like
steals up the
EWC.
board camp here. Everyone is helping Dao
It's
Dao
like the only
up the
tournament
jungle here because they have that priority. Another good thing to take in your
China team
games
can
as well
have.
too. If you're
I think,
cleared
but
your
I'm not
lane and you
sure.
can't really get a gank off on the opposing lane,
They
maybe
just do
help out your
whatever
jungle,
once.
right? Let them go ahead and clear a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
They do get that experience and all that anyway if you let them last hit it, which is nice. But we see Liang Po back into the bottom lane here with Lefty, and they're fighting it on 1v2, but not much is really going to come of this. They're going to do a little bit of damage to each other, but no kills should go down here, from my understanding.
Yeah, you shouldn't. At this point, it's also time bought. This
Actually,
rotation
AG
by
on the
Muchen
KIC?
now. Oh, hang on.
The
Might be
invited
first
one?
blood here. No!
Oh.
Sick. He could have gotten the first blood off of Muchen, in fact.
Yeah, I just quite did not see that one there. Tried to go for Keke, did a little bit of damage there, but not quite enough. But this is the assassin pick we're talking about, right? We were
He's
saying
like
we
the
wanted
best
to
in
play an
HOK,
assassin.
yeah.
This is an assassin.
Bro,
Now,
holy
not the one
fuck.
I was expecting.
Fan base
for
wise, they're
sure.
like RRQ.
Nakaru, again, not a very,
Probably more.
played pick here. But this is the
Like, you all
great
know
thing
what
about,
I
the
mean.
format, right?
They have a
see
lot of
these picks
fans.
that you don't really see every day here. And
But the
that is
fact that we
Nakaru
have
for
pictures
sure.
with them is
We'll
crazy,
see
bro.
how this pressure at the bottom side is going to work out
Hey,
for the side of OG,
keep
because
this
they
shit
want to push
going.
them behind the tower. This is going
What
to
do
be...
you all know
Oh,
about
hang on,
this?
Dao Dao has been caught by 3. This has to be first blood. Come on, 90. Oh, no.
Dao
With the
Dao's still
conductor
not
assaults.
dead. Are
Here
we
comes the
dead
Fever
ass?
Barrage as well. Somehow, Dao Dao is alive. One as well, but the pushback comes in from Win RJ. Can they get
Oh,
the
he's dead
damage? And
now.
nice knockup by the side of Moon. And they do get the first blood. So 90 globe and start off with a bang. Make that
They
a
lost the
second
fight.
kill. OG following
See,
this
chat?
first 3 minutes of
Yo,
the game.
peep this shit.
Beautiful 3-0 for Savage.
Do I have aura now?
Hey, maybe it's not a gimmick, right? I was talking about how they can rotate so quickly there. Win RJ and Sick were just able to rotate so quickly. It caught off OG there. Dao Dao did survive a
Yo,
pretty
peeped
long
it?
time, but it
God
basically
damn, bro, they got a picture, bro.
Run away
With
there
us.
as, 9Z
We didn't
was
get a
up
picture with
keeping-
them.
and chase them down here.
They got a picture
so
with
far we're seeing
us.
Nakaru ahead of Ogren. Definitely
With
not something
us.
you see every day. This is why the tier list, while it is a good, example here, it's
When
not
we're
set in
literally
stone.
nobody
You're able to
against
play
them.
these picks if you find them in good positions here.
Bro, they're
to
probably
beat them,
like,
and then
who
they're
are
gonna
these
work out as
fucking
well.
It
noobs?
truly never
You
is
know what I'm
set in
saying?
stone, right? This is why
Why
I
we
love
taking
about so-called
picture with
meta
noobs?
history. And one of the difference makers was that Naruto actually wasn't allowed to
Like, who are these
maximize his
bunions,
boost coming
bro?
out from his ultimate as well. This was one small trait on the side of 9Z Global that you guys can learn, which is to kind of separate yourselves from an Ogren that you know wants the out.
That's probably what they're thinking, bro.
Absolutely, yeah. Don't let everyone get hit.
You
by
know,
that
probably
collective
like,
souls
who
here.
are
But
these
look at this,
fucking
Sick is
garbage
playing
can,
all
bro?
these assassin junglers as tanks. Look at this. We have the giants.
Like,
Grit
why are we
coming out
wasting
for the
time?
Nakaru as well, too. Definitely not something
It
we
is
see every day
foreigners,
as well.
bro.
Into the Axe of Torment here. So going to a tank lamb style build here on the Nakaru.
AG
Very
definitely
interesting
gave
to see how these
side
pros,
that. They're
play
nice
these,
though.
Assassins here.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade at the moment, but Capo Saber will be the second victim. A double kill for the side.
Bro,
of
4-0 and they're
Dao Dao,
still
as looking
winning.
for more. T1
Oh my
probably
god,
because
it
we're
has
hitting
to
that
be
form limit,
fucking
which means
still get.
that
17
Armor
months
will
is
no
crazy
longer be
though.
available. Art
Type
working
shit.
on that tower.
Has
The
become
burst
a
does coming
member.
from Moon, but it's not going to be
17
enough.
Appreciate you for the
Brings him down to
17
half
months.
health, and the cooldown on the power
Are you
of
winning?
word control does have a relatively
Hopefully next
short
match.
timing. So this is going to be secured. Hang on, they're going in. Kirka
Bang.
taking so much damage.
Kiki just died
Will be
again, but
giving
doesn't
his
even
life,
care.
But Dao Dao now in the middle of 4, and with a catch, Win RJ says it does not matter. We have
Bro,
the
they are
numbers
still gonna
advantage,
win this.
and we will make it hurt.
I
Dao
can
Dao now
feel
being
it.
pushed back under the T2, and it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade. But still,
Because this
overall,
Ogren
I
is
think
unkillable.
OG might
Lag?
have the advantage over
Actually,
this.
Dao Dao is such a raid boss on that Ogren. I think they've identified here that he's not gonna go down in one
Wait,
rotation.
am I
right? So they
lagging or
kinda
you guys?
ignore him now and go for his teammates here.
Am I
Like
lagging or
Pod
the
is someone else
game?
that's easier to take down, but you're gonna eventually have to deal with Dao Dao, right? And he's just
Which one
able
is
to
lagging?
output so
Me?
much damage and sustain. Someone on the side of 9ZG is gonna definitely need to build anti-heal for him, but outside
Or
Win
them.
RJ, there's no one that really wants to go ahead and pack it here, which is why Dao Dao is just being able to
Flicker.
sustain so much in these fights.
Where is the
Okay,
flicker?
this one is looking a little bit dicey for Kirker. The knockup, one more hit.
Bro, he
Oh,
literally
no,
just-
that's not
bro,
gonna be
he's
the
dead-
case. You
he's dead
cannot
again.
outplay that, come on. And Moon punishes him in this very spectacular fashion. So OG, this lead that they have managed to carve out for themselves
Bro,
is
he's dead again,
non-existent.
bro.
Because right now, 9Z Global have the goal lead.
You see what I'm trying to
still
say?
surprised. Like 9Z Goldman's up 3 kills, but they're not really up any gold, right? So where have they been hemorrhaging gold? Probably farm throughout the map. But we see an ultimate coming out from Liang, grabs up Moon there. That's not, you know, the counter pick there, right? There's not much you can really do on a Mai. If you get grabbed up, you're gonna probably go down. You're not durable enough to survive that. Dao
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 Dao.
getting ran down by 3-4 people here now, though. Tries to sustain up. Now
10 and
he
5.
was
by
sustaining
the way.
earlier, right? But you can only survive.
How
so
are they gonna
long
win
when
this shit,
4
by the
people
way,
are
chat?
focus firing you down, and that's
How?
exactly what happened there. And he gets dispatched shortly afterwards.
Kiki is 0,
A
2,
beautiful
3.
response by 9Z.
And he has-
Global,
he
with
still
that
has more
8,000
gold than
gold
Guan
lead
Yu,
in their
by the
favor
way.
As they work on his T1, not going to be able to take it for now.
What the
And
fuck?
look, Sick
Is
is
XP
low,
just
but he
that strong
survives.
here?
And this means more time bought for the side of 9Z Global. OG still trying
But that
to
is
keep
probably,
up,
like,
but
the
9Z
only
Global
thing,
for the
man.
first time
XP is
in
just that
3
strong
games. This is
in
a
this
pretty
game.
decisive lead.
It has to be.
Absolutely. Let's see if they can go ahead and extend this lead. We've seen that, you know, teams have been able to get leads on OG, but stays at that 1,000 gold mark, right? Are they going to be able
know
to
something we
extend
do?
that and bring
Yeah.
it to something
Oh, he
like
got
2, 3,
solo kill it.
4,000 where it's really,
Bro, he got
really
solo
decisive?
kill.
We see Keki gets soloed out somewhere on the map here, probably on the bot side
Bro,
of the
he's
map
not trying,
by Lefty
man.
here. So it looks like 9ZG, they have the momentum in their favor. This could be the turn we were talking about.
Yep.
Bro,
this
he's
is
not
definitely the
trying.
Potential. I mean, the fact that Leffy gets that solo kill on the Kirker, is it really surprising? I don't think so, because look, I think that at this point, Leffy at level 9, he does have quite a bit of itemization already, and there is a significant gold lead now. It's close to 2,000 gold in advantage to 9Z Global, so they should have some significant damage.
I don't think he's trying, bro.
Absolutely, right there. Moon was able to get
He's
away
probably
with
bored
flash
as
there, 'cause,
fuck.
You know, it looked like OG thought they had him already, right? Wen didn't even commit the ultimate onto Moon as well too. So because of that, he was able to actually get out with 1 HP.
That's why for
But
the
now
key
we
to
know
tournament,
Moon
yes.
does not have flash for the next fight here, and the common skills on the side of. Oh, here's a look at the replay. Let's see what happens here. Wow, let's see going aggressive actually on the Keke under tower. Wow, you don't see that every day, right? A marksman.
Wait, this
dying
marksman
long,
is
but we just seen
godlike.
it here today.
What the fuck?
Yep. It's simply because he did not have the disruption skills available
He's
on the side
fed.
of Kirker anymore, right? So very good
No?
situational awareness from the side of Leffy, and to be able to get the solo kill, that's great work. And 9Z Global, they can build upon this lead because we will be what
Saffron is
2
almost
minutes
over.
away from that shadow variance. We'll see how this works out.
Yeah,
the
we
red
have
tree.
a normal tower coming up in 10 seconds here, though, which both teams are probably going to want to fight for.
Yeah, but Dado stole it. Like, they did the work and OG claimed the credit. So 9Z Global, that one hurt a little bit.
Absolutely. And they have great positioning
got
here.
bursted.
Oh, you're not surviving that. You are not
Yeah.
surviving that. Doesn't matter,
There
doesn't
is
matter
no
what
way.
hero you are. When you get locked in by the Liang ultimate and then a Angel ultimate is lasering you down, even the Liang Po, right? The mighty Liang Po is going to go down to that one.
Yep, there's very few people that can burst down a Liampo, and I mean, make it 4 different people on the side of OG, right? And the Liang pick actually will be able to hang on. No, it's not going to be the case. Kirker tries again, fails this time, gives his life, buys a little bit more time for OG, but 9Z Global, they are
Have fun.
able to respond in kind. Looking for
You
an
have
opening
fun
on the
defending
Dao Dao here.
criminals, dickhead.
Absolutely. KK once again, games have a
Bro,
little
that
bit caught
again.
out here, right? We mentioned in the past that he.
Bro, he's
could be
probably
better.
bored
Game
as
vision for his
shit.
team is not all bad. This one is a
He's
little
just
bit
having-
worse
he's
here,
probably
you know.
just
He
fucking
gets 2
practicing
people on him,
combo,
not
bro.
the 4 that he has been prior. This game, it looks like he's actually been having a little bit of trouble here on the Mulan. Actually,
Look
not
at this
quite
Ogren.
able to get good footing this game and going down a few times in the side lanes.
A little bit scary, but here comes the wrap around. Dao Dao now caught in the middle of 3. Where is the damage? No, actually, OG, they're looking for the response team from 9Z Global, right? Very smart.
Pricing in the
So they
tournament.
will not
I
respond
mean, if they're that
too
good,
quickly.
bro.
So Moon saves himself, but here's the catch on the side of OG. The stun comes in, one more hit, but on the back lines, a nice tremor smash to get the kill on the win. This is
Kiki
looking
time.
good for 9Z Global, but only if they can finish the job here. They do get
Kiki
one
time.
more. There's gonna be Muchin. Capo Saber had to give his life in trade. Dao Dao is the one that they're searching for. They will be able to find him for now. He does have access into his conductor of souls. And here we go, backed up by An. 3v2. OG looking to push a little bit more.
But they're so fucking
Down
strong.
once
Look at
again, like
this
we said,
shit.
He's just anchoring these fights. Unless you literally have 4 people focus firing him down, he does not go down here as he goes
my
in and
God.
gets the execute onto win RJ here. Sick goes down to Mulan there.
Bro,
actually
Kiki
as
is
well.
reci-
And even though 9ZG, again,
What
they're
the
up
fuck? Look
six
at
kills, it
KK,
does
bro.
feel like they're that ahead. These fights are constantly 50-50 here.
Yeah, Dao Dao actually looking for an opening here. Understands that he will be out of range for the moment, but
We
Moon
actually
is in the
outsmarted
middle.
that
The
shit.
save by Capo does come through, and it's all about this 10-minute shadow variant though. That is why
And he's
Dao Dao
dead
stayed.
again.
They want to push them back, and then they have the TP
Bro, he's
because if
feeding
not,
and
it will
still
be a
winning,
huge
man.
risk
Make
to
it
go
make
against Dao
sense.
Dao, especially when he has the steer state.
They absolutely rushed that down. We see Wen at the start of the fight actually just used that ultimate just to burn down the objective there, right? Angela has some of the highest DPS when you have that ultimate on there, so he's making sure he goes ahead and, you know, nukes down the objective before the side 9ZG can get in position to even contest it.
The response so far has been great. Win RJ manages to get the catch onto Dao Dao. He does not have ultimate. No, he will use it. It's a little bit of a small heal though. Oh, hang on, Win. He will be able to survive for the time being, but it's a numbers advantage. They've taken 3 big members down on the side of OG.
But I still feel like
9Z
OG is
Global,
gonna
they get
win,
the
man.
Shadow Overlord as a prize, as a reward.
Absolutely, and this
I
is
still
gonna
feel
really
like
help them get some breathing room, right? We're mentioning
Orig's
even though
gonna
they're
win.
ahead on gold, ahead
Like,
on
why
points,
are
they
we even
feel like they're
watching
that
this,
ahead.
bro?
This is really gonna help in that way because they were having waves
You know?
pushed into their base the whole game, even now still. But with that summon being able to relieve pressure from any lane immediately,
him, bro.
they can kind of point their focus to pushing the lead
He's dead
onto
again.
OG side now.
Yo, Kaka giving his life once again, starting to be a little bit dicey for the side of OG. Right now, it's close to a 3,000 goal lead for the side of 9Z.
What is
Global,
bro
which means
doing?
They are survivable. They have the damage as well. They're looking for Moon. They want to go for that knockup. No control so far from the side of OG.
Absolutely here now, OG. You know what? Yeah, I was saying before, I didn't feel like they're winning. I mean, losing. But now it's starting to feel like they're losing, right? They have the summon there. They clear out the
But I
clash
do feel
wave,
like they're still gonna win
for
this
the side
fight,
of
bro.
9ZG. They're up 4,000 gold here now. And,
Bro, Kiki trying to be in
the
an
little
edge, bro.
mistakes, you know, from Keke dying here and there are starting to add up now. And 9ZG is, you know, when Keke goes in and dies in these fights, right, and in the side lanes, it's okay if his team's winning, but this is not one of those games where his team is really ahead. So it's gonna be punished here as 9ZG has a 4,000, 5,000 gold lead coming up.
Yes, and you can see the beauty of it, right? The point here is that
Bro,
Muchin
Kiki is
doesn't
dead
know who catches.
again.
It doesn't matter who he catches because someone else on the side of 9Z Global will be able to disrupt him. And this is a very difficult position for the side of OG as the rest of 9Z Global. They're looking for an entry point, unable to find one just yet. They are keeping that backdoor protection. Fever Barrage, beautiful work on the side of 9Z Global. The
Oh.
burst comes in from Sick.
Are they gonna
but
win?
Sick and Lefty are down. Where is the damage coming in? It's not gonna
Bro,
be
their
enough
marksman
because
is
they've
dead.
Kaka as well as Mujan. Dao Dao trying to make the world's difference for the side of OG will not be able to find so, but they do successfully defend the T3. So OG, there is a lifeline.
Absolutely. We see that again. Downer does not go down, but what does 9ZG do?
Is
We'll
he just
kill all
bored?
your friends,
Probably
but
just
I'll kill all
bored,
your
bro.
teammates instead, and focus on you last, and that's what we see happening here now. Muchin and Wen and Keke are just so vulnerable to the burst on the side of 9ZG.
What the fuck, he
this
got it?
movement and a nice steal by Moon as well. He knew Dao Dao wanted a freebie, not gonna get it. At the same time, the second freebie is that Azure buff that is currently being worked on by Art.
Bro, he's 1-7. And they're still in the game because Dao is fed.
Fight in their high ground, and now they're actively in the enemy base already. They are being forced to retreat here, but it just goes to show they know when to play aggressive and when to play safe, right? And just because you're losing does not mean you don't press your lead when you have it there. So they go ahead, make an attempt at the criminal.
Bro, I think
It
his
does get
goal
stolen
is
away
just
there,
trying to kill
but
Marco
I do like
Polo.
that play nonetheless.
Because if he succeeded that,
It's a very different mentality. It's
just
not about going
once,
for
the
fights,
game
it's
is
about
over.
taking objectives and
If he succeed
securing
once,
resources.
killing Marco
Right now, this
Polo,
one is going to to be a heck of a steal.
And
It
they're
comes
still
out.
winning
Here we go,
fucking
suppression, but
objectives, by the
instant
way.
disruption coming in. But it's all a bait because they get the unstoppable streak from the side of Down Out. Powerful passing, they will get the Shadow Tyrant buff, which means they can start the fight a little bit stronger on the side of OG.
There's level to this, bruh.
They have a lot of divers inside 9ZG, but inside of OG,
mean,
they have so much
every game anyways.
anti-tank potential, right? They have Wen's ultimate, they have On's ultimate, and those together will just
They're
melt
literally just
anyone.
doing it
Win
for the
RJ,
love.
Liang Po,
Like, make the game
all of them,
harder,
as they're
bro.
Now they turn from
They're
know,
trying to
losing
do
a
it,
fight
like,
in their base potentially to now
make
pushing
the
the
game
high ground of
interesting
9ZG.
at least,
Where
you
did this
know?
comeback come from?
I think that's what he's trying to
Complete
do.
turnaround, right? It was
He's just
their,
trying to make it
T3 is
interesting,
being
yeah.
threatened, but at this point, 9Z Globan, they're the ones that lose everything. T3 in the mid, in the bot, opened up wide, and OG, this is a big wound to inflict on them.
Why does it feel like OG, even when they're losing, they're not losing? Just earlier, they were down 4,000 or 5,000 gold.
That's what I'm saying.
I feel like they're losing.
Yep, they
Dao
do
Dao is
get
still
the
not
knockup,
gonna
but
die.
Dao Dao is just so
Oh, Dao Dao is
tanky, and the
gonna
damage does run through. Win RJ. He wants to make the difference. Finally, the combinations are working. When is the last one left? But Kerker, he's hiding on the back lines. He wants to get on the lefty, get the stun as
Oh
well.
my God,
They
he
do
killed
get
the
the
marksman.
shutdown, and all of a sudden, it's still OG in advantage.
Once again, Keke, he's been dying all game. Why is he so strong right now? Like, it's just OG things.
It's just
Yeah,
OG
this
thing.
one, the chase down will happen. It does not matter.
Bro,
Capo
is
Saber,
it-
he
bro,
will
it's
be
not
revived
even-
some time for the team, but here comes the whirling blades of death from Kerker.
Yo.
Do the job.
Oh my
Kerker
God.
playing with his food, and the base is
Bro, I'm
completely
telling you, they've been
open, only
trying.
for the time being, because Moon and Sick are going to be out in the next 5 seconds.
Classic OG right there. You know, Keke, you know, dying randomly in the early game, but also late game being super useful still and just aura farming on the enemies for no reason.
He's gonna die again, bro.
Oh,
He
here
will
we
get
go.
punished. Come on, whip him into shape.
Bro, he's
We're back to
fucking
this dying
bored,
for no
bro.
reason segment of the Keke gameplay
There's
right
no
there.
way. Yeah, like why?
It's gonna
why
be
would you not get
4v5.
punished for
Okay,
that,
let's
right?
make
So
it
9Z Global,
interesting.
they
4v5
obliged to
right
punish them
now.
heavily, and OG now, this is the true contest. Can they?
Oh!
Get the steal? Get the
They
steal.
lost.
This could be huge. They buy some
Red
life,
Cap.
but at the same time, it's a huge punish.
Oh
They
my
get
God, they
Sick
got
down.
baited
It's
by
gonna be
it.
double kill. Both Moon and Sick gonna be down. There is very little life
Oh my
left in the side of
God.
9Z Global. Even if they get the charge with the Razor Cavalry for Win RJ and with the knockup from Capo Saber, it might not be enough damage from Lefty here.
What's important is though, while he did steal it, he did not get the summon off before he went down here now though. So you're not actually getting that lane clear effect that they desperately need right now, as this could potentially be the end of the game.
Yup, they get the suppression down as well. Capo Saber
What
gonna
the
be
fuck
taken
is that
away.
Gila
Win RJ
ulti?
should survive, but the Crystal might not because the minions are marching
Oh
in.
my God, the
One
game's
more hit, it
over.
will do it. The Crystal is
Oh my
open.
God.
And OG taking it all away. Clean sweep. 3-0.
Oh my God, bro, get me out.
Wow, that was a 3-0. That did not feel like a 3-0, right?
Where's
Like, the
Kiki,
games were
bro?
very back and forth for both the second and third games there. 9ZG really put
Bro,
up a
they're
good
trying to
fight there,
eat.
for sure. But man, OG, they just never feel like that. It feels like gold on them is worth more, right? Like they're down 3,000.
I'm telling you,
but
he's
in
not
reality,
trying,
they're
man.
up
He's
10,000
literally
gold
not
because
trying.
gold
He
is
doesn't
worth
even.
more
I
on
don't think
them
he cares,
for
bro.
some reason here.
He probably
The
gonna
gold currency
start
and
carrying.
we're talking about the
like,
value of the gold
playoffs.
currency because of the BP, right? The band picks, and this is where the draft, especially in Group S, you really start to see those little minor differences at the start during the band pick phase really show up big and differently at the end, towards the
I
mid
have
and
question
end
when
game
everyone
states.
stay up just to see us lose.
Absolutely. And can we
Bro.
talk about Keke? He's playing
Fake.
obviously a little bit reckless, right? With the series here. But they're on
What is
match
this
point. You
fake
can't
ass
blame
shit?
them, right? The confidence is there. They were up 2-0. They're one game away from victory. This game, they're both already cemented in Group S, right? So he's having a little bit of fun in the enemy base, right? I love to see that there. He does get punished for it, which is really funny though. Keke, making very entertaining plays for everyone involved.
But that's,
Good night,
that's a
bro.
risk that OG are doing because most lessons learned in pain are rarely forgotten, right? And
Yeah,
then
Elo again.
this is a learning experience on 9Z Global. And say this could really well come and bite them in the back, maybe in the grand finals.
Absolutely. Hey, they get a little bit too used to, playing around the enemy base. Like Keke, this match, okay, this series here, got a little bit too used to dying, right? I feel like he had a lot of deaths here. I'm sure his team was able to go ahead and pick up the slack, but we've seen him in some precarious positions, I think I can put it here. Often finding himself in 1v3, 1v4s and going down for it. But it just goes to show, how skilled he is on his heroes. Because no matter how far behind you set up, in the late game, he's still so useful. He's never really useless, right?
BTK
We've seen
queen
people
this
with,
match.
you know,
Hopefully.
more gold than him, more ahead of him, have
If
less
not,
impact than them. And that just
NT.
has to say something about the world caliber player that is
That's
Keke.
just how it is.
Truly is, and we'll see. I mean, the probable MVP has
If
to be
not,
Dao Dao,
just
right? This
NT.
guy has had a
We
clean
move on.
KDA, 11, 3, and 6. Let's look at the damage detail. 143,000, tanking up 164,000 worth of hero damage.
He basically maxed out on every stats other than deaths this game, right? So that should be MVP. Here we go. We're not too sure though, you know, because KK definitely got some style points that game. You know, I don't know if they value those here, but here's a look at the gold graph. 9ZG up the literal entire game up until the end. And even then, OG wasn't even up that much gold. Look at that. They won only up about 1,000 gold or so.
Yeah, and that is the craziest part, right? So we'll take a look at the MVP as we already said.
Take care, bro. Let me contact. Hey, yo, thanks for the 5, bro.
He donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Take care, bro.
He
I
was the
love your
reason why
content.
so many things were working well. Of course, the setup by Muchen, I have to give a shout out because I love playing the Liang as well. This is what you need to be doing, right? Set up the team fights. Don't be fearful of the disruptions because Dao Dao will save the day.
Absolutely. So style points do not count. We just learned here. But while Keke was busy styling, someone had to hold it down, and that was Dao Dao there. Getting all these objectives, anchoring all these fights. We were mentioning he was so hard to take down in these fights, right? They had to
Taking
kill
him and
basically
trying,
all of his
man.
teammates and then focus fire him down 4v1 to take him down here. And in the later parts of the game, you're not going to be able to do that, right? You can't ignore the Ogren anymore. They're able to ignore Ogren in the mid game, right? But once he got in the late game, he got his items, he was unignorable, and that's why they go ahead and pick up the game 3 of the series.
Yeah, insane. And even down here, look, the movement. Actually, Muchen flashed behind to make sure that the ultimate was not stopped, but he had to cancel his skill here.
Chat,
And with this
do we watch their
very
playoffs
instant
still? I
stop
kinda
on the
low-key
Fever
wanna
Barrage,
watch their playoffs.
Same situation
I feel like
for
it's
all
gonna
the
be good
Marcos
games,
so far in
I think.
KMW. Very hard to
Or is
play
this
because
fucking OG
this is
stomping
really the S tier games.
Absolutely.
Maybe.
And Marco Polo, like, I love the hero as well too. A lot of fans love the Marco Polo as well too, right? It's one of those heroes with like a big giant lose condition on
watch?
his head.
Yeah.
It just says, hey, it doesn't matter what you do,
Might as well.
stop my ultimate, you're gonna win, okay guys? So everyone when they play against the Marco Polo, they just think one thing, stop his ultimate. Okay. Immediately ultimates, they watch out for a stop as well too. So he's one of those fragile picks, right?
probably gonna be
where
next week,
It is so easy to disrupt
Next
their game plan. He
week.
doesn't have a win condition.
It's gonna be
He
start
has a
Friday
lose
again.
condition. But
Hopefully
his lose condition is
Saturday,
actually
Sunday.
very easy to achieve.
It's kind of painful because I understand exactly what you mean, and I have been on
The
the
game
receiving
actually
end
started
of being a
fucking
Marco that has had his
1 a.m.,
ultimate
man.
instantly stopped. So yeah, it's a pain point, but still, it requires a little bit of pattern recognition, which is why your team needs to build that space for you. One which 9Z Globan wanted to do but could not achieve simply because Muchen was around.
Absolutely. But yep, that is going to be this series here. When we come back, we have another game with BTK versus ALO Gaming. Very, very excited here. It's going to be the last games we're going to see from BTK and ALO Gaming. So hopefully they both go out with a bang. But until then, we have a little bit of break.
Break for what? Oh, 10-minute break.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. Taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Hey, music good?
Flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink. Going here to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell
Did BTK lose against every team 3 times? Yeah. Yep. Yappity yippy doop yup. I think this time we're gonna win. I low-key wanna shit, but I think I'm gonna hold it until later. My name is Pentakill is actually Astro. The shit is absolutely buns. Is the game no playoff? Yeah. Yep.
Welcome back. It is the last hurrah between BTK
Last
as well
hurrah, he
as
said.
Halo Gaming. Phil, what
Last
we expecting
hurrah,
for
he
this
said.
series?
Honestly, I don't mind who wins this, right? I just want both teams to go ahead and play their hearts out, right? Put on that final show, you know, just to, you know, make sure they got everything they wanted to get in here in the KMW before they go home here. And that's it, yeah.
Yeah, we definitely need a new performance from both these teams. And of course, when we're talking about something new, get ready for something new on the 24th of September. This is going to be the chance for you to unleash your spirit.
Absolutely, and then the Ultimate Awakening,
Thrilling
MOBA combat is also coming on the 27th. This is a new mode where all the characters have supercharged skills. It's going to be amazing. But I want to see an Ultimate Awakening right now in this final match here between these two teams. This is their final chance to really show the world what they've got to impress everyone here.
Geez,
to get that
BTK
final
rivals, you
training
don't know?
and cement their legacies here in the KMW.
Yes, so please give us the Lunas, please give us the Fades, give us whatever that is out of the box, because we want an entertaining series between these two teams.
I know we were just talking about how Marco Polo is very easy to lose on, okay? Because he is, right? But give me the Marco Polo once again from my boy Zane, all right? That's his signature pick.
Oh yeah, Phil, keep glazing that dick.
Best of 5,
Come
you're
on
gonna
now.
get the chance to pick it. I want to see everyone go ahead
Keep glazing
and
that
bust out
dick.
their signature mix, all right? Maybe the Hoon Shangguan, you know, that could be kind of fun too, right? Some stuff like that. Final
play
match here.
Shangguan, bro.
Both teams
Wrap
should
it up,
try
bro.
their
That's too
hardest,
old.
but also have some fun at the same time.
Yeah, actually, I want to see one hero played by both the mid laners.
Phil
and
bounce
that is the
on it,
Ganemo.
bruh.
I want to see who's Ganemo. I want to see
Phil
Lomax's
spit
Ganemo.
on
I
it,
think
bruh.
both teams
No one's
have
stopping
been
you.
Doing well, but let's take a look
Understandable.
at the first team here. BTK.
Is Phil nice in person? It's pretty nice. What the fuck? Let me in war. That's some bitch. Didn't put me in war, bro. You met Phil? He didn't say hi to me, but like I saw him in EWC. Phil, don't be shy. Jump on it. Gargle that shit. No one's stopping you, boy.
The first of the two teams
Part of
going for
life.
the last hurrah here is
Part
going
of
to be
life.
BTK, the Bloodthirsty Kings. We have Fried Chicken
Part of
here in
life.
the Clash Lane, best player in the jungle, Moba Zane on Marksman, Shark on the roam position here, and Hoon in the mid lane.
Very important time for them, because we have seen their improvements. We want them to get the series win. Everyone wants them to get the series win, or at least start off with a win.
Absolutely here. And speaking of picks here, right? Look at that pick that was behind Shark there. The Guaigutsu. Have we seen that yet? I don't think so. That could be a fun pick as well too, right? Let's go ahead
the
and check
fuck
out their
is
opponents here.
Guaigutsu?
Also for their last hurrah
Goozy
here,
Goozy?
Halo Gaming.
Wait, didn't we got cooked by this team last night? Being so correct and I'm being so crazy. Okay, will the streak continue? Nah, it's over. It's over tonight. gonna fight for it.
Hailing from Argentina, here are the Crown Hunters, Alo Gaming, represented by Doxa in the Clash lane, Alonso in the jungle, Lomax in the mid, Yu in the farm lane, and Roba Elma in that roam/support.
So we've seen these teams play each other before, right? Alo Gaming came out on top the times they played, but also BTK, they're able to take games off them, right? They put them to the test here. And that was back when I would say BTK was a little bit less experienced too. Now, on the final day of week 2, here we go. This is the ultimate test. Are they going to be able to improve their record against Alo Gaming here?
Well, hell yeah, boy.
Today's the last day, right? You have to do it here, because if not, you have to wait till next season of KMW, and that's gonna be a little while, right? Because there's a couple more events to run through before that happens. With that being said, I think one of the biggest explorations here has to be in the farm lane.
Wait, Alonso?
Does Moba Zayn have any other heroes?
Wait,
to
Alonso
offer?
gone?
Because he needs to up his game against you. More events today.
Now, here.
Wait, my boy Alonso's here. It's right there, boy. You
Almost
PMO.
every single stat has Yule advantage, but this is the time to go ahead and change that here. None of these stats matter if you can go ahead and
My boy
take the
Alonso,
win.
bro.
That's true. And we'll see. BTK gets side selection, so they will choose the prio pick side, the blue side. We'll see what they want to start off with. You know what? I want to see best player play Fade. I really like the Fade gameplay that they have. I think it could work against Alo Gaming.
Absolutely, yeah. I see him play it a lot on ladder as well. He's a really good Fade. I'm surprised he has not busted it out yet, right? Fade is one of those heroes where it's not really like a perfect time to pick him. You just gotta know when you're feeling it. When
Hold
you're
it
feeling
for
it, you
me,
lock
bruh.
him in.
I'm holding
He's not one of
mine
those
now.
heroes where you're like, oh, this is a perfect Fade
While I'm
game,
farming
right?
COC.
Or maybe if you got a double smite, you can think about pulling out the Fade here. But let's go ahead and see if they cook it up here for game 1. This game is going to set the
Why should I
pace
always sleep
for
in
the
the
match
start,
here for either BTK or Alo Gaming.
Okay, no Liang pick. BTK has banned that out. The dream is true. There is a potential of a Luna. There is a potential of a Fade. So let's see. Assassin junglers are available.
Absolutely here. Alo can only ban one of those, right? It's probably likely. I don't even think they're going to ban the Luna, actually, because BTK is not really known for their Luna gameplay. They might go ahead and opt to ban something
They're
else.
known
Let's
for
see what they
Mankey
end
only.
up deciding on here. But yeah, junglers aside, can we see a Guigatsu from my boy Shark? That would be amazing. There's Luna. Luna's up in the air.
Take the ship to the
They
bathroom.
actually
It's
opened it.
crazy.
Yeah, so alright, great. So that's a great start. BTK, they're gonna try and get the
Luna?
Let's hope they lock it in. Best player 1 should have it. But then,
Oh my God, it's
another
over.
thing that
Yeah,
you
we're
were
not
talking
winning.
about, this Guigutsu pick, it makes perfect
Bro, let's
sense.
win, bro.
Especially when it's paired with Marco.
Absolutely, yeah. You're able to just, like, suck all
They're
the
literally
enemies
just
into
glazing
that
us
Marco
right
Polo,
now, bro.
right? You're able to make him go invisible, and this is like the cheesy kind of like gimmicky stuff that will definitely work in global pick ban. You can only pick every
Strongest
hero once
Luna.
anyway, right? So if you can just cheese a win off of some of these heroes, I'd say it's pretty good.
Are we that
Yeah,
cool?
but
I
Alo
don't
is
think
also
so.
one of the few teams that
But we gotta
has
believe in
used
Kalitas,
a Fate against
That's all we can
BTK very
Believe in
dominatingly.
Kalitas.
So we'll see if Alo is going to pull that on out. BTK to go for a little bit more
Zhang
tankiness
Fei
here.
and D.
Zhang Fei as well as the D-Range to be able to sustain against the long damage.
Absolutely. I like picking the D-Renji and the Zhang Fei here because they're a good set bonus,
Yo,
right?
Alfredo,
in
bro,
this-
how you
in this
been,
particular
bro?
instance, it doesn't really matter that much. But usually, if your enemy has not picked the D-Renji and you pick the Zhang Fei, I think D-Renji is a really good counter to Zhang Fei. It's able to cleanse a lot of his crowd control and then shred it with that ultimate. In this particular situation, their marksman and Rome was already picked. But that's something to keep in mind, right? They're usually picked together as well, too, because you don't want the Zhang Fei to get countered by its counterpart there. As we see the Flowborn tank being locked in for side of Alo Gaming. So more Flowborn tank action. Will they be able to make it work? So far, Flowborn tank has kind of had middling to kind of poor performances, I would say, kind of mirroring the KWC with the global teams.
But this is the exact same matchup we had previous series, right? So is it going to be a different story here? The Flowborn against the Luna.
So yeah, again,
Yo,
we
Alfredo,
mentioned
thanks for the
decent
dono,
in
bro.
against the 1v1, but it's never going to be a fair fight, right?
Bro, why you
Is
guys
Alo going to be
flaming
able
Alfonso,
to,
bro?
slow down the
Alfonso,
Luna?
my
Because if
boy.
Luna naturally, gets to farm throughout the match, it's going to out-farm and outscale the full-born tank.
Yep, and they even ban out the Lady Chen on the side of Alo, right? So now this was one of the picks that actually Hun was showing the other day. It was a debut pick as well. And it definitely spoils the game for Flowborn Tank, especially the fact that they don't have a Da Chao to get the save in. So that was a good ban.
Absolutely. I'm thinking like BTK might just go ahead
I'm
and
not
pick
even
the Xiao
listening.
Xiao here, right?
Everyone
Hun is
keep
so
farming.
comfortable on that pick here, and
Yeah.
it gives them enough firepower to go ahead and take down
Bro,
the
they're gonna
full-on
post
tank.
that shit
Now,
on
with
their
the
YT,
Nua
bro.
outranging it, it's gonna be a little bit tougher here. That could be a bit of a removal pick as well too, because Nua has a great matchup against Long. So maybe Alo's thinking, let's go ahead and remove that from the side of BTK so they cannot counter out
Bro,
our
my
Long.
back
But
hurts,
let's see, they're gonna pick their last two picks here. We're now going to go ahead and see their Clash laner, which is probably gonna be something like Byron or Fatih for someone like Chicken or Charlotte here, right? And then round it out with Hoon's pick here, which is
Oh,
the
there we
Xiao
go.
Xiao. There we go.
I was actually thinking more of Gun and Mold, right? I think in lane it works against Anua, and you can definitely like burst down the Long, but I think Xiao Xiao works as well. We'll see how it's going to be paired, because you need to have a preparation against the Flowborn tank. As
Oh
well
my
as the
god,
Dahlia.
horsey
And
dorsey,
now
bro.
with an addition of the Guan Yu, yeah, the knockup is going to be super important here.
I will say though, Guan Yu, BTK has a few kryptonites, all right? And Guan Yu's kind of one of them. He's usually able to just like shove fried chicken in and just roam throughout the map and turn it into a 5v4. So it's up to BTK if they have gone ahead and adapted and learned to play around that strategy, because historically we see them struggle against the Guan Yu, the Luna, low-key everyone struggles against, right? The Masashi. So this is going to be a good test to see if they have learned to deal with that Guan Yu.
Let's see. I mean, we all have lessons to learn. BTK, of course, have done the most learning in these 2 weeks. Let's see, can they cement the result today against Alo? Game number 1.
Absolutely. And again, the Xiao
Is it
Xiao
because
pick,
they
right, we're
YL?
mentioning, it's Hoon's comfort, and he is
Hell
like
yeah.
deceptively good on the Xiao Xiao pick, right? He always outputs a lot of damage on it. People really sleep on that pick. I personally slept on that pick a lot here, but I see it put in so much work and so much damage, and the way they're playing it is just perfect. And I really think that this game went draft-wise. They got the Luna, they got the Zhang Fei, the Byron. They have everything they want here on the side of BTK.
Yes, so it's important. It's actually paramount that they get the win with this one, because you have to put Alo in a very uncomfortable
Bro,
position.
showing
So
shade
far,
20%.
Alo
I'm
Gaming,
not
I
hearing
think
that.
their
I'm not
performance
even
has been
listening to them.
shaky in between the weeks of ranking
Holy
week
fuck,
into
my head
survival
hurts.
week, but they're kind of hitting a good stride
Bro,
at
why
this
the
point.
fuck do I always get migraine
Absolutely.
late at
They
night?
are one of our veteran teams that
I
we've
don't
seen in
get
the
it,
past,
bro.
right? But yeah, as King was mentioning, they are, a bit shaky right now. So if there was a chance for the new kids on the block
Like,
to
it's
take
on my
down
left
one
eye
of the old
too,
heads,
bro.
this could be a great opportunity.
That's right, and they'll be using one of the best phones possible, and that's the phone we're talking about. This is the
Realme
Realme
15 series
official
5G.
gaming phone, Realme 15 Pro, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable. Just the way esports demands. If you're ready to level up,
Made for
get yours
bouncing.
now and feel the
Jeez
difference.
Louise, man.
Absolutely. Here, let's take a look at this difference in the mid lane here. We have Diadea. The early game power of Diadea here allows them to go and shove that wave in, get priority, and then just like that, Lomax is
way.
on the move with an emergence into the bot lane here, applying a lot of pressure onto Zayn, forced that flash already, not even 1 minute into the game.
I mean, this is the difficulty for the side of Mobile Zane at the first few levels, right? Because definitely the burst potential is going to be a little bit scary. Shark does come in time to give him the shield. And for now, Mobile Zane, as long as they secure what is rightly theirs in their side of the camp, it should be a-okay.
Yeah, they're just trying to play their side of the map here. They know they're not going to have that pushing priority, right? Whenever you have a Zhang Fei or a Liang or something like that, you're going to often get outpushed by the Diadea here in the early game here. And that's what we've seen happen. That's the benefit of pushing your opponent in first. You're able to get that first mover advantage, move down bottom, burn that flash here from Mobazane. But I doubt he's going to be in a lot of action and need
This
that
Nua
flash
is
anytime
annoying.
soon, though. The first tyrant's coming up
God
at 4
damn.
minutes, and he's going to get his flash by Den. And as Renji, you really want to kind of coast into your level 4 and that mid game anyway, so he should not be getting himself into too much trouble and need that flash.
True. Lomax is also looking to be able to hopefully set up something for the side of you, but at this point, the positioning from BTK has been cleaner, so they won't be able to find an opening. Oh, best player one, maybe a potential
This game
target.
is winnable.
Oh, the
Oh,
TP
yeah.
does come down. Emergence going to be cancelled by Lomax, which means there's a knockup
Hoon is so
available.
aggressive
A lot of
this
damage
game.
on the ultimate, but unable to find the kill.
Oh,
Hoon with a
even
deterrence
Chicken is
with the
here.
blossoming fan as well. So
Damn.
everything evens out for both BTK and Alo, and there isn't much to separate the two teams in terms of gold now.
Absolutely. Here we see best player a little bit ahead of the Flowborn tank, right? But not too ahead. They're starting to slowly funnel that
Damn, we're
farm
not winning, bro.
into best player here. Oh, big fight coming out here. Maybe he is gonna need the
Oh,
flash.
goddamn.
He comes out.
Yeah, not gonna be the case. Mobazane gets taken down. A three-pronged attack and the first blood. It goes into Robot Elma, which isn't the most damaging thing in the
Damn.
world. But Alonso does manage to make it out with the Crimson
Chicken was not
Golem. So
there
that
again.
one really hurts.
Absolutely. So I was mentioning he probably didn't need that flash.
Should be
He's
dead.
not going to get himself into trouble here. Wait, speaking of trouble, Shark's
Nice.
saying, whoa, Shark with just a random solo kill here on the idea. They definitely were not prepared for that one here. As he goes for another one here, this is just the power of that Zhang Fei, that early game base damage. Look at that. Bullying them out 1v2. They were not expecting that for sure. But going back to the Zane thing, you know, he probably doesn't need flash if he plays aggressive, right? But AO Gaming, they know how to punish it. It doesn't matter if you want to play aggressive or not. We're going to take the fight to you. And then look at that, Hoon.
Bro,
takes
Hoon
the
is so
fight to them there,
aggressive this
knocking up
game.
Lomax and
Are
taking
you
him
kidding
out
me?
over the wall there. Perfectly getting vision too. If he didn't have vision, that was not going to be able to get him over the wall there with that ultimate. So really pixel perfect, that play.
Yeah, that was beautiful, right? The fact that he,
God
I
damn,
mean, you
Hoon
mentioned
doing
this,
work?
the burst potential of this
Last
Xiao Xiao is
series?
something they need to really consider on the side of Alo.
So done
and
with
Hoon
that
just
guy,
proved
man.
it to you there with a brilliant one-on-one solo kill onto Lomax as well.
Absolutely. And I think Hoon, if you ask him, he'll say his favorite pick is the Mai, right? But I think his one of his strongest picks, or one
like
that,
when
you know,
he's a
I
bit
kind of know him
on,
as,
bro.
is a really strong Xiao Xiao, right? Every time he plays Xiao Xiao,
You
he
like
has an
getting
amazing
manhandled, bro?
performance.
Really? I
You're
actually
cooked.
think it's a gun and but here we go. This is the setup with the matrices.
cooked.
Not enough damage coming out from Lomax, but on the back lines, someone is hiding and waiting for his chance. Alonso with a double bust, but a knockup comes in from the side of Hoon. Hoon needs to be careful
Hoon is
here.
gonna
He
die,
might be
yeah.
caught out, and there is a catch coming in. Alonso with the push as well. It
Oh, he's
is
still
going
winning.
to be Doxa who gets the kill, but he has to run away. No return punishment just yet as they're working
they're
hard
so low
onto putting
again.
damage
Oh.
onto Mobazane. They do get the punish onto Lomax, but it's still Alonso who gets rid of Mobazane, who was the first target on the
We
side
got
of
Carlos
BTK.
farming.
But Alo, they actually, I think they took a big win with this one, unless best player one gets the kill and gets the Tyrant here. Oh no! They don't actually, and that's a huge punish.
Yo, we
Now
went
Fried Chicken
against
left in the middle
Boar.
of three different members on the side of Alo. A double kill going for the side of Alonso, and this opens
Oh
up
my
the
God,
map
Carlitos,
entirely
man.
for the side of Alo Gaming.
Absolutely. We were mentioning the Flow 1 tank versus Luna matchup. If the Luna is able to get ahead, it's gonna outscale the Flow 1 tank. But this game
BBC
is kind of
won.
the opposite. It seems like Flow 1 tank is ahead of the Luna there, and Luna is jumping in
Bro, he has
and
no more
fighting
farm,
the Flow
bro.
1 tank 1v1, which is exactly
Good
what he
morning,
wants.
Dodena.
Yeah, and,
Oh, I
and
hope
this
you
is the
had a
most
good
damaging
nap.
play, which is to take away the Zero Golem. This is
Wait, did you just snap
an
and have
essential buff
work?
that the Luna needs all the time, and now he has been secured and stolen away by Alonso. And to add insult to injury, the damage on the T1 is going to be taken down, and so they trade out this. Oh, that was lucky. If a steal happened, I think that would have been horrible for BTK.
Absolutely, yeah, because they, instead of going for that Tyrant after that win, they opted to take all of BTK's jungle there, right? So if they were able to get it to, that
Oh,
means
Dana's still up. How are you up,
nothing on their side here. Looks like Doxa's trying to
You
hold
don't got
upside
no
BTK
Bebetai?
in a bit of a
It's
1v3,
over.
and it actually works out here. Zane drops that ultimate on him, but there's not enough follow-up there to take him out, so he is able to defend that tower. So far, Alo Gaming is playing the map super well there, and got themselves a pretty good gold lead here at the 6-minute mark.
Oh, Fried Chicken has been caught out. Lomax wants to join the party as well. So what if you have the
Oh,
passive? So what if you have the
1v3
life
chip.
steal?
I think
Fried
he's
Chicken
gonna win
being
this.
caught out 3v1. Can he do this against the lineup of Alo? Will not be possible. They get the shot
Oh, Kiki
on
strat.
him. So Fried
Is
Chicken
that
down
Kiki
for
strat?
20 at the same time. TPs will come. And here comes the knockup. Oh, nice damage by Hood. Can they finish
No.
it up? Not going to be possible. But this is
Well,
great
actually has to
damage
be
on the
Kiki strat,
T2.
bro.
And BTK respond in kind.
That play right there
Should
is
you be
exactly
sleeping?
why BTA is
Yeah, it
getting
should
better.
be,
You
but
can
I
see it.
have
In the
to do
first day, they
Watchparty.
would get a play like that where they get 3v1 and they don't do anything on the other side of the map. right
As I
there,
get
look
to
at
fix my
that. Fried
sleeping
Chicken goes
schedule
down, they
tomorrow.
immediately react, take down the high ground in the bot lane. That is picture perfect improvement right there.
Yes, but they need to do something to try and save this Azure Golem. Even if it doesn't go in the hands of the Luna, it needs to be taken away. Fried Chicken, he starts the fight, they get the kill onto you. A brilliant
that
start
shit?
for the fight. And BTK,
Easy.
they just need not to not die at this point, and they will be able to have a slight advantage, recover a little bit of that deficit.
Absolutely, they're catching up here for sure. They might be down the Azure Golem, but they're actually really even in gold
They
here.
have
We
to
see another
defend
fight. The
lane.
winner of this fight is surely gonna be ahead in this game now.
Oh, Mobazane manages to get out even with the annihilation. Fried Chicken trades his life. Mahoon is lying in the way. Can he get the knockup? Gets the kill onto Roba Elma. That is exactly the punish that they needed. Now, can they work onto Alonso and Lomax? I don't think so. In the
your
meantime,
hair?
we talked about this. We saw
all
this
the
in the
time
previous
now
series.
there.
Can Best Player 1
It's-
play the map even more efficiently
It's
this
almost
time?
130.
Absolutely. This game, look at that. He's up a little bit of
I
gold
caught it
here
for
on
free.
Luna. That just always goes back
Bro, I'm
to
gonna
how
go bald.
fast Luna farms, but he's
I'm just
not as
growing it.
ahead as we've seen.
got
the
no
Luna in the
blue?
past. Look at that mana. Since he's lost that Azure Golem, he does not really have the mana.
He
to
lost
fight
blue
this
against
here.
a horsey
And
Dorsey.
Alo is taking full advantage of that, but Hoon is here to the rescue, drops that ultimate, gets a lot of damage down, and forces them away, and BTK successfully defends their Crimson Golem.
They do, and now
at
you is
Shark,
caught in the
bro.
middle
Poking
of
them.
Shark as well, but it does not matter because you does have his
So
ultimate.
good.
And right now, BTK,
That's too
they're
low,
doing
bro.
well, and they're trailing just by about 700 gold. The question now is, can they find the important targets on the side of Alo? You forced to use the ultimate, runs away before he could get that finishing blow onto Mobazane. Mobazane is getting the tankiness. He's also having the Crimson
We got
buff.
Kaka.
Right now, it's all about
We don't
best
got
player
blue
one. Can he
again?
secure this
got blue now.
Azure Golem. He finally gets it. Mana regeneration. He just has to stay alive.
You guys should be
Alonso,
dead.
a little bit hard to kill because he's a
Bro, we
full
don't have
tank. The
anti-heal?
backup comes on the side of Halo Gaming. The bit of farewell. The heals do come through. Oh no!
This
They
Luna is
lose
so
it.
buns, man.
Robert Elma responsible for the takedown on the side of BTK, and more damage comes through. Fried Chicken has to limp away, and Halo Gaming, they get the kill onto the Luna, but the most damaging part is that she loses the Azure buff. This time to the side of the support of Halo Gaming.
Bro, this shit is buns,
Yeah,
bro.
once again, best play. He's playing Luna, but
They don't
you
got life
really need that Azure
anti-heal.
Golem. He's gonna find
They don't
himself
got
out of
dominance
mana coming up once he is back here. But Alo Gaming, they have some bigger problems here. It seems like as Alo Gaming is
Luna on
pushing down
crack.
to their tier 2, they opt to back up. But we see the enhanced version of these tyrants coming up
Bro,
here
they
very,
got
very
a
soon.
better South American
I think
player, bro.
right now BTK just need to figure out a formula
I'll give you a
to how
review,
do they make the
don't worry.
trade, right?
That's
in
probably
this Azure
so
camp,
sweet, man.
tussle. If you can't get your own, then there needs to
That's
be a
probably
solution
way
where
too
you
sweet.
can actually go into the jungle of Alo to get it. So far, they're successfully getting the Crimsons for Mobazane. Or
Messi
even for
versus
Best Player 1.
LeBron.
Now they need to kind of double that and get the Azure buff instead.
Absolutely. I think gold-wise, they're still all right, but that last fight definitely set them back behind another 2,000 gold. Now they're once again on the back foot, and they're forced to win a fight to come back here again.
Bro, it's not
this fight is
down,
gonna be
he's
pivotal here. As
die.
you see, Best Player 1 face check the Flowborn tank. He latches on with the skill 2, but Best Player 1 is able to get away. It looks like another smite fight. BTK, they're known for being good at these, as Best Player 1 opts to go ahead and rush it down.
Nice. It
Easy.
is going to be
Carlos
stolen
got
this
it.
time by the side of BTK. Shark gets
got
it.
it.
Dogs are on the back line. They do secure the kill onto Shark. Right now, this is the chase. They do get the Shadow Tyrant. So BTK have a big win. Nice setup by the side of Fried Chicken. And it is going to be Best Player 1 with the Crimson buff. True damage galore. They come in. They shut them
not
down
bad.
as well. Mobazane got credited for that
Tony
kill
Parker-
onto Alonso of
Wait,
all people.
Tony Parker
And with
is
this,
Argentinian?
Halo Gaming are now
No, he's
on the
not.
back
He's
foot.
France.
There we go. This game is
Argentina
neck
is,
and neck. It
Manu.
seems like one team's ahead for a moment,
Manu
immediately
Ginobili.
flips back. Once we see the graphs at the end of this, we're going to see some squiggly
Nice
lines
one,
here.
though, Jake.
BTK was down, but they're not out. They get the Tyrant, and I would say even though they're down about 1,000 gold, they're probably in the lead here with that Tyrant buff.
Yes, they definitely can take a good fight now, right? And the most important, oh my goodness, Mobazane, he survived that one. But more importantly, they have now figured a way out to get the Azure Golem. Not by
We're
taking
done.
the
We're
camps, but by
done. We're just
taking the
playing the
kills.
last game.
For
just
sure,
doing
here,
it for
and
the
they're
love of the
really
game.
catching up here. The gold is neck and neck at 11 minutes. We have a lot of close games today, actually,
won't go
and this
play-
is going to be
Bro says he's
another
gonna
one here
sleep, bro.
as the Crimson
Look at
Golem
this
gets
guy
given
still
away
watching.
to the Long here. We see the Dover being tapped a little bit, maybe kind of baiting it there, but they have Primal Bond, so they're not going to want to go ahead and take that down.
Yeah, this was something that happened yesterday, right? They actually took a fight with the Primal Bond and they got punished for it. So BTK, they've learned their lesson. This time they play it much
Carlos
more
is
patiently.
fed.
And Alo,
But it doesn't feel
might
like
catch
he's
them off
fed.
guard.
Skill
Setting
issue.
up a bit of a death bush here. We see Fried Chicken go ahead and check everything with that ultimate. It's a great tool to check bushes as well too, because you're gonna get
Yeah,
a
we
little bit of
lost.
speed from the bush. And
I only
people
know
are hiding
Maradona
in
though.
there. But best player one is level 14 versus the Flowborn tank's level 13, so he is ahead. But is he ahead enough to, you know, outweigh that being kind of like a losing matchup for him? We're gonna have to find out.
Oh, here
Damn,
comes
this
the wrap
way too
around. They
deep.
get the two of them. It's going to be Moba Zayn, the first one taken down. Best player is super low as
no.
well. And that will be 2 kills
The
in quick
fucking
succession for the side
horsey-dorsey,
of
bro.
Halo Gaming. The Crown Hunters have found the crown of the kings, and it's not looking good.
God damn.
Yeah, that's why we say that the Guan Yu is BTK's kryptonite here.
Makenbowski.
It's just able to find these angles, these blind spots on the side of BTK, and
Yeah.
get these amazing flanks on them. Their best
Is
player
he a
one and Zayn being
jinxing?
taken out. Those are both.
It's
the
not my
carries of
fault they
BTK.
got
After
caught-
that, you're
they
not
got
gonna have any
caught by
damage.
a
You're
fucking
surely not gonna be able to cut
Guantard.
through a Flowborn tank.
I mean,
Oh my
it's
God.
really big credits to Doxa on the frigid charge as well. This was a very early itemization for him. And with the freeze from the frigid charge, he manages to get the 2 most important members on the side of BTK. Best player one because he offers that disruptions and the catches and the shields, but also Moba Zayn, who is dealing consistent damage across the team fights against Halo Gaming.
We go next turn.
Absolutely, there's just so
Is
much
there
damage
next
flying around that
turn?
Moba Zayn has to be very, very careful, right? Even if he survives the initial burst of a Doxa flank or a Flowborn dive, right? He has to
They
worry
have
about
an
an
actual
annihilation that
horsey
could potentially
dorsey,
take out
bro.
half of his health. So even though he doesn't really play the game with a full HP bar, he's always kind of playing at half HP because he knows he can be smited down at any time by that annihilation.
True, and Halo Gaming, they're starting to get a little bit more patient here, just escorting the Shadow Overlord down. Annihilation already used for the side of Lomax. The cooldown is relatively short in comparison to the other skills, so let's see what does Halo do here. They get the catch on the side of the middle where Fried Chicken actually
think
gets
they
a
won
knockup.
four
Nice knockup
games
by
at
Hoon
least.
as well, and they
Oh,
want
he
to go in,
dope.
but hang on, it is all damage for the side. They have gotten the catch.
Well, it looks
from
so
the side of
good, though,
Doctor as
for
well.
us,
This is
no?
Hoon taken down. Nobody has fallen on the side of Halo Gaming, but there is
Does she
backdoor
look
protection
good?
for now. So Halo Gaming, they have to stop that aggression on the T3 on the bottom, but there is still Vanguards in the middle, and right now T2 across the boards have been taken.
Halo's going for towers here now. They have this Vanguard, and they're gonna, even if they probably
Oh.
will lose this fight. Wow, look at that. Huge flash combo from Byron, takes out Long immediately.
Bro,
and
1v4
he's gonna
chick.
go ahead and fight. He's
Do
in a
it, boy.
1v4 now. He's surviving pretty
Do it,
well.
boy.
Shark trying to help him out here.
Bro, someone
Gives
help
the
him.
Shield, and is he able to get
Team?
out? Maybe not. Oh, he
Bro,
was
he
really,
soaked so
really
much
close there.
damage
He's
there,
able to jump
bro.
in there, take out the Long, and really single-handedly stop that push from Halo Gaming.
Yeah, Fried Chicken gives his life for the cause here. And I think Halo Gaming, now they have to be respectful about the distance. Yes, you have an advantage. Is it a super huge one? It's about 4,000, so it's kind of significant. But
He's kiki
if
right
Halo
now. Quite
Gaming
kiki.
make another mistake, BTK can come back because we're reaching the later stages of
Not so
itemizations
rocky.
already.
Absolutely. Look at Zayn's health bar there. He almost got taken out by that annihilation we're talking about. He really has to, you know, walk on eggshells this game and watch his positioning because it's gotten him into a lot of trouble so far this game. Walking up there, gets poked out by the new or flanked
He just
by
can't
the
carry,
Guan Yu.
bro.
But there's still a chance
Can't.
here as we look to this Tyrant here. It looks like Ayla will get it. So they should not go ahead and fight this here now after they lose that Tyrant.
It's not gonna be good. They try to get the save, but Moba Zayn has been caught on the back line. They get the trade in the form
my
of Robot
God.
Helmet, but then they lose 4 instantly. And right now, the chase is on. Halo Gaming, they see the opening on the bottom side of the base of BTK. The crystal's
Fight
open.
Brawny.
There is a ballista.
Fight Brawny.
And only Fried Chicken to hold his own for 30 seconds. I don't think it's gonna be
Brawny.
possible at this point. He just needs to clear that minion. Can he do it? No.
over.
Everyone pushes him away, and Halo Gaming will edge it out over BTK in game number 1.
You love me song, yeah, basically.
He really tried that at the end. He
Good
was so
night, Zia.
tanky, but he was literally
Nice,
getting
bro.
pushed by 3 different skills away from that blister there. They tried their best to protect it. It
Do
makes
you
sense
love
'cause it leaves the
me?
enemy crystal vulnerable. Halo Gaming
Bro,
go
Carlos,
ahead and
the Luna
take
is so
game
fun.
1.
Chat, I'm
I would
about to
say
call Carlos after
you know,
this
the,
game.
the mid to early game in a commanding fashion, I'd say.
Yes, I think
What to
this
call
really
Carlos
was the
after
difference
this
maker
series?
in
What
terms
the
of
shit
like
talk that
the
guy.
I would call it the
Okay.
Guan Yu deficit, right? It really seems like that's their kryptonite. Like everybody has found success simply because, like for Doxa today, he managed to catch the important members on the side of BTK, right? Catching our best player one and
Carlos
overseas
is
really
JRC.
changed the plane of the fight for Alo Gaming.
For sure, and I'll also say one of the weaknesses from the side of BTK is probably Boba Zane's positioning, right?
Bro.
His positioning on these marksmen, he
Bro,
gets
Carlos
himself
Jones
caught out
is-
a good amount despite the pick he's on here. And a pick like the Guan Yu
I am
is
so
going to go ahead and
done.
expose that weakness even harder because he's able to get you out from these angles that you really do not expect, and it's going to make sure it's really test your positioning and make sure you have to be perfect on that there. And if you're not, we just saw what happens. He gets caught out multiple times there, and with multiple other members of the team too. Like the D-Renji and Luna theoretically should never get hit by the same push. Think about that. Luna and D-Renji, they're not gonna ever play in the same field, right? But because of that positioning deficit on side BTK, they're able to both get caught by that same push.
Yeah, I think it's also based on the vision game, right? One of the important things is that Lomax has always offered the emergence as a information circle for the side of Alo Gaming, and really then allowed them to transition into the next phase of fights where number one, Doxa was able to get into the heart of BTK. But getting into the heart is the first part. He actually manages to separate, I don't know whether it's by chance, but separate
How
both
do we
Moba
lose
Zane and
every
Best
lead?
Player One away from the rest of the team. And that's where the catch
don't
from the
know.
Guan Yu really was the difference maker.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Honestly,
Hey, yo,
that
look this
BTK
shit,
doesn't
boy.
really target the
Freaky
Guan Yu
ass.
more, or maybe pick it up because we saw Fried Chicken
Freaky
play a really good Guan Yu,
ass.
right? I noticed they struggle against it a lot,
What
but they
the
also
hell?
play it pretty well. So they should consider, you know, going forward, not in this match because you know they're not going to be against Guan Yu anymore, but in you know future games, maybe picking up the Guan Yu or removing it, or maybe they want to go ahead and get more practice against it, right? And this is going to be one of the best places to practice because you're going to be against the best Guan Yus here.
Actually, with that being said, I think Kwikutsu is a good pick, right? Because with I believe the
Feige.
ultimate out of sight,
It's
you
over,
actually
bro.
get the information and
It's over.
view on the player that's closest to you from the Kwikutsu,
Hey,
which
watch
means you
starting
can
good.
potentially spot
I'm
out
so
a
done.
Guan Yu at a distance.
Absolutely, and hey, you can't catch out Zane if you don't know where he's at, right? But Gutsu is able to go ahead and make him invisible as well too, and that will also go ahead and you know be a bit of a band-aid fix on that positioning we're seeing here too. Here's a look at the graphs here. It was relatively up and down in the early game here, but then Alo started to get a little bit of a lead, and they held a like 1,000 gold lead for a while up until it was too much.
Oh my god, my boy
And here we
Alonso,
go,
bro.
MVP Alonso, 5-1 and 10.
Bro, he tanked
the amount of damage that he
36%
saw
damage,
was
bro.
36% of the hero damage offered by BTK. But
Bro,
the
stop
most
hoping
impressive
that I'm
thing about
playing,
him was
bro.
actually
I
finding
would
those
not play.
very monumental positionings in the brushes that
The
really call out the
Alonso.
different members of BTK.
Absolutely, and I would like to say also,
Oh my
you know,
God.
he played Flowborn to its strengths, right? Flowborn is
LeBron,
great
so-
when the enemy takes the fight to you, so he had a relatively streamlined game plan because of that. BTK always took the fight to him, and Flowborn is one of the
The early
best
was
heroes
so
when it comes to
good too.
standing their ground, right? He's like a brick, I always
He was
say.
so
And look at this,
aggressive.
you see this, Luna takes the fight to him. Flowborn loves that, right?
The Luna
Immediately
is so aggressive.
connects those skill 2s on it and takes them out.
And no option to run, right? Because there's a lot of CC as a flowborn tank.
That
But the
amount of
biggest
hate from
deficit I
Carlos
feel
is
was
'cause I'm
really the
starting.
fact that Alo Gaming controlled the Azure buff.
Like when I
majority of the
started,
game.
y'all start shit talking.
And I made it so
too.
that best player with one of the strongest picks here.
Holy
The
fucking
wow,
double
that
laser.
annihilation too. Man, I didn't see that one, but that was definitely a highlight for sure. But yeah, being able to control the Azure Golem definitely put best player in check there,
Yeah,
and
for the
didn't
player
give
team
him, you know,
Malaysia.
the room to be
Yeah,
the
but I said
Luna
just
we
didn't.
know, right? Skipping around the map
said-
and darting
I
around the
told
map
Dave
there.
to just
So being
go
able to remove
instead
that
of me.
and then catch out Zane made it so that both the primary carries inside
not
BTK
going there,
were
bro, it's a
usually
sub.
hindered.
Okay, but for now we'll take a break, and when we're back, we bring you into the next game between BTK
Why
and
they let
Alo
Luo or
Gaming.
Guan? I mean, like we don't have 10 bans, bro, to actually ban every fucking strong ass
I
hero.
said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my
Bro,
bonus play.
this
Can't be
song
late,
is
won't
so
hesitate.
fun.
What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't
wanna
convince
know
them,
more,
can't please
bro.
them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down, so I rise. An inspiration, I
This
know
shit my
I'm
jam.
the one who will build them up, no
It's so
doubt.
fun.
Facing up obvious, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gonna lose it. I got a sharp fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is there, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside the champions,
calling out for the game. This love, it's on the high. Won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our love? Where I belong. It's my ride or die. Won't you yell out my let us begin. Crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
it's prime time. Gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise, we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit 'em with the boom, then we get 'em with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve 'em with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gonna lose it. I got a sharp fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is there, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside the champions, yet to be found.
Yo, thanks for the dono, Shockwave. God
Welcome
damn.
back. It is
That shit
time
didn't
for
even
game
fucking
number 2 between
notice,
BTK
bro.
as well as ALO Gaming. We got our request. We got the Luna. We got
Bro,
the
Mac
Flowborn
and
Kang.
Bausch, you're just gonna
What
cuss
else is
them
on the
out,
list?
bro.
The Guikutsu, and we want the Fate as well.
Tell Floyd to get the toe.
I gotta see the Guigutsu, alright, with the
But for me,
JJK
though,
skin
I
as well
low-key
too.
would do
I don't
it.
really know what that creature is, but he looks
No
silly
cap.
and I love him here.
low-key would do
But it looks like BT goes ahead and chooses blue side now. They have the first pick advantage. Whenever BTK picks blue side, you know what it tells me? It tells me they want the Mai, right? Let's see if ALO Gaming goes ahead and gives it to
Chill
them.
on Carlos, bro.
Give us the Mai, give us the Fate,
Like,
give
me
us the
shit talking
Guikutsu.
him
Any
is
one of
just
these
banter,
3 picks
okay?
will
You guys
do
are
wonders
taking
for
it
the audiences as well.
far
We'll see.
too much.
Does Phil get his request? Do I get my request? Or does the audience get the request?
Can hear you.
What is the audience requesting here? I'm curious about that. We're gonna have to go ahead and check it out after this. But there's a lot of picks these players are all going ahead and be known for here, and this is a great time to
Bro,
go ahead and
don't
try
tip
them
up
out.
Carlos
Here
that
we see
much,
the Luna
bro.
game banned out.
Like,
BTK,
we know
they
his
played
buns,
it once
but like,
already, and
damn.
they definitely do not want to play against it here. And let's see how the draft goes out. The long gets banned out for ALO Gaming. I think the Mai is in the cards. A lot of teams like giving the Mai and
Zia, you
picking
sound
up
so
the
tired.
Dharma,
It's
as a
fucking
big counter
2.
here. So it looks like to me that's probably gonna happen here.
We'll see. And I mean, there is a potential. Okay, I know it's not a probable pick between the 2 teams here because that was an OG special, but maybe the Milady, I hope.
The Milady, yeah,
Bro,
that could be a
calm
fun
your
one here for
ass
sure,
down,
too.
bro. Sleeping on time
But,
is
oh, no,
important.
they actually opt to go for the Arlie here.
Yeah.
Mai's
Oh, we
up
got
against the
Arlie? We
so that
win.
means they're gonna go ahead and give the Mai
We're about to get
and
dreads,
Dharma.
bro. No cap.
I don't know,
You will
man.
not lie.
I know Arlie is the #1 marksman, right? But when you're giving up the Mai and the
We all know
Dharma,
Zia got Lumpia frozen in the
is
freezer.
it like is the sum of the Dharma and the
No,
Mai,
I don't have.
you know, higher than the Arlie? I think
Yeah,
a
we
lot
don't.
of the times, yes.
Actually, Dharma is kind of like
Oh my
the
God,
straight
this back
counter
in
against
Bausch,
Ahri
bro, I'm
because
so
of the burst
done.
damage as well. You kind of delay her from switching spots with her umbrella. So it's a known counter, right? So we'll see how
What is
this
what
goes
is
down
with
because end of the day,
Lumpia
it's
and this
not
guy?
just the heroes, it's
Pinoy,
the players that
bruh.
are using them, right? You can
Oh, we got
definitely outplay
Charlotte.
that matchup, even if it's a non-favorable matchup.
If they lose, they're out.
Absolutely.
They've been out.
Arlie's one of those heroes that
They've
no
been
matter
out like
what
fucking
situation
3
you're in,
series
how bad
ago.
the draft is, you could probably overpower it with just raw player skill, and that is why pros love that Arlie so much, right? It has infinite possibilities of how they go ahead and play here. But so far, BTK has a
They got
pretty,
Mozi now.
solid lineup here that you would expect from them here. The Charlotte, Arlie, and the Diadea, top tier picks all around. Whereas ALO Gaming here, they're picking up the Motsu to round out their composition. They feel like they have enough firepower already, right? Getting that Motsu is going to be great once they're playing from ahead, able to land the cannon blast and get vision of the side of BTK, and try and get some catches on them too here by setting up in the jungle with the Dharma potentially.
Turn up your
The
mic.
biggest strength I feel on the side of ALO Gaming's draft is they have
What
so
you
much
mean?
CC. Like Cannon Blast, you have Truth Mantra, you have like Ryu Engine.
What the fuck?
So many things to stop the strength of BTK, and yeah, here is another counter that BTK has struggled
Wait, can you
against,
all
which
not
is
hear
the
me?
Musashi
Or this
pick.
guy
We
is
were
stripping
mentioning this
balls?
before.
So it looks
You're
like
chipping
they,
ballsy, bro.
have not figured it out yet, so they're gonna go ahead and remove that from the game now. Alo Gaming would respect ban onto the monkey because they know Best Player One loves playing that monkey there. So
They
good
banned
bans out from
Mankey.
both sides here. And,
Is this gonna play
on top
Ogren?
of that, Alo Gaming having that crowd control, I would have to say their like ambush potential from like a bush is so much damage. They have the Dharma, the Motsu, being able to box you up, right? If BTK does not play the vision game properly and have proper vision of everything, they're gonna lose
You
a
sound
lot
tired?
of people to just face checking here.
Your far sometimes, yeah, that's
very
why.
scary notion,
Oh.
right? Because Alo Gaming, this composition
Okay.
actually fits a Fade jungle pick.
Bro, it's past my
ban out.
bedtime. What
Okay,
the fuck?
BTK
They
says
pick
no.
Garo?
And Alo, they will pick up
I
the
usually
Garo.
sleep at
Oh no,
12.
we have not seen a Garo that
Look.
much in KMW. This might be the debut pick. They're expecting
Is it?
BTK to pick up
No,
the
it's
big
not.
tanks with shields. So let's see if that really is the case.
Oh, we pick Fade now
So
then.
preemptively picking the Garo to kind of dissuade them from picking up those tanks. Garo, for the, since it's a newer pick, we don't see it too often. The passive of Garo helps her do more damage to enemies with shields. So far, not that many shields on side of BTK right now, but they want to go ahead and keep it that way with the Garo pick.
Oh, we got Lady Zen.
Yeah, extra damage, but it's extra 50% damage. That's a huge amount
It's
of
a
extra
lot.
damage.
It's a lot.
Yeah, against shields. And late game Garo, not fun to play against. It's the
Oh, we
same
got
as
a
the
good
late game
dog.
Soyue. It's absolutely insane. You have to stay and keep your distance or go all in.
So Garo has the skill one that's able to increase her range actually. Ooh, Alo's cooking here as they lock
Lamb?
in the Lamb. There we go. We thought it would come out from Sick. I think Sick did play it once, but it is Alo Gaming picking up the Lamb here today.
Okay, not ideal, right? But Alo, they're very happy with this pick. You can definitely see a lot of sick combinations here, especially if Alonso somehow gets a 5-man ulti, which I think is not possible with BTK's lineup because there is a lot of mobility, right? But if they somehow get a 5-man catch with the death from below on this Lam, then Alo have all the damage and combinations in the world, man.
Yeah, they have a lot of ways to push the enemies, right? They have the Truth Mantra, they have the push from the Motsu auto attack right there, they have the Mai, they have the Lamb. If you look
Type
at
shit.
almost everyone on their team other than the Garo has a way of displacing BTK, so maybe
I
Fried
think we
Chicken
win
is gonna
now,
get
bro.
another, taste of that pinball action he got at the Crystal last game.
I think we
don't know.
win now.
Yeah, true. And you actually, as a Garo, look, I think it's the second skill, the silence arrow.
The
Yeah,
silence,
that
yep.
one is kind of disruptive because you get silence and it's a ton
We don't
of
want to use
damage.
Kwame in this tourney because the hero is
sure,
only for
it's
rank.
like- it's a surprisingly
on
good
about?
defensive tool. A lot of people use it to, wave clear and such. But in an all-out fight, if you get dove by Charlotte and get a silence on her, she kind of feels weird, right? That's one of those heroes that don't want to be interrupted there during her combo, and that's something that can definitely happen here and get Fried Chicken in trouble. And the whole time, again, while people are being displaced, they could just go ahead and get silenced, right? They can't respond to any of those
Like,
displacements. here.
yeah,
I'm very excited to see how Alonso goes and plays this Lamb here. That's definitely a fan favorite pick. One you see
Bro, this
in
guy,
your rank games.
you
a
know
good
ball.
amount, at least I do here. I'm
You
actually
know
really
ball.
scared of Lamb
Yo,
personally.
we have a
Here
code
we go.
key.
Speaking of rank games here, guys, get some Dragon Crystals, get an everything box
What
here,
is
looks like here,
this?
with this code on the screen to kind of propel your game.
That's right. And let's talk about the
Holy
strengths
shit.
of BTK as well, right? BTK actually
NBA
has a
reference,
decent
bro.
setup. Best player 1 with the God's mobilization, as well as the ultimate from Hoon, destructive to Lu. You will be able to set up some very nasty combinations against the side of Alo. At the same time, I presume Fried Chicken will be that win con. He needs to shut you down.
Absolutely. I would say the advantage of the BTKs is their composition is just more top tier, right? If we look at their characters, they're individually stronger. We have the Arlie, the Daidia, both top tier picks, and that's like the #1 bot lane potentially, right? And the
Yeah,
Charlotte as
second.
well too. Whereas Alo, oh, here we go. Speaking of Alo, we got big fights coming out. Is this gonna be? Yeah, oftentimes you don't see any kills go down here in the very, very early game, but they certainly got close there with the Arlie. But I would say Alo's composition is probably not. Oh my God, Zane's not letting me talk here as he goes back in. For Arlie, and,
Yeah, that one actually, I mean, you can't blame him. That I would have gone into. That one was pretty much available, but let's see, what was the skill? Robot Elma did not take a heal, he actually took the flash, so there was definitely a disruption here, but there is more damage to come. Can they get the return? Robot Elma will be taken down, and best player 1 gets that in his bag, so it's a 1-for-1 now. The gold gap not going to be too big.
All right, not the worst comeback from BTK there, but I would say that that jump in there
You
is a
get about to
little
get
bit
dove.
questionable there, right? You kind of want to scale up on the early, right? Even if you have the frenzy in the early game, you want to play for that late game. Sure, Garo has a great late game as well too, but that situation was just a bit unfavorable there, I would say. But speaking of jump ins here, we
Kalita
see my
and
jump
mid
in,
lane,
there's that
by the way.
displacement we're talking about here. Oh my god, look at all that displacement there. With the My Ultimate, the Dharma Truth Mantra, pushing them all the way back here and pushing best player back to
Kalita
base
and
already.
mid lane.
Yeah, actually one of the strengths on Alo Gaming's roster is that they're also, hang on, potential kill. Yep,
Oh,
the
it's
flash
over,
committed
boys.
by the side of Lomax just to get out of danger. But they're so mobile. This is something that, you know, we did not talk about on the side of Alo's draft. It's pretty hard to catch them, especially if they're trying to run away from BTK.
Absolutely. Everyone on their team has a dash other than Garo, right? So it's not going to be easy to hit those combinations on them, to trap them within the ultimates of Hoon
Time
here.
Machine?
But they go
Bro,
ahead and
low-key?
pressure bot lane once again here. Demochi is just so oppressive along with that skill 2 from Garo, just applying that poke under
Might
the
as
tower.
well.
Oh no, nice catch. It's going to be a free one. And right now, Hoon once again the target of the aggression coming in. And even best player one. This is why the Lam is a hater pick against the Gudo because of the iframes.
For sure, and Lamb is one of those feast and famine picks.
Time
And it looks like he's
machinable,
kind
bro.
of feasting right now. He's getting really ahead this game. We could see a
Yep, it
really
is.
high kill game here coming out from Lamb. Usually, they either do nothing or they do a lot, and I feel like he's on track to do a lot.
Yeah, and they buy space, right? This is all time for you. He comes in again, once again. Hun able to push them back a little bit, but the stuns, look, Robot Elma just landing all of this. Cannon Blast, the knockup as well. Can they get the lockdown? The heals do come through, and for now, Hun survived. But on the back
Holy
line,
fuck,
there's
5
a
people.
lot of trouble for the
Oh
side
my
of best
god,
player
dog.
one. The aggression comes in, the knockup comes in as well. Lomax gets the Ryu engine, and there's more. Alonso gets the secondary kill onto Shark. Moba's
Bro, we
the
are
next
getting
to
butt
fall.
fucked right
Too
now, bro.
many things to look at for the side of BTK as Alo Gaming.
Oh,
they
just
do
we
get
got
punished.
Floyd.
You will
Cleared
get
them
shut
up,
down by
Floyd.
one chicken, but he is in the middle of 4 different heroes now.
Look at the Lamb all throughout this fight, applying a lot of pressure.
Oh?
Stealing. I think
Why
he
Dorino?
stole- Maybe he did not get the steal, but he pressured the Zergo.
God damn, he might be LeBron.
And now he ends up cleaning up a bunch of kills there. And we see a 4-minute Axe of Torment for Alonso. Uh-oh, this is not good here. For the
Caden them.
There is a huge goal difference now, and Alonso, you know he's going to go.
Bro,
straight
Mac
for a
and
jump
Bausch
with the
knows
Tyrant, but
ball,
does not
bro.
matter at this point. He is up by 1.2 thousand
You know
gold.
ball.
So BTK need to get this knockdown onto you right here, right now. Can they get the lockdown? They do. Can they finally do it? They do.
Shark got the
Shark
kill,
takes
though.
the kill instead of Moba Zane. So for now, they need to buy a little bit more time.
Beautiful. Right there, their aggression was called for, I would say, right? Earlier, it was a bit rough, 2v2 under tower, but right there, they identified that Yu was alone there, and then Shark and Zane were able to just kind of run him down there, because Garo is the only person without mobility on the side of Alo, right? And Diadea and Arlie have a lot of mobility to go ahead and catch up with her and take her out there. So, great little comeback for the side of BTK here, but they are still going to be down 3,000 gold.
Oh no, Shark, he has been caught out as well. Will he be able to make it out? It looks like he does. Not
We
sure
got
where
out.
he is on the map though. He has to be hanging on somewhere there.
Oh, we got Tyrant.
For now, the heals do come through, and you know, BTK, they do get the trade out here. They do get the Tyrant, and for now, Alo Gaming,
Bro,
they
Chicken
lead
just farm
by
some clips, bro.
3,000 gold.
Let's farm some
Absolutely.
clips.
Every single fight, BTK needs to keep
Can't be
an
that
eye
hard.
out on Lamb and shut him down early. Not only is he worth a lot of gold, he's one of the few members on Alo Gaming capable of taking out your entire team. He has the sustain damage. Oh my god, speaking of damage, a lot of
God
damage goes out onto Zane here
damn.
and Hoon, and they're having a rough game here. This game,
Oh,
Hoon has been
2v1
put out a few
top?
times
Oh,
here.
that
That's
guy's
his
gotta be
fourth death
LeBron.
here, and he's really,
Nah, he has to be
behind
LeBron,
Lomax
bro.
on the Mai.
It's very
White
hard
Bronny
because they have
James.
so much mobility on the side of Alo Gaming, right? That is one of the core strengths on their composition side. Like you mentioned before, everyone has a dash on the side of Alo Gaming, with the exception of you. I mean, if you want to count the flash as a dash, then I guess you could say so.
Absolutely here. So it's gonna be a tough game for Lady Gen to land those combos, right? Lady Gen, like, they love playing against melees like the Dharma, like the Mai, but when everyone is just so flashy and able to, you know, juke around
Left
and
wide.
take the fight to you, right?
Yep.
And take you out before you can really get your combo down, which is what we've been seeing happen to Hoon so far. It is not good. And Lady Gen, if you don't get the damage going too, right, you don't have enough firepower to threaten these divers here, they can sometimes just face tank a lot of your damage.
God damn.
Oh no, Moba Zane caught out. They cover every single angle. How is he supposed to make it out of that?
It is really, really tough here. The side of Halo Gaming, they've definitely switched gears here after game one. It feels like they've now
so
got the
done.
momentum, and they are carrying it all throughout
I
the
am
game.
so
7 minutes
done,
into
bro.
almost 5,000 gold.
Bro, we
here.
are getting
And it is all for
dope.
this lamb pick. Look at
Holy
this. It
shit.
is the feast game here. He's so ahead. If we check the score again, I'm pretty sure Lamb is like 7.
Bro, we are
so far
getting
already.
farmed, bro.
Yes, it's a double kill for the side
Actual
of
farm.
Alonso here. And best player 1 will be able to make it out even as the stun comes in from the side of Robot Elma. The chase comes down, no max, but the
Look
save,
at chicken,
no,
bro.
no save here, but they
Dead
do
though.
make a trade. It's gonna be fried chicken taken down.
They
And
do
here is the
something,
big problem.
bro.
You is now on track to be that monstrous late game farm laner.
Absolutely, this is looking
Mr.
really
Mao,
exciting.
do
They do
something,
not even
bro.
find any footing here. They do take out Doxa here for a trade, but they will.
Holy
lose
shit,
some
still
members
got a
because of their
kill?
Lamb also goes down. A lot of shutdowns just went in the way of BTK. It is a 4-for-4, but again, Halo Game is worth a little bit more gold, so it is beneficial to take that 4-for-4 here. As best player here is left.
This
to
game
1v1
is
to go
criminal.
to. Oh my god, that's brutal. That's just brutal there.
What you guys?
Oh my goodness, come on, man.
Oh my
Best
God.
player 1, I mean, he needed that. And right
Carlos
now,
is
the
1-8
comes in as well.
mid
The
lane.
burst potential
1-8.
Lomax is going to put him down. And right
Oh
now,
my
Halo Gaming
God.
definitely in control. They need to be careful the way they traverse the map on the side of BTK.
This is honestly like no longer a MOBA. This is a horror game for BTK. Every bush, there could be a jump scare, either from Lomax or the Lamb. There's just so much, or the Dharma. Like, if you, and since they do not have the vision control this game, it's so dangerous to go anywhere, right? Look at this Motu applying Cannon Blast and just going ahead and harassing the members of BTK, getting vision for his team to go ahead and set up. Speaker, look at this. Look at this. This is setting up
Bro,
in that
that's
bush.
like-
That bush is so dangerous for BTK.
That's like Carlos and Game
It's
7.
not looking good.
He
Robot
never
Elma,
wins.
and here comes the burst damage on the back lines, and there we go. Even with the Ghost mobilization, it still looks a little bit dicey. They do finally manage to get you down onto the ground, and now Alo have to turn tails.
Bro,
But
I'm
at the
so
sidelines,
done, bro.
Lomax is hiding. He's waiting for someone, and that someone seems to be best player 1. But for now, it's a map play because Alo Gaming starting to work on the Tyrant, but it has been caught out by Shark.
Absolutely, they're gonna go ahead and try and steal it. Does not quite connect there. So if you thought they had a lot of
so
burst damage
done.
before, now
Bro, Carl, bro,
imagine
don't get
the
mad,
My
bro.
Dharma and the Lamb with the Tyrant
Carl,
buff
don't
now,
get
too.
mad,
They have
bro.
so much damage. Looking at the stat lines here, My 5-1, Lamb 8-1 on the side of Halo Gaming. Both carries are super ahead.
Actually, if you look at
What the fuck? You
goal,
can one-shot
you
a
know,
wave?
Milbazine is kind of keeping par with you. That is kind of surprising.
Yeah, there's so much damage to the game. The carries are just getting melted. You know, all the other.
Bro, they're
people
literally
having fun with the game. When the
freestyling
carries
on
get
us.
taken
They
out,
do
everybody
something.
looks
Turn
like-
off their Wi-Fi or
It's not
some
going to be
shit.
a good situation. A double kill for the side of Alonso, but best player 1 does get the vengeance here, and revenge is a dish. Best serve code. Robot Elma does not hit the mark with the stun. They need to work on the turrets right now because Halo Gaming, the longer they drag this, there is a potential of the Milbazine power up at the late game early potential.
Absolutely. And while they have we were mentioning the Gudo is such a good tower pushing pick, right? But right now, BDA is kind of trapped into base here. Even though they kind of won that final fight we just saw right there, they're down 4,000 or 5,000 gold. They're not able to use their heroes to their best potential here because they can never get in a position to push towers on the side of Halo Gaming.
Oh, Robot
about to
Elma, he
steal
wants to
that
go
shit
for the
again.
steal. Oh no, it goes in the hands of Shark. So Halo Gaming, they're just putting too much pressure on the side of BTK. There needs to be a response here.
Steal this shit, Carlos.
So
Don't be
another
shy.
tire is potentially going over here. Best player opting to
Holy
maybe try and go for
fucking
the steal
shit.
as he gets fished in though. And oh, look at that. That's all the displacement we're talking about. All these ultimates are able to displace
Oh,
you.
oh.
And best player gets served
Oh.
into the enemy team there.
Yep, and they
He
take
could've
out
been
3
trade
different
anything.
members on the side of BTK. They're chasing in for more. This could be game here. The slow from the Radiance on the side of Robot Elma. Alonso looking for an opening. T3s are open and exposed on the bottom side. Nice clear by Mobazine, but there is another wave making this way down. And this very well could be T3. The pushback from Alonso happens with the
Oh,
death
should
from
be
below
dead.
as well. They do manage to get their hands on the Mobazine, and it's not looking good. Destructive Deluge used as a defensive deterrent
God
to try
damn,
and clear the
28
wave.
kills,
In the
bro.
meantime, they start working on that T3 in the mid, and that's not the only thing worth taking. There is the Shadow Overlord because there's no Primal Bond onto Alo.
The vast heavens
We
await.
were talking about you with the Garo being the late game threat earlier. He now has the, I think it's called Sun Chaser, Sun Pool. One of them's called that, being able to Sunpool extend the range of Garo here. And if you guys didn't know, Garo's skill 1 increases the range, and when you activate Sunpool as well,
Then do
Garo's gonna be nailing you
something.
basically off of your screen now.
Go to work.
Yes, and there's additional magic
And I'ma
damage
go to
if
sleep.
you activate your first skill as well. So
At
that's
least my
a
sleep
scary
is early
concern
today.
because you need both defenses, physical and
sleeping
magical,
at
to
3.
deal with you. But you is now at late game stage. Once again, they get the knock up on the best player 1. A lot of poke coming in. The Kachosins have been landing on the back line. So Fried Chicken, he's trying his best to make life a little bit more difficult on the side
Now
of
we have
Halo
Bebo's
Gaming. But the
score
one
line.
thing they have not been able to find is the position of Doxa. Doxa does have flash. He does have the truth mantra, and he starts searching now.
He has been found here, but he's zoning Hoon completely from the fight, allowing Lomax to kind of sneak into that bush here potentially, as everyone is surrounding the members of BTK while they're taking that tyrant down.
Yep, Doxa manages to find the backline as
dead.
well. But Lomax,
Oh, we got a
he will be
shoddy.
shut down. Mobazane has found something
It's
for the
not
side of
bad.
BTK.
That's like
Can they find more,
$500,
though?
bro.
Shadow Tyrant was the trade on the side of Halo Gaming, and I think for now it's worthwhile as long as they manage to put more pressure across BTK.
They need to go ahead and hold here. They've kind of stopped the bleeding at around the 5,000 gold lead mark, but it looks like Alonso, wow, playing with fire here, staying in the base of BTK, does opt to get out. Now they're going ahead and defending the Overlord. They do have the numbers advantage for the side BTK,
I'm so
though, so they're
done,
going to try and
bro.
force this. 10 seconds on Lomax here. Are they able to get something done and get this objective
Khalid,
before the
yo,
5v5 once again?
that's not Khalid,
Yeah,
that's
they go
White.
for the chase. Fried Chicken chasing in, but the stuns come
Oh
in.
no,
It's not
Fight
enough.
Braun.
Too much. They did manage to force us.
Wait,
the
they
flash
killed
and
Top
the ultimate
again.
coming in from Roba Elma, so that's great. But here comes the catch. Alonso catches 2 together,
Holy
and it's
lamb.
Mobazane that's the victim on the side of Halo Gaming's push. They do get that knockdown, but it's still not enough because Shark has been taken
Holy
down. The
lamb.
backup. The cavalry arrives on the side
Holy
of Halo
lamb.
Gaming. The stuns come in. It's a triple
gonna
kill
get-
for
he's
the
gonna
side
get
of Halo
savage.
Gaming.
Ooh.
Mr. Alonso finally shut down,
Nice.
but now there is still more damage to be had. Hoon is trying his best to hold the wave. In the meantime, this time bot has to be made full use of the
NT.
stun. The knockup does come in. Halo Gaming essentially have done an ace, and they break the T3 in the middle. Fried Chicken left to try and recover the pieces in the mid lane.
Right there, we're seeing the Lamb in action. They're jumping in 1v2, taking out Zane there, and then Shark.
Holy fuck,
and
our
then
scoreboard,
Hoon
bro.
and Best player afterwards. They're kind of just dispatching. I don't think they took out
We're
Hoon,
so
but,
cooked.
Hoon did end up dying for that altercation there. But we're seeing the power of Lamb here. When it works out really, really well here.
Yep, they have managed to catch another target. Fried Chicken now in the middle of 4. He will not survive, and you
God
catches
damn,
his
this
hands on
shit
him. The
hurts.
stun comes in. A double kill for you.
Bro, Gato
and
hurts
once
now,
again,
bro.
there's a numbers disadvantage. 30 painful seconds for BTK, but 30 seconds of happiness for Halo as they put more pressure. Mobazane gonna try and mount the comeback against you one-on-one. Can they do it? But the catch comes in as well. Best player 1 unable to find the mark just yet. The hues come through onto Dogza, and the crystal is exposed. There is a wave coming in. What more can they do? Excellent knockup by the
The
side,
CMBD
and Hoon gets
Thanasis
taken
is
out.
crazy.
Halo Gaming looking for the Enya
Is this
of
over?
game number 2. They take
50
the
kill
T3
game,
on
by
the
the way.
top first to escort the wave. Do they really want to finish this now? It looks like there is a possibility.
They're
What is it
playing
gonna be,
safer,
40 kill game?
opting to back up and take the overload. You could have made an argument for pushing for the win there as well too, but they're a little bit low and they don't have much resources here. Opting to play it safe, they know the
You
game's
do
in their
not
hands, they don't
disrespect
wanna
De
go
La
ahead and rush
Vedova,
things.
bro.
But can we
That guy
look at
cooked Curry,
you during
man.
these fights? I want you guys to really
On
focus
defense,
on
bro.
how far you was able to
Actually
get those
didn't
autos. In
cook
that last
Curry.
fight, you were nailing them like up from the middle of the
He was
lane
getting
all
cooked.
the way to the high ground. It felt like, right? Well,
A
not
girl
the squarely
can hope.
middle of the lane.
Yep.
But he was able to shoot them from so far away now that they have that sun pool and that late game acquired.
Yes, a lot of pain, and the fact that you also has the Azure buff is a concern. While he does not have the Crimson buff,
Fuck
that's fine.
Danny.
You definitely needs a lot more mana regeneration for his first skill. And here we go. This is going to be the pushback on the side of Halo. The stuns start to come in once again. There's too many control skills on the side of Halo.
Holy fuck, the
Look at
arrow
that
was
damage he was
flying.
able to get on the best player while he's behind his crystal. Actually, he's able to outrange the crystal damage there and get
Oh?
these autos in and
Wait,
apply that
they
residual
all gonna
damage
get
on early
frozen.
as best player gets absolutely nailed down by the Garo here. has the Blood Rage shield, almost goes down there.
Yep, Shark is
We
all
still
alone
got a
on the
kill.
backlines on the side of Halo Gaming, but Halo Gaming, they've lost you.
Wait, we
That's the major
defended.
damage dealer on the side gone, Alonso as well. But
Holy
still, this is not
fuck,
enough.
fight
Hood
Braun.
has been taken out. Moment saying maybe he can turn the game here. He has a lot of damage to offer, and they are starting to shut them down. No, the stun
Holy
misses, the
shutdown.
shutdown happens, and
Chase him,
Moment Zane
boy.
has bought life for the side of BTK. Goes in for the chase.
Wait,
as well.
why?
There's ultimates available for the side of Doxa. He
Wait, we got
cannot
scared?
overstep his boundaries.
Oh, he has
They buy some time, and
he has
it's time
punch.
that is absolutely necessary for BTK.
Winnable, bro.
Absolutely
Wait,
dead.
it's low-key
Fried Chicken
winnable.
Really clutched that fight actually. While we are talking about you, I was looking at while you busy shooting best player. Fried Chicken found an angle to
Fight
go ahead
the
and
good dollar
assassinate you and
35.
Nomax for taking a double kill. And even though they're losing this game and
35
down
is
by
still
5,000,
big.
Fried Chicken is still ahead of this Clash laner in gold, which is extremely
Matter of
impressive.
fact, he was averaging
That's
40.
great. I mean, they definitely need this, right? Because as we
2018.
hit the later part of the game, this
Oh
is
my
where
God.
the
Oh,
differences
winnable.
will matter. And in that shutdown, Doxa gets rid of Moba Zane. This very well could be the lack of damage for the side of BTK.
Once again, that positional advantage from Zayn being punished there, because this is going to be a crucial fight that they're not going to have Zayn here for as he's down for 30 seconds. Waves are pushing in and the base is barren here. Let's see how they go ahead and hold this 4v5.
Yep. 30 seconds is a very long time, and Alonso is way alive. He's ready for the knockup as well. Yu comes in with the damage on the best player as well. The knockup comes in from Doxa, gets the truth mantra down, and they do get rid of
Jeez.
Yu, but on the back
Wait, they
line,
got the
can
marksman.
they get rid of the main damage dealer? That is the My Lomax.
Chicken is so
has been
tanky.
causing destruction. They get the knockdown onto Fried Chicken, and
Oh,
Hood,
can we-
he
oh,
is
yeah,
not
Zane
tanky.
now.
He does have damage, but he's going to be
Nice.
helped out by Moba Zane, who has been respawned. He is the lifeline that BTK need right now.
Here we go. They're going to be holding all three waves here. 2v3. It looks like Alien once again
Nice.
playing it slow,
See?
right? They're not trying to push into the base there, even though they have all those minions there. They don't want to take that risk. They go ahead and back up and set up more of these ambushes we're talking about.
That's true, and you know what? They really have held up quite long. And in another 90 seconds, there is a potential of a true
6,
50-50.
8, 6, 7, 4,
Maybe not
9,
true
3,
50-50,
9,
but there is
2,
a chance
9.
of comeback because of the Tempest
Holy
Dragon.
shit.
Absolutely. Everyone's coming on to full build now. This gold
But
is not
low-key,
gonna matter too
if it
much
goes
anymore.
Tempest, I think
And
we're winning.
as you guys
If
probably
it
know
goes
at
Tempest,
home,
we're winning,
Whoever
bro.
gets the Tempest has a really, really big chance of winning here.
Yes, we'll see how that is going to start to work out.
I don't know
They
I
have
don't get
dispatched
the
Q
joke
to
on
try and
6-7,
work
by the
onto
way.
this
I'm too old for that, I guess.
Shadow Overlord, which is going to be
I'm
a
a
little
punk
bit of a
now.
deficit in terms of map control. No way, best player, he has been caught,
Five
slammed
versus
against the
check the
wall,
bush.
and the takedown from Nomax as well. Fried Chicken knocks
You-
up
you
two,
gonna
but
die.
the save comes in from the rest of the
Chicken
team.
is
First life
carrying.
gone. For the side
Zane
of
go
you, he
in.
comes back alive and kicking
Loki
and
should've just
shooting
went in.
arrows. It's a double kill for you, as it looks like this could be very well the end of the game. Just left with Hoon as well as Shark. The two of them. Hoon does get the knockup, a lot of damage. Very nice job, but there is too many lives on the side of Halo Gaming, and the crystal is exposed. They just have to
Man.
finish this last bit, and game number
NT.
2 goes into the hands of Halo Gaming.
Really good fight BTK put up there near the end. Even though it was 22 to 46, they almost dragged it out to Tempest, in which honestly none of those kills in gold really matters at that point, right? Everyone we saw was coming up to full build.
Bro, fucking
Even when they were
Bronzo,
super behind,
bro.
Alien had full build already there. So it
Good
was
night,
a full
Decimo.
power fight. It's just they were down too much. They were hemorrhaging too much from those high grounds they lost earlier.
Bro, it's okay.
The
NT,
difference
bro.
if it really went down
NT.
to Tempest games would have been just the difference in turrets, right?
NT,
so at this
don't
point,
be
it was still
don't be
disadvantage
sad.
for BTK because they really had
What
a
is that
better base.
depresso
All
shit?
T3s were taken, and I believe
It's
there was
okay.
still quite a few numbers of T2s for the side of Halo Gaming.
Yeah, they would need to basically wipe the opponents at Tempest to go ahead and make that push go all the way through. They do have an Agudo though, so it kind of makes up for the fact that the enemy team still has a good amount of towers.
We all
because
good.
Agudos, they were brute force down some of the towers there
We
for
all
them there.
good.
But unfortunately, we're never gonna know because they did not make it there. As the final fight, preparing for Tempest, Alo caught him out, and we were mentioning
We
it
all
already
good.
before, right? They're so dangerous from a bush without vision, and that's what happens there. They're able to
7-9,
get so many
god
catches
damn.
there. What was that? A 60+ kill game. This was a bloodbath.
60 plus? Oh, yeah, that really is a lot. I believe this is the heaviest kill game we've ever had in KMW, at least for the fall season, right?
God
And this is
damn.
really crazy stats here coming in. And Halo Gaming really just, I mean, actually both teams went for a pretty risky pick with no tanks.
Absolutely, and that's how we have so many
Start
kills,
the
right? There's
next
no one really
match.
protecting each other. It was just kills left and right. Pure,
We
you
should.
know, mechanical skill here of all these heroes here being so highly mobile and in mechanically intensive as well too. But it looks like Alo Gaming comes out on top there. But that game, honestly, if it went a little
Low-key?
bit longer, could have went either way.
Yes,
should.
because there were a couple of nice ultimates coming in from Best Player 1 as well as Fried Chicken. But the goalie, this one, there was no argument, right? The fact of the matter is Alo had very good control of the first few minutes of the game, starting from, I think, second minute. The moment he got the first blood, they rewrote that wave and momentum and just continued gaining gold all across the map.
Absolutely, and I gotta give flowers to Fried Chicken. Fried Chicken played his heart out that game, all right? They were honestly hemorrhaging too much as a team, but every single fight he did so much damage. He had done so much work. Not enough as Lamb here, Alonso on the Lamb here, as he gets MVP 16, 5, 10. This was a
What in
crazy
the
game. Lamb
helly?
has 26 kill participation.
Yes, and not just in pro games as well, even in our community style, like your ranked games, dude.
Bro.
Every time we
Like
see
an
a lot,
SSS
LeBron
style
so, bro.
game right here.
we're like, no, we do
Alonso.
not want to play against the Lam.
For sure, and that is exactly why we mentioned it's, you know, it either
We're
works or
literally
it doesn't work. But
bots.
look at this, when it works, that's a lot of kills.
Yeah, it started off
Why
with
did
this
they give us a
initial
fucking
dive
highlight,
here.
bro?
Oh, no, this was already pre-mid game here. But of course, Alonso, this is one of the reasons why he's so feared, because he has a lot of iframes during that skill usage of the space split. He's able to negate and mitigate a lot of damage. And when the backup comes from Alo game, you know it is so hard to play.
Absolutely, and look at, I was mentioning also, look at all these displacements. Everyone on the side of Alo Gaming has displacements. That's why Best Player got caught so many
16
times.
points, 5
He was,
rebounds, 12
in
assists.
that bush above his red side, and
That's
then he would get pushed by 1, pushed by 2,
almost
pushed by 3, and by
triple-double,
then he was
bro.
dead. Because they just were able to just
Triple-double.
maneuver and, you know, pinball the side of BTK.
Tyrese
and
high
the late
type
game
stat,
basis, you
stat
start to
line.
see why
He's not
Sage's
wrong.
Sanctuary itemization is so
He's not
important,
wrong.
because
That
it
is
buys
actually
you another
hardy,
life
bro.
life, another chance to take a great fight.
Never
And with
over
the
20,
composition
always
with
below.
Alo having such
Bro, that guy
great
fucked up my
CC
fucking
potential,
parlay,
it was
bro.
so difficult for BTK. But of course,
He
with that
fucked
being
up my
said, that was
parlay.
just game number 2. We are at series point for Alo Gaming. We'll be back after this short break.
I mean, shit. Goofy shooting for. Hey, it goes in though. It goes in. It's giving TL. Yeah, we are basically TL Indo in this tournament.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what has inside.
They don't. They genuinely do not need me, bro. I'm telling you.
You decide your fate. You don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up.
I needed Bower to get 10. Bro, that guy is so fucking overrated. Fuck that guy. Fucking Rudy Booger, bro. The guy's such a booger, man. Bro, how you 7-1 and doesn't get 10 rebounds every game, bro? That shit doesn't make sense. Bro, how are you 7 fit and doesn't get 10 rebounds every single game? Bro, it's the same guy with the Chet. Like, that guy is so fucking skinny too. How is bro 7'3" and doesn't get double every game? Basic stat line, no? Turn the music down. I'm not even listening to it. You guys are shouting, bro. I'm not even listening to it. Look at this shit. I can't even hear it, bro. I can't. Let's see shit. Yeah, it sounds so buns.
Welcome back into the third game
That
of the
shit
series
sounds so
between
boring,
BTK
sir.
as
I'm
well
so
as Alo
tired,
Gaming.
bro.
We're looking at a potential series point for the side of Alo Gaming. Phil, what is going to happen here?
I think it was another
Here
match in the
is where
playoffs.
BT is back
Of
against
course,
the
it's
wall, right?
against
Just
Yosik.
like in the Boar series, when they were facing match point, they kind of turned things, switched gears right there, right? And were able to go ahead and get a win. Maybe, you know, they go ahead in this game 3, you know, dig deep and, you know, pick out those unconventional picks like we were seeing, right, against Boris here.
Bro, it's
and
okay.
kinda
Last game and
reverse
we
the
going
momentum here.
Definitely. I think
Club.
BTK now,
Oh, yeah.
they get the side selection, they go to the red side, so they're expecting
Last
ALO
game,
to show
boys.
them what kind of options they have on
No,
that
it's not.
first
3
pick.
more games. What am I saying? Not last game. 3 more
Absolutely
games.
here. Yep, they opt to go for the red side. Getting 2 picks here. You know, now that's a little bit later in the draft. There's not those super picks running around as much. So getting 2 picks to, you know,
More
solidify a synergy
In
or
the
a combo
time.
might be a little bit better. They
You're
do
right,
opt to go
you're
for
right.
that,
My
side
fault,
two
my
here, but let's
fault.
see how the pick man goes out.
My fault. My fault. Damn.
ALO, I
Honest
think we will
mistake. Honest
see. Oh,
mistake.
they don't give Hun the Mai. But Liang is open though.
Yeah, Liang is likely to still be open this game here. Let's see which team goes ahead and picks it. Or maybe they don't pick it, right? Liang is one of those picks that either the teams pick it immediately or they just forget about it and they
Where's
don't ban
BTK
it or
going
pick it
home?
at all. So let's
probably
see
gonna
if
stay
this is
for
going to be
until
one of
end-
those games where it's going to
end
be
of the month.
ignored here.
We just wanna
Luna
sleep.
does
What
get
do you
moved
mean,
up
bro?
as
3
well
more
here too, as we see the
games.
pay get locked in.
Any
This
NBA
would be a
prediction can
pretty
look okay
solid
later
time to
this
go
year.
ahead and play the Liang to go ahead and control the pay
Is
here.
the
But let's see
trade
what
deadline
BK
over?
decides to do.
Actually, it could also be the same for the side of ALO, right? Because they have a
Bro,
very
why do I
strong
feel
early
like
game presence in
Golden
the
State is
Formula
gonna
A,
win this
you
year,
can
bro.
double down, go for the Princess Frost and Liang
Hope not,
combination. The
man.
moment you hit 4, you kind of like run
Hope
rampant around the map.
Absolutely right, and then that combo is known for being able to give those resources over to pay, which
Yeah, do
loves them
something.
too.
Yeah, I'm going to
So
sleep.
BTK opt to
Oh, we
go
got
for
Mayan
Yuan
now.
and Mayin, so that combo is open and available for the taking here for the side of Halo Gaming.
Not bad.
But do we want to play a Princess Frost Liang against Yi Huan and Mai Yin? Both of them are actually very adept at stopping these combinations.
I think they're decent, but now
Golden
that Yuan's
State,
pick,
yeah.
they do have the potential to flex
I do
Yuan
feel
in the
like they
mid lane
can
though,
win
so
the
they're really worried about Liang. I think they should just remove
NBA
it
this
here,
year.
which it looks
Bro,
like
they got
they
Liang and
probably
oh
will.
no.
But instead of the Princess Frost, they opt to go for the
Hey,
Shen, which
Liang
honestly
Shi?
can play the same role as
Bro, no
Princess
one is
Frost.
gonna move.
Really? You will pick a Shi? I'm not convinced on the side of Halo Gaming here.
We winning
I mean,
the
if you
chip,
pick it
bro.
out, I
I'm
would
not a
rather you go for Gun
GSW
and Mo
fan.
to burst down the Yuan, or at least
Bro,
force
if
out
KD,
the,
if they didn't
unending
build
sorrow.
the
But the Shi
Avenger,
does
bro,
the same function, right?
LeBron
Maybe
would've
not
gotten
as much
6
of a
rings,
burst, but
no
Halo,
one
yeah, they
cares.
locked that in.
I think as a utility
Brazil
mage,
then.
sure plays a similar role. It's not gonna have the as consistent
Bro,
of
stop
a like
hating, I'm just
kill threat
supporting, bro.
on the target that is grabbed up, but they get the added benefit of maybe at the end of that ultimate being able
Was
to
it come
pull the
bulky?
target to chain that crowd control even longer too, which could be what they're going for here. But yeah, Sure and Princess Frost,
Trade
I'd say yeah for
Carlos
the
for
combo in
Alonso in the
particular,
second
Princess
round
Frost is
pick.
probably a little bit better,
The
but she
second
has
round
some
pick is
other
from
benefits they could do
Argentina, too.
throughout the map and kind of enable this pay to get even more ahead.
True. I think ALO were kind of expecting BTK to go with the Ogren. Ogren is great pick here though. Like there's a lot of
They
sustain
can
coming
pick
in
Musashi
from the
and
E1 and
did
the
they pick
Ogren.
it? I don't know,
The
they
only
got
thing is,
paid.
can they survive that early game pressure that ALO is going to definitely put onto BTK?
I didn't get
they
paid.
do get best
I
player on his
support
Ogren. If I'm
with
correct,
Hold My Arm.
the one game they won versus Boars was when he was on
Because
Ogren.
BTK
So
Maha.
here we go. It's time to turn the tides.
Oh, we
here
got Marco
in the game
Polito.
3. Speaking of signature picks, we got another signature
Butler's
pick coming
not
out. The
happy again.
Marco Polo for Zane here. We're talking about this a lot. The Mayin
Bro,
for
Miami
fried
cooking,
chicken.
by the way.
What can we get for Hoon or potentially Shark here, depending on where that
Bro, Miami
Yuan goes?
cooking, bro.
Put the Yihuan in mid, man. Give us the Gui Guzi. It's
I know.
perfect synergy
Are we
with
talking
Marco,
about Bo?
with
Who started
Mayin,
this
with
shit?
Yihuan, even with everything. It's like the perfect recipe, man.
Okay, if he does not pick it here, why did he put that picture behind him there? All right,
Exactly.
they asked him, they're like, what hero do you want behind you here? All right, this is gonna be potentially your final game here. If there was a time to bust out your favorite
And they went
hero,
fucking
it would be
Fighter
now.
XP.
As we see some interesting
Fighter
picks coming
Gold.
out from side of Halo Gaming, Byron and Futsu being hovered. Is that gonna be a Futsu marksman or
Yes.
not marksman, but like
It's
in
gonna be
the
you
bottom,
and
lane here? Looks like as
Oh
yes,
my god,
it is
they're
gonna be
doing
locked in.
Fighter, bro.
Oh no, this one is a bit tough. While he will suffer against Mobazine in the early parts of the game, the Liang is actually going to be able to.
That Yuan is gonna be
A
fucking
feed in a
support.
row?
Whoa, we're cooking, Ken. We're cooking here for the final game. That might
Yeah,
be even better
come
than the
on.
Guaigutsu.
I would love it. I
Shark
would
is
love it.
he's thinking about cooking here. He's like, all right, it might be my final game. I'm about to go out
Kui?
with a bang.
Do it, Kui.
Ooh, look at that.
Yo, pick up the queen, man. Okay,
Oh.
Shark
No
goes
Kui?
for the
He's
stand-up
messing with
Mozart
us.
pick. Yeah,
He's
yeah,
messing
No
with
I
us.
like
way.
it. I like it.
Oh.
Nonetheless, still a good pick.
The Motsu makes a lot of sense here, but he had to hover the koi here to give a Kin a bit of a shout out there, right? As one of the top kois here. But there you go. I would have loved to see something like that come out, though. You know, it would make sense with the script, you know, that we were mentioning, and how last time they kind of
Bro, they got a script?
random picks with the Flowborn Mage, and they pulled
I
it
know
off,
that.
right? It would
Yeah.
go along well with that storyline there. But the Shark's Motsu is actually very, very consistent as well too. We mentioned that's one of his most solid picks. He's able to get a lot of vision there with that cannon blast and apply a lot of pressure early, especially you know, with the Marco Polo there. Being able to bully out the Futsu, you know, having two of these like aggressive poke style bot laners is definitely gonna give Futsu a hard time.
Yeah, you rarely see him miss. I think that's the one thing that sticks out to me about Shark's Mortar, right? I rarely see him miss, and there have been a couple of times where his think inside the box have been really on point. But they need to be able to capitalize off of it on the side of BTK, and it's not going to be easy because Alo's draft, let's be honest, this is a snowball composition, and if they get any
Why are you
inkling,
looking so
even a
tired?
finger, a
'Cause
pinky
I
on
am.
you, you are dead.
Absolutely here. Here we go. Potentially match point here for the side of BTK. They need to lock in right now. And as we mentioned, dig deep. Give them all they got here, because this is going to be your final chance.
But they're so done, bro.
Yes, for the season
It's
as well
over,
of
bro.
KMW before we head into the next round of battles. Alo now leading 2-0
It's over,
against
bro.
BTK. Let's see how this composition is going to work for both sides.
Absolutely. I think BTK has a very, very solid chance to go ahead. and
Marco
win here, right?
Polito
They
with no
have the
Purify.
Marco Polo, they
I
have
think we're
the
fine.
Motsu to bully the Futsu early game and not let him get to that late game, right? Zane even has the stun here, which is pretty
Reverse
good
Ana.
tech if you think about it. Against the Futsu, he's already gonna get stunned up.
Wait,
a lot
Ana
and
versus
bullied
Elsa?
by the Motsu.
Oh, it's not Elsa,
And
I'm
now
stupid.
he has to deal with Zane
Shit.
stunning him as well.
My fault.
So in this game for Mobile Zane, it's not an option to be able to land all of your first skills right on your Resplendent Revolver. It's a requirement. He needs to make sure the true damage comes through on this side. And Fried Chicken already being pressured on the top side. This is so scary. The Alonso and Doctor combination, Pei and Byron, stock standard, and instantly the response comes from BTK.
Here we go. They're bringing everyone there, but it looks like Alo Gaming brought more people here as it's a
With
4v2.
Doxis.
And look at that. That's the early game power of the show, right? Being able to get that grab and pull them away. Best player
Nice.
is actually, wow, able to survive the Pei's damage there. He does eventually go down, but
They got
Crazy
red,
Fight
though.
breaks out. Mayin gets the well, Fried Chicken looks like he started the game a little bit rough, but ends up, you know, getting a huge lead.
Yeah, first blood, double kill for him in fact. But they need to get Lomax here. That's the real damage
God
dealer.
damn,
And for
nice,
that,
boys.
they only get their hands onto Roba Elma. But still, the Crimson buff in the hands of Lomax.
Look at this. This is what we're talking about, you know? When, oh, here we go. Another Crazy Fight. Shark goes in to try and pressure the Azure goal.
God
He gets himself in a
damn,
little
look at
bit of
them
trouble,
aggressive
forced
as
to flash
fuck.
away, and he's still there, though. His job is to delay this Pei, and he's doing a great job of it so far.
I mean, it will work if there is no smite, but for now, because there is smite on Alonso, it actually hastens his jungle take here, which means there is a contest that's available onto this task board here. Will go into the hands of Roba Elma, I believe, but now, best player won. He needs to retreat back into his own jungle.
This is what we were talking about earlier, though, right? BTK with their backs against the wall, they kind of spring to life. Look at this early game; they're up 1,000
Chicken
gold
is
already.
fed.
2 minutes into the game here. This is
think
the
we're winning.
start of the comeback.
Yup.
Yes, definitely. And Mobile Zane has been very peaceful on the bottom side. That's good news for BTK fans here. Doctor, right now, he needs a little bit more help if they really want to shut
Wait,
Fried
Fuzi has
Chicken
no
down,
gold.
because
What the
they
fuck? That
won't
guy's
have
getting
the option to
cooked.
Stop Mobile Zane from farming at this point.
Look how safe Fried Chicken is playing. He does not want to get caught out at all. There's no vision of the enemies here. He's making sure he does not go ahead and get ganked by multiple people. Gives up one of the minions there, actually, and just gets the passive gold there just to ensure that he does not get caught out by a gank there.
Okay, here comes the approach. Best player one, he's looking for more EXP. He does have the EXP lead against Alonso here, actually. No, does not have the EXP lead. So he needs to work on that rotation speed, make it faster, make sure he's able to match Alonso, and maybe grab that backline on the side of Halo Gaming as well.
Absolutely, Main in a really good spot this game on Fried Chicken here. Up about 500 gold, 3 minutes into the game here. Amazing styling. He just needs to go ahead and maintain it, right? We were mentioning earlier, he knows he has a bounty on his head. He does not want to go ahead and get shut down. This Pei and Byron here are looking to pressure Fried Chicken again, but he is playing super safe, ensuring that he maintains his lead this game.
Yep, the biggest success is actually just providing space for Mobile Zane, because he does have a lead against you, which is very important now as a Marco Polo, and especially this is
we're playing clean,
in the
bro.
late game. Alo definitely has a better standing against BTK.
Absolutely, we see Shark fishing for some cannon blasts all around. You know, again, Motu's one of those picks that are great when you're ahead, right? You're able to shoot into the enemy jungle, get lots of
They don't
vision,
have marks
makes
even.
it tough for
This
them to
shit
set
should be
ambushes
easy for
on
us.
your
I would
team,
pay his
and makes
marks.
it easier for your team to set ambushes on them here. So,
basically
and this is
Roger.
one of Shark's best picks here too. Everyone, you know, on BTA kind of has their signature picks here. So this is going to be quite the game. Outside of Chicken, which is not really known for his main, but he's doing a great job of main
Oh, they're gonna
nonetheless
go
this game.
top.
Oh, you can see what Alo
Oh,
are going
no.
for. They want to make sure Fried Chicken does not get it. Oh, nice bait by Fried Chicken. But the response on the side of BTK is to go. The full team is here. They get the catch
Oh,
on
he's
the
getting
Alonso as
fucked.
well. Can they get
Alfonso's
the kill?
dead.
He will
Ooh!
be taken down. A
Okay,
nice
there's one
setup
Shark.
by Shark as well. They get
Are we
the
winning
full
now, boys?
team wipe, maybe? And Dogza, the last victim in this.
Bro, it's Dao
third
Dao now.
kill that is available, and nice
So we got Dao
flash
Dao on
onto
our team
Lomax.
now.
They fought off the flash from Lomax as well, but that is not going to be the end. They get the pullback, but for now, the T1 is the reward.
Bro, we got Dao Dao now, bruh.
BTK game 3 again. I cannot stress it enough. When their backs against the wall, they switch gears. Look at this momentum here. They're playing against a Pei early game with Ogren and destroying them early. They're up 2,000 gold.
Yep, you stop the win condition, right? This is exactly what you want. And they have a 2,000 goal lead, by the way, on the side of
Can we not
BTK.
choke?
Now, there is a response coming in from Alo, and that's going to come in the form of you, who has taken T1 at the bottom side of the map. But losing
Let's
the
not choke,
time
boys.
not ideal for the side of Alo Gaming.
Let's not choke, boys.
So I feel like the only way for Alo Gaming to get back into the game is through that Futsu, right? And his late game potential, because everyone else on the team doesn't really scale that well. But is Futsu going to be able to carry, you know, his team on his back? Metaphorically here, because as 5 minutes in, every member of BTK
I
is
just hope we
ahead.
don't throw, yo.
I mean, it's looking a little bit dicey, but he does have the Protector
not
Kiras, like
troll.
the half-build item. This is going to provide him with quite a lot of armor available for the team fight against Best Player 1. Will they actually go for it here?
And it's one of the best picks versus Marco Polo, actually, right? His ultimate scales off attack speed, and the fact that if he attacks you, his attack speed gets lowered, means just by Marco Polo hitting the Futsu, he's gonna lose damage.
Yep. Oh, they get the catch though. Best Player 1 is falling low.
Oh, we
Finally,
win.
the turnaround, and with the save by Mobile Zane as well, Alo get punished and they get punished hard.
Nice.
One more kill for the next one, and it's 4
You
members
see?
down for the price of nothing.
They're so
And BTK,
easy.
What a day to come back.
BTK, oh man, this is the game here. Here we go. Every single person said they just need to maintain this lead, right? We're seeing them struggle.
Game's
a little
over,
early, but
bro.
They're putting all their lessons to the test here now, and they are passing so far.
Yeah, BTK, they're punishing this early game draft, which is really cool, really interesting.
For sure, and then they're
Incoming
doing
time
in
machine.
style too, right? All of them on their favorite picks too. You love to see it.
So this puts us in a position where there is a potential of a turnaround. And here we go, Hoon finds a stun. This is exactly what they need. They don't really have the minions, so they need to pull back for the time being. But 10-1 in terms of kill score with a 5,000 or 4,000 goal lead at this point. BTK, this is one of their best
4K goal
positionings
lead,
yet.
guys.
Absolutely, I think this is probably the most ahead we've seen BTK early, and of course they're gonna make us wait until the final day to see it here, right? Can Alo Gaming go ahead and respond and hold their own and churn this game though? We did mention they have that Futsu late game.
Wait, BTK,
Can
hell
they
yeah, boy.
wait until then, they're down 5,000 gold at 7 minutes here. This is not a position they're used to being in often, especially not against BTK.
Oh, Lomax! Oh, the stun comes in.
Ooh.
Beautiful shot. Gets the shutdown, and it makes the fall for Lomax as well. This is ideal for the side of BTK, and most importantly,
their play is
ideal for the
cooked.
side of Mobile Zane, because they cannot allow Alo Gaming time.
Alo Gaming has to be thinking, what is going
Yep,
on?
it's
Is this
over,
the same
bro.
team we played against 2 games in a row last time? Because it does not feel like it at all, as it is 1
over.
to 11 in favor of BTK.
Yep, definitely not. And then T2 is going to be taken really quickly here. Now, they do make the trade.
Wait,
on
no
the side of
trade,
Alo
though.
Gaming Instantly, in fact. But
You cannot
does
give no
this work out
trade
in
no more.
BTK's favor or
These
Alo
people are
Gaming's
dead.
favor? Because the wraparound comes in. Do they really want the over-aggress here? They get the catch. You is falling low. The armor does not matter here.
Nice.
And even with the numbers of
The Grandpa Pito is
he
dead.
tanking so much. The life will not be enough. And BTK get the punish onto you.
Bro, how is
Absolutely.
Starbucks
Here we
close?
Go. 1 to 12.
In this
Their
economy?
lead just keeps on growing here. They just need to go ahead and keep this up. Honestly, 5,000 gold is a sizable enough lead. They don't have to be too aggressive here and push for more. If they can just maintain this gap, they're on track to go ahead and win here.
I mean, they get the Tyrant. That is going to be a power spike for the next 80 seconds. Well into that 10-minute mark, and for now they get more of
Like, there is just no way we still
push
lose this,
against
right?
the wave of BTK in the mid, which means T1 gonna be secured. So it's a
There is
pretty
no way.
open map for the side of BTK.
For sure, they have a lot of possibilities here. They need to start thinking about setting up for these enhanced objectives here coming up, the Tyrant and Overlord. And if they're able to play their cards right with the lead they have, they might be able to actually get both at the same time.
I don't think they should risk it, because the last time they did so, they lost. So right now, 6,000 gold in advantage, close to 7 in fact. BTK, I think they play this safe.
Very slow. They have
You
the
can
lead.
kinda, take one and then go and fight for the other one, right? If you get the Tyrant, you should have the firepower to,
Ooh.
force the enemy team off.
Ooh.
Big fight coming out. Mo was able to beautiful ultimate onto 2 there. He goes down for it, but not before taking out 3 members of the side of Alo Gaming.
Yep.
Oh, we have
Shark
Chick, we have Chick.
actually
Go,
as
go, go,
well.
go, go.
What they think inside the box and the flash. And
Bang!
Lomax gets punished hard, and there is no response from side of Alo Gaming. BTK, they start working on the T2 in the middle. This could very well convert into a T3. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, he goes for the full commit. He wants to get that T3 as well.
Gets it.
Yeah, he does get it. Now, BTK, time is of essence here. Alonso as well as Doctor will be able to respawn in time. 10-minute right on the marker here. And somehow you
Damn,
just
Chicken
survive
would have lost
for
that. It's nasty
for
work.
a very, very long time.
You almost took out Fried Chicken there and clutched up the game and maybe stole base there, but Zane comes in clutch for the save and barely takes him out. So now we see the
Versus
enhanced
White
objectives up.
Nowitzki.
BTK opting to actually
Yeah.
they're doing both at the
LeBron
same time.
lost that shit.
I know.
They choked.
I mean, if you don't want to risk the Primal Bond, alright, this is the best way to do it. And it is a numbers advantage so far, right? They split the fight. Now they know that they have the advantage here. Do they really want to go for this? Okay, they will. 80 seconds. They have scouted out that no
committed.
other members of the side of Alo Gaming around. So this will not go punished.
No.
For sure, and it will have a punish, but not the biggest punish. I'd say Overlord is probably worth Fried Chicken's life here, because they're able. There's no objectives on the map to fight for now, right? It doesn't really matter that you're 4v5, and you're able to go ahead and clear their waves. But hey, they want this win here, and they know getting double objectives will surely speed the game up.
As long as they don't get caught, though, it's best player 1. He does get the kills, and
Okay,
the stuns do
nice.
come in rampage.
Wait, game's
for the
over.
Falcons. This is his most powerful performance so far. Taking Dogs out, taking Lomax out, and now the hut is on.
Robot-
BTK,
what the fuck?
Kings, have arrived, and they
No,
will
that-
get
that's
Robot
just
Elmer as
freestyle.
well. Alonso and you, these are the 2 lifelines left for the side of Alo, because they need a defense for the next 30 seconds.
Here we go. This looks to be the
And-
game here. I don't see how Alo
and-
can go ahead and defend against this. A completely different BTK here in game 3 as they go ahead
It's a
and show that they are not going to get
boost.
3-0 today.
I got a pedo.
Yo, this one was a smash. 21-3 BTK. They come back, and they come back in convincing fashion as well. The big question here is, does this bring the momentum back into the hands of BTK?
Absolutely, they're not out of the woods yet. They still need to win 2 more times. Both of these teams, you know, they're going for, you know, that final blitz of glory here as the, you know, it's going to be both their final games in Survival Week. BTK, we've seen they're able to get that 3rd match win against Boars Gaming, but they weren't really able to keep it up. Can they go ahead and switch that up today here in the final match and go all the way?
Yep, is it good karma, right? Because they set their counterparts in the form of LM to be in a good position to qualify into that top #1 slot of Group A. Will that favor be returned? Can they turn this whole series around and take it against Alo Gaming? Because that game did look quite shaky.
That game, if you asked me, I would not even know it was BTK, right? From BTK's past performance, we wouldn't really know they could play like that. They just, when it matters, they bust it out and they play that, and if they can keep that up and be consistent and have games like that all the time, they're gonna go far here in HOK.
Yeah, we need more of these kinds of Ogren plays coming out from Best Player 1. He was one of the main reasons why Alo Gaming overdived. They were committed onto this boy, but Best Player 1 turned it all around with the help of the rest of the members of BTK.
Absolutely, very, very good game here coming out from Best Player on his Ogren. Hey, his Ogren today is 100% win rate, right? You won both games on it though, so that might be one of their secret weapons going forward here. But that's going to be very exciting. We're looking forward to match 4 coming out very soon. After this, here's a look at some of the stats here. We see, man, look at these kills on the side. I'm surprised Zane doesn't have a kill, by the way. Why did Zane not have a kill, Ken?
Because Hun took it all. Maybe Best Player 1, I mean 10, 1, and 5, he probably is the MVP. But Hun played a major advantage in the way that BTK took fights, because the range stunts coming from Hun really changed the state of the fights. And also, Shark this game, a lot more confident plays. The flash ultimates did make the difference, allowing Mobile Zane to get a lot of damage in.
Absolutely, yeah, he was able to box up a lot of people there. While Zane was not getting any kills that game, he did soften up all the enemies for his teammates there, right? 63,000 damage. It was a bit of a shorter game, so not too many incredible damage numbers here, but definitely great job to both teams. Look at that graph right there. That's a very, very decisive graph.
Yeah, and this is could be the very new BTK graph going into, you know, even next season of KMW.
DS win.
Absolutely, yeah. If they go ahead and, you know, go back and review all the matches they had here and learn from their mistakes and try to improve upon it, right? Increase their hero pool, everything. They definitely have a lot to grow upon, but we've seen them grow a lot already.
Okay, so MVP, will you give it to Hun, or will you give it to Shark, or will you give it to Best Player 1?
I'm gonna have to give it the Best Player 1. Look at that stat line, 10-1-5, right? I'd be upset if I played a game and I went 10-1-5 and I didn't get MVP, right? So I gotta give it to my friend here, Best Player 1. He did a great job of playing the early game, right? They were getting invaded.
It doesn't matter, bro.
And he was able to survive.
It does not matter.
There and go ahead and, you know, he did still go down, but he kind of thwarted their invade and didn't let them, you know, do the clean get in and get out that they wanted to, and that kind of set the pace for the game.
Yes, it was the even trade actually that made the world's difference for the side of BTK, right? And that initial start led them to have that snowball. Look, this one, it was so close. You would have, I mean, most people would have thought that Best Player would have been gone, but the turnaround and, you know, just that recognition to understand that, okay, this is the extent that my hero goes. I have tanked the damage, I have gotten all of the setups for the team, and here we go. The heals coming in from Hoon really made the difference.
Getting cooked.
The think inside box there from Shark into Hoon with the flash stun onto enemies to ensure they stay trapped into Zane's ultimate there. Beautiful.
Yep, exactly. And Shark, this one was a big moment of success because although he did not hit the mark there, it was enough deterrence to stop Alonso from trying to gain access into the last hit of that Vanguard as well.
Hell no.
Absolutely. Wow, that's such an action-packed game, but we're gonna have to take a little bit of a break here as we get ready for game 4
we don't have Ogre
match.
anymore. Oh, we still have Mankey though. I think we good. We still have Mankey. We still have Mankey.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Why you so dark?
Make it if we fall to
Time to sleep.
thing that brings
You want me to fucking turn on the lights?
The comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes
You see like Mankey. Do you think Mankey?
blood, sweat, and tears.
If they ban Mankey, we gotta play Fade. Yup. Fadey. Yup. Yappity. Yappity yap yap. Skibidi yap yap. Oh, we play Jing. Oh, you right. We are playing Jing.
Welcome back, and it's time for game number 4 between BTK as well as Alo Gaming. What a response from BTK. Can they continue this performance?
If they win this game, it is going to be the first time they win 2 games in a match, if I'm correct here, right? So history could... No? Okay, maybe
They
not.
did it yesterday.
Maybe not.
They did it yesterday.
They
you
did
can
it
tell
yesterday.
them.
Well,
Yeah.
wait, we need them to get the match win today then, okay? I was not here yesterday, Ken was here, but this is their chance. They need to go ahead and get that 2 before they can get that 3 here coming up. Alo Gaming is not going to want them to go ahead and take that down here, because they're, like we mentioned, they're the veterans,
What did
right?
he
They're
say?
the old heads. They don't want these
What
new
did he
kids
say?
on the block here running the KMW, so there's going to be more on the line here than
What
just
did he
bragging
say? I
rights,
didn't
as
even
you
hear it.
They were close. I mean, the LM series, they definitely did come back from behind, but they were just a little bit shy on that last game, right? LM really just took the whole plan, ripped it into shreds, and took the win against the side of BTK. So today, it's going to be important. If they really can get this second win against Alo Gaming, then they best not miss. This is the last series of the tournament.
Absolutely. I'm gonna correct myself. This is the first time they're gonna get 2 wins against the Alo Gaming, because last time they played against Alo Gaming, they got 1 win, right? So here's their chance to go ahead and show that they're more than a one-hit wonder, because especially against Boys Gaming, they're only able to get that 1 win. Here's a chance to stack it up. The veterans, they're the old guard, right? They're gonna need to go ahead and defend that title and not let, you know, the new kids on the block here get one over on them.
And it looks like Alo is going super serious for this one. Like, they are kind of comparing about the different sets available. Alonso definitely wants to prove himself better in this game number 4.
So yeah, this is global pick ban. So now that we are up to the 4th game here, a lot of heroes are out of the pool here. So now we're gonna start to see some more, you know, lesser seen heroes come out, and these more niche compositions come out, because all of the textbook stuff has been taken out already.
What's the score between Carlos and
Ganembo still available.
1-9.
I still get the potential wish from both Hoon and Lomax. Come on, someone give me that Ganembo.
I think there's a really good chance Ganemo comes out this game here, though. But Mai obviously needs to be banned out from the side of Alo Gaming. It's one of the few mid laners that BTK has not played yet that is very, very priority here. We see the Arlie ban, which is basically the inverse of the Mai for the side of Alo Gaming. So bans are gonna be pretty standard cookie cutter for both sides here. It's gonna come down to what the teams opt to actually pick in role.
I mean, this leaves BTK with just Chano, no? They already exhausted the Arlie. There is no more Demons here. There is no more Marco as well. And no Lung because it's banned. So Chano is the next best pick.
Absolutely, Channel could definitely be the pickup here. But then we can also, you know, see Alo Gaming set up a counter pick with something like the, you know, the Consort U here, right? Which has a decent matchup against that. And depending on BTK's lineup, if they don't pick enough magical damage, that could be just a great pick as well here too. So lots of options on both sides here, but now we're getting more niche with it, right? We see Zhang Fei being picked up by Alo Gaming. I'm surprised they haven't picked that one up yet. It was actually a BTK that picked that one up game 1. Actually, I thought I saw it, but it was on the side BTK here in this series. Now BTK, they gotta start to think here. what is available for them. The Dharma is available here potentially too, right? Dolia, Dharma, double Ds. I know Kin loves those here. Could actually get locked in here, but no, we see the monkey actually get picked up before it gets banned out, because we know Alo will ban it away from best player 1.
Well, what's better than double D's? The MD, right? Master degrees here coming out for the side of BTK, and this one's gonna be tough though. Alo, they get one of the most
master degrees
damaging drafts available. You have the, perfect board with the Zhangfei Ultimate Unbridled Outburst. You get the slams, the stampedes, and then you finish off with the Marco Polo Fever Barrage.
That's definitely a combo you see very often. I'm surprised it took until game 4 for it to come out, right? It was because both teams, kind of were taking bits and pieces from that synergy. But now Alo finds a good position to go ahead and lock it up here. The Yijing and the Zhangfei have very, very good synergy, and throw Marco Polo into the mix. It's going to be a good time. And then Kin was correct here. Chano is one of the last few options for the side of BTK, and they do opt to pick it up. That's one of Zane's comfort picks as well too. So everyone on the side of BTK have relatively comfortable picks, even though they're up all the way here to game 4.
Yep, smart ban by the side of BTK. This one really fits the bill for Fate, right? AoE galore. But BTK, I think they also need to ban out the Fatih. This is a huge risk against they ban out the Musashi. This means the Fatih is available for the side of Alo.
Absolutely here, and Alo might want to consider removing the Dharma, right? Yeah, we haven't seen the Dharma being played yet too, and Dharma with the Dolia is gonna be
we got
trouble
Fatih
here, but looks like no, BTK heard it. They're like, no, you are not getting the Fatih. We're gonna head and lock that in now, leaving Doxa with not many options here left in the Clash lane.
That's true. At the same time, BTK, there is an option for the mid lane Gun and Mo. Would it work in this composition? I'm not sure.
I'd say it's a little bit tougher to get the Animo going now, because you're going to be shouted at by the Zhangfei.
Yo, Han Xin?
Especially now with the Han Xin coming out. It's going to be really tough. Oh, the Han Xin Li Bang combo. That's another combo right there we talked about in the past.
Yes, exactly. The dive potential on the side of Alo is so scary. But once again, this is very dependent on a successful start for the Hanxing, right, in the jungle. So BTK, if they can redo what they did in game number 2, they can definitely tie this series up.
I mean, Hanjin
Absolutely,
is strong.
yeah. They
RG,
can just go ahead and win that early game, right? Stop that aggression from the side of Alo Gaming. Whoa, look at this here. Is this the Hoon Calming coming out potentially? Yeah, it looks like
Goyo,
it is. There we go.
Yes.
I had to double check if it was jungle here for a sec. This is gonna be one of Hoon's picks that he says he likes playing here, but we definitely don't see him play it a lot in professional play.
This shit.
But a pick he likes to play on stream, and to be able to bust it out here is gonna be very exciting to see.
He did mention on his streams that he will play the Kongming, so the audiences get the wish that they wanted, right? So BTK, this is a pretty decent drop. This one requires, once again, Fried Chicken and Best Player 1 to open up the fights, and hopefully they will be able to melt someone down low enough on the side of Alo. This is also a great counter to the Hanxing pick, because if they get him low, no matter how far you run, the winning strategy will connect. It requires a block instead.
Going game 5, boys.
Absolutely. The Dolia and the Monkey have great synergy as well. Not too many heroes, I'd say, with great resets. They're combing ultimate resets, kind of, whatever, because you want to go ahead and use it in a way that you reset it by yourself here, right?
But
in
game
case
5,
you go ahead
boys.
and miss that, the Dolia can reset it for you. But we're mainly going to be looking for Dream Roam resets here from Best Player to go ahead and brute force down the side of Alo Gaming, which while they're kind of bruisery, I don't think they can go ahead and last in an extended fight with someone like the Monkey that's built for it.
Actually, there's a lot of options, right, for Shark to explore. You can even give the double Fatih ultimate as well, right? It might change the fight stance, because then you get the insane amount of sustain and lifesteal, but also get the damage worth from the Fatih ultimate. So we'll see what Shark chooses in this 4th game between Alo Gaming and BTK. Once again, we are at series point. Alo Gaming just needs one more win.
Absolutely. And I was going to bring up that Hoon was mentioned he wanted to play some Komang Teleport, right? But he opts to go for the Flash this time here. The Komang Teleport might be a little bit too much cooking, but we see you here take the stun Marco Polo to kind of going ahead and matching what Zane gone ahead and did last game here with the stun. I guess since he played against it, he figured out, wow, that was pretty good actually, right? So he goes ahead and locks that in here. But here we go. The Gojo skin on Hoon here. Very, very exciting. One of the best skins in the game here. And let's get this game on the road.
Yes, and right away, Hun actually starts off aggressive here. So he's going to get the initial clear, and Lomax opting to go for the help onto Alonso here, and this is going to be contesting
Goyo.
Alo. They start off good on the bot side.
He has the
Zane lost
smite, so
two
it makes a lot of
fucking
sense for
crits.
Zhongfei to go ahead and start with that one there and remove a camp away from BTK's side here. I will have to say though, Combing, one of the strongest, surprisingly, early game skirmishers, as he's able to get his passive in, which is kind of like another ability there. Level 1, he's extremely strong. Speaking of extremely strong here, everyone, wow, look at that Shark barely getting away from the extremely strong gank here from Lomax, as he has to burn his flash and leave him with 1 HP.
Yep, the ult just in time here, and with the jump shot, they will be able to push Lomax back for a little bit. But this guarantees the Firehawk, or maybe not. There is a TP coming down, and this has to be the jungler, right? Best player? Nope, it's not him. It is Hun who actually TP'd down. But with that being said, now Alo Gaming, they want to focus on the farm here. They already have a 200 goal lead, not the biggest, but it is going to start snowballing.
Okay, I have to.
So I'm very curious how Alonso goes ahead and plays this early game on the Hanshin. We know Hanshin has one of the most mobile heroes in the game, with up to I think 4 dashes if you use your abilities right here. And let's see how he goes ahead and uses this, as he looks like Lomax is dropped low, forced to go ahead and have the Battlefield command used on him instead. Usually you want to use it on the Hanshin, but that ends up saving Lomax's passive though, as we mentioned in the past, has a really long cooldown.
Yes, but he did have to burn the flash. So BTK recognized that there is a deficit in terms of the common spells on the side of Alo Gaming. They're looking for an opening here. And Mobazane as well as Shark, they're going to try and run down you there. A lot of damage coming down. He's not level 4 yet, so there is no Fever Barrage to save his life.
Fano in the early game definitely has the advantage in lane here against the Marco Polo. He's able to jump away and dodge that skill 1, as well as land his damage, which is targeted. Marco Polo is not going to be able to go ahead and dodge that one.
Yes, and right now, everything being wrestled back into control by the side of BTK.
Winning lane
taking
and we're
shots
fucking
forward,
stealing
taking his space
farms, by the
sprites,
way.
and also maybe
Good
taking
shit.
away the Spike Tail Beast at the bottom side. Looks like Mobazane is working on that.
Super even game so far. Looks like Hoon's just kind of, you know, doing housekeeping mid, just clears the wave and then roams up. As we see another
Tough
fight
free
come out,
now.
another Battlefield command comes out here onto Yule, gets him a little bit of shield here. Shark looks like he's in trouble here. We know he does not have flash here. He's gonna maybe
God damn,
barely
5
get it back in
people.
time. No, does not get it in time there because he burnt that flash earlier in the initial dive.
Yeah, first blood going into the hands of Alonso, but there is a potential of a return here. Fried Chicken and Hoon working hard, will not have enough damage to be able to force Hoon to use his ultimate. But Lomax is low. Does he have his passive? He does have it, I believe.
Wow.
Will not be forced out just yet. And now the
Holy
counter attack.
Hanjin, bro.
Mobazane in danger, and that's gonna be 2 kills for the price of nothing on the side of Alo Gaming.
Alonso's so ahead here. Level 7 goes in and dives in. There's not much you can do, especially when he has backup from the likes of you and the Zhongfei there. He gets caught out here and goes down. We're starting to see Alonso go ahead and propel himself early game here. This game he's opting to play a little bit safer, not going for the invades, going ahead and farm up and playing for those ganks, and that's working out a lot better than the last game already.
Definitely, and you can start to see that the both teams
Is
they're
she
looking
winnable?
for that advantage.
Holy.
Here comes a TP.
God
Battlefield
damn.
Command, the stun comes in as well. Fried Chicken is doing his best
God
under
damn.
the tower, but it's
Can we
just
trade bot?
not enough. And
Bot
Alo
trade?
Game, this time they get a killing spree. Not only that, they get a secondary kill onto Mobazane as well. Shark is trying to buy time for the team. Best player 1 has arrived. Can they get some return? Can they get a consolation prize? Will not happen.
We
And
have
Alo
no
Gaming
trade
stand
except the
4-0.
fucking objective.
Wow,
Diveable
what a
though?
great early in Alo Gaming. That's why that combination is picked together. The Hanjin's able to maneuver the map so efficiently, and to be able to, you know, kind of always call in the lead bank to actually help him out there when he needs it. Like right there, where he needs a little bit more juice to take someone out, he's able to do so. And dude, this is the kind of like a classic combo we have not seen in a while, right? So it's nice to see it go ahead and come back out. Most teams are a little bit afraid to bust it out, but not Alo Gaming.
No red.
Yeah, I mean this is potential game
Are
point,
we
right?
cooked?
And they have a safety net in the sense of a 1 game loss. So that's worth it to try. And this is one of the most irritating heroes to play against, the Hanxing. When he's farmed out, he's hard to kill, he's very mobile, and there is a potential of a one-shot burst or a two-hit combination killing all
Holy
players right
shit.
And with that, they
Oh,
get
here
the
we go.
setup as well
Oh,
with the
no.
Fever Barrage. The defense comes in and they get absolutely
God
destroyed. Even
damn.
Hoon cannot survive. Hoon and Shark, the first two to be taken down, and the map is open for the taking on the side of Halo Gaming.
Yu does end up going down, so it's
Our gold is not
quite
bad, though.
Like they didn't go home with anything here, but AO Gaming squarely ahead in kills. But look at the gold, Kin. What's going on? They're up 5 kills, but only 200 gold. Maybe they're prioritizing these kills too much and not
Yeah, the
really
gold is
farming up
close.
efficiently.
That's true. We have to see where the major goal difference is at, and it's gonna start showing
think
in
we're
the mid lane,
fine,
right?
bro.
The biggest goal differential is between Hoon as well as Lomax, which is great. So Hoon needs to make sure that he manages to get a couple of kills in his favor for now. And right now, Alonso giving information for the team, but he himself wants to go in. The backup comes, and it's not gonna be enough. And right now,
Nice.
oh, hang on, it's a shutdown. Fried chicken, turning it around, and best player one gets rewarded as well.
Oh,
On the bot side, they do
no.
manage to get rid of Mobile Zane as well as Shark. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but I think it's working out in favor of BTK.
He thought he had enough firepower there to go ahead and burst out Fried Chicken here. He was a little bit short there, and we were mentioning earlier the Lee Bang. Once he runs out of damage, he kind of doesn't do much, right? Hanshin
God
is
damn.
kind of similar as well too. They kind of they need to kill you in that one rotation, or they don't do much there. And since Fried Chicken was not able to be taken out in that initial rotation there, he was able to sustain up and take them out in that 2v2.
Yep, not ideal for the side of Halo Gaming, but BTK once again, they're starting to shut down the members on the side of Halo Gaming. This is a good habit to have. While the goal difference isn't the biggest, it's still within that
goal in
1,000
scope,
range,
boys.
which is not bad.
I
But
don't think
look
it's
at
that
this
bad.
gold kit. It is actually in BTK's favor. They're down 5 kills, but up 1,000 gold. This is, we haven't seen this in a while, actually.
Yeah, so like we said, the kills don't really matter. You need to convert it into resources. You need to convert it.
But we
into
are
advantages across
leading
the map.
gold, though.
So there is a T1, 2 towers
Which is
taken
pretty
from the
crazy.
side of BTK. They've managed to take the T1 in the mid and the T1 at the top. So this is where that gold.
Oh, it's the
advantage
mid
comes
lane
from.
and the
But right now,
fucking-
they need to make sure that they
the
dive
mid lane
deeper,
farm is way
maybe get access
too
into the T2s, and
deep.
then they really can secure the rest of the neutral objectives.
Absolutely, and I would say while Elo Gaming is up on kills, every time they do go for kills, they have to invest a lot, right? They have to invest the Battlefield Command, displace Doxa. That's someone that's not out there farming their lane. So they are able to get kills, but they're going to be hemorrhaging farm and side lane pressure because of that.
The lane from Kiki,
That's right,
yep.
and this is going to contribute to a little bit of difficulty later on. Oh, hang on, the bot is laid down. Does not manage to catch out Zane, but the damage is insane coming out from the rest of the team of Alo. Alo now have to run, turn tails
Oh,
because
good
Yu
call.
is falling low. At the same time, rotations are coming in by Hoon. They want to catch out the farm laner. They want to catch out the mid lane as well. Dream Roam onto Lomax, and the heals do come true just in time, and the bait has
No.
been set. But can they finish this up?
Oh.
Because Roba Elma, oh no, it's a killing spree to get to that 1-for-1 trade.
She was so
A
bad.
Marco for a channel.
Bro, this
As
Marco
we hit
Polo
the
just
next
suicide
round
for
and
Zane, though.
BTK, they're just playing the map a little bit
Is
better
that
right
even
now.
worth it for him? Zane is 0-3. I don't think the gold is
Absolutely,
high.
they're up
I think that's good for
2,000
us.
Gold here. They're just able to get these side lanes pressured up and grab them farm. It looks like, speaking of side lane pressure, Alonso is trying to go ahead and make up for that here by pushing in that clash lane. This is kind of what Hanshin is known for, right? Maneuvering around the map and being really
Okay.
good, stealing towers too, because he can go from one tower from one lane to another really quickly here. He has the blood rage on him, so it has to be kind of more of a bruiser style Hanshin. Very curious to see that build, because that usually it goes full damage, but then it used to go tank back then. This could also be a little bit of a hybrid build coming out. Very curious what Alonso's picking up there.
Yeah, we will take a look at the items in a short while, right? But at the same
We
time,
have the lead,
one of
bro.
the weaknesses that is very
Even though our
readily
fucking
seen on the
marksman is
side of
0-4,
Alonso is
I
that
think
Hanshin
we're
really
fine.
consistently needs
If it's
the
like
Azure.
that, I think we're fine, bro.
And when
If
he's
it's like
not
that,
having
we're
it, the
good.
cooldown reduction is one
We're
thing.
literally good
The
as
mana
shit.
regeneration is the secondary thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Luna, right? He wants to dart around the map, and that requires using abilities. And if you don't have infinite mana, like the blue buff kind of enables, you're not going to be able to, you know, have that mobility and also be ready for action all the time, right? So you're going to have to focus on securing that Azure Golem. It looks like Best Player and Fried Chicken are trying to go ahead and get that away from him, though. But I'm pretty sure Alonso got it already as he goes ahead and joins his team for this potential fight here.
No.
He does not actually. Okay.
Oh,
Did
nice.
not get it. This is huge for the side of BTK. The board is
Oh,
laid out.
no,
There's a lot of
they're all
damage coming in. And
stuck.
with the Battlefield Command, they clean house on the side of Halo Gaming. Can they get rid of best player? Yes, it is 3 for the price of none. And do they get back on to that Azure buff? Yes, they do. But this one goes into the hands of you. And right at the 10.5-minute mark, the timing could not have been better for Halo Gaming.
Absolutely, and we were mentioning these compositions are explosive, and look at this, when they work, they're very, very explosive. 3 for 0 on side Alo Gaming. Great board, Zhang Fei and Marco Polo combo.
Oh,
It looks like fight is
nice.
not over yet. Zhang Fei secures it on 1 HP and barely goes away here. Yule will go down
Winnable?
for that, though, because Zhang Fei is still here in the fight, and really close to Unbridled Outburst. and he
Holy
goes ahead and
fuck,
tries to take down
Albronzo,
Shark here.
bro.
Yep, this is a great sequence of events, but Alonso, he has to walk away.
nice.
Will be taken down. The greed is punished, this time by Hoon, who says, you have overstayed your welcome. And there is a potential for turnaround. It is now still a 1,000 goal lead for the side of BTK.
Absolutely. It looked like he was able to just get behind Lomax there, but ended up not getting behind him there
He's
to
still
go ahead
good.
and block that ultimate. So he gets that kill there. Great pickup for Hoon here. Hoon is actually really ahead
That's
this
free
game
for
in
us.
gold. So
Very
we're
free.
gonna definitely see him have a really nice late game here on the calming, and hopefully, you know, if he's able
Holy
to use
shit, we're
all
going
that
game
gold,
5, boys.
output a lot of damage and take out the side of Alo Gaming.
For sure. Who now did secure that Shadow Overlord for the team. Curious why Robot Elma did not use his ultimate to try and secure it. And, you know, make use of the smite as well. But, you know, we will see how this turns, because the 1,000 gold is still available for BTK. They start working on this T2 on the top as well.
Here's another board comes out.
Okay, not
almost
bad,
gets
because
as
Zane
he
didn't
flashed
get
out, but
caught.
Shark gets caught here. He's in the corner of the board. Zhang Fei jumps in,
Zane
takes
got
him
caught,
out
though.
here, and it looks like Alonso
Oh
has
my
the
God, our
flank
Fatih
here.
is
No,
dead.
Zane does not flash here. He goes ahead and gets the knockup on him, takes him out. Zane's down. Alonso will potentially go down here. No, he's on 1 HP. Hoon is in a tough spot here on the co-main. Not many people are low HP for him to go ahead and get an execute
Ooh.
on. Oh, as he does get
Oh,
it
he
on
got
the Yi Jing, though.
Yeah, but it's at the price of the whole team here, an ace for the side of Halo Gaming. And have they extended
Bro,
their
you is
advantage a little
fed.
too far? It is now cut down to 500 golden advantage for BTK. And at this particular timing, they're going to start losing everything in the jungle. Azure buff going into the hands of you here. And they get rid of the Shadow Overlord as well. From
The
the
gold
side
is
of
close.
Halo
Look
Gaming.
at the gold, bro.
Surprisingly,
We're losing
even
kills.
though Halo Gaming is up 12 kills here, they are just now catching up in that gold here. You in the early game was getting a little bit of trouble here against Zane, right? Getting bullied out a bit, but now he's hit his mid-game stride here, getting a triple kill, and then, you know, cleaning up that fight really well too here. Level 15 here on the Marco Polo, and he's only going to get strong from here as he itemizes more and more defensively, and he's not going to be able to get one shot by the likes of Hoon or Zane.
Okay, we look at this.
Our Fatih got
similar kill. This was a
double kill. I mean,
composition coming in on
2v1,
the
bro.
backlines, which is why that aggression did not work out for the side of BTK, because the Fried Chicken was not in the fight. Now, it is still a map advantage for the side of BTK, and in fact, this 1v1 is not looking good for Doxa. He is going to be caught in no man's land. Hoon is coming in with the winning strategy as well. He will be able to dash out, but this should be his life. No, he gets a save. And with that being said, this provides room for the rest of Halo Gaming, especially you, to get the T2 at the bottom.
Yeah, not getting that kill there is pretty bad because they invested 2 heroes there, right? Now they... Oh, it's going on. I don't know if it goes down to the minions there. Fatih is speeding down there, and it does clean up the wave, but that's a little bit of damage on the tier 3 for side BTK. But as we're mentioning, you know, since he's not able to secure
bro,
that kill there, they kind
you
of
can,
wasted
Corn.
time
I am
for nothing.
falling asleep
and Alo
too.
Gaming was not wasting time for sure as Marco
We
Polo
got
goes
saved.
ahead and actually pushes down that tier 2. And look at that,
Lucky
that's
ass
another great
bitch.
use of Battlefield Command to tank up and deny the kill from Hoon there with that ultimate.
Our Goyo
They
Satoru is
cannot
cooking,
contest
bro.
for this, right? I don't think it's a great idea. BTK will secure
Nice,
this for
we got
free. That's
objectives
great
again.
for them. The next 90 seconds, they will have the fighting prowess. And once again, the gold is restored back neck and neck between the two teams, Alo Gaming as well as BTK.
I'm low-key falling asleep.
This game more than ever shows
But we
that
can.
kills do not matter that much, guys. All right, look
We
at
can
this.
hold
Down
it out,
12
boys.
kills, but still neck and neck in gold. You gotta get these minions, ensure that you're getting kills, but farming your jungle and your lanes as well. Doxa, while he's helping out all the members of his team, jumping all throughout the map, he cannot possibly gotten that much farm compared to Fried Chicken staying in lane.
For sure. And right now, BTK is just trying to find out where is Alonso hiding. They know he does not have the Azure buff. They know that he's going to struggle with mana
LeBronzo, oh my
regeneration.
god.
If they get him down now, he'll be great. They have on him. Yep, nice. But with that, with the Dream Roam will be used
Okay, no
defensively,
one died.
but it could be a turn
Oh.
a catch. Dream Roam
Fat
on
D.
the two right now. The damage comes through.
Oh, we good,
with the
boys.
winning
Oh, we
strategy.
going
They
game
have gotten
5.
rid of Roba Elma. That's a big kill. Doxa as well. There is no more save value for the side of Alo Gaming. And now BTK can start to work onto the Shadow Overlord, even if there is a Primal Bond.
Absolutely. Alo Gaming committed too many ultimates there for relatively little
Bounce
return,
on it.
right? We
Yup,
saw
yup.
Lomax
Gargle on
with a
it.
very narrow
Yup,
board that
yup.
didn't really connect on much here. The Zhangfei also, the ultimate did not really connect on much. So BTK knew they were up some crucial ultimates there and immediately turned that fight. Best player coming in with 2 Dream Roams to force a fight onto the side of Alo Gaming and taking a nice little 2-for-0.
Yep, beautiful work here. Once again, the goal difference really null at this point. The 1000 really doesn't matter. It's about the T3s. This defense needs to stay, and it will now work. T3 has been taken. A nice
No.
job on you as well. They get the cleanup. Can they get the rest of the team though? Fried Chicken working hard on the back.
Oh, he died.
holds them
Marksman
off
died.
while the rest of the team is trying to clean it up. But for now, Fried Chicken.
Wait, what
now
the
he's
fuck
got no movement.
happened?
He's the last member standing, and with a double kill by you, this could very well be time for Alo Gaming to get the recovery going.
Need caffeine. Bro, I'm
Are
literally
they
falling
able to
asleep.
make anything happen big off this? Can they push a high ground off this? We don't know. They minimum will get the jungle inside BTK because all 5 members of BTK are off the map here for a sizable amount of time, right? There's no objectives for them to push here. They're
At least we
not
got
gonna go
top.
for towers either because they do not have the
We got
minions.
top, we
So
got
they're gonna
top,
look
it's
to
fine.
use this timing here as a little bit of a map reset here, right? Get the waves, go
We
ahead,
got
push
top,
it in their
bro.
directions again, and prepare for the next objectives here. As we see Hanjin try to kind of brute force down
We
that
got
high
top.
ground. It's gonna be a little bit tough out minions there, but he gets a bit of chip damage on it though, nonetheless.
As much as you can, right? He's going for the full tank build here, with the Dragon Rage, with the Blood Rage, as well as the Overlord's Plate Mail. So this is all about just surviving the initial damages of BTK. And so BTK will do well for themselves. If they
Oh,
can really
low-key,
get
we
the
should have
burst
called
down
Time
onto
Machine,
Alonso,
bro.
because he will
That
be in
fight?
a big turn condition. Alonso is the one
should have.
responsible for bringing Doxa into the
Bro,
fight.
look at Alfonso, bro.
So
Fucking
as long as they
LeBronzo.
figure out their timing, they should be able to win the team fight. But Alo Gaming, they will not allow that for sure.
Absolutely, Alonso going ahead and building tanks, so kind of leveraging his team's damage there, like you mentioned here, leveraging Doxa's damage, because Doxa does have an impressive amount of burst damage here.
Okay,
Even
they
the
don't
damage
have
here,
bucks
board comes down,
anymore.
does not quite connect. Both sides are, again, they're in this moment where they know like the next fight is going to make or break them
No
here.
bucks, no
So
bucks.
They're playing really, really safe.
Oh, they need to back out now. You has been caught out. Dream Roam catches on there, but the backline is
No
being exposed
way.
by Alo Gaming. Killing spree. Moba Zane has been caught out. Now
Wait,
there is a
Marco
lack
Polito
damage
should be
by
dead.
Chicken. First life gone on the backlines. You fighting 1-on-1. No, it's a 3-on-1. Excuse me. And Fried Chicken is
Okay,
gonna
it's
get fried.
3v3, we
And
good.
Right now, Alo Gaming, they have a 4-on-3 matchup. This is numbers advantage for them.
A lot of sanctuaries on the side of Alo
God
Gaming. It looks
damn.
like they might potentially push for the end here. They know they have
it
more
over?
lives than their opponents here. Both Marco
No,
Polo
it's not. We have
and
Goyo.
the Hanshin here have that revive capability coming in here. We see Monkey going with the Dream Roams here. Connect on the Lomax. Passive is not quite popped yet. He's just on a hair here, trying to go ahead and provide as much pressure as possible, but they do fend them off, and this game looks like it's on track to go to Tempest.
How can I
here.
do something, bro? I'm
Yes,
literally
definitely
falling
Tempest
asleep.
timing. We are at 18, close to 19 minutes.
Oh,
but the
no.
backline Hoon has been caught. Can they survive? He needs to survive this for sure. One more hit will do it.
Nice,
He makes
he
it out
lived.
safely. At the same time, the Tyrant is super low. Here comes the TP. Better Battlefield Command. Can they get the damage in? Will not be able
Oh.
to do so. First life of you has been taken down. Mobazane
Oh, nice,
is
we
back
got
in
it.
the fight, but the board has been laid out.
Nice,
The
they couldn't kill
crucial
Zane.
Kev coming in from this side of best player 1. They're turning the fight around BTK, but Mobazane has been taken down at the same time again. Alonso, Doxa, and Lomax, the three of them are super
top, top,
low.
top.
Death timers are very
Wait, top,
long
top,
at this
top.
part of the fight. Alonso, once
Base,
again,
base,
that
base.
Crimson Golem will not be able to do so, and the lifeline has been bought by BTK.
Absolutely here. We also see a high ground.
Oh, this guy
kinda
dead.
gets snuck down here on the side of Alo
Oh,
Gaming here. Wow,
game
look, very
5.
low Alonso there. Wait, is
Game
is
5.
BT Game here? 4 down for Alo Gaming. Wait, that's game right there. Looks like.
Wait, game
He's
5.
forced to try and take out these minions here. There's a little.
Game
bit- he's
5.
able to take him out. He is able to take him
Game
out.
5.
No, that's game. BTK just kind of sneaks that win. It
Holy
looks like they
shit.
were
We actually going
really
game
even,
5,
if not
bro.
behind there, but just one good push
We
from
actually
them,
going
and they were
game
able to
5.
secure the game. It is now 2-2.
Bro, we're going game 5,
It had to be
bro.
this way, a last series
Bro,
of
we're
the
going game
season
5.
of Survival Week, and we have a
We're
best
going
of
game
5.
5.
Full
I'm so
5
sleepy. I
games
am
with
too, bro.
BTK
I
now,
literally am.
maybe on the verge of their first
I'm
ever
literally falling
series
asleep,
win.
bro.
Absolutely, Alo Gaming is definitely starting to scratch their head here. They're thinking like,
Half
hold
of
on
us
now, guys.
falling
We
asleep, but
started
so
slow.
worth it.
I was mentioning, when teams get that reverse sweep momentum,
what we're
it's
here
really,
for.
really
Stay
strong.
up.
They're
I
kinda
have to
questioning
stay up,
themselves,
bro.
like, hey, let's stop messing
I
with
do
them now,
have to
guys. Let's
stay
stop
up.
playing with them. We gotta lock this down here. Last
Yo,
game,
take this
sure,
for
you
the
have a little
15
bit of
months,
leeway
bro.
to go
W
ahead
Street.
and experiment a bit, but now
Teddy has
it is up to the
become a
match point
member.
for both teams.
W
It is
Street
do or die for
underscore
both of them here
CTG.
to cement their legacy, as we mentioned.
I will shower though,
Picks, right?
but
Coming out from
later.
BTK, look, the
Yo, feel
coming
bounce
for
on
the
it,
side
bruh.
of Kun. A lot of internal requests during his streams now put onto the pro stage has been really working its wonder. But you were also talking about the best player, Menki, plus the fried chicken Fatih.
Absolutely. And dude, I
Imagine.
love the combo coming out from Alo Gaming, but it's just that even though they're able to get
Bro,
kills, that was
bro,
all they're able to get. We cannot
If I
stress
actually
enough
stare
here
for
on the
fucking
stream.
5
If
minutes
you
straight,
just get
I will
kills,
fall
it doesn't
asleep.
amount to
I'm
much.
not
This
even
game
kidding.
is a perfect example. They're up
Like, my
10,
eyes were
12 kills
actually
in
closing,
mid game and
staring, bro.
behind in gold, 'cause they get that kill
Bro,
and
can
they're
we
not
just
quite
do
able
no
to,
break?
secure the farm from their
No
lanes
break,
or
please.
push it, and that's largely because of the Lee Bang pick, right?
Game
If you're
5.
forced to constantly help out your team across the map, you're not going to be able to farm here, and that's why Fried Chicken was able to go ahead and have himself such a gold lead on his laner, even though he didn't really take him out most of the time.
Yep, the split push definitely works wonders, right? Especially wave management. And as the later the game goes, you definitely reap the benefits of having a tier 3 taken down. So the initial breakthrough into the base of the side of Alo Gaming was really what turned and gave the advantage for the side of BTK. Now the biggest question for BTK fans is, okay, let's take a look at the draft.
Yo,
Let's take
Zayn
a look
was
at the
1-9.
composition available for BTK.
Now,
What else is after this?
we have Kiki.
Yeah, both sides.
Bro, we
really
actually
wanted
won
to have
that,
picks
bro.
here, and
That's
this is gonna
crazy.
be, one of the situations where we're gonna have to give Alo the edge, right? We're mentioning they're one of the more veteran teams. They've been playing the game for a little bit longer. They have more of
Now
these
woke
heroes
up
in
to
their
game
pool. I
5.
feel like
Welcome
BTK,
back.
they're kind of starting to get at the bottom of
Welcome
the jar here
back.
for these picks here, right? They've used up basically every single pick they're known for, and going to game 5 here is gonna really test what they have
my
left
bad.
In the tank here when it comes to picks.
Well, before we really think about what's possible for the side of BTK,
Chad,
let's
it's my
talk
bad,
about the
Chad.
potential of the MVP here. Who would you give it to?
Look at the stats here. It has to be best player, right? Look at this. Most damage dealt and most damage taken here. 1 for 1 here. Strongest
so
tank
coffee,
and damage
bro.
dealer. He was just such a strong front line. And Shark most time was
So coffee.
resetting his dream roam, but he was able to, kind of force those initiations. We're mentioning in the mid game where he saw that Alo Gaming used a lot of crucial ultimates. He's able to dream roam forward twice and force that fight there, and capitalize on the fact that Alo doesn't really have their stuff, and no one else could really do that on that team other than best player. But it looks like no, it's actually Fried Chicken here coming in with a 557 KDA here. He did do a good amount of damage and got a lot of gold. We were mentioning he was oftentimes not really against someone in his lane, and because of that he was able to get really farmed up.
Yep, the split pushing power on the side of Fried Chicken was number 1, but number 2 was he was always consistently in between the players on the side of
Bro,
Alo Gaming, separating the
this is
fight.
the
And
countdown right
the
now,
first
bruh.
part of it, look, is great. They got the kill onto Mobazane and whatnot, but
Countdown, bruh.
always, constantly,
So much
either
dog,
Fried Chicken
bruh.
is doing the split push or he comes in
fuck?
for the finishing blows.
Absolutely, and it's just when you look
Bro, said, "Alexa,
look
what's
back at
my
these highlights,
location?" It's
I'm
crazy.
seeing them being at 14 kills to like
Bro, you're
4 here,
on here,
but they're
bro.
down 3,000 golds. I just can't imagine where they're hemorrhaging that gold here, because they're not that down
Empty,
in
bro.
towers most of the time here. Later on in the game they were, but in that early game, they definitely lost a few waves doing something they shouldn't have been there, and that really set them behind in gold.
Bro, that she feels
Yeah,
so
also
fucking
with the
good,
steals of the
bro.
camps as well. This one was a learning lesson, this time for the side of ALO Gaming. So
That she feels
BTK,
so
all of
good,
their
man.
learning has come to this point. We'll go for a short break. When we're back, we bring you the final game of this best of 5 series.
Yes. I can lay down. I can lay down for how long? 2 minutes. 2 minutes, bro. Oh my god. This shit feels so good.
Through the sound of the rain, no matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain.
1 minute.
The ways we tried to break free from the night.
1
You
minute,
know
bro.
we made it out, we found the light. I fly so
40
high,
seconds.
so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire. I'm
Oh shit,
alive
you're back.
now.
You're back.
You have arrived at the last possible
We're back.
game of the last series of the day of Survival Week. We're
We're
talking
back.
about game number 5 between BTK as well as ALO Gaming.
back.
It has been your favorite kind of tofu as well as Phil. So what's gonna happen in this final one? Who are you going for?
Honestly, I gotta go with the momentum. At first, probably, when BTK gets that
We are
one
back.
win on AO game, I'm saying, okay, they're gonna go ahead and lock in and clean them up the
Golden
next game here,
draft.
right? But the fact that they just lost that last game means
Draft.
BTK is up
Like
2-0
right now.
on them. They're in their heads, right? They have the momentum. Sure, ALO Gaming does
Right now,
have that
draft.
potential, they have the hero pool, right? But BTK, there's one of those teams that are very momentum driven. They're feeling themselves right now. They can go ahead and they're so close to getting that match win. And we have a victor here going to be crowned today here.
Pushing
and I
for
think that's
AM
what's
again.
going to be happening.
Oh my god.
But regardless of what happens, the true victors are the audiences, right? The viewers
draft,
are definitely
draft,
happy
draft.
with this result. This has been a very impressive comeback and a very impressive showing from BTK for their fans. Now, the question is, who will take the final strike in this best of 5 series? Because winner takes all in this one.
Absolutely here, and I'm very excited to see what the draft is going on here. This is going to be the ultimate test on their hero pool, right? 20 heroes on each side are removed from the pool and not allowed to be played here. So we're going to really have to be digging deep on what is going to be possible here when it comes to drafts, and it's going to test their coaches and players
Holy
in
fucking
particular.
game
If
five.
they can go ahead and formulate a draft with the pieces that are left.
Okay, will we see the Princess Frost as... No, this is not Princess Frost. This is Garden Mo. Guarantee. Right? For BTK.
Here we
it
go.
has
Oh, we
to
got
be.
Liang.
We were saying we're looking for it, right? I think Hoon definitely is more of a Ganamo person than the Princess Frost, so that's definitely something to think about. But interesting that BTK, Liang is such a contested
BTK win
pick,
this, they aren't
but
going- they're still
they've
going
saved
home.
it all the way until the
We just
final
wanna win
game
a
in
series.
Game 5, where it matters most, and it's a great time for it to go ahead and come out. ALO Gaming is now picking up these, I would say these are great, like blind pick, all around picks that they didn't really use for some of their more pointed drafts in the past, right? Renji, Yuan, these are, you know, staple, more cookie cutter picks. They're not bad, but oh, there we go. Look at that. They're hovering it so far.
Yep. All of the comments about the hero pool on the side of BTK, they're showing everything now. Last game of the last series, there is no way we will have any more surprises, right?
There we go. Ganemo and Flowborn Marksman locked in. They have a great duo there to take out the target.
Holy
That is
fuck,
locked
they still
up by
got
Liang.
Mayan?
This is exactly what Kane was predicting here. And it makes sense, right? A lot of Hoon signature picks has been picked away already. This is the one remaining one there. BTK has a very solid strategy outlined here so far. They have a lot of damage, a lot of telegraph damage, but Liang being able to hold someone down means it does not matter.
Yes, I think there's a lot of control, a lot of burst damage as well. The question is, for the side of the Clash lane, who did they pick? Because they have really exhausted a lot. Byron, Charlotte, Mayin, Fatih.
Yeah, basically every one of Fried Chicken's picks here has been used already. They might actually, you know, follow
he's gonna play
Dox's
Labubu.
footsteps last game and go ahead and pick up
He's gonna play
the Lu
Labubu.
Bang, which we've seen Chicken play before in the past too. But it
has to
is,
play
again,
Labubu,
we're
bro.
kind of running out of picks to use here, especially when Dharma and Guan Yu is also removed away from Alo Gaming side.
Okay, now that it's completely open, why not just pick up Xiangyu, I guess. Xiangyu, I mean, if they love to dive, then get the Xiangyu. Low health, Hegemon Slash, you get rid of everyone. Or you can even go for the Nerza pick, right? Just play the map.
I like the way Ken is cooking it. I'm a big fan of the Zhang Yu pick. Let's see if Fried Chicken opts to go ahead and choose it, because again, there's not many
Great
good
one,
options,
stream.
but sometimes it's
I'ma
not about
go
picking a
straight
good
sleep.
option.
Actually, I
It's
need to
about
shower,
picking
bro.
the lesser of the evils here, right? I'm
gotta
trying to think,
shower.
Hargy, is there any
So I will
other
sleep
Clash laners
good.
that could fit in this position here?
Yes, there is.
Miyu
Oh,
could be a
Fade.
good option too. Maybe pick up the Miyu, have that split push 1v1 potential, right? Could be a nice option too. Makes your team a little bit weak to Succubus though, but it shouldn't matter that much. I'm thinking that's the last kind of viable option. Ada?
Okay, interesting.
Now-
that
Oh, it's not
would
locked
really
yet, so-
work and spice things up. I
Oh,
was
they
kind of
locked
thinking
it.
the Lupu, but never mind. Ada as well. Go
Lubu,
shit.
okay.
Okay, it's because you want to lock them in a singular spot, right? So I guess that kind of makes sense. You lock them in a singular spot, and then you get the
No
ultimate,
Labubu,
the
bro.
freshly forged into the couple blades by the gun and mo. Makes sense. You also make aiming easier for Mobile Zane with the arrows shower as well. So let's see. Alo Gaming, they go for the Dun pick, and I don't know, this one once again truly 50-50. It's better execution wins.
Absolutely. I like the composition side BK. I was thinking about the Miyu, right? But looking at their composition, if they do lock the Miyu, they're so squishy. So the Ada makes a lot of sense here to go ahead and work as a pseudo enabler,
I don't know,
maybe
but
using
yeah,
the
me
ghost ship
too.
to lock someone in place for the Flowborn Marksman and the Ganemo, but also they just needed that front line, right? Their team is so squishy once they gone ahead and locked in the fade. Their support
I
is
wonder what
Liang, is
OG
not really
thinking
known
right
for his
now.
durability. So they
Look at
needed
these
someone that's
noobs,
really, really
man.
durable. And Ada
Fighting for
is
the
gonna be
last
one
spot.
of the most durable picks in the game, being one of the
What a
few
noobs.
pure tank style Clash laners.
You know what I'm saying?
You're already this deep in the pool, right? BTK, I think, just do what I love to do, which is a lot of people hate it. Invade your level 1 buff as a Liang. You're able to do it. Just go for it.
Yeah, you are able to set those books down, right? And if you set 3 books on a buff there, that's a lot of DPS, and they're probably not going to expect it too, right? Looking down a fade, they're not going to expect that bit of invasion there. Maybe Liang and Ganemo can go ahead and set up a play for both the boars and the buff, as they have amazing early game clear potential. But here we go. We're getting ready to go into game here. Match point 2-2. Alo Gaming definitely were not prepared for that. I was not prepared for that. I thought Alo Gaming was gonna take this,
I can't make
but
crap.
BTK definitely
The thing is, I can't
showed
even
us
talk
that they
anymore.
have some life
I
in them here,
genuinely can't
and
talk.
they are potentially
It's
able to
literally
go
deep.
ahead and best Alo Gaming.
I cannot talk.
Let's see. I mean, the reverse is true as well. Alo Gaming fans looking for the performance of their lifetime against BTK. And we'll see who is going to finish
Let's go,
the day
boys.
and finish their season with a major explosion.
Absolutely. I would say Alo Gaming, they have a lot of pressure on them, you know? A lot of
Let's
pressure
go,
on them.
boys.
They're the favorites, right? Anytime you're the favorite, you have so much pressure against you, especially if you're one of the more veteran teams, right? BTK, they're playing kind of carefree right now. Of course, they want to win, but they know they don't have that many
You get
chips
it? Bro, I
hanging
told
on
you,
their
I'm gonna
shoulder
go
this
by
game.
if
And I
they
think because
win.
that, they're able to play a lot more freely here and be creative with the picks. It looks like
KMW.
Shark is gonna go.
This is
Ganon low
only
here,
a series,
in
bro.
the mid lane, trying to clear out that way. They do not opt to go for any invasions this game here, though. So pretty traditional jungle from both sides. Wow, look at you with the aggression here onto Zane.
Oh no, Mobazane. One flash will do it. One flash. Oh, they forced out the flash from Mobazane. And with that, the job is done for the side of you.
Absolutely, getting that flash in super early. He's gonna relay that information over to his jungle and mid for sure, and they're gonna set up for something later on. We've seen this happen prior, right? A flash is burned. We think nothing much is gonna come from it, but a minute later, when they least expect it, they set.
Oh no. Caster got muted.
Advantage for now. Slight goal lead. Here comes the TP into the
Wait,
middle
Caster
for the
got
side
muted.
of Halo. They want to put a little bit more pressure. Mobazane
Bro,
does
where's
not
Phil?
have flash. This is a very scary potential.
I think, yeah, the turning point is going to come out when Lomax opts to go ahead and set up a roam down bottom with the Dune, because they know if they want to, they can brute force down a kill on Zane fairly easily. Shark doesn't have really the tools to defend him, and he doesn't have the tools to defend himself currently.
Oh, hang on.
Ooh.
The flash from Doctor. Oh, this one was a little bit closer. And this is why you pick the Arta, right? Very tanky, able to hang on. And he recovers his health pretty well. So he's able to sustain in lane against Doctor for a little bit. Also forces the flash, which is great.
Oh, this
For
guy
now,
should
they
be
don't
dead.
get the things they're looking for on the side of Halo Gaming.
Absolutely. The Ada pick, you know what? It's not the most top tier pick, but I will say against someone like the Main that
Oh, no.
requires penetration. Oh, look at this. Shark gets dropped really low here. Lomax going super aggressive. Wow. Getting that skill one last second into the fadeaway there. Absolutely knowing the limits of their hero. We're saying they're running out of heroes. They do not seem to be running out of heroes at all in the Halo game. They all understand their heroes pretty well
no.
from what I see so far.
Yes, and the biggest deficit for the side of BTK now is the fact that Alonso has made his way out with the Crimson buff as well. Oh, hang on, the stun comes in. Mobazane locked for days. He will be
no.
taken down. This one credited to you, and there is an amount of damage coming in from the side of Halo. They should be able to crack this T1 down to at least half its health.
So
Bro,
there
we
you go. That's
cannot
the
lose,
signature,
bro.
you know, Halo play we were talking about prior, right? They've done this before. They burn that flash
We
early,
cannot
and they come in
lose.
right before it comes back, you know, where Zane thinks he's getting ready to be safe, and they set up a dive on them, and that was executed perfectly. We called it a few minutes ago. They go ahead and call it out to their team and do it, and they've now just gone ahead and executed on it there. BTK looking to make a play on the Crimson Golem here as they get Dune kind of crowd controlled up, but he's really
Fightable?
tanky, though.
Yeah, right now the
It's
support
so
is coming in
tanky.
for the side of Halo Gaming. They will
Chick
be
is
able
so
to melt
tanky, bro.
fried chicken down. If they get a little bit more, they do. And that is BTK now having a third member fall in this
But
first
that's what
3.5
Arta
minutes.
do,
Halo
man.
Gaming are
Let's have a
rampant so
Fedrin
far.
shield. Fedrin health.
Absolutely, this is not looking good, but it's okay. We've seen BTK come back from stuff like this before, right? Last game they were down a bunch of kills and that was okay, but this time Halo game is looking a little bit different. They're able to actually maintain the gold lead. They're not just getting kills; they are getting farm and objectives as well, though. So it's not going to be as easy for sure.
They need more setup on the side of BTK. Someone needs to
Oh,
be able to set the
they got
tone
stuck.
for the side of best player one. They go in, but it's actually Alonso that benefits off of that aggression. And for now, Mobazane, he's trying to land the arrows. Not going to be enough damage at this point. It's still too early for the farm laners to really step up and take the fight. Halo Gaming, they see an opening. The Arthur jump is going to come in. That's quite a bit of damage.
Oh.
Where is the rest of the damage? The Unending Sorrow going to help out the side of Halo. But during that chaos, BTK secured that first time of the game. And best player one, that has been the best decision they've made so far. They recover a little bit of the goal deficit.
Absolutely, it looks like the main
have the
from Daxo was
objectives, though.
trying to go ahead and contest best player one for the objective, but again, we always mention this: you can't contest Fade when it comes to securing, right? They're able to seal the objective in Jade and secure it there, so he does take that
You didn't
down.
even know.
Halo trying to make a play on Fight Chicken here in the clash lane. He is really tanky though. He burns the ultimate away from Yuan, but they are not letting up here. Now Hoon is here with the Ganamo to help him out and clear some of these waves.
Yeah, I don't think they defend this.
Wait.
Lomax as well as Alonso, they're looking for an opening onto
Wait.
Chicken as well. Here comes the dive with the unruly blade. One more strike is
damn.
going to do it. This time, Lomax secures it for the side of Halo Gaming. They did manage to clear the way during that skirmish itself. So BTK, they saved the T1 at the top. And in fact, they also benefit off of it. Moba Zane takes the T1 at the bottom, buys the Doomsday because of that gold.
Absolutely. I would say,
BTK,
well,
let's
that's a
end this,
kind
bro.
of questionable defense there. Fried Chicken almost got out there,
Good
right?
trade,
If he had a
though.
little bit more help,
Oh.
he would have gotten out there and defended and not went down as well, which would have been optimal.
If Hun
But
landed
super
that
close
ult,
here. Another fight comes out here.
he would've
This dude has
killed
been
Yuan.
getting their ultimate reset almost every single fight by the Dolia. Great synergy between the Dolia and the Dune here currently to get so many unruly blades off.
I mean, that's the beauty of the double Ds, right? And of course, with that being said, Shark is being chased down. One more strike, the flash comes through. It's not going to be enough to get that auto attack. And Moba Zane, the second one to fall as well. Alo, they will not allow this situation to happen.
no.
BTK struggling to keep up.
Time machine.
Absolutely. It is 0-6 here
No, if
in
it-
favor
if
of
we
Alo
actually
Gaming.
time machine, we're
Again,
ending
they're
up.
not
You're gonna
up
end
a
up on
monstrous
5-0.
amount of gold, but they're definitely up a lot more than last
But we
game
gotta
here.
do whatever
and this
it
game,
takes
they're
to
focusing
win.
a lot more on the farm and objectives here instead of purely just going for
Time
kills.
machine.
Which is okay, right? For now, BTK, they're still keeping up, even though there is a slight lead for the side of Alo. I think as long as they match the towers, it should be fine. They're going in for that final hard, and J-Mark
nice.
will not be able to get the kill at all. And with that,
No
they're
way.
still chasing in. Fried Chicken, he's making the call. They want to finish this fight and win that gold advantage. But on the back lines, Alonso catches eyes onto Thor. Shark is low. The stun wind slash does not help out
They
in
all
this
should be
matter
dead.
for now. But Hoon as well as Shark have been taken down. And Alo Gaming, might they have overextended? At this point, Fried Chicken, he's trying to set up the
No
fight.
way he
But
reached that
Moba
fucking
Zane,
mine,
Moba Zane
man.
will have the ability to lay down some damage. Maybe Robot Alma has taken a step too far. 3 deaths for the price of 3. It's an even trade. But BTK, this is good recovery gold.
Absolutely, BT is showing signs of life here as they get some shutdowns there. That fight kind of started off pretty rough there, right? Shark grabbed someone with the ultimate, but Hoon did not have his ultimate available to go ahead and immediately take him out, which kind of dragged on a fight longer than you usually would see with the Liang. I would say BT in this game, they have not really been comboing Shark with the Giganimo that
Here's my
much so
goal.
far,
Yup,
right? We
yup.
need to see them go ahead and set up their ultimates to take someone out without real movement or counterplay there. But it looks like Alo Gaming is able to position in a way that does not give Shark those easy ultimates.
I mean, that's the whole point, right? When you know that there's a Liang in play, you have to be really careful about your positioning, as well as the information that you give. And this is one of the things that you has been doing pretty well. And one concern here I have is Lomax is actually going for the magic build. You can see Stave of Sorceries. He's going full ham with the extra magic
Why am I
output.
falling asleep?
Yeah, usually you don't see this full damage build from Yuan from mid lane, right? They usually like to go a little bit more tanky there with something like the Frost Guard maybe, but nope, Lomax is here to deal the damage and carry the game here. We see Ada go ahead and jump in and engage on Lomax.
Okay,
though,
fight,
but
fight,
he's
fight.
not threatened though, because that is a full tank.
Objective
Ada's not going
fight.
to do enough to go ahead and cut through Lomax here as they go ahead and take positions for this Tyrant.
Okay,
Oh,
nice
no.
catch on the side. Hoon is trying to lay the damage in, but it's Shark who gets caught. Flash by Hoon. Everything getting burned out from the side of BTK. At the same time, there is an open target in the form of Dogza. And right now, they do get their hands on Hoon. The jump in continues. Alonso
Oh,
with the heals and a
no, fucking
rampage for
Miami,
the side of
man.
Dogza. This is all going haywire for the side of BTK. Only Moba Zane and Fried Chicken are alive. But even at this situation, Fried Chicken has to go and heal. The T1 is going to be secured for Alo Gaming.
I think
This
it's
is
a win
not
though.
good for side BDK. We know it's a
Oh.
momentum-driven team, right? It looks like they do not have the momentum on
Okay,
their
nice.
side right now.
He should be
Yeah,
dead
but
though.
Alonso, he's falling low. This could be a nice surprise
Nice.
kill, and they do get that finisher. Shark
Not
gets
bad.
the revenge here. Fried Chicken opens up the map for the side of BTK. They need to work a
Oh,
little bit
no,
more,
Chick.
but Fried Chicken a little bit too far. The flash
Oh,
comes in.
no.
A finishing blow from the side of Lomax. Gets out of jail for free as well. They're gonna try and get the catch. Dogza
Oh, no.
will get the kill before he is taken out. No, he doesn't even take a fall. And the T3s are open for the taking. Alo Gaming, they're so
Oh
far ahead.
my
They have
God,
the damage.
Lomax
A
is
rampage
actually
for
going
Lomax.
crazy.
And the T3s are on the menu for Alo Gaming.
As you mentioned, Lomax that full damage build
Yo,
just does
don't
so much
end.
damage, and he does not have to worry about durability. Dolia goes in and resets that ultimate here, and then no, right there, best player
We
tried to go
lost.
ahead and save the game, but it's just too little, too late. 1v4 at the end there. Alo Gaming clean it up and come out victorious. It seems like they had a good amount of momentum, but it stopped here.
Bro, time machineable,
Yep,
bro.
Halo Gaming, congratulations on winning this
Yeah.
final series
We actually
of the
didn't win
survival week. They
a
take the
single
series all the way.
series,
BTK
bro.
impressive result, 3-2. Did not manage to get the win of the series, but they have definitely entertained the hearts of the fans today.
Shut the hell up, man.
Absolutely.
Field
Both
top.
teams were not going to
Good
be
boy.
making it out of Survival Week here, but again, they're playing for those bragging rights here, right? It's going to be the old guard versus the new kids on the block here, and they do successfully defend their title, but that was definitely a lot closer than they expected.
For sure.
Yup,
and
yup.
you can tell
Appreciate
the
you,
improvements,
Phil.
right? I think BTK has only had access to the game for
Man, shut the hell up, man. Alright, chat. I'll see you all probably in 2 days. 2 days or 3 days. Okay? I have to sleep. Y'all have a good night. Peace. Peace. Peace.